When the raging sea swallowed the land, human civilization vanished along with it, leaving humanity on the brink of extinction. However, amidst the desolate landscape, a father and son still struggled to find a way to live. A weak flashlight beam swept across the floating debris. Boda's father carefully reminded his son, "Too much broken glass. Be careful, Boda." Boda, scowling, replied, "I know, Dad, I see it." Fortunately, they managed to find their way to an abandoned store, and Boda's eyes lit up like headlights as he exclaimed, "Dad, look at all this canned food." His father, Tian, pushed the shopping cart, his voice full of hope. "Let's take everything we can use." Boda curiously pointed to a strange can. "What's this, Dad?" "It might be powdered milk." His father scolded him sharply. "You refuse to learn to read, don't you?" Boda glanced around shiftily and pouted. "What for, Dad? There's no one left to use it here." Tian explained gently, his gaze distant. "Boda, even if you don't see its use now, you will need it someday in the future." His face hardened. "You need to be more diligent about learning to read." Boda felt uneasy and glared at his father. "You're always nagging." When he saw his father picking up some plates, he started grumbling again. "Dad, we already have too many plates. I don't think we need to take any more." Tian just smiled gently. "Like I said, there will come a time when we need them." Boda suddenly became excited, cheering. The father and son continued their reluctant shopping spree, filling the cart. Tian called back, "That should be enough. Hold it steady for me, Boda." Then he pulled a cord from an old diving suit. A hot air balloon suddenly inflated, slowly lifting them both above the vast expanse of water. Boda looked down at the deep water, his mind filled with conflicting thoughts. Dad calls this place the ruins. It was clearly once a bustling city, but now this place is so gloomy and frightening. The hot air balloon carried them high, separating them from the submerged world below. Lita, his little sister, cried out when she saw her father from a distance. "Dad." Tian looked up and smiled. "Lita, did you see anything interesting?" The little girl's face fell as she replied, "No, Dad, there's nothing." Her father sighed and sat down. "I guess no birds will be stopping to rest nearby." Boda stood silently behind his father, thinking to himself, "It's been over a month since we've seen a bird." He dared to ask his father, "Dad, do you think there's anyone else alive out there?" Lita, with her innocent eyes, looked at her father expectantly. "Dad, is everyone living in heaven with Mom?" Tian's eyes, heavy with sorrow, looked down at the water-covered earth. "Boda, Lita." He sat down, wrapping his arms around his two young children. "I'm sure people are living somewhere around us. We just haven't met them yet, because the ocean is so vast." He forced a smile, his voice resolute. "And no matter what happens, I will protect you both with my life. But you two must help each other." On the rickety boat, life went on. Everyone on the ship worked together. Boda recounted that we assigned jobs to each person. Dad was responsible for hunting and maintaining the ship. I dried fish and searched for water, while Lita did the laundry and cleaning. And exploring the ruins was always my job and Dad's. Since the beginning of this year, Dad made me a pair of diving goggles. And recently, he started taking me to explore the ruins with him. This is how we survive in this world. Inspecting the items we found in the ruins was one of our pleasures. There was one time that we always had to remember. This is the time when we always had to be careful. Tian suddenly looked at his son in alarm, his voice urgent. "Run, hurry." When night fell, vigilance had to be at its highest. The ship rocked violently on the sea, and the father shouted, "Quick, Boda, get inside." Boda, still holding a fish, panicked. "I forgot to put the fish away." Tian quickly grabbed him. "Leave it, Boda." He pushed his son's head under the deck, his voice desperate. "Get inside." Then he also crawled under, peeking out from the hatch at the pitch-black night sky. The thick darkness enveloped the space under the deck. Lita fearfully hugged a jar. Tian and Boda simultaneously raised their hands, signaling for silence. The little girl whispered to her father, "Do I need to hold the fish jar tight?" Suddenly, a terrifying noise rang out. Tian quickly pulled his two children into a tight embrace. Boda thought to himself, his heart pounding, "It's here." From the dark sea, hideous tentacles emerged, heralding the arrival of the night-hunting monsters, the nightmare of the survivors. The poor ship was brutally attacked by the sea monsters. Boda was so terrified he was about to faint. He could only cover his mouth tightly, his other hand covering his ear, trying to drown out the gnawing fear. "I'm so scared. Please go away." Tian placed a hand on his son's shoulder, his gaze steady. The boy looked towards his father, who looked at him, his voice reassuring. Everything will be all right, Boda. He hugged his two small children, trying to soothe their terror. They just poke the boat a few times to satisfy their curiosity, and then they'll leave. Suddenly, the ship shook crazily. Boda looked up towards the hatch. Tian still held his two children tightly. The boy thought endlessly, Dad will hold us. Until those hideous monsters finally let go, he nestled into his father's arms, his face a mixture of sadness and a flicker of happiness. Time passed heavily, and the two children fell asleep in their father's protective embrace. Boda slowly opened his eyes, calling softly, Dad. He looked at his beloved father, wondering, were there a lot of sea monsters where you used to live? Tian looked at his son, his voice thoughtful. Yes, because they live everywhere under the water. At this mention, his eyes suddenly flashed with an indescribable joy. But we had harpooners. Boda sat up, curious. Harpooners. Tian seemed lost in memory. Images of brave villagers holding harpoons confronting sea monsters appearing in his mind. Harpooners are warriors who fight sea monsters to protect their village. Boda's eyes widened in surprise at the new information. Tian proudly continued his story of the old days, that I was one of them too. This tattoo is the symbol of a harpooner. Boda's curiosity was piqued, and he asked immediately, what is that? There are 6 strange dots under it. Tian explained in detail, these aren't dots, they are stars. Stars. The boy asked blankly, what are stars? Tian's gaze softened. I forgot you've never seen the stars because we're always below deck at night. He looked into the distance, his voice dreamy. A star is something so bright that you can see it at night. He seemed to be picturing the magical, sparkling night sky. In the old days, people used the stars to keep from getting lost and used them to cross the ocean. It looks like thousands of jewels scattered across the black sky. Boda drifted into a deep sleep after his father's story. Tian looked at his two children, a hint of sadness on his face. I wish I could show you. The ship seemed to be immersed in the magical night scene, filled with starlight. How beautiful it is. Boda woke with a start. The 3 fish heads looming before him surprised him. Our entire week's worth of food. Tian looked at his children, then at the wrecked boat, and sighed. The boat is a mess. He hugged his 2 children, trying to reassure them. But we're safe. We're lucky. You're not hurt anywhere. Boda, with a gloomy face, asked back, are you sure we're lucky, Dad? He pointed towards a crushed boat. Look, the boat is partially destroyed, and there are many cracks in it. It's as if they're telling us to get out of their territory. Tian forced a strained smile. No, it means I'll have to fix the boat for the next week, and we might be out of parts. Boda turned his head to look straight into his father's eyes. Do you want me to go to the ruins? Tian jumped. What? He gripped his son's shoulders, his face extremely angry. I'm sure I'll be very busy with repairs, so you can dive down and get what we need. No, Boda. The scene of the city submerged in water appeared, hiding in those ruins. You can't go down there, even if it's daytime. Boda looked at his father with pitiful eyes. But I want to help you. We went down there yesterday, right? I can go down there by myself, too. Tian slapped his forehead, his voice full of helplessness there, but I made sure that place was safe. I think I have no other choice. He pointed at his 2 children, his voice stern. Boda, Lita, you're grounded. No going down to the ruins. Not until you're 17 years old. Boda was stunned. What? He pounded his chest, his face scowling as if wanting to challenge his father. How can you decide where we can and can't go? I'm old enough to go where I want, whenever I want. Tian looked at his son, his gaze unwavering. Boda, these rules are to keep our family safe. How long will you treat us like children? Tian continued, his voice firm. You are not like that stupid goldfish. He gestured towards the vast ocean. I'm only forbidding you from going down to those ruins. I will take you anywhere else you want to go. Boda growled, no. Tian explained, his voice trying to stay calm. That won't change the fact that we are stuck on this boat. Everywhere is just water. We're trapped on this boat like that goldfish. Boda looked at his father, his stubbornness clear on his face. Tian couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, Boda, listen to me. Lita suddenly cried out, interrupting Dad. Boda, stop fighting and look. She pointed out to the distant sea. There are birds flying out there. The father and son were stunned. Seagulls. Tian quickly shouted, raise the sail, Boda. In the middle of the vast ocean, a strange building suddenly appeared. The boat slowly headed towards it. The father and his 2 children stared in amazement at the scene before them. Boda exclaimed, a building floating on the water. The boy's eyes widened in astonishment. Dad, there are people. I see people. The 2 children shouted at the same time, their voices full of hope. Is anyone there? Hello. Tian quickly covered his son's mouth with his hand, then drew his sword, giving careful instructions. Boda, wait on the boat. His eyes shone with a strange calmness. If anything happens to me, I want you to turn back and run from here. Boda looked at his father, full of worry. Are you going to fight them? Tian tightened his grip on the sword. It depends on whether they are good people or bad people. With that, he jumped into the sea right in front of his two children, diving deep into the cold water. Boda anxiously looked towards the mysterious building. Tian climbed out of the water, cautiously taking his first steps inside, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. Is anyone here? We need help. He looked up at the ceiling, mottled with cracks, shivered slightly, and then continued up the rotten wooden stairs. A door appeared. He peeked inside. With a wary gaze, Tian was stunned to discover human skeletons that had long since dried up. He looked around. It turned out there were countless skeletons lying scattered here. On the boat, the two children were still happily watching the sea and the building in the distance. Lita whispered, I wish they are good people. Boda added, I'm so excited to meet them. Suddenly, Boda saw a strange shape on the sea's surface. It looks like a person, he screamed. Someone's there. Inside the building, Tian lifted a cloth cover, discovering a few old boxes. He opened one, his face unable to hide his extreme surprise. Explosives? They're very old. He glanced towards the wall, which had a huge hole smashed through it. Full of doubt, what's with this hole? These iron bars are bent inwards. They were attacked from the outside. He turned to the left, where the traces of destruction were clearly visible. Tian remembered his own boat, riddled with similar marks, and Boda's words. It's as if they're telling us to get out of their territory. His face hardened, extremely tense. Suddenly, he heard a faint call, Dad. Tian quickly turned, looked towards the boat, and then jumped into the water. Lita, are you okay? Dad, Boda is about to... He climbed onto the boat, looking at Boda with a confused expression. What are you doing, Boda? We need to leave immediately. Help me, Dad. There's someone in the water. Tian jumped. What? Both father and son looked towards the human-like figure. But what appeared on the water's surface was a human-shaped skeleton floating aimlessly. Tian shouted, his voice full of disappointment. That's not a person. The strange skeleton had vanished from the water's surface, returning in eerie silence, leaving only gentle ripples. Boda looked at his father, his face drained of color. It's gone. Tian was stunned, no. Long, dark streaks suddenly appeared on the sea's surface. Tian, in utter terror, quickly hugged his two children tightly. From beneath the water, a giant shadow slowly emerged. It stared at the boat, and then it shot up from the water, its giant jaws clamping down on the boat. On deck, the father and his two children were frozen as they faced the abnormally large monster. The two children screamed in unison in terror. Sea monster! The sea monster with human-like teeth launched itself from the deep sea, clamping its jaws tightly onto the ship's hull. The impact was so strong that seawater sprayed everywhere, and items on the ship fell about, creating a breathtakingly chaotic scene. The ship shook violently. Everything flew around wildly. Tian held Boda and Lita tightly, using his body to shield his two children amidst the churning waves. The sea monster's titan-like face was revealed, its second set of terrifyingly sharp teeth bared, its blood-red eyes staring intently at the father and his two children. Tian and Boda were scared out of their wits, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Sea monster!" From a distance, the giant sea monster rose from the water, its mouth large enough to swallow the entire ship in an instant. The ship tilted with every movement of the monster. The sudden shift nearly sent Boda flying off the ship. Luckily, he managed to grab Tian's hand. The father was also struggling, one hand clinging to a piece of the ship's planking, the other hand holding Boda tightly. The water's surface suddenly churned violently. The sea monster whipped its giant tail, creating water spouts tens of meters high. The terrifying wave flung Tian and his two children into the air before they fell straight into the sea. The ship was officially torn apart, the large waves roaring as if to swallow everything. Fortunately, Tian, Boda, and Lita were still safe and sound. All three were breathless, their faces pale, exhausted after the sea monster's devastating attack. Boda suddenly stopped, his intuition telling him something was approaching. Boda and Lita were so scared their eyes widened, and they huddled close to Tian as a giant shadow loomed over them. The sea monster's tail once again swung into the air, aimed straight at Tian and his two children. An earth-shattering sound echoed, as if the water's surface was being torn apart as the giant tail slammed down on the remaining half of the ship. The three of them, Tian, Boda, and Lita, clung to each other, thrown about with the wooden debris as furious waves crashed over them one after another. Boda could only squeeze his eyes shut, gasping for air. Beside him, Tian was gritting his teeth, enduring the pain. Waves crashed violently, slamming against the body of the ruined tower. Below, the waves continuously crashed against the shore. The water's surface gradually returned to a calm state, with gentle ripples. The desolate tower became clearer. On top of it was an old ship. Below, the sea monster slowly circled the tower. The suffocatingly silent atmosphere was broken by the creaking of a crane swinging back and forth, mixed with the sound of the sea waves crashing against the old walls of the tower. Tian leaned against a concrete pillar, still holding Boda and Lita tightly as they rested their tired heads on his shoulder. Boda was exhausted, only able to lean on Tian's shoulder and tremble uncontrollably. Tian noticed his son's unusual state and asked in alarm, "Are you okay, Boda?" The boy was so tired he could only whisper back to his father, "Yes." Suddenly, Boda noticed that Lita also seemed unwell. He quickly shook her gently, calling softly, "Lita, Lita." When his sister didn't respond, Boda worriedly turned to ask Tian, "Dad, Lita." The father gently stroked Lita's head, his voice low. "I think she just fainted from the shock." Tian breathed a sigh of relief, seeing his daughter was safe. He turned to reassure Boda, "She'll be fine." Suddenly, Boda froze, looking at Tian and calling Dad. He looked at his father with a worried expression, asking about his health. "Are you okay, Dad?" The three of them were all soaking wet. Boda was horrified when he saw a steel rod protruding from Tian's stomach. The father sat there, trying to suppress the pain, struggling to take heavy breaths, his right hand still holding Lita tightly. That fateful steel rod had likely pierced Tian's abdomen from behind. A long section of it stuck out from his stomach, causing fresh blood to gush out, staining a large patch of his shirt, a pitiful sight. Tian remained leaning against the concrete pillar, Lita nestled in his arms. Boda carried Lita on his back, tried to run as fast as he could. Tian remained seated, watching his children's retreating figures, his voice urging, "Hurry." He sat there, his heart uneasy, watching as Boda and Lita ran a considerable distance away. Tian turned back to look at the steel rod. His hand gripped the protruding part, and he gritted his teeth as if trying to pull it out of his body. Every movement he made caused more blood to spurt from the wound. Tian seemed about to collapse. He clenched his jaw, and sweat poured down his face like rain. Tian used his other hand to support his back, bracing himself as he slowly pulled his body off the steel rod. Suddenly, from a distance, the sea monster slowly swam back towards Tian, its two-head tentacles waving in the air. Its hideous face emerged, looking straight at Tian. The father was horrified by the sea monster's return. The sea monster seemed to want to climb straight onto the shore. It lunged towards Tian, baring its giant set of teeth. The bright sunlight shone down, burning the sea monster's skin. Faced with its hesitation, Tian couldn't help but wonder what made it stop. It's trying to surface even though the sunlight is burning it. Suddenly, its gaze changed. It stared intently at the wound where the steel rod had pierced Tian's abdomen. The sea monster still didn't take its eyes off Tian while he tried to reach for his sword. Tian gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his eyes highly focused, observing the sea monster's every move. Suddenly, the sea monster turned its head away, looking in another direction, as if it didn't see Tian sitting there staring at it. Its gaze was fixed on Boda, who was struggling to run away with Lita on his back. Its upper mouth curled into a murderous smile. The sea monster immediately shot like a bullet towards Boda in the distance, to Tian's astonishment. He only had time to shout, his voice filled with panic, "Boda, run." Boda turned his head to look back. The scene behind him terrified him to his core. Boda was horrified to see the sea monster rushing towards him and his sister at an incredible speed. Boda, with Lita on his back, ran for his life towards the stairs. From behind, the sea monster growled in pursuit, baring its giant set of teeth as if wanting to swallow them both. Boda glanced back, his face pale with fear, but but he kept running. The monster got closer and closer, its hideous teeth bared wider and wider, revealing tiny, sharp teeth in layers that extended all the way down its throat. It let out a terrifying roar, saliva dripping from each tooth. Looking deep into its throat, there seemed to be no end to the teeth. They grew in layers, extending deep inside. Boda summoned all his strength and leaped. Just as he jumped onto the landing, the sea monster also lunged, snapping its saliva-covered jaws at Boda and Lita. Its fangs were aimed straight at Boda, terrifying him completely, with Lita still unconscious on his shoulders. From outside the building's entrance, it snapped its mouth shut, its sharp teeth piercing straight through the concrete, stabbing inside and flinging Boda and Lita into the air. He held his little sister's head tightly, his mouth agape, his body shaking uncontrollably. From outside, one of the sea monster's tentacles slithered in through the gap, reaching deep inside. The giant tentacle head swept back and forth across the floor, as if searching for Boda and Lita's location. He helped Lita up, looking at her still unconscious in his arms. Suddenly, the sea monster's tentacle head slowly rose higher. Boda was terrified and quickly covered his and Lita's mouths with his hand, sweat pouring down his face. The tentacle rose high, its saliva-filled mouth opened, and it moved closer to Boda. Suddenly, the tentacle's mouth twisted, forming a sharp drill bit. It was as fast as lightning, stabbing down hard right next to where Boda was sitting, sending concrete fragments flying everywhere. Boda realized the situation was dire, quickly hugged his sister, and tried to escape the tentacle's deadly attacks. He fell over as he managed to dodge its vicious stab. At that moment, Boda spotted a nearby gap where the tentacle had just withdrawn after its missed attack. Boda quickly hid inside, peeking out to see where the tentacle had moved. In his trembling fear, he wondered, is it gone? Still seeing no sign of the tentacle, Boda gathered his courage and moved towards the outside to observe. He tiptoed gently, moving step by step toward the outside. Boda was stunned by the sight before him. It was Tian. His father had freed himself from the steel rod, sword in hand, standing tall amidst the thick fog. Seeing his father, Boda couldn't help but be surprised. Stammering Dad, he was so overjoyed he started to cry, his eyes shining brightly. Calling out Dad, Tian heard his son's voice. From within the fog, he slowly turned his head, looking towards the source of the voice. Suddenly, his eyes became frighteningly cloudy, his face ice cold. Tian's entire body slowly deformed. He stood there, looking straight at Boda. Suddenly, his face cracked open, revealing a network of bloody veins. Boda was scared out of his wits, only able to stare wide-eyed at the horrific scene before him. The giant mouth on the tentacle's head opened wide, gaping as if to swallow Boda's entire body. The boy seemed unable to react to the sea monster's sudden attack, with only one desperate thought in his mind: I'm going to die. The tentacle's mouth twisted, pulling Boda along. His hand clawed at the ground, trying to cling to life. It wrapped tightly around Boda, pulling him into the air, and then successfully brought him outside. Boda's entire body was squeezed tight. He could only stare wide-eyed in utter panic. The tentacle on the sea monster's head rose high, bringing Boda close to its mouth, its hideous teeth bared, ready to devour him. The tentacle brought Boda closer and closer to the sea monster's mouth. It stared at Boda, its giant mouth wide open, ready to snap. Boda, in his utter terror, could only scream as loud as he could, calling his father's name in desperation: Dad, Dad! Suddenly, where the steel rod had once pinned Tian, only bloodstains remained. He shot like an arrow towards the sea monster, delivering a fatal blow to the tentacle holding Boda. The head of the tentacle squeezing Boda was severed, and the monster's blood splattered everywhere. The sudden pain caused the sea monster to let out a piercing shriek. Tian grabbed his son, using his sword to stab it deep into the sea monster's back. He gained momentum, hugged Boda, and jumped neatly to the ground. The wound on his abdomen had been carefully bandaged. Boda was still in a daze after the panic, staring at his father without blinking. Tian held his sword firmly, pushed Boda behind him, and took a stance, ready for a fight to the death with the sea monster. Tian summoned all his strength, shouting straight at the sea monster, "Don't touch my son, you damn monster!" The sea monster opened its saliva-filled mouth, looking towards Tian and Boda. With a ferocious gaze, the sea monster let out a series of terrifying hisses. Tian, his body covered in wounds, still gripped his sword tightly and turned to instruct his son, Boda, hide behind those rocks. Boda quickly turned to leave, whispering yes. Now alone, Tian gritted his teeth, observing the sea monster's every move. He watched the monster get closer and closer, marveling to himself, it's huge. I've never seen a sea monster this big. It might be much bigger than. Not letting fear overwhelm him, Tian's gaze was determined. He gritted his teeth and told himself, I have to focus. I can't fail. Looking towards Boda, hiding not far away behind a crumbling concrete pillar, the boy was watching him with a worried face. Tian made his resolve, thinking, if I fail, the children will die. No, Boda and Lita must not die. The blood-stained sword flashed through the air, heading straight for the sea monster. Tian and his sword rushed towards it like a storm. He gripped the sword with both hands, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the sea monster. The determination in him boiled. I have to kill this damn monster. The sea monster's arm swiped at Tian. He dodged the blow as quick as a flash, but was still grazed on the cheek by its sharp claws. Tian held his sword firmly, moving as fast as the wind, creating a deep gash on the sea monster's arm. He put all his strength into it, his shout echoing to the heavens. A series of slashes were unleashed, cutting deep lines into the sea monster's flesh. Its arm was hacked into pieces, and blood spurted from its body. It opened its mouth and roared in pain as its arm was slashed with many deep and long cuts. Its wounded, bloody hand grabbed for Tian, but with extraordinary speed, he quickly dodged the dangerous attack. Tian landed, shot forward like a bullet, and ran up the sea monster's arm. When he reached the top of its head, he jumped high, raising his sword. Tian held his sword firmly, aiming straight for the top of the sea monster's head. He assessed silently. It's big, so it moves very slowly. Summoning all his strength, Tian plunged his sword forcefully into the sea monster. Blood shot up from the wound on its body. From the top of the sea monster's head, Tian pulled the sword, slicing a long line down its back. The sea monster's blood gushed out from the cut in waves, like a stream. Tian's face was covered in the monster's blood. He came up with a plan. If it's on land, I'll win. Tian's foot pushed hard against the sea monster's back, and he used the momentum to leap off its body. Tian quickly landed not far away. The sea monster still had strength, swinging its tentacle powerfully. Its tentacle slammed straight into Tian, the terrifying force sending him flying, crashing into the side of the tower. The pressure from the impact against the wall was so great that Tian was in so much pain he coughed up blood. Boda watched from a distance, seeing that his father's situation was not good at all, and immediately shouted for him, Dad. Dad! The giant sea monster approached Boda's father, growling, the sound full of anger. The father, Tian, used all his strength to grab a rope. Bravely facing the monster, he then decisively cut a part of the rope. At that moment, the sea monster used its head to ram into the cliff where he was standing. The father used the rope to swing himself up high, successfully dodging a dangerous blow. After that, he wrapped the rope around an iron bar and jumped down, clinging to it. The monster refused to give up. It also crawled up, opening its giant mouth, intending to swallow him. However, the father was extremely clever. He tried his best to pull the iron bar out of the cliff face. Then he used that very iron bar to stab straight into the monster, the bar piercing through its body. Blood splattered everywhere, covering the father's face. Boda watched from a distance, utterly amazed, carefully observing his father's every action. Excited, he thought to himself, Dad is amazing. He can win. He can do it. At this moment, the monster felt extreme pain. It threw its head back to the sky, trying to struggle. The father used the other end of the iron bar, plunging it deep into its mouth. Then, he climbed onto the monster's teeth again, raising his knife high. Then he stabbed it right in the middle. The sea monster was stabbed repeatedly. Its two eyes bulged as if they were about to burst. This time, even more blood gushed out than before, like a waterfall of blood. The father shouted, Die. However, the iron bar could no longer withstand the tremendous weight. It broke in half. He stared in shock as it shattered, unable to do anything. The monster took advantage of his unguarded moment and used its sharp spines to pierce through his body. The father was in extreme pain, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Boda worriedly shouted, Dad. He turned his head to look at his son, a wave of emotion rising in his heart, remembering the happy moments of the three of them. He thought, Boda, I have always worried about you two. Whenever, even when you go diving, my heart feels like it's going to jump out of my chest. Even at night, I still want to protect you too. I can smile and comfort you, but I'm also very scared. The fear of losing you two always scares me. He said to himself. That makes him scared of not being able to protect you. Looking at his son with tears in his eyes. He couldn't hold back his emotions either. I love you, Boda. Then, the father accepted his fate and let go, the dagger falling to the ground. Next, he picked up a bomb and gave his son his final words, "Take care of Lita for me." Then, he slammed the bomb on the ground. Boda stared in shock at the scene before him. The bomb exploded, a terrifying explosion that turned the sea monster to dust. Its terrifying destructive power even sent Boda flying. The monster now had a large hole in its head. It staggered and then slowly sank deep into the vast ocean. Boda went to the weapon his father had left behind. He was dazed, unable to believe what had just happened. He looked at where the sea monster had sunk, where red bloodstains still lingered on the water's surface. Boda couldn't contain his grief and burst into sobs. He called for his father in despair, Dad. Seeing his father's glasses left behind, still floating on the water, he wailed in agony. Then he screamed out loudly, Dad, as if he wanted his father to come back to life to hear his desperate call. Boda stood on a high rock, alone in the middle of the ocean. The scene suddenly changed, returning to the familiar boat where the father and his two children had once relied on each other to survive. He called out loudly, Dad, Lita, where is everyone? Suddenly, he heard a noise and turned his head with a start. It was his little sister Lita, sitting there, sobbing. He called softly, Lita. Then he went over to her, asking worriedly, "What's wrong with you? Where's Dad?" The little girl said nothing, just silently pointed out to the sea. Boda looked in that direction and discovered that his father was dead, his body floating on the water, his chest tragically torn open. Seeing that scene, Boda was extremely horrified. He screamed at the top of his lungs, Dad, Dad, and was about to rush toward his father. However, Lita managed to pull him back. She screamed, "Don't go, Boda." He was agitated, pushing her hand away. "Let me go. Dad." Suddenly, Boda felt that something was wrong. He turned his head to look at his sister and discovered that her face had become extremely terrifying. Her two eyes were gone, leaving only two deep black sockets. Along with that was a wide-open mouth, a ghostly voice echoing, "Don't leave me alone." Boda was terrified to the extreme and screamed loudly. At that moment, thunder and lightning crashed down, rain poured, and the sea waves rose violently. He gasped for breath, suddenly realizing that everything that had just happened was just a terrifying nightmare. Boda looked at his sister. She was still sleeping soundly, her face still rosy as usual. Suddenly, he couldn't hold back his tears and burst out crying, the image of his beloved father appearing in his mind. Boda blamed himself. He only thought that his father treated him like a child. Why didn't he realize that his father was protecting them from the sea monsters and this harsh ocean? He did that every day. Then he remembered his father's last words, "Take care of Lita for me." He hugged his sister, his heart full of despair. Now that Dad is gone from now on, we have to fend for ourselves. At this time, the sky had gradually cleared up, the dark clouds dissipated, giving way to warm rays of sunshine. Their boat was still there, next to the crumbling ruins. He cheered happily, "Our boat. Everything is still intact." Then he woke Lita up. "Lita, don't sleep anymore. You have to help me find something useful." The little girl sat there, rubbing her eyes, and asked gently, "Boda, where's Dad?" The question was like a knife stabbing into Boda's heart, making him panic. His mind was in turmoil. What do I tell her now? Can she handle this cruel truth? Then he called out in confusion, "Lita." The little girl, her eyes welling with tears, asked, "Why isn't Dad here?" Then she burst into sobs. "Is Dad dead? Is he with Mom now?" Seeing his sister cry, Boda's heart also ached, and tears streamed down his face. Lita. The two siblings hugged each other tightly, trying to soothe the irreplaceable pain of losing their father. In the vast sky, birds spread their wings and flew freely. After a while of searching, Boda looked at the pile of salvaged items and sighed, "This is all we managed to salvage." Suddenly, Lita called out, "Boda, this clock is still working." He went over to examine it, then said tensely, "That monster attacked us even during the day, so we can't rely on the clock anymore." Suddenly, someone's stomach rumbled. He stroked his sister's head and asked, "Are you hungry?" The little girl shook her head. "No, I'm not hungry." Although she said that, her stomach continued to rumble loudly. Lita was still stubborn and refused to eat. I can handle it. Boda smiled gently. Let's try to catch something to eat. He rummaged through their things, then exclaimed in frustration, but our harpoon gun is gone. This is not good at all. When he lifted a box, a few forks fell out. The image of his father diligently searching for them came back to his mind. At that time, he had said, "Dad, come on. We already have a lot of forks. We don't need to bring them." But his father just smiled and replied, "Boda, if you think you don't need them, you will eventually need them." Now, looking at the forks in his hand, Boda felt an overwhelming sadness again. He quickly pushed aside his weak emotions and used the forks to fashion a makeshift spear. Then he said to Lita, "We can use this instead of the spear." Looking down at the deep sea, Boda hesitated a little. The sea looks so scary. That made him hesitate. Should I jump in? What if that monster is still alive? The water that he once found familiar now seemed so frightening. Just then, Lita pulled on his shirt. She said worriedly, "Boda, don't go. What if the monster comes back?" He felt extremely conflicted. Just then, a crab crawled past them, bringing a glimmer of hope. So, when night fell, the two siblings had fragrant grilled crab to fill their stomachs. Lita asked, "Aren't you eating?" Boda replied, "I'm not hungry. You can have it all." The little girl smiled innocently. Seeing that, Boda also smiled, but then his stomach also started to rumble in protest. Boda was tense, thinking to himself, "There's nothing to eat or drink. I need a plan." The next morning, he decided to collect rainwater to quench their thirst. Watching the raindrops fall, he calculated endlessly in his head, "This rain will give us enough water to drink for now, but won't be enough for the coming days." Suddenly, he remembered what his father had once taught him. "Boda, do you want me to teach you how to drink seawater?" He had replied, "That's impossible, Dad." His father continued to explain, "You cut off the bottom of the bottle and fold it inwards, and just let it surround a cup of seawater. The water will evaporate from the sun's heat and will condense on the folded part of the bottle." Boda asked in surprise, "Is that all?" Taking advantage of the hot sun, the two siblings set to work filtering seawater. Seeing that the method worked, Boda was extremely surprised. He cheered with joy. "It's working." Afterward, the two siblings drank it together. They were both very excited. The water isn't salty at all. The two of them hugged and spun around, cheering, "We did it. We don't have to worry about drinking water anymore." Boda reassured himself, "I'll learn a lot from Dad. We can get through this. We don't know how long we'll be living here. I have to remember the layout of these ruins." So, he climbed to a higher position to scout. Lita also insisted on following. "I'm going too." He didn't stop his sister, just reminded her, "Be careful, Lita." At the last step, she couldn't climb up anymore, so he had to help pull her up. The two siblings came to a room with a green door. Cautiously peeking inside, they discovered corpses that had been lying there for a very long time. So long that only white skeletons remained. Looking at the skull, full of squirming maggots inside, the two siblings were terrified to the extreme. He tried to suppress his fear, while Lita hugged her brother tightly. The little girl sobbed, "Boda, I'm scared." "Who are they?" He tried to stay calm and replied, "I think they used to live in these ruins." The little girl was still not over her fear and continued to ask, "Why did they die?" Boda said, "Let's check if there's anything useful and then get out of here." So, the two siblings began their search. He pulled off a dusty cloth. Lita also joined in to help pull, revealing a red can inside. Boda curiously opened it to see, wondering is it water? However, the strong smell that emanated from it made him extremely disappointed. It's gasoline. At this point, they discovered a blue container. Inside was a bomb. Boda picked it up to examine it. Feeling that this thing was strangely familiar, exactly like the bomb his father had used before. He guessed to himself the bomb that Dad used. The image of his father fighting fiercely to protect him came back to his mind. Boda wondered, can I fight sea monsters like Dad? Then he looked back at the skeletons lying scattered there. He guessed they were probably a family too. Can I protect Lita so she doesn't end up like them? Boda was full of hesitation, a big question forming in his mind. Can we survive here? That night, the two siblings lit a fire to keep warm. Boda was busy making a weapon, while Lita discovered a crab and quickly chased after it. Meanwhile, Boda was still engrossed in his calculations. If we have to continue living here, then I'll have to dive into the water and hunt. He held the sword his father had left behind, a strong determination rising in his heart. If that thing appears again, I will use this sword to protect Lita. After all, that was Dad's last wish. Suddenly, he discovered something strange. there was a switch on the sword. He curiously flicked it. It unexpectedly released clouds of smoke. Boda was confused, not understanding what the hell was happening. Then suddenly, the sword had a strange pulling force, pulling Boda straight into a stone pillar. His face was swollen and red, stinging with pain. He let out a cry. At this moment, Lita had returned. She asked worriedly, "Why are you crying?" Boda quickly replied, "I'm not." Then, she took her brother's hand and pulled him away, her voice mysterious. "Come here, I found something strange." Boda wondered, it's just a door. But when he looked down at the hole in the floor, he discovered a basement. Lita said the crabs hid in there. As he descended deeper, Boda suddenly realized it's both deep and pitch black down here. He tried to suppress his fear and continued on. At the end of the tunnel, a giant fish suddenly jumped out of the water. He was so amazed his mouth fell open. What? There are a lot more fish down here. Boda was as happy as if he had struck gold. He cheered with joy. Fish. I see fish. After that, he jumped into the water, intending to dive down to catch fish here. Looking at the red snapper swimming freely before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so big, and there's so many fish here too." Not long after, Boda caught one. He felt an indescribable joy. "I got it. We have water, and now we don't have to worry about food anymore. We can do it. We can live here. Everything will be okay." Floating in his joy, Boda suddenly discovered a strange object. He carefully observed it, wondering, what is this? Then he reached out his hand and touched it, feeling the object through his sense of touch. He panicked. Suddenly, there was a sound of movement. He quickly turned to look. He saw hundreds of monsters lying side by side, a horrifying sight. They seemed to be encased in a hard shell, looking very gruesome. At this moment, a crack began to appear on the shell of one of them. Then a huge, black hand slowly reached out. A large hand with sharp claws pierced through the iron plate. Witnessing this scene, Boda's eyes showed extreme terror, his voice trembling as he hissed. Then, not just one, but a series of other monsters were also emerging one by one. In this life-or-death situation, he could only grit his teeth and use all his strength to escape. Halfway through, Boda was still terrified, turning his head to look back at the pile of monsters as the alarm bells in his heart rang continuously. This is their nest. It was because of this hesitation to stop and observe that the unfortunate young man was caught. Looking at his tightly gripped ankle, with a whole swarm of squirming monsters below, Boda's eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening. When he came to his senses, he forgot to hold his breath, his mouth agape in horror. The monster paid no attention to Boda's expression. It opened its mouth wide, full of sharp teeth, intending to bite him. Just as it was about to devour Boda, a spear suddenly flew from nowhere, stabbing it straight in the eye. The monster lost its balance due to the sudden attack, loosened its grip on Boda's ankle, and slowly began to sink. He seized this golden opportunity, broke free, and hurriedly swam to the surface. Below, there were still other monsters that hadn't broken out of their shells yet. The one that had just attacked him was struggling to pull the spear out of its eye. However, all its efforts were in vain. At the same time, Boda had successfully surfaced. Not daring to stay in the water for long, he quickly climbed up the ladder, his eyes still showing clear disbelief. Looking down, they're all monster eggs. As soon as the words left his mouth, a familiar sharp hand slowly emerged again. It gripped the ladder tightly, intending to climb up. This scene made the young man's face turn pale, drained of all color. Then, the monster appeared with the entire spear still embedded deep in its eye socket. Faced with this perilous situation, Boda could only clumsily wave his sword, stammering, "Stay back." However, it was all in vain as the monster had already opened its mouth wide, full of sharp teeth, intending to swallow the boy whole. Looking at the mouth like a bottomless pit, Boda could only grit his teeth and resign himself to his cruel fate. However, at that moment of life and death, he quickly dodged. Boda used all his remaining strength to crawl up the ladder, one step at a time. When he saw the escape door right in front of him, Boda became more hurried than ever. After countless efforts, he finally reached a safe place. Not daring to rest for too long, Boda stood up, lifted the wooden plank, and then, without a moment's hesitation, slammed the door shut. Just when he thought it was peaceful, The monster's claws had pierced through the plank. It was even plotting to climb up, causing Boda, who was sitting on the plank, to sway with it. When he had calmed down, Boda's face hardened with determination. He raised his sword high and shouted, "Die." After saying that, he decisively stabbed down. After finishing the job, Boda still couldn't recover his senses. He panted, drenched in sweat. After a while, Boda didn't notice anything unusual happening. At this point, Boda, covered in sweat, wondered in terror, is it dead? Not daring to rest for long, Boda quickly carried nearby stones and piled them on the door. After he was done, he let out a breath, fell backward, and a sense of relief spread throughout his body. He hadn't been lying there for long when Boda suddenly saw something in shock. Having rested enough, he propped himself up and called softly, "Lita." When no one answered, Boda looked around in confusion. Lita. Still no sign of his sister. Boda stood up and ran around searching. "Lita, where are you?" The only response was a frightening silence. Boda could no longer remain calm. He ran with all his might to the door. "Lita, Lita." Leaning against the wall, his eyes showed extreme disbelief. In the distance, a little girl in a blue dress was standing, looking at the sea. Seeing that familiar figure, Boda shouted excitedly, "Lita, come here, get away from the water." When the little girl didn't move, he quickly ran over Lita. The little girl still didn't answer, only making a strange request. "Boda, look." Following his sister's words, Boda looked as well, and then he was stunned into silence. In a hazy mist, a dark figure was standing there. The figure just stood motionless, a cold, sharp sword in its hand. His calm was short-lived. Boda was suddenly plunged back into utter terror. "It's still here, it's still alive." Looking at the dark creature looming in the distance, Boda's face showed absolute horror. "It's still here." To Lita, it was probably just an ordinary shadow, but in Boda's eyes, it was a grotesque creature flailing its long arms. That's it. At this thought, the image of a strange figure with sagging skin and bloodshot, murderous eyes reappeared in his mind. He had been so terrified then, only able to stand there, his face covered in sweat, awaiting the end of his life. Returning to the present, the young boy was shocked to realize a horrifying truth. It was still alive. That strange dark figure still stood there, completely motionless. Meanwhile, the little girl Lita excitedly climbed down into the boat, preparing to set off. Seeing his sister's actions, Boda panicked. Lita. Unlike her worried brother, Lita's eyes were filled with excitement and eagerness. "It's Dad. Dad has returned." Watching his sister get closer and closer to the monster, Boda shouted an order. "Get back here now." "That's not Dad." Right at that moment, the ticking of a clock grew clearer. The hour had finally struck. A series of alarm clocks went off in unison, blaring loudly. This ringing was like a gruesome warning, making Boda even more terrified. With each chime, the sun also gradually disappeared. Seeing the sun about to set completely, Boda grew even more frantic. The sun is setting. Then, without a second thought, he jumped straight into the sea. Lita, seeing her brother like that, the little girl called out in alarm, "Boda." Boda no longer cared about anything else. He just swam with all his might. Sea monster. The clock chimes continued to ring incessantly. Just then, he turned his head, noticing something. From a nearby hole, a swarm of monsters was pouring out. Seeing them writhing and swimming towards him, Boda was terrified to his core. Monsters! Then, he kicked his legs as hard as he could. Just a few seconds later, he successfully broke the surface of the water. Lita, sitting in the boat, looked at her brother and demanded, "Climb up, Boda." Boda didn't answer. He silently observed the situation behind them. "There are too many of them. I can't go back." He then swam to the boat, grabbed a rope, and pulled Lita to a nearby rock ledge. "Over here." Then Boda urged his sister to climb. "Quick, climb up." His sister managed to climb up, and he was preparing to do the same. However, the unfortunate young man had been targeted by something without his knowledge. Above the water, Boda suddenly sensed that something was wrong. In a life-or-death situation, he successfully dodged the monster's bite. The monster's attack failed, and it returned to the water. Boda seized the opportunity to climb up. The two siblings could only hug each other, panting in absolute fear. Around the cliff, they were surrounded by a whole swarm of monsters. Boda could only grit his teeth and look to the other side. The island is right there, but we can't get to it anymore. Holding his terrified sister, he tried to analyze the situation. "They'll attack the moment we swim over there. What should we do now?" Just then, a monster rammed the cliff with great force. The two siblings on top quickly lost their balance. Then, an image of himself falling into the water, surrounded by a waiting pack of monsters, flashed through his mind that it's about to collapse. They'll tear us to pieces. Not just one, but the whole pack was ramming the cliff from below. With every crack that formed, the hope within Boda dwindled. It's over. Above, he gritted his teeth, angry at his own helplessness that I can't do anything more. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Boda." A man in a diving suit gently stroked the two children's heads. "Dad will protect you with my life." The scene suddenly changed, shifting to an image of the man covered in blood, whispering instructions, "Take care of Lita for me." Remembering those words, Boda finally calmed down, Dad. Empowered, Boda resolutely picked up the sword. Dad risked his life to save us, so why did I give up so quickly? This thought was like a shot of adrenaline, making Boda extremely excited. He then stood up, gripping the sword firmly, determined to face the monster several times his size that I have to protect Lita, just like Dad. The decision was made. He used all his strength and swung the sword forward. The monster was split in two and fell into the water with a crash. Boda still couldn't process what he had just done that I did it. However, life is not a dream. There was still a whole pack of other monsters waiting to devour the two siblings. There was no longer fear in Boda's eyes, but instead an extreme determination. With all that determination, Boda used all his strength and swung the sword forward. Under the powerful slash, the monster was split in two. It returned to where it belonged. Witnessing this scene, Boda could finally compose himself that I did it. However, life is not a dream. Behind them, two other monsters were still waiting, ready to snatch them in a single bite. Realizing this with a shock, he quickly turned his head, preparing to fight back. Another sword strike came down on the monster's head. The other one was caught in the blow and fell as well. But after that attack, Boda and his sister also lost their balance and fell backward. Faced with his own uncontrolled fall, an indescribable anxiety filled Boda's heart. Oh no. But he quickly regained his composure, reaching out to embrace his little sister. Then, with terrified faces, the two siblings, with all their might, jumped to the other side. It seemed the monsters didn't expect that move and could only stare with wide eyes. Thanks to this risky move, the two landed safely on the boat. At the same time, pools of blood splattered everywhere. It turned out the remaining monsters were tearing apart one of their dead comrades. A scene of chaos unfolded. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Boda was so terrified his voice trembled. They're eating each other. However, he quickly regained his composure and encouraged his sister. Right now, Lita, the little girl obeyed her brother and rowed with all her might. After a period of chaos, the monsters calmed down and began to chase the two siblings. They're coming. After rowing with all their might for a while, the two finally reached the shore. Boda quickly pulled his sister forward. The monsters were also slowly approaching the island. Lita hid behind a nearby wall, terrified. Boda, they're coming. Hearing his sister's announcement, Boda couldn't believe it. They're here already? Looking at the endless flight of stairs before him, he gritted his teeth. Then, he quickly pushed his sister ahead. Go on up, I'll destroy the stairs. When Lita was far enough away, Boda gritted his teeth and swung the sword decisively. However, it barely made a dent. The stair was only slightly cracked, it's too thick. Seeing the monsters swarming in, he froze. The monsters had, of course, noticed him. Knowing he'd been spotted, he was utterly terrified. The monsters were also quickly crawling towards him. Realizing there wasn't much time left, Boda sped up. Wood splinters fell everywhere. As he cut, he trembled and pleaded break. However, just then, a monster managed to climb up. Boda quickly climbed up to his sister. Boda, hurry up. The monster had successfully climbed up. It reached out, intending to grab Boda. Although he was lucky to escape, Boda was unfortunately injured. But fortune favored him. The staircase finally broke. One by one, the monsters fell, seeing them writhing below in confusion. Only able to claw at the wall, the two finally had a rare moment of peace. They can't get up here. After confirming it once more, Boda curled up in joy that we did it. Thank God. Lita then noticed the long wound on her brother's back, still oozing blood. Boda tried to casually reassure his sister, I'm still okay with this. He then led his sister into a nearby room that let's stay here until sunrise. As soon as he stepped inside, he was terrified to see the monster from before. The two quickly trembled with fear. With just one hand, it successfully pinned Boda to the ground. Its sharp teeth were ready to bite Boda at any moment. And at this very moment, Lita did something no one could have expected. Holding a blood-stained brick, the little girl cried and shouted a warning. "Let go of my brother." Seeing his sister like that, Boda was completely surprised. Lita, after that greeting, the monster became angry, lunged forward, and swatted both of them away. When cornered, Lita could only whimper her brother's name, Boda. The monster's jaws drew close to Lita. She trembled with fear, desperately calling her brother's name in her mind. Boda. Just in time, he appeared and repeatedly banged his hand on a gasoline can to get its attention. The monster heard the noise and turned to look. Boda banged on the gasoline can even harder, trying to draw it away from Lita. He provoked it. "Hey, I'm over here." Then it moved towards him, opening its giant mouth full of sharp teeth, and let out a roar. Boda swung the gasoline can backward to gain momentum. Then he threw it straight into the monster's mouth. Next, he nimbly did a flip, dodging its counterattack. The monster fell to the ground with a thud, and the stone wall it hit crumbled with it. Boda was thrown far away, and dust and sand flew up, obscuring the view. But he quickly got back on his feet. The monster was also lifting its head. He gathered all his strength, swung his sword in one motion, his eyes full of determination, and shouted, "Die." The tremendous power from the sword shot out, sending nearby iron bars flying in all directions. The friction with the gasoline can create sparks. A large fire erupted from it, engulfing the monster. It screamed in pain, struggling, tried to escape the horrific blaze. At this moment, Boda quickly grabbed Lita and ran. He said, "Lita, this way. See that tower? We're almost there." However, the fire had quickly spread to the boxes containing bombs. The box lids burst open and the bombs fell to the ground. Boda was climbing the ladder when he saw it. The extreme danger made him panic. Then he quickly climbed up, telling Lita to follow, "Get down. The bomb is about to explode." What was bound to happen happened. The fierce flames reached the bomb, and it was about to detonate. Boda held his sister tightly, pulling them both away. A terrifying explosion occurred. The monster was surely about to be annihilated. Almost everything around them was utterly destroyed, turned into tiny fragments. The tremendous force of the explosion sent the two siblings flying. The ruins couldn't withstand this force and completely collapsed. The sea monsters were crushed by heavy falling rocks, blood splattering everywhere. Boda and his sister also fell into the water. Their boat was slowly sinking to the bottom of the deep ocean. Underwater, Boda held Lita tightly. The rocks were still falling continuously, killing the remaining sea monsters here. Blood stained an entire area of the sea red. At this moment, the sword Tian had left behind also fell out. But he had to get Lita to the surface before he could retrieve it. Afterward, they clung to a large rock, panting, "Thank God, all those monster eggs have been destroyed." Boda wondered, "What do we do now?" Looking at the desolate ruins before him, he said sadly, "The island has sunk." Suddenly, Boda's face turned pale. He sensed some imminent danger. When he turned his head to look, he discovered that a sea monster had crawled up at some point. Following it were others, crawling up one by one. They gathered in ever-increasing numbers, their bulging eyes staring intently at the two siblings. The two hugged each other in fear. Suddenly, one of them let out a roar. As if hearing a command, the others also charged forward frantically. Boda swung his sword, shouting, "Stay away from us." A sea monster rushed forward, biting down hard on his sword. Boda panicked, trying to pull it out, but couldn't. At this point, they were climbing higher and higher. He shouted in desperation, "No, back off." In his mind, only a sense of hopelessness remained. "Help me. I want to live. I don't want to die." Suddenly, the sea monster was attacked from behind by someone. The two siblings turned in surprise to look. It was the figure of a woman. She was none other than Kana. She slowly walked towards the two siblings. Her face was cold, completely devoid of expression. Boda and his sister were utterly astonished. "Someone's here." A human figure appeared on the sea's surface. Kana looked straight at the two of them. Boda stammered, unable to form words. A person. Kana turned her back to the sea, her gaze completely focused on the two people in front of her. He and Lita were startled. It was a person, a real person. Boda and Lita lay on the rickety boat under the haunting stare of three sea monsters. Kana drew the handle of her gun. The pack of sea monsters growled fiercely. They rushed across the sea surface like a storm. Kana stared at them, her hand deftly pulling the trigger. The harpoons flew like lightning towards the pack of sea monsters. She fired continuously at them. The sea monsters were pierced by countless harpoons. They fell one by one. A heavily wounded sea monster fell near the two siblings. He quickly hugged Lita, dodging the arrows that were flying towards the boat like rain. His eyes widened, staring in shock at the harpoons. He stared at the strange girl. Who is she? The pack of sea monsters was continuously hit by harpoons, but they still charged madly towards her. Kana watched them, her hand never stopping its release of deadly harpoons. Underwater, other sea monsters heard the commotion on the surface and began to emerge. Boda watched the girl fight the entire pack of monsters by herself. He and Lita watched without blinking. Suddenly, another sea monster rushed towards him. Boda quickly hugged Lita, dodging the sea monster's brutal attack. He gritted his teeth. Grabbing the hilt of his sword, he thrust it straight into the monster's wide-open mouth. Blood splattered. The sea monster's eyes turned bloodshot, staring at Boda. He looked at the sea monster with a hateful gaze. Its arms swung high. He shouted, using all his strength, and plunged the sword deep into the sea monster's body. The monster collapsed. He panted heavily. On the sea, the corpses of the sea monsters floated. Kana retrieved her harpoon gun. Boda quickly yelled, "Behind you! There's another ferocious sea monster behind you." She quickly dodged its powerful attack. Unfortunately, her harpoon gun was knocked into the sea. Kana looked at her hands and found that they were injured. Blood was flowing, but her eyes were still full of determination. The pack of sea monsters in the water was gradually approaching her surfboard. Kana drew two sword from her back. Before the astonished eyes of the two siblings, they were real swords, and she was ready for a fierce battle with the aggressive pack of sea monsters. Kana surfed as fast as the wind to where the monsters were. She raised her sword. She eliminated them with a single slash. Her sword cut straight through the center of the sea monster's head. Even the most aggressive monster couldn't withstand it. Facing the large jaws of another sea monster, Kana spun like a whirlwind, dodging the sharp teeth that were about to devour her. The corpse of that aggressive sea monster was sliced into thin pieces by her, slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. The seawater was no longer clear blue, but had been dyed a gruesome red by the blood of the dead sea monsters. Facing the remaining sea monsters, her gaze remained unusually sharp, unafraid of anything before her. When the other sea monsters loomed, Kana's eyes sharpened. "You think you can mess with me?" she thought, then swung her swords repeatedly, each slash a powerful one-shot kill. The pack of monsters only had time to make a few gurgling sounds before blood splattered everywhere, turning into minced meat floating all around. Boda could only stand frozen. His jaw dropped as he watched the beautiful woman fight, absolutely top-notch. He thought to himself, recalling the incredibly cool scene just now when Kana surfed like the wind, aiming straight for the lead sea monster. The two swords in her hands spun rapidly. With just one slash, the big-headed monster stained the entire area red, blood flying everywhere, yet her face remained as cold as ice. Her continuous slashes turned the monsters into sashimi, floating all over the sea surface, leaving the once calm sea now littered with debris. The remaining ones turned pale with fear, looking at her and trembling like a leaf. The more he watched, the more ferociously Kana wielded her swords, turning the aggressive pack of sea monsters into patches of red meat on the blue water. Before this unbelievable scene, the two siblings could only stand there, stunned. Monster blood even splattered onto their faces as they stared wide-eyed while it kicked the bucket. Boda flinched and looked back, his wary eyes scanning the monster corpses on the boat. Suddenly, a monster opened its mouth wide, baring its jagged teeth at the two siblings. Quick as a flash, Kana stepped on her board, launched herself up, and with a swish, plunged a sword straight into the ferocious monster's head. Fresh blood once again sprayed like a fountain, right in front of the still processing eyes of the two behind her. The girl glanced at the sea, now filled with floating monster corpses, the blue of the sea no longer visible. There was only the crimson red of pungent blood. The ferocious monsters were now scrap. She wiped her face with her hand, neatly sheathed her sword behind her back, then turned to look at the two people in front of her. Her gaze made Boda hug his sister even tighter, his mind reeling with a tangled mess of thoughts. Who is she? Is she a bad person? But the beautiful lady just saved me. She must be a good person. There's no way she's a today. Boda recalled the first time he met her, then the moment she fired the harpoon gun. He sank back into his thoughts. A real sense of danger. It could have hit me and Lita. He widened his eyes. Did I ask she a good person? Who is she? Her face. Is she on our side or the enemy's? Kana stared at him and Lita. These two are really lucky to meet a skilled harpooner in the middle of this vast ocean. Boda suddenly remembered that the harpooner. He immediately recalled his father's words. But we harpooners have people. He asked his father again. Harpooners? Harpooners are warriors who fight sea monsters to protect their village. His face hardened, full of tension. Warriors who fight sea monsters. He pondered. So she is a harpooner. Kana looked at the two and introduced herself. My name is Kana. I'm from the Busan Federation. Boda asked again. The Busan Federation? She stared after his question. Then behind her on the sea, a massive, pitch-black shadow slowly emerged, causing the boy to freeze for 5 seconds. Seeing this, she turned her face around. Suddenly he asked, what is that? Boda was stunned by what was gradually being revealed. It was a colossal ship containing countless modern infrastructures. The ship was slowly approaching his boat. Boda's jaw dropped at the sheer size of the giant ship, something far beyond his imagination. He and Lita could only marvel in admiration at its magnificence. Boda looked at it as if it were a mobile island. He was completely overwhelmed by the great thing that was present right before his eyes. That's a ship as big as an island. Suddenly, bubbles appeared all over the water's surface. And then a submarine that had been submerged suddenly surfaced right in front of him, making Boda and his sister jump in fright. But Kana maintained her expressionless face, finally arrived. The hatch of the submarine slowly opened. Bran reached his hand towards her. Kana. She glared at him, her expression clearly not okay at all. That you're too slow, Bran. He looked at her, signed, we're not slow. You're just too fast. He was curious, as if eager for drama. There's another person? Bran stepped out of his submarine. Boda looked at the submarine in amazement. They are all human. He heard a noise behind him and quickly turned around. On that ship as big as an island, a crowd suddenly appeared. The people on the giant ship were all staring at him. The two siblings were as bewildered as lost deer. He looked at his sister. Look, Lita. He looked towards Kana, Bran, and all the people on the giant ship. He saw, look at all those people. Lita joyfully exclaimed to her brother, happiness evident on her face. Oh, that means we're safe now, right, Brother Boda? He hugged Lita, the tears he had held back for so long suddenly bursting forth at that moment. Boda called out silently in his heart, Dad. He held his sister tightly, tears falling. More and more that we've finally met people. The tears were like a stream, flowing endlessly that we've been saved. We've overcome the hardship. Kana looked at the two of them. Suddenly, a light from the giant ship shone straight down. The corpses were floating on the water's surface. All of them seemed monsters that had been wiped out. Not a single one left alive to stir. Immediately after, another beam of light shone down, this time directly on the two siblings. They were surprised, huh? What are they trying to do? Then those people gathered and shone their lights on the monsters. Kana ordered, make sure we can see everywhere. We can't let any of them escape. After speaking, she made a call to check on the situation. How is it, Dr. Foy? At that moment, he was diving deep under the sea and replied, there are no more monsters. Beside him, others were also searching every nook and cranny. He added, they've all been eliminated. The only thing left are the severed body parts. Dr. Foy pouted, his voice full of blame, that you're so selfish, Kana. You should have left at least one living specimen for me. Bran smirked. Kana would never leave any sea monster behind. Escaping the harpooners, they had to face Kana. If the building hadn't collapsed, we would have been in trouble. Then he asked, were you the one who collapsed the building? Kana was silent for a moment before answering, no, it wasn't me. He pulled a spike embedded in the sea monster's eye, muttering, I've never seen a sea monster this terrifying. What kind are they? It's huge, at least 50 meters long. Suddenly someone spoke up, Dr. Foy, look at this. He turned his head. Then he suddenly exclaimed, this is a Kinshur. The explorers gathered around it, their faces astonished as they discussed. It's huge, at least 50 meters long. Hearing this, Bran couldn't help but be surprised. A Kinshur? You mean one of the 7 most fearsome sea monsters in this region? Dr. Foy replied, yes, I'm sure this is the corpse of a Kinshur. It's much bigger than the rumors. Did you kill it yourself? Kana paused, silent. A moment later she replied, "No, it wasn't me." He was even more astonished. Then who? Suddenly, she noticed the sword Tian had left behind. Its sharp tip was stuck firmly in a monster. Kana stared at it thoughtfully for a long time. Then she turned her head to look at the boat carrying the two siblings. They were overjoyed at having just escaped disaster. Suddenly someone asked, "Boda and Lita, right?" Kiho held a piece of paper, read the information, and continued to ask, "How long have you two been adrift? Looking at your condition, I guess you've been adrift for a short time. A year or more?" Boda answered honestly, "I think it's been about 10 years, sir." The answer shocked him to the core. He exclaimed, 10 years? You two have lived on this sea for 10 years. Well done. Then he took the file, tapped Boda lightly on the head, and said, "Is that what you think I'm going to say? I guess even kids these days look down on low-level officials. Come on, tell the truth. I can't write false information in here." Seeing this, Lita trembled with anger. The little girl yelled, "It's the truth. We're not lying." He was no pushover either, yelling back, "How dare you shout at me? Do you know who I am?" The innocent girl replied, "A low-level official, sir." Kiho's face turned beet red with anger. At this point, Boda spoke up, "Our father was with us." He recounted sadly, "But not anymore, sir. The sea monsters took our father away." As he spoke, his tears fell like rain. Only then did Kiho believe the children's words. He asked, "Really? So it's just the two of you now?" Then he introduced himself. "I'm Kiho Lee. I work at the refugee center. I'll be watching over you. I'll be taking care of you too." Lita made a face at him. Kiho said, "Ask me if you have any questions." Boda looked at the crowd over there and asked curiously, "Who are they, sir?" He replied, "I guess this is the first time you've seen harpooners, right?" Hearing this, Boda couldn't help but be amazed at, "So all of them are harpooners, sir? They're the ones who protect people from the vicious sea monsters." He suddenly realized something. Dad was one of them. This tattoo is the symbol for those in the harpooner team. So Dad was right. This wasn't a fairy tale. Boda looked closely at the tattoo on Kana's body. Suddenly, Kiho spoke up. "Kana, the one who saved you from the sea monsters, is a special one." He continued, "Do you see the tattoos on her arm? She's one of the 3-star ones." Boda asked, bewildered, 3 stars? He explained, "The harpooners mark the number of sea monsters they've killed on their bodies. Each star on them represents 100 sea monsters. Countless harpooners have died when they only had 1 star. That's why 3 stars is so impressive. It means she has killed at least 300 sea monsters." Boda suddenly asked, "So 6 stars means at least 600 sea monsters killed?" Kiho laughed heartily. "6 stars? No way. 4 stars is the highest number in the Busan harpooner team, kid. If there ever was a 6-star, that person would be a legend." His mind was filled with confusion, but Dad clearly had 6 stars. At that moment, the harpooner team was surfing towards their boat. Kana said, "They have been given permission to board. We can move to the ships now." He asked, "Understood, Kana?" Her gaze suddenly turned towards the 2 siblings. The 2 stood there bewildered, looking at each other. "Huh? What is she going to do to us?" Not understanding Kana's intention, she looked for a moment, then turned away sharply. Just then, the sword Tian had left was at her waist. Seeing this, Boda cried out in agitation. Kana muttered under her breath, "No, I didn't." Bran wondered, "I've never seen a beast this ferocious. What kind is it, anyway? I've heard stories about a monster that all the harpooner heroes of the Busan fleet had to go out to kill, and all of them lost their lives to that monster named Scutin." He continued, "I heard that all the harpooner heroes of the Busan fleet had to go out to kill it." Suddenly Kana spoke. That Scutin crab was never killed. He was a little surprised. She continued, "It ate them one by one, and then it returned on its own after it was full." He smirked, "Oh, Kana, don't tell me you actually believe the fairy tales of the refugees." She immediately retorted, "It's not a fairy tale." Kana sank into her memories, recalling the horrific events of the past. Back then, her mother had sacrificed herself to save her, calling her name Kana. At that moment, the poor mother was about to be swallowed by the monster, along with countless other innocent people. She screamed, urging Kana, "Hide, run." Kana was scared out of her wits. She quickly hid behind a wooden barrel, desperately watching her mother being chewed up by the monster, her agonizing screams echoing endlessly. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing the horrific scene before her, Kana was in a state of utter panic, her tears uncontrollable, streaming down her face. Returning to the present, she remembered, "I saw it with my own 2 eyes." Her gaze turned cold, sharp teeth them. Humans are just dessert, to be eaten whenever they please. The other members were silent. No one said a word, not even Bran. He thought to himself, that's why Kana hates sea monsters so much. Just then, the large ship lowered its ramp. Suddenly Kehoe called out, "Hey kid, we've arrived. This is the main entrance." He pointed inside and introduced to the two, "This is the Gate of Busan." The ship looked extremely modern and massive, no different from a floating base in the middle of the sea. Bodo was about to carry his sister down when Kehoe kindly reminded him, "Watch your step." An uncle handed him a box and said, "I've packed some of your things left on the boat." He replied happily, "Thank you." Kehoe continued, "I will provide you with a temporary place to stay during this time." Lita asked in surprise a home. Boda was also full of questions. "Does that mean we can stay here, sir?" He reminded them, "If you want to live peacefully here, don't cause any trouble. If you do anything wrong during your trial period, you will be kicked out immediately." The two siblings cheered with joy. "Boda," he said, "we can stay here. Thank heavens." Suddenly Kehoe said, "Wait a minute, you two need shoes. It's dangerous to walk around here barefoot." He looked at his wristwatch. "Good heavens, my shift is almost over." Then he sighed, "I can't help it. Follow me to the market." The two siblings were surprised. "The market? What's that, sir?" He smiled mysteriously. "You'll know when we get there, kid." Then the three of them went inside the ship. Boda looked around. He couldn't help but be amazed. "It's so big." Lita lifted one foot and said, "Look, Boda, the ship isn't shaking at all." At that moment, a crane was diligently cleaning up the remaining scrap. Boda looked at it, his eyes wide with surprise. The scrap was piled up high. The crane lifted it onto a truck. Below, there were also some workers. Some other people were rummaging through the scrap pile for items. Boda was amazed again. "The people here also take things from the ruins." Watching the welders, he said, "I can smell the metal." Kehoe led the two siblings to the upper floor and instructed, "Stay close to me or you'll get lost." The two walked while curiously looking around. They passed by a room full of strange machines, which looked incredibly complex and large. He led the two siblings to a place and said, "We're here." Looking at the scene in front of them, Boda couldn't help but be wide-eyed and jaw-dropped with amazement. In front of them was a bustling market, crowded with people coming and going, with bright lights shining everywhere. The two exclaimed, "So many people." The vendors were competing to attract customers. Freshly caught fish here. Fresh fish. They also saw an old man playing the violin in the middle of the market. Then they passed by a barbecue stall. Looking at the golden, appetizing skewers of meat, the two siblings' mouths watered. "Looks so delicious." Kehoe walked ahead, urging, "What are you two doing? Hurry up." Then he led them to a shoe store and said, "Here we are." The shopkeeper greeted them warmly. "Welcome. 30 notes for 2 pairs of shoes." Kehoe was surprised. 30 notes? The price of shoes has gone up so much. They are refugees. Can you give a little discount? He replied, "Do you think shoes grow on trees? You know I can't do that." Out of options, he asked, "Do you have anything to trade?" Boda rummaged through his box of belongings. Suddenly, he found the alarm clock. He took it out. "Here it is." "An alarm clock?" The shopkeeper pointed to the clock display shelf, his voice impatient. "Are you blind, kid? There's even a discount sign for a set of clocks up there." Boda was confused, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, the man noticed the bottle of liquor in his hand and exclaimed in surprise, "This is liquor." Boda looked at the bottle, his face full of questions. "Liquor." The shopkeeper spoke up. "All right, I agree to trade it for 2 pairs of shoes." He was overjoyed. "Really?" But Kehoe stopped him. "Wait. A bottle of liquor for 2 damn pairs of shoes?" The man replied slyly, "Is there a problem?" Then suddenly he shouted loudly, "Hey, we have liquor here." Everyone around immediately turned their attention. "Real liquor? What are you doing? Liquor? No way. Did he just say liquor? It's real liquor. How long has it been since we've seen real liquor? It's proper liquor. It even has a label." Someone shouted a very high price. 300. "I'll pay 300. Others were not to be outdone. "Sell it to me. I'll buy it for 500. And so they continued to drive up the price point 1,000. Boda stood there, confused, not knowing what to do. They kept arguing. "Back off. I was first. 1,200. 1,600. A little later, the two siblings had new shoes, and they also had money to buy food. Lita said, "I think the people here are very nice. They gave us so many things in exchange for 1 bottle of liquor. If we had known, we shouldn't have poured the liquor into the sea." Boda smiled and replied, "We had no choice. At that time, we needed rainwater more than liquor." Kiho also chimed in, the value of an object can change depending on the situation at the time. Never forget that. He advised, the thing you can trust here is money. Then he pointed to a room and said, all right, this is where you two will stay. The two siblings curiously looked inside. The room was filled with old furniture. It didn't look very clean. The walls were covered in cobwebs. It was the same everywhere else. Seeing this, Kiho also felt a bit intimidated and said, it's a bit dirty, isn't it? The two siblings just said, ah, but immediately after, they excitedly exclaimed, it's amazing, leaving him bewildered, astonished, and flabbergasted. Afterward, the two children rolled around on the dusty bed, happily jumping up and down out of bed. Lita sat up, pointed, and said, there's even a window. Brother Boda. The two siblings looked outside together. Suddenly, Lita called out, Mr. Lowrank, look, the sky is sparkling. Hearing that name, Kiho was not very pleased. He pouted, low rank. Then he said, those are stars. The little girl was surprised, stars. Boda was also dazed, stars. So this is what stars are. The two siblings sat and watched the star-filled night sky, a beautiful sight. That scene reminded Boda of his father, stars. Before, he had also asked Mr. Tiondad, what are stars? He replied, I forgot you've never seen the stars, because we're always below deck at night. A star is a light so bright that you can see it at night. I wish I could show you too. He smiled and continued, how beautiful it is. Thinking of this, Boda couldn't hold back his tears, muttering, it really is beautiful. In the night sky, the Milky Way sparkled like a silver river. On the ground, people shone bright lights up high. Giant cranes were in operation. It seemed they were trying to pull something extremely large up from the bottom of the ocean. Dr. Reut shouted loudly, all right, bring it up slowly. Then, the ropes were slowly pulled up, and under the water, the figure of the Kinshur gradually appeared. It was enormous. It took more than a dozen machines to pull it up. Its terrifying shape and supergiant size made many people panic that it's so big. The Kinshi's two eyes were wide open, its flesh was torn, and its jagged teeth were exposed. Bran bared his teeth, his face full of disgust, and definitely very ugly. But Dr. Reut seemed excited. What a valuable specimen. There, my son, this is an example of what the alphas of the world look like today. He asked, so, this is a Kinshur, one of the 7 devils of the ocean. I wonder if I could fight this sea monster and still come back alive. He spoke up, Bran, is fighting sea monsters all you can think about right now? Before he could answer, Dr. Reut continued, humanity has ignored sea monsters until now. As a scientist, I must study and uncover the mysteries of this sea monster, he laughed slyly, right now. My eyes wide open. All I want to do is dissect it for the benefit of humanity. Then he laughed to himself like a dazed person, making Bran, who was standing next to him, call out hesitantly, Doctor. Suddenly he asked, where did Kana go? By now it was late at night, but many rooms were still lit. Kana was slowly walking down the hallway. She arrived at Sting's office. Opening the door, she asked, Sting, what have you found out? He replied, Kana, I was waiting for you. She said straight out, without beating around the bush, I won't beat around the bush anymore. This is a big deal, are you sure? He didn't hesitate, replying, definitely. This is a harpooner's sword. Kana frowned, her face full of questions. How did something so valuable end up here? She picked it up, carefully examining it. Then she said, if this is really a harpooner's sword, then its owner must be that man. The monster slayer, the legendary 6-star harpooner, Tion. Sting asked, what are you going to do? Kana only replied vaguely, there will be a brutal fight soon. The children can't stay here. At that moment, Boda had lulled Lita to sleep. He gently tucked her in, while he himself stared thoughtfully out the window. His mind began to wander, many things coming back to him. For the first time in his life, he got to lie in a bed and watch the stars. People said he didn't need to worry, because the harpooners with the stars on their arms would protect this place. But for some reason, he still couldn't sleep. In another room inside the ship, where the 2 harpooner swords were, Kana sat on the windowsill, her face pensive, seemingly thinking about something very important. Kinshur, one of the 7 strongest sea monsters, has bit the dust. The wounds from the battle were still clearly visible on its body, showing how brutal that fight was. Then she wondered, the owner of this sword, did Tion kill Kinshur? Suddenly she wondered again, why? To protect what? Remembering the image of the 2 siblings, Kana answered herself, the children. Tion, Were you trying to protect your family? Suddenly, she turned her head, no longer looking out the window. Beside her was a beautiful snow globe with a model of a house inside. She touched it, her gaze lowered, thinking about the two words family. Her parents and she were refugees, adrift on the vast ocean. They had to dig at the bottom of the sea to find a livelihood, to survive. When Kana was 14, she naively said that this was just junk. But her parents patiently explained, this isn't junk, just think of it as a treasure hunt. Suddenly her father exclaimed, "Oh, look at this. It looks almost new. Here, Kana." Saying that, he gave her a snow globe. Returning to the present, Kana held the globe in her hand, as if a whole new world was appearing inside it. It's so beautiful. She thought that her ancestors had once lived in places like this. But then the smile on her lips faded. She handed the globe back to her father. "I don't need it." He asked in surprise, "Huh? Why?" She replied, "We can sell it at the Busan Federation and make money." Her mother placed a hand on her shoulder, gently saying, "Kana, don't worry. This is a gift from your parents to you. Take good care of it." Hearing that, she smiled happily again. She wished she could live in a place like this too. The refugees sold scrap metal to the Busan Federation, and in return, they received necessary supplies. The large ship she saw from the outside was the aspiration of a young girl like her. The next morning, Kana went out for some fresh air. Suddenly, she heard melodious music coming from somewhere. She thought, music? The people who lived there didn't have to worry about sea monsters or fierce waves. I wish I could live there too. All the refugees wanted to become official citizens of the Busan Federation. The life of a refugee was truly exhausting, and there were countless accidents and injuries. And then there were the sea monster attacks. Be careful. Uncle Chomin and Aunt Midori are gone. People were dying off one by one. Refugee life was truly too cruel. The little girl Kana asked herself, why do we have to live like this? Her father suddenly said that they needed to find a treasure. They said they will give us citizenship when we find it. The mother hugged her husband, trying to comfort him. Meanwhile, Kana stood outside, her heart full of confusion, wondering, will the Busan Federation buy it? But how? How can we find treasure in an ocean full of garbage like this? An exploration team was diligently searching the ocean floor. Suddenly, they discovered something that made everyone's eyes widen in amazement. Kana's father exclaimed, "Found it! They found a mysterious iron door, an artifact. Finally found it." On the door was a symbol in the shape of the letter M. Someone recognized it immediately. It's the symbol of the Masuda Industrial Company. Inside, there were old machines. Kana's father was overjoyed that we found it. Afterward, everyone quickly pulled the machine out of the water. The people around cheered with joy. We did it. Kana wondered, this pile of iron is the treasure. He touched it and explained this isn't just scrap. This is a deep-sea exploration unit developed by the ancient civilization in preparation for the world's great sinking. Her mother also spoke up, Kana, we will be able to join the Busan Federation. We can become citizens of the Busan Federation. She rejoiced silently. We will live in the Busan Federation. That means we won't have to live adrift anymore. Thinking of that, she happily hugged her parents. Everyone was extremely happy because from now on they would no longer have to fear the sea monsters. But that was also when the horrific nightmare began. The ferocious monster chewed and swallowed hundreds of people with its giant mouth full of sharp teeth. It crushed people, causing excruciating pain. The little girl Kana was terrified to her core. Even the strong adults were no match for it. Many people lost their lives in the monster's mouth. Among them was Kana's mother. She tried her best to call out Kana. Hearing her voice, she looked up and replied, "Mom." Her mother screamed in desperation, "Hi, Kana." Then she and many others were eaten by the monster. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, staining the entire ship red. Blood splattered all over Kana. The little girl trembled, only able to call out in despair, "Mom." The surviving men watched their loved ones die in such a painful way and charged forward in anger. They used axes, trying their best to chop at its leg. They cursed, "You damn monster." At that moment, it lifted its leg, then slammed its spiky claw down on the people. Immediately, blood dripped down. A lucky person who wasn't crushed, terrified, screamed, "Help me." but was then also crushed to death by the giant pincer. Everyone began to panic, the ship filled with terrified screams. In the distance, a boat was passing by. Seeing such a horrifying scene, someone said, "Turn the boat around." But a young man disagreed. "My friend is still fighting over there." Another person scolded him, "You're crazy. When it kills them all, we'll be the next target." At this moment, something bad suddenly happened. The monster extended its pincer towards them. They panicked. What is it doing? Then it raised its sharp spines, launching them towards the boat like javelins. The small boat was attacked, about to give way and sink. On the ship, the father urgently said, "Kana, come with me, Dad." Suddenly, there was a banging on the door from outside. The monster was right near them. Kana's father tried to call for help. "Mayday, mayday. Busan Federation, do you copy? This is the refugee fleet. We are under attack by a giant sea monster. Do you copy, Busan Federation? Please say something." However, there was no response. At this point, the monster had nearly destroyed the entire ship. The sound echoed far away, all the way to a cliff. Someone was sitting there fishing, a sword by his side. He was chewing on an octopus tentacle. It was none other than Tian. He heard the echoing sound and turned his head to look. Suddenly, a boat was approaching. He was extremely surprised. Meanwhile, Kana's father was still trying to call for help. "Busan Federation, do you copy? This is the refugee fleet. We are under attack by a giant sea monster. Do you copy, Busan Federation?" The boat of the two men from before was completely destroyed, the windshield shattered, the scene utterly desolate. The two of them were also pierced through by the sharp spines, dying on the spot. Tian heard this and was startled. A sea monster. Scene change, a long time later. The monster was about to kill everyone on the ship. Kana was in despair, giving up on everything, letting it take her life. Suddenly, a man appeared and pushed her away. That person was Tian. He said, "Hey, little girl, don't give up on life so easily." Then he said to the man, trembling on the ground, "Mister, I'll leave the girl with you. Keep an eye on her." He was scared, asking warily, "Who are you?" He answered briefly, "I am Tian Ma, a harpooner from the Busan Federation." The other man noticed the sword on Tian's belt. He realized a harpooner's sword. And the little girl Kana was surprised. "Tian Ma, a harpooner from the Busan Federation." He exclaimed joyfully, "So you're the famous Tian? You came to save us. I thought you guys would just leave us to die." The man continued to ask, "Where are the other harpooners?" He remained silent, not answering. Then he changed the subject. "This ship is about to sink. Use the lifeboats to escape while I distract the monster." Seeing this, he asked hesitantly, "No way. Did you come here alone?" At this moment, Tian went alone to face the monster. His face was filled with determination, his eyes sharp. Then, the monster swung its pincer at him. Tian held his sword, preparing to fight, thinking tensely, "This looks tough. I wonder if my sword can pierce its shell." Then, he decisively struck the monster multiple times. He succeeded in slightly cracking its steel-hard shell. It was suddenly startled. Cowering, it immediately sped away from where Tian was standing. Kana was surprised, thinking to herself, "The sea monster is retreating." At this moment, he asked, "You've never seen prey like me, have you?" Then he glanced around at the situation. The dead lay scattered on the ground. Their faces in death looked tragic. Their eyes rolled back, blood everywhere. Then he continued to ask, "Are you happy now that you've eaten everyone on this ship?" Tian looked at the monster with furious eyes. "You wretched bug." Then he activated the special power in his sword. Gathering all his strength to charge, he shouted, "I will crush you." He attacked the bug, his sword striking its shell, creating piercing sounds. Tian continuously slashed. A miracle was happening. He exclaimed in amazement, "I can't believe it." The little girl Kana thought in astonishment, a man fighting on par with a giant sea monster. He is not hurt, nor is he afraid. Kinshur, the fearsome monster that escaped from the Busan Federation's laboratory, is wreaking havoc in residential area B12. Someone tried to attack Kinshur, but failed and is in danger of being swallowed. Tian rejoiced silently. "All right, it's working. I'll shatter its armor." Thinking this, he continued to charge forward. He rushed towards the monster, putting all his strength into slashing its thick shell. The sounds of cracking echoed rapidly with each decisive sword strike. In that moment, Kana didn't even blink once. She watched Tian intently, memorizing the sight in her mind, a monster hunter. Tian's face was filled with a deadly aura. He charged, throwing slashes at the beast before him. The beast growled fiercely under Tion's assault. Kana stared at him, a monster hunter. Her face showed tension. The slashes continued relentlessly against the beast's flesh. It growled. He and Kana were excited. He cut off one of its legs. He took something out of his pocket. This is the last compressed gas cylinder. I have to end this fight quickly. The beast raised its leg high, using its force to slam it down on the ship. Tion stared at it. A part of the ship was lifted by its leg. Its ferocity wanted to destroy the entire ship. He stared at the outrageous act before him. Is it trying to sink the ship? The part of the ship fell to the ground. The beast's powerful counterattack heavily devastated the entire ship. He turned to look at the ship it had wrecked. Tion was furious. You bastard. He charged like a tidal wave, shouting, I will kill you in these ruins. The injured Kana called out weakly to the person in front of her. Mister, she whispered, save me. My leg hurts so much. He turned around, and before her eyes, he ran without looking back, even for a moment. Her tears flowed in despair as she cried out, Mister. Outside the ship, Tion fought the ferocious beast. He put all his strength into a decisive blow to take down this fierce beast. Tion looked at it with suspicious eyes. Why isn't it attacking again? He turned around and noticed the beast's gaze was fixed on the person who had just rushed out of the door. He screamed desperately, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. The beast was gradually becoming more ferocious. It rose up stronger. He shouted, get down. The beast growled and lunged towards Tion. He was attacked by it. The impact so strong it sent him flying, crashing into a rotten wall. Its sharp spines also flew forward, piercing him. And the other guy was also unlucky, unable to dodge in time. He was pierced all over by the sharp spines. Tion saw him collapse, bleeding profusely. He struggled to free himself from the sharp spines. His hand gripped his sword tightly, damn it. My hand. Tion used all his strength to pull out the sharp spine embedded in his leg. The beast stared at him, face to face, its giant leg about to crush him. With all his remaining strength, Tion dodged. He shot up, grabbing the sharp spine on its body. Tion's right hand was bleeding profusely for being pierced by the spine. He used all his might to pull his hand free from the spine, then spun like a whirlwind, dodging its counterattacks. He spun and landed, and stabbed his sword into the monster's rough armor. In response to that blow was its extreme fury. The beast thrashed wildly, causing Tion to lose his balance and fall flat on ground. The fall was so hard it left him exhausted, coughing up blood. He tried to use his last bit of strength to prop himself up with his sword, but couldn't stand firm anymore. The gas cylinder was also empty. Tion staggered towards it. The beast growled. He smiled faintly. You don't look so good either. The sun slowly rose, the pale yellow light illuminating the man and beast facing each other. The beast narrowed its eyes. Tion was surprised, staring at it with a look of astonishment. It gathered all its strength and leaped from the ship, plunging into the calm sea of the dawn. He rushed to the ship's rail, looking down at the water. What? It left. The sea surface gradually returned to its inherent tranquility. Tion collapsed to his knees, his face clearly showing exhaustion. Maybe ocean sea monsters hate sunlight. He turned back towards the completely destroyed ship and asked, are you okay? Kana called Tion. He helped her out of the wreckage. The sun had risen. Kana asked, did you kill it? Tion replied dejectedly, not yet. Then he added, it was full, so it left because of the sunlight. She asked worriedly, will it come back? He replied, it's hard to say. They both watched the sun slowly rise higher. He said cheerfully, at least it's nice that we got to see a new day begin, right? She lowered her head. I don't know anymore. Kana said angrily, my parents were both killed by that thing. She fell down. He quickly comforted her. That's not an easy thing to go through. On the rippling sea, the sun had just risen. The harpooners of the Busan Corporation arrived in droves. Their ship was surrounded on all sides by the Busan Corporation, but they weren't here to save us. They came to take the relics. The commander offered a condition. In exchange for the relics, I will give you stable treatment. He spoke incessantly. Sign here, and you will become a citizen of the Busan Federation. She replied indifferently. I've lost my entire home and family. He seemed extremely pleased by the other person's loss. Congratulations, Kana, on cooperating with the Busan Federation. She continued, but I am the only survivor welcomed aboard the Busan Federation ship. They were extremely excited to see the monster's claw with their own eyes. The harpooners were the heroes of the Busan citizens. Some of them shouted, "Look at its claw." They couldn't stop marveling at how huge the thing in front of them was. The harpooners had defeated one of the 7 sea monsters, and they had also recovered the relics. Kana looked at them, her heart full of sadness. They didn't care at all about the people who had lost their lives in this incident. To these people, the refugees were not their problem. Kana overheard some harpooners talking. Refugees are simple. They just operate freely, trying to seek citizenship. Who would have thought they'd find Masuda's relics? Dohu couldn't stop laughing triumphantly at this top-secret information. Yesterday, the refugees who were killed sent us a distress signal. He laughed. You know what I said? Denied. Kana was curious. What? The smile on Dohu's lips widened. When they're all dead, we just come and take the relics. It's very simple. She was shocked to hear this. Auntie, the 2 harpooners turned towards the sound. Kana held a sharp, broken piece of a wine bottle. Her voice was as cold as ice. What did you say? You waited for us to be killed by that sea monster. The smile on Doha's lips was full of mockery. Well, isn't it the girl who survived the attack? He sneered. How does it feel to trade your parents' lives to become a citizen? Huh? Kana couldn't believe what she had just heard. She rushed forward, shouting, "Go to hell." Doha slapped her hard across the face. Kana fell to the ground after the slap. He grabbed her by the throat, looking at her with eyes full of mockery and sarcasm. You refugees are just savages. Listen carefully. He took out handcuffs. His voice was threatening. Resisting a harpooner is a crime. She was dragged by them to the jail. He declared, I can execute you right here if I want to. Their hatred was as deep as hell. Let me teach you our martial law. He stared at her. The harpooners are justice. She found it ridiculous. Justice. She looked at them with hatred, her eyes as sharp as daggers. You cowards turned your backs when we called for help, and you call yourselves justice? Hearing those words, Dohu threw a punch at the frail girl. He shouted, How dare you? They rushed in, relentlessly beating her with force, her face mercilessly trampled by them. The more he hit, the more frenzied he became, shouting, Let me teach you how to behave. Dohu turned around and saw his arrival. They were all stunned, surprised by his presence. He exclaimed, Tian. He was furious. Turning into a whirlwind, they were sent flying by the vortex. The nearby wall also began to crumble from the strong impact. Kana was stunned. She stared intently at his enraged face. He shouted, What the hell is this? Are you beating up an injured girl? You idiots! She called out pitifully, Tian. He was angry for being attacked by Tian. Dohu roared, Tian, you bastard. You're obstructing a harpooner in the line of duty. Tian asked him, A harpooner? You call this duty? He became more emboldened. That's what it is. Tian looked at them angrily. Let me teach you what happens when you break the law. They were frightened by his intimidating presence. One of them quickly said, Let's go, Dohu. We're no match for him. Dohu stared at Tian, his voice full of warning that don't cross the line. You're strong, but you're just a civilian. As they were leaving, they looked back and said, If you keep that attitude, get ready to be fish food, Tian. He didn't care at all. Tian turned back to look at her, asking, Are you okay, girl? The sky over the sea was clear blue. And she looked at the vast sea before them. Kana, this place isn't really that different from the refugee ship. The strong prey on the weak. A bird carrying its prey symbolized what he wanted her to understand. The only difference is that here, we have to fight against people instead of sea monsters, he advised her. To survive, you have to become strong. She calmly asked back, How do I become a harpooner? Tian was surprised by her question. You want to become a harpooner? He scratched his head, thinking it's not easy. Most candidates fail. She replied calmly, I'll do it even if it kills me. Her expression steelied, I'll fight to the end. I will become a harpooner by any means necessary. She smiled coldly, and then I will kill every single sea monster in this world. He called her Kana. The more she spoke, the more passionate she became. And then an image of her standing in the ranks of the harpooners appeared. I finally became a harpooner. Since they no longer distinguished between civilians and the elite. Thinking back to the image of Tian fighting the sea monster, she thought, just like him. She shared her wish that I want to become a harpooner like him. Kana looked at him, her voice steely, so we made a promise. The scene shifts to Kana, sitting by the window, her heart heavy. I still owe him. Kana remembered Tianma. She remembered Boda and Lita and thought, You sent your children here. She was sad I will protect them. The sea was bathed in the pale, golden light of dawn. The ship's loudspeaker announced, "The Busan Federation is now safe from storms and sea monsters." Along with the announcement was the image of the people on the ship bustling about that we choose to fulfill our duty, to carry out the great plan, to revive the Busan Corporation, to lead us to a brighter future. Deep inside the ship, at the scrapyard, the scrap truck driver was startled. "What? I can't hear you." Boda shouted, "I want to find a job." The driver pondered. "That might be difficult, kid. You're too young. I'm not sure." Boda was sad. "I'm very sorry. The work here is very heavy, even for adults." He replied, "Okay." Boda looked at the list of jobs he could apply for on this ship, lost in thought. Maybe no one will hire me for heavy manual labor, huh? Boda continued to look for a job, thinking I should find a job that doesn't require a lot of physical strength. He went to the kitchen area that I don't hire refugees. "Look somewhere else, kid." He was dejected. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice to his right. "Help me, please." It was an old beggar woman that I haven't eaten all day. Please help. Seeing her, he rummaged through his pocket and found 2 small coins. He dropped them into the old woman's can. Boda sat down and looked at her. "That's all I have." "Thank you." He looked at her, smiling. "I haven't found a job yet, so I can only give you this much. Later, when I have a job, I'll give you more." The old woman praised him. "You're a good boy." She gave Boda something. "This is a token of my gratitude." He asked, "What is it?" The old woman placed some seeds in Boda's hand. "Seeds are a symbol of hope. They should belong to a child like you instead of an old woman like me." He took the seed from the old beggar woman's hand. "Thank you." Boda clenched his fist, thinking happily, "Hope. For some reason, I feel much better." In the room, on the bed, was a pile of silver that the 2 siblings had just poured out. Lita's eyes widened in surprise at the amount of money they had. "We've spent half the money in just 1 week. Does that mean we won't have any more grilled sardines to eat? You have to get a job right away." He remembered what Mr. Kehoe said when he was looking for a job. "Everyone here has to work and pay taxes. If you can't pay, you'll be kicked out. So you'd better find a job soon." Boda sighed, dejected. "I know, but no one will hire me." He turned to look at his sister, smiling reassuringly. "We can't live like this forever. We can probably only eat grilled sardines once a day." The little girl looked at her brother, pouting. "You wasted money on strange seeds." She covered her face in panic. "I can't give up sardines. We should ask the low-level staff member." Mr. Kehoe entered the siblings' room. He asked the boy, "Boda, have you found a job yet?" Lita exclaimed, "It's the low-level mister." He continued, "What? They all rejected you." He looked ahead. "Looks like there's no choice. I'll have to step in." Mr. Kehoe asked him with a serious look, "Boda, the job is a bit dangerous. Do you want to do it?" Boda replied happily right away, without a moment's hesitation. "Absolutely." In the workshop, the lowest pump level, Hyodong looked at the file and asked Kehoe, "This kid, healthy, young, strong, huh?" "You say so." He glared at Kehoe. "Since when should I hire kids for this job? Bring me some other refugees." Kehoe explained, "Come on, old man. You'll have to use people of this kid's size eventually." He patted the boy's shoulder. "Flex for me, kid." Boda tried to flex there. "See?" Kehoe gestured. "Look at this arm. It was born to be a plumber." Hyodong was helpless against Kehoe's praise. He looked at Boda. All right. I can give you a trial." The boy was excited. "Great. Thank you, old man." Mr. Kehoe reminded him, "Work hard, Boda." He replied immediately, "Definitely." He reminded the boy, "What did I say is the most important thing here?" Boda quickly replied, "Money." Kehoe turned his face away, instructing the boy, "Sea monsters might be the scariest thing in the water, but on the ship, poverty is the scariest thing." As he walked up the stairs, he turned back to give instructions on what the boy needed to know. The Federation will protect people from storms and sea monsters, but it can't protect people from poverty and disease. Don't forget that. Boda was surprised, but he quickly replied to him, "Ah, yes." Mr. Hyodong shouted, "Hey kid, what are you waiting for? Get to work now." Boda replied immediately, "Yes, sir." The workers in the workshop were repairing the water pipes. A coworker reminded Boda, "We're replacing the old pipes with new ones." Suddenly, a water pipe burst, covering him in waste. A worker in the workshop wondered, "Ugh, what's that smell?" Another one took out the blueprint to check. "That's strange. The blueprint doesn't say there's a sewage pipe here." He rushed to Mr. X. "Boss, this pile of pipes is a mess. None of them fit." Hyodong replied to him, "Then make them fit, you idiot." Boda was hosed down by everyone. Hyodong told him, "We can't find matching parts for this 100-year-old ship anymore." The boy was surprised. 100 years old. Hyodong carried a pipe. Old man Hyodong is a veteran. He's been doing this job for over 40 years, so he knows a lot about the history of this ship. Boda wondered who built this huge ship. He replied, humans, when they were still on land. Hyodong recalled the bustling city of the past. They could build ships much bigger than this. It used to be a great society. Earth and the Milky Way. They couldn't stop the comets from crashing down. Ice fragments continuously fell after the comets collided with the moon. Fierce lightning and rain poured down on the city, and the sea level rose significantly. That was the result of a continuous rain that lasted for 70 years. The city was submerged in water. My God, the water level rose and then rose again. The boats floated on the sea. Then people decided to link the boats together, creating a scene of a giant ship floating on the sea. And people named it the Busan Federation, with the hope of one day returning to Busan. A crew member on the ship shared with Boda, "This boat is even older than Mr. Hyodong. If we can't maintain it, it will sink sooner or later." He said with a serious face, "I'm not old. I'm still full of energy." Boda's eyes widened. I can see it. The scene of people working busily. Thanks to these people working hard day after day, Lita and I can continue our lives in the Busan Federation. He raised his hand, showing his determination. "All right, I'll contribute with them too." Boda happily hammered the nails. "I'll make sure the Busan Federation never sinks. I'll be a part of them." He looked out at the ship on the sea. "Then Lita and I will be able to stay here forever." Suddenly he felt his feet get wet. Water. He panicked. "What's happening?" A crew member on the ship shouted, "A flood?" "Mr. Hyodong, what's happening?" He replied, "Boss, the third pipe is leaking, causing the water to overflow." Hyodong shouted loudly, "What are you waiting for? Plug it up quickly." The worker looked at him fearfully, "But that pipe is too deep down. We'll have to remove all the pipes above it to get to it. Once we do that, more water will flood out." He yelled straight in his face, "Stupid, who does it that way? I'm just doing what I was told." The pipes were breaking more and more, causing the water to flow more and more fiercely. The water knocked all three of them over, flooding the entire workshop. The broken pipes were getting more and more out of control. Mr. Hyodong exclaimed in horror, "This is bad." The water from the broken pipe is still flowing out. Lita was watering the plant. "Drink up, little plant." The little girl said cheerfully, "I'm sure Boda will be very surprised to see this place has been cleaned up." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Boda. She opened the door, welcoming him cheerfully. "Did you get a job?" Doho looked at Lita. "A pleasure, young lady." He patted her head. "You must be Lita." Doho looked at her. "You look just like your mother, you know?" She was surprised. "You know my mother?" He nodded. "Yes, I knew her well." Dohu smiled slyly. "I'm an old friend of your father's." In the workshop, water was everywhere. The water submerged the workshop. Boda was frustrated. "The water is rising." Mr. Hyodong was furious. "It'll all be over if the water reaches the engine room." He instructed everyone, "I'm going inside the pipe. Hand me the tools." A crew member quickly intervened. "That's impossible, sir." He advised, "You can't fit in there with your size." Boda looked at him. "Let me." He said decisively, "I can do it." Hyodong was stunned. "What?" He scoffed. "What a joke." Hyodong's eyes were sharp as ice. "That's not a job for a newbie like you." Boda stepped forward. "The pipe, but besides me, no one else can fit inside that pipe." He quickly shouted, "Boda, what are you doing?" The boy had already dived into the water. Splash. Boda wriggled and slipped in the water pipe with ease. "Just follow the pipe." He discovered, is that it? Before him was a tangled mess of pipes. "Which pipe is it? Where should I go now?" He shone his light around frantically. "They're not connected." Above the water, everyone was worried sick. "Well, the situation is screwed. There's no way to dive down and save that kid. If we can't find him, he'll kick the bucket from drowning." Hyodong yelled, "Move your asses." Boda froze. "Why are there so many pipes? Should I turn back?" The boy tormented himself. "Damn it, why am I so useless?" The flashlight beam accidentally hit a water pipe. As his hand touched the mouth of the pipe, the whole group gathered around and banged on the pipe with gusto. "Harder, brothers." "Go, go." "Bota, here, here." Boda looked into the pipe. "This way? They're showing me the way." Boda took a deep breath and plunged into that pipe, suddenly seeing some water bubbles. Boda surfaced, feeling fine, then dived down again. "There's not much time left. I have to hurry." He found it. Here. He shone his light forward. Found it. Boda tried to break the obstruction. It turned out to be a pile of garbage. He hit the weak spot of the pipe, right on the mark, right here. Boda took a hit to the nose with garbage. "I can't breathe." His hand couldn't hold the iron bar because the water pressure was too strong. so he was swept away. Suddenly, a small whirlpool appeared on the water surface. Hyodong spotted it immediately. The old man ran over to examine the spot where the whirlpool was forming. Then he wondered, why isn't that kid swimming out? Did he get lost? 12 minutes passed. At this moment, Boda was struggling underwater, his arms and legs flailing wildly. He opened his mouth, water rushed in, his throat started to gurgle. In his mind, he was desperate. It's over, too far, I can't breathe. He felt like he was about to die, his hands clutching his throat, his vision blurred. The last thought flashed through his mind, am I going to die here? Then he gave up, his limbs went limp, his whole body slowly sinking. Meanwhile, Hyodong was still trying to break the spot where the whirlpool was forming, each blow landing with deadly force. A worker looked at his watch. It's been 18 minutes. He shouted down the drain pipe, Boda, come out. Get out of there quickly, Boda. The other people could only look and shake their heads in dismay. One person came forward to stop him. It's been 26 minutes, boss. Let it go. Hyodong threw the wrench to the ground, holding his head in regret. No way, it's my fault, kid. Just then, suddenly there was a sound of water bubbling from the drain pipe. Then Boda emerged, to the utter astonishment, bewilderment, and shock of everyone. As soon as he surfaced, he coughed violently. His eyes were wide. He was gasping for air, his face as green as a banana leaf from his narrow escape from death. A man spoke up, amazing, that was 30 minutes. This kid can hold his breath for a full 30 minutes. Suddenly, Hyodong rushed forward and hugged Boda tightly. He squeezed so hard that the boy spat out all the water in his stomach. After that, he pinched Boda's cheek, grinning from ear to ear, this kid. You made me think you were a goner. How'd you do it? Did you find an air pocket? The boy raised his hand to cover his nose and replied, yes, without it, I would have been a goner. Everyone else also gathered around joyfully. Well done, you're a real master. You had us worried sick, kid. Thank God you're alive. Hyodong ruffled his hair and said, this is exactly what I need to get you on the team. Boda's eyes went wide and his mouth dropped open in surprise. Then he asked, so I got the job, old man? The old man replied immediately, exactly. Suddenly, someone interjected, you're a real lifesaver. We were almost at our wits' end since Mickey left. That man was then roasted alive by his colleagues for his big mouth. Then everyone threw a party to welcome Boda to the team. Mr. Hyodong cheered, let's party everyone. Welcome our new member. Everyone joined in, welcome Boda. He held a cup of warm water, a bright smile on his face. He felt a strange warmth in his heart, thinking to himself, so warm. This is great. I have to get back to the Federation right away. In the evening, the market was still as crowded as an anthill, people coming and going. Boda was carrying a large bag of food. Then he ran as fast as he could, his heart filled with joy. I got a job. Lita will be so happy. Then he quickly returned to the small house of the two siblings. As he cheerfully opened the door, Lita, I'm home. He suddenly saw his sister sitting huddled in the middle of the room. Lita looked at him, her eyes filled with anxiety and worry. Boda asked in confusion, Lita, are you hurt somewhere? Then the little girl suddenly screamed, Run, Boda. But he still didn't understand what was going on, just asking in confusion what. Immediately after, a hand reached out from somewhere. It slammed his head against the door, the bag of food scattering everywhere. Dohu, a cunning man, his eyes wide. Got you, Bodama. He looked at the notice he was holding. My heart almost jumped out of my chest when I saw your name on this paper. Then he turned to look at Boda, his expression as cunning as a fox, the eldest son of Tianma. Bodama, I'll never forget that name. Suddenly, he delivered a swift kick to the boy's stomach, causing Boda to cry out in pain. Then he grabbed his hair, forcing him to look up at him. Your father died fighting a monster, didn't he? He pulled harder. Too bad for you. I was planning on sending him off myself. As he spoke, a savage, brutal look appeared in his eyes. Boda trembled like a leaf. Then Dohu continued, your father betrayed the Busan Federation. This statement shocked Boda to the core. His mind was in turmoil. My father, what? At that moment, Lita rushed over and hugged him. Boda, and Dohu uttered a sentence that sent a chill down his spine. Welcome back. You're the son of a traitor, kid. Dohu kicked him straight in the face, causing Boda's head to hit the wall. He even deliberately ground his foot, pressing harder. He grabbed his leg, strongly refuting, my father is not that kind of person. My father is a true harpooner, someone who protects everyone. Dohu heard this and smirked. Protects everyone, huh? Then, he went on a long tirade. The Leviathan Purger, the legendary 6-star harpooner. He must have been playing the hero out there when he was at sea with you too. Dohu glared. Listen carefully. There's a truth your father never wanted to talk about. Then he asked again, you said you haven't seen him for 10 years, right? You must have been at sea all that time, huh? This question reminded him of the time he had asked the same thing. Dad, are you sure there's anyone else alive out here besides us? At that time, Tian had answered, I'm sure, son. They're just out there somewhere, but the ocean that separates us is too vast. Remembering his father's gentle smile, Boda replied, tremblingly, no way. Dohu saw this and laughed gleefully, then affirmed, he's been hiding from us. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Suddenly, he took off his glove and said, did he think we would forget about it after 10 years? As he took it off, his hand was not normal flesh and blood, but mechanical components. Dohu held it up for the boy to see. Take a good look at what your father did to his comrade. Tianma, the murderer who killed countless harpooners in the Busan Federation. He even incited a riot. The words hit Boda like a thunderbolt. He was stunned. Father, a murderer? At this moment, another man held him tightly by the neck, while Dohu asked, someone has to pay the price for that crime, right? For your father. As he spoke, his mechanical hand moved closer to the boy. It gripped Boda's entire face, the sharp nails digging into his skin. Lita saw her brother being treated like this and couldn't help but scream, stop. Suddenly, there was a strange noise from outside. Dohu immediately ordered, all units, take positions. At this moment, the loudspeaker also announced, emergency situation. Emergency situation. All hands to battle stations. People started to panic. Sea monsters. We're under attack. Hearing this, everyone scattered in terror. The subordinate also said in surprise, sea monsters. Dohu glared at him. At this moment, the small boats were moving. Ahead were dozens of terrifying sea monsters. Suddenly, a command was given. They're about to breach the Busan Federation. Speed up. A terrified person screamed. They're here. The boats were getting closer and closer to the monsters, and they were slowly emerging from the water. The soldiers tried to fire at them. However, the sea monster was not only unharmed, but also turned to attack them. It lunged forward, devouring one person, then continued to tear apart other unfortunate victims. The crowd continued to surround and fire. One person shouted, die. Just then, the sea monster opened its mouth and lunged at him. Then it pierced their ship and made its way into the cockpit, causing everyone to panic run. However, someone couldn't run in time and was swallowed by the sea monster. Inside the ship, earth-shattering sounds began to echo, stunning everyone. The people trembled in fear, not knowing what their fate would be. Suddenly, a large hole was torn in the ceiling, revealing an empty space, making everyone even more afraid. Inside that hole was an eye as big as a car tire, staring at them. Then a series of sea monsters crawled in, roaring loudly. Outside, dozens of others also rushed in, frantically tearing at the ship. The others who saw this scene were terrified. The ship is slowly sinking. It's over. We're really done for this time. Run faster. If you get left behind, it's game over. The sea monsters started to chase them. The loudspeaker announced, all hands ready. All hands ready. The subordinate urged, Captain Dohu, we have to go now. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Why at a time like this? Then he threatened, I'll see you again soon, kid. I'll make your life a living hell right here. As he spoke, he slowly closed the door. Boda held his sister tightly. Outside, the door was also locked by them. Lita hugged her brother, sobbing, I'm so scared, Boda. He was tense. That bastard is really dangerous. We have to get out of here. At this moment, Kana announced, the scout unit is being attacked by sea eel monsters. Move faster, faster. They gathered together, waiting for the countdown, 3, 2, 1, then charged forward in unison. With their advanced support machines, Kana's team stood shoulder to shoulder. They used surfboards to rush out to sea. At this moment, she assigned tasks. Run, you provide cover on the deck. The rest of you, flank with me. Everyone replied in unison, Roger that. Let's go. Then they charged straight towards the monsters. The others were still trying to resist. They're about to catch up. Try to hold on a little longer. The harpooners are coming. Run spread his arms, and his weapon immediately appeared. He drove the speedboat at full speed, approaching the back of the ship, then suddenly leaped high into the air, preparing to deliver a punch to the monster. He punched it right between the eyes. The sea monster's 2 eyes bulged out. Then it was pierced through, its entire body exploding into pieces, leaving only fragments. Run finished the job and landed lightly on the ground. He smiled smugly. First blood, then he targeted other objectives. His mechanical arm fanned out countless sharp spikes. He stared at the monster. With just one punch, he sent a whole bunch of monsters to their doom at the same time. After finishing, he didn't forget to count the number. Suddenly, someone shouted, "It's Run. Kana's team is here." Everyone was overjoyed. "Save us, Run." Run quickly shouted, "It's not safe yet, fall back." Suddenly, he noticed a strange green liquid on his arm. There was a pile of it on the floor too. Everyone was confused. What the hell is that? Run guessed slime. At this moment, Kana's team was continuously firing. Sharp harpoons flew, piercing the monsters, but it seemed they were blocked by a strange layer of slime. They immediately realized the harpoons are useless. The monsters are secreting some kind of weird slime. They're trying to capsize the boat. Run shouted, "Everyone run. It's not safe to stay here." Suddenly, the slime stuck to a person, and he screamed in terror. Just then, a monster suddenly lunged forward. He thought he was done for, but luckily, Kana appeared in time. She did a flip in the air and used her blades to slash the monsters to pieces. Kana made short work of them, then quickly sped away. The man from before breathed a sigh of relief. "That was close. I'm safe." Suddenly, Run called, "Kana." She only had time to give a few instructions. "Lure the sea monsters somewhere else. You have to ensure everyone's safety, Run." Then she took a glass tube from her pocket. "Dr. Foy's serum for me." She hesitated for a moment. "Will this be okay?" Then she crushed the glass tube in her hand. The monsters seemed to smell the blood. They immediately turned their heads in that direction and frantically chased after Kana. Seeing this, she felt a little relieved. Good, they're reacting to it. The monsters followed relentlessly. Meanwhile, a sewer pipe on the ship was clanging. Then the cap popped off, and Boda and Lita crawled out of the sewer pipe. The little girl was scared. "I'm afraid of heights." He said, "Don't look down, Lita." After that, the two siblings clung to the wall, slowly crawling along the pipe. At the railing, Boda jumped down first and held out his hand. "Just a little more." "Give me your hand." Lita jumped into his arms. The little girl sighed in relief. "We did it." He felt a little tired and said, "Lita, can you get down?" At this moment, the crowd was enthusiastically cheering. "Kana? Kana." The little girl wondered, "Kana, is that the person who saved us that time?" The two of them moved closer to see. They saw her being chased by the monsters, surrounded by deafening cheers. "Go, Kana! Kana!" Boda's jaw dropped in amazement. She's being chased by the sea monsters, and she was concentrating intensely. Not yet. Just a little more. A monster suddenly surged forward, getting close. Kana nimbly jumped up, dodging its snap. She gritted her teeth, then suddenly raised her two blades. "Now, do it." Immediately after, a machine was activated. Then it spewed fire in all directions. The large fire quickly engulfed the monsters, incinerating all of them. The sea monsters struggled to escape, screaming desperately. Then they were burned and sank to the bottom. Everyone's jaw dropped at the sight. Boda too. He stared without blinking. 3-star harpooner, Kana. Run smiled in praise. "What a badass warrior." Everyone shouted in unison, "Thank you, Kana. You saved us." Then came resounding cheers. She raised a blade, responding to the crowd's cheers. The warriors who fight sea monsters to protect their territory. She is one of those harpooner warriors. Suddenly, Boda remembered Dohu's words. "Listen carefully. There's a truth your father never wanted to hear again. He is a murderer who killed countless other harpooners from the Busan Federation." He was confused. A murderer. A warrior. So what kind of person was his father? What should he do now? Night gradually fell. In Boda's room, Dohu and his cronies discovered that the two siblings had escaped. He gritted his teeth. Little rats. They escaped through the water pipes. Then he picked up a shoe, cursing foully, then ordered, "Find them for me. Even if you have to take them out at all costs, bring them back here." Meanwhile, Boda and his sister were in hiding. He was confused, but where do we go now? Then he took Lita's hand and ran. Suddenly, he heard people shouting, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" People were confused. What's going on? Someone said, "I think the harpooners are looking for someone." Boda heard this, and his heart pounded. His legs trembled. Are they talking about me? Thinking this, he immediately pulled his sister and fled. He ran as fast as he could, with only one thought in his mind. I have to hide. I can't let them find me. Lita cried out, "Boda, my hand hurts." But he was too preoccupied to notice, running and worrying. Where do we go now? The Federation is so big, but there's no place for the two of us on this giant ship. When they reached a place, he suddenly saw that group of people already standing there searching. They scanned their eyes, observing everywhere. The two siblings froze, terrified. After that, they had to try to walk normally. However, suddenly someone said, "There she is," which made the two of them jump. Next, he said, "Come here, follow us quietly." The old woman trembled and said, "Take her away. She's very tired." Boda squeezed through the crowd to look and suddenly realized it was the old woman he had given some money to before. At that time, he had said, "This is all I have." The old woman thanked him and gave him some seeds, then smiled kindly. "Consider this a gift of gratitude. These seeds represent hope. I think this should belong to a child like you rather than an old woman like me." Now, she was sobbing. Bodo wondered, is that the old woman who gave me the seeds? Why are they dragging her away? The people around them were sympathetic. I heard she owes 3 months of taxes. Poor woman. Are they going to kick her out? He asked the woman, "Kick her out, but where to?" She replied, "They'll put her on a raft and push her away. It's almost like they're going to kill her." Most of the people who have been treated like this become food for sea monsters. As they were about to take the old woman away, someone stopped them. He offered, "Let me pay this month's taxes for her. The rules are important, but we can't just abandon her. Let her go just this once." The others agreed. "That's right, let her go. How can she survive out there for even a day?" The group of men were pressured, gritting their teeth, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Dohu appeared. He asked, "What's all the noise about?" Seeing this, Boda immediately pulled his sister to hide behind a man. And this guy crossed his arms, his tone indifferent. "You'll pay for her?" The kind man replied, "Yes." He growled, "Are you trying to defy the laws of the Busan Federation? All right, we'll let it slide this time. But who will pay for her next month? And the month after that, and the month after that, and then what?" Dohu pointed at the man, continuously pressing him. "Will you continue to pay for her?" He stammered, not knowing how to answer. Dohu gritted his teeth. "Do you think the Busan Federation can survive if it's full of citizens who can't pay their taxes? Answer me. Who will fulfill this old woman's duty?" Everyone panicked, bowing their heads. At this moment, Boda remembered his father's words. "There were hunters where my father used to live." And he also remembered when he faced Dohu. "Father, you were wrong. The hunters fight sea monsters to protect their territory. They don't protect people without money. I am one of them." He began to feel confused. What? So what kind of hunter was my father? The father he knew was a good person. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Get up." The old woman pleaded in fear, "Please don't do this. Just give her some time." He shouted, "Never break the Federation's law. We are safe from storms and sea monsters, thanks to the existence of the Busan Federation." Everyone panicked, bowing their heads. At this moment, Boda remembered his father's words. "There were hunters where my father used to live." And he also remembered when he faced Dohu. "Father, you were wrong. The hunters fight sea monsters to protect their territory. They don't protect people without money. I am one of them." He began to feel confused. What? So what kind of hunter was my father? The father he knew was a good person. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Get up." The old woman pleaded in fear, "Please don't do this. Just give her some time." He shouted, "Never break the Federation's law. We are safe from storms and sea monsters, thanks to the existence of the Busan Federation." Boda was angry. No, they continued to preach, "The existence of laws is to protect this place. We hunters are here for that." Then he ordered, "Take the old woman away." Boda bravely spoke up, "Let her go." He saw the boy and was overjoyed. "It's Boda." The old woman turned her head, whispering for him to run. Boda said firmly, "My father told me that hunters are ocean warriors who protect people." Dohu was angry. "What's your opinion?" He continued to speak the truth. "You people torture others and then take them away. Who throws an old woman into the water and calls themselves a hunter?" He angrily slapped the boy hard across the face. "Learn to live with your beliefs. You dare challenge me?" Dohu grimaced, gritting his teeth, saying he is a hunter who has dedicated his life and loyalty to the Federation. Then he asked if the boy wanted to try him. With that, he kicked Boda hard in the stomach. Everyone on the ship was terrified. As for the boy, though injured, he bravely retorted, "A hunter isn't necessarily the one who keeps the ship afloat. I've seen that clearly. The reason this ship still exists is thanks to the dedication of everyone." Boda shouted, "Stop taking credit, you delusional hunters. I've seen it all. It's not the Federation protecting the people, but the people carrying this Federation." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Boda continued to speak, "Protectors of the ship, huh? Hiding behind others and waiting for them to carry you is quite impressive." Dohu was furious by now. He stomped the boy's head to the ground. Then he cursed, like father, like son. In the future, you'll follow in your father's footsteps and become a traitor too. Boda struggled to sit up, saying that his father could never be a traitor. He rushed forward, grabbed Boda by the collar, and shouted, "Who here doesn't know your father was a traitorous murderer?" People whispered, "Tianma, is that Tianma's son?" At that moment, Lita rushed up to pull his hand, but was thrown to the ground by Dohu. Seeing this, Boda angrily kicked him down. He held his face in outrage, asking if the boy dared to defy and attack a hunter. Then he pulled out his gun, pointing it straight at the two siblings. The old woman screamed, "Spare them," but he had already fired continuously. Immediately, the piercing sound of clashing metal rang out. Kana moved swiftly, blocking the incoming bullets. Her eyes were full of killing intent and vigilance. Kana stood protectively in front of the two siblings. Her appearance startled the opponent. Kana. The group next to him was just as surprised. "It's Kana." Kana. Dohu frowned, his expression slightly displeased. The soldiers behind him were also surprised by her action. "Kana, are you crazy?" Dohu frowned, his voice thick with anger. "You are obstructing a superior officer in the line of duty." Kana's eyes were resolute as she replied, "This boy did nothing wrong." Hearing this, Dohu sneered sarcastically, "You always have a soft spot for refugees, don't you? Are you planning to adopt this kid now too?" Kana pressed her lips together in silence, saying nothing. Seeing that stubborn expression, Dohu grew even angrier. "Wait," he seemed to realize something, his eyes scrutinizing. "You knew from the beginning he was Tianma's son, didn't you?" This time, Kana remained silent, but her eyes were more guarded. The two looked at each other warily, the atmosphere suddenly becoming frighteningly silent. Finally, Dohu couldn't stand Kana's stubborn face and silence and attacked first. Kana quickly raised her hand to block the blow. Seeing this, Dohu became even angrier, muttering a curse. Very quickly, Kana spun around, gently counterattacking before her opponent could react. Dohu was startled, glancing at the wound on his face. When he came to his senses, he roared in anger, "Damn it, you bitch." Kana ignored his reaction and continued to charge forward. Her agile and gentle attacks continuously overwhelmed the opponent. Dohu gritted his teeth, trying to block Kana's fierce attacks. After a while of struggling, Kana gathered all her strength. A finishing blow struck straight at Dohu. This blow also sent him flying back quite a distance. Dohu smiled, raising his iron arm, which was covered in slashes and smoking. "So this is your true nature?" The onlookers could only stare with wide eyes, utterly astonished. Dohu felt the situation was not good and signaled for everyone to charge. "Kana, you are under arrest for treason." The soldiers quickly raised their weapons, surrounding Kana. She lowered her eyes slightly. It was unclear what she was planning. Dohu smiled provocatively. "No matter how strong you are, you can't fight against numbers." As soon as he finished speaking, Kana raised her gun. Their faces immediately went blank with a hint of fear. Not letting them wait long, Kana fired continuously forward. Dohu's men were terrified, covering their heads and ducking, screaming nonstop. But it seemed her target wasn't them, but the electrical box in the distance. Just a moment later, the electrical box exploded. The entire cellar was plunged into darkness, the soldiers' faces blank as they hadn't adjusted. Dohu gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it," he shouted an order, "block all exits." But as soon as he finished speaking, in the distant darkness, only screams and the clash of metal could be heard. Dohu turned his head, shouting with both worry and anger, "Where is she?" Right at the exit, a soldier was already waiting. He raised his sword, shouting a threat, "Stop, surrender now." But his response was a knee from Kana as she led the group behind her. Kana didn't look back, only coldly reminded them, "If you want to live, stick close to me." The boy immediately replied with excitement. Right after, two other soldiers appeared. They charged forward together. Kana nimbly dodged and then executed a leg sweep. They were thrown into the air, and Kana took a stance, delivering a blow from midair. She frowned, her lips pressed tightly, as the two soldiers fell gently in front of her. Without waiting long, Kana continued to lead them on their way. Boda looked back in a daze as he walked. The two soldiers weren't dead, just lying flat on the ground groaning. Kana explained as she walked, "I just knocked them out temporarily. Don't worry, they're not dead." After running for a while, another soldier spotted them. "Over here, they're outside." Dohu quickly led his soldiers in pursuit, bringing the harpoons. "Don't let them escape." At that moment, another group in a corner called out urgently. Over here, Kana. Boda was startled and called out, Mr. Personnel Manager. He quickly pointed inside. Right here, he was a little scared. Kana, I can't believe it. Do you know what you just done? Kana just replied faintly, I had no choice. Then, she instructed, go. I'm leaving her here with you. There should be some money left in my room. The old woman was slightly moved. Thank you so much. Then she turned to look at her young grandson. To Boda's surprise, the old woman placed her hand on his head. She said while crying, you will definitely survive. I believe in that. Boda's eyes widened in astonishment. Hearing that, Mao excitedly shouted, Tian saved me. The young man next to him quickly added, me too. Suddenly Kiho looked at Boda coldly. Talking about him here is against the rules, kid. Then he smiled proudly, but we are very happy to protect his son. Boda was moved to the verge of tears. Sir, but the conversation didn't last long. The soldiers had. Caught up, got them. Kana hurriedly led the two children to escape. Run. Kiho also led his people to flee. Very quickly, the soldiers led by Dohu closed the distance. Kana, he raised the gun in his hand, gritting his teeth and closing one eye. The barrel aimed precisely at the person in front. Dohu smirked with pleasure. You're finished, Kana. But something unexpected happened. A large bag of goods fell from the sky, blocking his line of sight. But very quickly, someone from above pulled the bag up. He poked his head out fearfully. Sorry, sir. My hand slipped. Dohu looked at the one who had just ruined his plan, angrily scolding. Do you want to die getting in my way? I'm really sorry. Boda turned his head to look at the other person. He seemed to feel Boda's gaze and turned back to smile. Boda's eyes widened in astonishment. People are helping us. Finally, he understood they didn't hate his father that much. Then, he suddenly looked to the side. Not only that, looking at the determined eyes of the person next to him, he thought to himself, Kana is protecting us too. Thank God. At that moment, gun barrels appeared above their heads. Kana quickly hugged Lida into her arms. Boda was hit by arrows, screaming in pain. Right at that moment, Kana appeared, putting out her hand to block the arrows for him. The soldiers above saw this and shouted a report. Over here, we've got her. To protect the Boda siblings, Kana used her body as a shield. Her body was covered in wounds. Boda shouted worriedly, Kana. She quickly reassured him, don't panic. Boda cried and stammered in pain. Why? Why would he go this far for us? Kana's gaze on him was gentler than before. Boda cried and bowed his head. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Kana looked at him and replied, there's nothing to be sorry for. Her eyes seemed to recall something with a hint of sadness. I'm just repaying an old debt. Boda bit his lip, tears still falling. Kana, she suddenly remembered Tian's words from before. The weak are oppressed by the strong. Her eyes suddenly glistened. Kana murmured, the strong are oppressed by the weak. Tian's advice always echoed in her mind. If you want to survive, you must become strong. Kana glanced at Boda, instructing, if you want to survive, you must become strong. Lida at the side could only look on in confusion, while Boda seemed to understand something. Suddenly, Kana flinched slightly. She quickly turned, protecting the Boda siblings behind her. The sound of footsteps from the distance grew louder. Foolish. Dohu looked mockingly at the three people in front of him. How can you lead them anywhere off this ship? A wicked look appeared in his eyes. Kana pressed her lips together, slowly drawing the sword from her back. Boda gritted his teeth, his face full of hatred, hugging his clueless sister tightly. Kana's posture was resilient, silently encouraging herself. Tian, I have always dedicated everything to my responsibilities. She dragged herself forward, fresh blood dripping with each step. Do you think I'm strong enough now? Her whole body flared with killing intent to protect the children. Dohu's soldiers were a little scared, but he was not. Kana lowered her eyes, as if in thought. Then, she frowned, opening her eyes wide with determination and killing intent. Kana's eyes were filled with murderous rage. Even though she was injured, just looking into those eyes was enough to make the opponent a little worried. Dohu glared at Kana. You bitch, is this how it's going to be? She looked at her opponent without breaking eye contact, coldly calling out, Boda, Lida. He replied with spirit, yes. She didn't turn her head, seeming to know everything here. You kids see that crane behind you? There's a small boat down there. We'll use it to leave. Indeed, a boat had been there on the sea for some time. Seeing the worried faces of the two siblings, she coldly ordered, get there as fast as you can. I'll be there soon. Not forgetting to confirm, Can you do it? Boda understood well, replying yes. Right after, he pulled his sister and started running. Let's go. Dohu saw his prey escaping and hurriedly ordered, fire. Don't let them get away. The soldiers quickly took their firing positions. But unfortunately, Kana was faster, moving like the wind. She quickly and neatly took down 2 soldiers. She was like an agile squirrel, jumping down. Her sharp sword pierced through the wall, cutting a long line. Doa's men could only look up, watching her actions in fear. A moment later, the bridge where 2 other soldiers were standing broke in half. In the end, only scraps of iron remained. The 3 fell as if weightless, along with the terrified screams of the 2 soldiers. Kana glanced behind her. She quickly turned, decisively attacking the chests of the 2. Kana landed gently in front of Doha's men. She stepped back to gain momentum. Then, she quickly shot forward. Here she comes. Doha's men immediately raised their guns. He shouted an order. Come on, men. Show her how law and justice are enforced. Show her what betrayal gets you. Kana realized the situation, quickly using her foot to prop up a piece of iron from the ground. She was like a hero charging through a continuous hail of bullets. But sharp iron nails pierced straight into Kana's iron shield. But with a determined will, Kana quickly approached the soldiers. Dohu was startled to see the nail-studded iron sheet growing larger in front of him. He gritted his teeth, hurriedly drawing his sword, Kana. When the iron sheet was right at eye level, he swung his sword to cut it in half, kill. But surprisingly, there was no one behind the iron sheet. He quickly glanced behind him. Just then, a whirlwind appeared above his head. Kana delivered an extremely powerful blow from the top of his head down. Dohu gritted his teeth to defend, watching the sword slowly cut through his weapon. Seeing this, the soldiers rushed forward together, intending to sneak attack Kana. But they were just small fry. Kana gently waved her hand, and they flew in all directions. She weaved through the crowd. Before they could realize it, the person next to them had already fallen. The soldiers slowly fell, but there weren't many left. They could only stare blankly at their comrades who had fallen before they could even act. Kana frowned. It was unclear what she was planning. The remaining soldiers could only retreat in fear, so strong. This is not good. Boss, a soldier lying flat on the ground, was groaning in pain. Dohu realized her actions and smiled sarcastically. You don't dare to kill them? How can you protect the people being so weak? Kana paid no mind, just replied faintly, is that so? Then, she gently spun the sword in her hand. In a ready-to-attack stance, she coldly asked, so what do you really want? The soldier's eyes widened in fear. Dohu glared and shouted, Kana. He charged forward madly, his face unwilling. Let's see how long you last. Dohu gritted his teeth, raising the weapon in his hand to prepare a counterattack. Kana also refused to back down, quickly preparing. Immediately, the piercing sound of clashing metal rang out. One could feel how powerful the master's blow was. Neither of them gave in, gradually pressing closer to the opponent. Before long, Kana was pushed back. Her injured calf struggled to support her, trembling. Dohu took the opportunity, continuously counterattacking towards Kana. He laughed loudly and provocatively. What's wrong, Kana? Is this all you've got? Kana was silent, but her speed had become much faster. She was like a gust of wind, weaving past Dohu. Just a second later, Dohu's whole body spurted blood. His face still wore a look of bewilderment. His eyes widened, fresh blood spurting from his mouth. Dohu knelt in pain, having to support himself with his sword. Kana coldly ordered, get up. Her eyes were fierce. She asked in a strained voice, you said I couldn't protect the people? Dohu's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe his eyes. What did you do? But even so, he didn't give up, shouting again and rushing towards his opponent, Kana. Her eyes widened in surprise, but she still reacted in time, quickly blocking the opponent's murderous attack. In another place, damp, gloomy pipes, not a soul in sight. The sound of heavy, panting echoed. The 2 Boda siblings were continuously running forward. The kids looked up. This is the crane Kana talked about. Following that, they looked down at the boat floating on the water. The one to use is down there. Boda, is that it? Let's go. The kids had just stopped for a moment when someone appeared. The soldier drew his sword while asking, Lida and Boda, right? They surrounded both ends, trapping the Boda siblings in the middle. The soldier gritted his teeth threateningly. Don't even try to run away. Come with me now. Boda glared, gritting his teeth and growling at him. He quickly picked up his sister. Boda used all his strength, running straight for the railing. The soldier's eyes widened in surprise. Hurriedly trying to stop him, stopped right there, his foot firmly stepped on the railing. To the astonishment of the soldiers, Boda jumped off the railing. What? The two siblings fell extremely fast, as if weightless. Lyta couldn't help but scream in fear. Boda was different. He gritted his teeth to keep from making a sound. His eyes tried to glance down. Very quickly, the two siblings landed on the hanging cargo containers. Seeing this, the soldiers gritted their teeth in anger. You brats. Boda breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, we did it. Lyta cried and scolded. That was so scary. The soldier looked at the two siblings relaxing and got angrier. You little rats. He then turned his head and ordered his comrade, get up there and stop that crane. Yes, sir. Boda crossed his arms, mocking them in your dreams. Lyta also stuck out her tongue and made a face. But as soon as he finished, the other soldier gently jumped down in front of the kids. The two siblings' expressions immediately froze. The soldier frowned, drawing his weapon. In my dreams, huh? He was merciless, looking coldly at the kids. Sorry, I'm just following orders. The Boda's siblings' eyes widened in fear, unable to resist. The lights from inside shone through the glass window. The soldiers were beaten badly, lying everywhere, groaning in pain. The iron hand was also smashed to pieces, severed from its owner's arm. Kana panted, still warily watching the soldiers in front of her. Dohu gasped for breath, leaning back, surrounded by the bodies of his comrades. Even in his current situation, he still smirked provocatively. If you want to, then kill me, Kana. She was silent, staring at him. But when Kana came before him, Dohu held his arm and laughed loudly. His attitude was mocking. You ungrateful type, that's why refugees aren't worth pitying. His eyes were filled with hatred. Useless emotions like pity make it impossible to fight against ruthless bastards like you or Tion. Seeing Kana's expression, he became even more interested. If those seeds and those cups grow up, they will create chaos just like you did. Dohu glanced at her, affirming giving the kids to them was a mistake. I knew about the boat you hid there. There are people waiting for them. Hearing that, Kana's expression immediately changed. The more she heard, the more she imagined the kids' current situation. Tion's kids are probably dead by now. Dohu bared his teeth, smiling confidently about his plan. I've finally killed the traitors, root and branch. Kana's eyes immediately widened with worry. She immediately left Dohu, who was laughing like a madman, and ran to find the Boda's siblings. Dohu laughed happily like a madman. Run away, Kana, before things get worse. Kana pressed her lips together, speeding up. Boda, Lyta. On the other side, as the soldier's attack came down, Boda nimbly dodged. The soldier was slightly startled. This kid, he was a bit disbelieving, staring at the boy in front of him, dodged like a pro. But very quickly, he regained his composure and attacked again. Boda was smart, grabbing the net under the soldier's feet and pulling it hard. Because he was standing on the edge, plus the slipperiness and Boda's strong pull, he fell off the cargo containers. He looked down in fear at the bottomless deep sea. A crash was heard. He fell straight into the water. After managing to get his head up, he threatened angrily, "Don't let me catch you, you brat, if you get caught." But before he could finish, he felt something was wrong, glancing around. Under the dark water, some creature appeared. A sea monster that looked like a frog surfaced, biting into half of his body. The Boda's siblings hugged each other, their eyes wide with shock. The soldier screamed in terror, "Save me." Unfortunately, his cries for help were swallowed by the sea monster before long. The sea monster didn't leave immediately, but lingered around the boat, as if waiting for something. The Boda's siblings were a little scared. That's a sea monster. What should we do? At that moment, a figure appeared above the two siblings. Hearing the sound, the two siblings turned around startled. Kana was tired and panting. The Boda's siblings called out happily, Kana. She was also relieved, "So glad you kids are okay." Boda warned worriedly, "There's a sea monster down there." Kana quickly reassured him, "I can take care of it." She started to climb down, getting into a jumping position. "All right, let's go." Suddenly, a gun barrel appeared from the side of the boat. Kana seemed to have a bad feeling. Boda's jaw also dropped in amazement. A loud explosion rang out before the eyes of all three, and the boat below couldn't escape being involved. Kana gritted her teeth in anger. The Boda's siblings shouted in regret, "No, the boat." Another loud explosion rang out. The boat was torn in half like a thin piece of paper, completely destroyed. The three of them, Kana and the kids, quickly laid down on the cargo container, dodging the flying sparks. Dohu appeared again with a savage laugh. Kana. He laughed mockingly. I told you, where can you run? I told you so. Kana was startled to see the person who appeared, Do. The expression on Dohu's face changed. His eyes were like a madman's. His lips curled cruelly. I've always been annoyed by your presence here. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers seemed to understand, immediately raising their guns at the ready. Dohu frowned, his eyes unchanged. Kana and Boda gritted their teeth in anger, feeling a bit resentful. The soldiers lined up in front of the three, seemingly with no intention of sparing them. Dohu smiled gleefully and ordered, burn them to death. Kana quickly hugged the two Boda children, turning her back to the soldiers. Gunshots rang out continuously in the night. The spikes once again pierced through Kana, new wounds piling on top of old ones. Finally, due to the overly fierce attack, Kana seemed unable to bear it any longer. Boda closed his eyes, only able to scream in fear. All three of them fell freely from the height. A moment later, all three had disappeared beneath the deep water. Boda, Lida, and Kana were unconscious, blood from countless wounds mixing with the seawater. They slowly sank. Perhaps this was the end. Around them was only the pitch black of the sea, eerily quiet. The boy, the girl, and Kana, they were on the verge of death. Suddenly, from the depths of the sea, two beams of light flashed, like the eyes of a monster, shining directly at the three who were slowly sinking. A giant shadow shot forward like an arrow, heading towards where the three were drifting aimlessly. In a flash, the giant object stopped right in front of Boda. Blood from him, Gita, and Kana dyed a whole area of the sea red. Ahead, the giant shadow gradually became clear. It turned out to be a submarine. It stood silently in front of the three floating people. Inside the giant submarine, a man wearing a diving helmet asked the person next to him, Juan, did the wreckage of the burning ship from above fall down? He looked serious and replied, not sure. His eyes looked sharply ahead. Only by doing this will they think they are dead. Kana, the boy, and Gita were unconscious, illuminated by the submarine's lights. They had been saved from a hair's breadth from death. After the near-death experience in the deep sea, time flew by, for years have passed. The sea was calm. The evening sun dyed the fluffy clouds yellow, creating a scene that was both beautiful and sad. Far away on the vast sea after 4 years, a port stood majestically with giant rocks jutting out, looking like castles reaching for the blue sky from a distance. Flocks of seagulls glided towards the port, which looked like a ruin submerged by the sea. This place is called Oasis Port. Oasis Port was built on a giant shipwreck, surrounded by houses, rooms, and bases that had been erected. This large ship, its dark red hull faded and worn by time, still clearly showed the words Union Hong Kong. Everywhere in the port was built with metal. Seagulls flew around. We could see more clearly the age of Oasis Port. The docked ships were also patched together from large iron plates. Behind them were broken rocks stacked on top of each other, with iron poles stuck all over. The lighthouse, or observation tower of Oasis Port, stood majestically amidst the fierce sea. In front of the observation tower were sharp iron poles pointing out to sea to stop sea monsters, their white skeletons still scattered on the iron poles. From one side, on a large rock, the silhouette of a giant sword was stuck firmly down. Getting closer, the appearance of the sword became clear, standing alone on the rock, facing the sea. Moreover, the sword looked old, as if it had gone through countless battles or long days of hard training with its master. At this moment, a strong hand gripped the hilt of the sword. A close-up image of a confident young man appeared, taking his sword. He is the boy from 4 years ago, who nearly died at the bottom of the cold sea, now has become strong. Boda, 17 years old. Under the clear blue sky, in a peaceful atmosphere, Boda, 17 years old, with fair skin, a determined gaze, carrying a sword on his back, looked incredibly cool. The boy, holding a crossbow, jumped into the sea, diving deep into the ruins. He didn't wear an oxygen tank, but still nimbly dived down to the old ruins. On his way down to explore, he swam past two people in full diving gear, also searching in the ruins. At a certain point, he slowly stopped swimming inside. Suddenly, he stopped halfway, floating in the water, his mind thinking again, they won't believe me if I'm too weak. That must be it. Boda thought for a moment, then swam quickly into the old room, thinking as he swam, I'd better find it. Suddenly, he noticed something turned his head, and changed direction to swim towards it. A rusty iron door had caught Boda's attention. He looked at it for a moment. After observing for a while, he took a long iron rod, swam gradually towards the door, thinking to himself, it must be here. Getting closer to the door, he used his iron rod to poke at the room number plate 301 to remove it. From somewhere behind him, a beautiful large pink fish swam by, making him turn his head to look, forgetting what he was doing. He quietly swam closer to the pink fish that was leisurely swimming. Boda, from behind it, raised his iron rod, aiming precisely at its position, his face full of confidence. Looks like we have a snack for tonight. Suddenly, behind him, the old toilet in the room started bubbling up with countless air bubbles, the sound getting louder and louder. A loud noise erupted. A long, dark shadow, both fast and decisive, emerged from it, right behind him. A sea serpent, full of killing intent, its eyes staring at him as if it wanted to eat him alive. Boda had also realized the danger behind him. He froze. The head of the sea serpent monster was slowly approaching him from behind. His eyes were terrified. He gritted his teeth and spun around. From a hunter, he had now become the prey, a venomous sea serpent. Quick as a flash, the venomous sea serpent bared its fangs, opened its jaws wide, and lunged to attack him. But even so, Boda quickly realized and dodged the venomous sea serpent's attack. Although the serpent didn't bite him, its jaws snapped shut on the fish he had intended to hunt earlier. It coiled in the seawater like a snail, its jaws quickly gobbling up the fish. Beside it, he silently exclaimed, "That's terrifying." Suddenly, it stopped eating the fish and turned to growl at him. He continued, its fangs. He calmly observed the venomous serpent staring at him. Instead of being scared, he was very confident, smiling, pulling out a small dagger. Looking at the venomous sea serpent, it's showtime, isn't it? His eyes provoked it. He smirked confidently. A light touch is enough to finish you. Bring it on, sweetie. Seeing this, the venomous serpent opened its sharp jaws wide, approached, growled at him, and then rushed forward like a moth to a flame. A venomous sea serpent 3 or 4 times his size was lunging with its mouth wide open, seemingly able to swallow him whole. The battle reached a climax and then ended, leaving only a streak of red blood spreading in the water. Above the shore, a flock of seagulls flew by. A group of people stood still on the port, looking down at the sea, waiting. Mao stood anxiously on the port, arms crossed, staring down at the sea, quite worried. The kid hasn't surfaced. A young man next to him added a sentence that made him even more worried. Maybe he had an accident. As soon as he finished speaking, there was movement below. Air bubbles rose. He surfaced, out of breath, gasping for fresh air. While he was swimming toward the port, everyone on top breathed a sigh of relief, complaining, "There he is. You're so late." When he surfaced, his iron rod was more visible. He was carrying the carcasses of both the venomous sea serpent and the pink fish on his back. He calmly sighed, complaining to everyone, "I ran into a venomous sea serpent." As soon as he got ashore, he put the venomous serpent down, soaking wet. Everyone around gathered to look at his achievement, discussing, "This one bit my son's leg. Boda is pretty bold, huh?" His face beamed, full of confidence upon hearing the praise. He replied happily, "See, that's my skill, a simple trick." Behind him, Mao looked at him smugly and asked, "Stop bragging, kid. I told you to do a diving test. I didn't ask you to go hunting." He held out his hand in front of the boy and continued, "Did you touch the number plate?" The boy smiled smugly, fumbling around his body. "Get ready, room 301, right? I got it." It seems Boda realized he had been too careless and forgotten the test's objective. His eyes filled with panic. The atmosphere around him darkened. His face began to grimace, sweat pouring down. He covered his mouth. "Wait, I think I left it down there." Hearing that, Mao pointed at him and shouted angrily, blaming Boda for his carelessness. "You talk so big. Go for another round, kid." Despite being scolded, he could still talk back sharply, "You told me to brag." Suddenly from behind, an urgent but joyful voice shouted, "Treasure." He fell silent, surprised, turning to look behind. Treasure. Everyone's face was as stiff as a board upon hearing the announcement. "It's a huge relic." He was flustered, looking at the bewildered boy and then behind him. hurriedly saying, "What treasure?" Well, that's enough testing for today. Everyone in the team reacted, running out. What about him? Only he was left standing there, looking bewildered. Jocko Gusto's team found some relics, very large ones, really. Boda was surprised. He had never seen a relic that made everyone so happy. A very large relic. Everyone gathered near the port's edge, waiting expectantly, shouting, and looking at the object the machine was pulling up. Hurry up. It's coming. The thing being pulled up was a moss-covered container, looking very old. Everyone was amazed. It's huge. He stood next to Mao, speaking in a small, disappointed voice. It's just a shabby old container. He looked at the boy, explaining, "Kid," his eyes were full of excitement, but also very serious. From a distance, looking at the relic container, a firm statement, "That's treasure." The large container was lifted up, placed on the port, covered in moss and barnacles, somewhat rotten. Our ancestors created them to provide for future generations before the world was flooded. When the relic container was opened, all the medical supplies and food poured out. He continued to explain, "They prepared food, medicine, clothes, and other necessities for us. Each item, despite the passage of time, still looked new on the outside. These are relics left by people from a century ago." He continued, "Left for the future generation." Jocko, the team leader, picked up a medical kit, looking at it happily. Everyone around cheered excitedly. "Look at this. It's medical supplies. They're all group, and well done, Jocko Gusto." Behind the crowd, an old man in an old suit, leaning on a cane, walked closer. A person walking ahead said, "Make way. The guild master is coming. Make way for him." The old guild master walked up with a kind and welcoming face, took Jocko's hand. "Congratulations, Jocko. You did it. You're a true explorer." Jocko, he humbly shook the guild master's hand, saying happily, "Thank you, sir." Everyone, including Mao, looked at them in amazement. So the rumors were true. The people around who saw the real relics smiled happily, admiringly, saying in disbelief, "There are huge relics under the ruins." They rushed to the port's edge, excitement clear on their faces. "Let's parachute down to the ruins. Let's go loot that place." Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Boda was gradually drawn into that emotion. He was excited. This is intense. Boda's eyes widened in amazement. They looked so interested. The guild master happened to walk by and called him over. "Boda." Seeing him, the boy quickly replied politely, "Mr. Guild Master." The guild master kindly inquired, "Have you passed the test yet?" Mao glanced at the boy, answering for him. He deemed him too weak to cross the rough sea. The young man immediately got annoyed, always wanting to tear his eyes out. The brother reminded, "I told you I reached room 301. Mao just rubbed the boy's head, his voice a sweet whisper. "I guarantee he will be useful to our association." The old man still maintained his gentle smile, his eyes sparkling with hope. "I'm really looking forward to it." His eyes narrowed. Then he suddenly spoke up, "Speaking of which," looking at the young man with a face as bright as car headlights in front of him, he nodded in praise. "You've matured quite a bit since you came here." Boda still maintained the attitude of a good student, politely replying, "I am very grateful for your help." The kind guild master, with half-closed eyes, gently proclaimed, "We do not abandon the lost. Explorers are always welcome." Looking towards the towering building, which now looked incredibly shabby and dilapidated, he gave a heartfelt instruction, "Always strive to find treasure. It's all for the benefit of Oasis." Right at this port, the Great Oasis Port was majestically built from buildings stacked on top of each other, like Lego below. All the data seems to have been set up because relics are found in every nook and cranny of the ruins. Oasis Port itself contains a whole warehouse of supplies hidden beneath its mineral deposits. Thousands of spears bristling around the lighthouse look like an impregnable fortress, protected by countless defensive structures, so the people inside are absolutely safe. Moreover, the water here is crystal clear, and the best part is that this area is in a no-see monster zone. A huge iron object was just salvaged. Perhaps this is when the rumors about giant relics started to go viral everywhere. Thousands of patched-up, old boats raced towards the island, attracting refugees from all over like a festival. And our team is one of them. This place doesn't pick and choose. Everyone is welcome. The guild master stood in the center of the town, his face beaming, arms outstretched as if to embrace the whole world, welcoming the stream of refugees. "Welcome to Oasis, explorers. Here the treasure belongs to whoever finds it. It's all yours. The crowd gathered below. They cheered enthusiastically like cheering for an idol, for sure. Moreover, the people here are friendly, super nice to them. 1,000 arms raised in response, pointing at the dilapidated building, shouting, deeper, further. Do, a case of a different ideology with a handsome face with no bad angles, unlike those who specialize in body-shaming refugees. The whole town appeared clearly, and no refugee dared to approach the ship he controlled. The island just floated aimlessly in the middle of the sea, but the great oasis port was on a completely different level. Mao and Boda walked and chatted animatedly. In Oasis, finding an exclusive treasure for yourself will make you rich. This place is truly a diver's paradise. Diving deep, and for a long time like Mr. Van Leg, is a real advantage. Boda cast his gaze out to the distant sea. His voice is firm as a nail. I don't plan on being a diver forever. Mao's jaw dropped when he heard that. He asked immediately, so you want to do something else in the future? He spun around, his determined gaze as if wanting to burn the person opposite him. Looking straight at him, I will become a Hokage, a hunter, just kidding. Hearing Boda flex his dream, Mao laughed as if he'd won the lottery, his voice extremely sarcastic. There are no sea monsters here. What will you hunters eat? Then he pointed to the observation tower, giving a living example. Look at those guards, they can't survive on that salary. The young man seemed very discouraged, shouting, "Shut up." The young man looked up at the sky, chin in hand, and began to recount. There was a kid who also ran away and claimed he wanted to become a Hokage. Reaching a certain point, Mao blurted out the guy's name. His name was Brun, I think. Remembering Brun's fierce appearance, he silently called his name in his head, Brun. His eyes widened in surprise. He from here? Then he glanced at Mao, calling softly Mao. Boda carried his things with one hand and ran after Mao with the other, constantly asking, "Why are we going together? I think we should throw a party for your failure, shouldn't we?" Suddenly, from a small boat nearby, Lita waved her hands frantically. Boda, looking at the excited girl, her hands and feet moving nonstop, waving at him as if it was the most natural thing. Boda. Seeing the little girl, Mao also called back happily, "Lita." Lita tiptoed over, politely greeting, "Hello, Mr. Mao." The young man pointed to the dangling fish, asking immediately, "Where's Kana?" The little girl answered honestly, "I haven't seen her for a while." Mao's face turned gray upon hearing that. He sighed sadly. "She's not here, huh?" Lita's mind worked faster than a computer, asking him directly, "So you came here to see her?" The three of them leisurely left the boat, heading straight home. As soon as they reached the door, Boda opened it slightly, his voice a whisper, "I'm home." He looked around his empty room. After observing for a moment, his eyes fell on a still warm glass of water. Kana. He quietly approached, standing motionless by the glass of water. As if having located the intruder, his eyes blazed, his killing intent so thick it seemed he wanted to finish off the opponent. His hand tightened on the steel rod. He carefully assessed the situation. Suddenly, from behind, a strange object flew towards him in a sneak attack. The surprise attack made his head hit the table hard. Luckily, with lightning-fast reflexes, he managed to dodge in time, leaping far away. Strangely, his eyes were now filled with a smile. The woman opposite witnessed his performance. Her movements, as smooth as flowing water and drifting clouds, couldn't help but praise. Not bad. Kana pointed with the iron rod, her mouth full of praise. "You've gotten faster." Suddenly she raised her hand to stop him. "Wait, Kana." But ignoring the premonition and his attempt to stop her, she charged forward to attack. Kana closed in, her voice challenging. "Is defending all you know how to do?" The boy still tried to be patient, reminding her, "Wait a moment, Kana." The boy was helpless, shouting a warning, "We have a guest." Just as the two were in the middle of an intense fight, Mao pushed the door open and burst in. "Kana," I heard her voice. Hearing the door open, the girl was embarrassed, squatting down and covering her face. Oh no. The moment Mao saw the scene inside, his face turned red as a beet. The small room was as chaotic as a broken market. It was hard to describe. He stood frozen at the door, unable to process the situation. When Kana saw it was him, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Mao, thank God you're here." The young man stood outside the door, His face darkened after hearing that, while the boy with the rod inside was sweating profusely. The hands holding the rod began to tremble violently. Mao boiled with anger, rushing forward to punch him, shouting, "How dare you hit your poor sister?" His hands tightened on the rod. Facing a fatal blow, his body trembled instinctively. Mao gathered all his strength, landing a powerful punch on Boda's face, the force so great that his head snapped back. His face was distorted as if from a faulty filter. "How dare you hit your poor, dear sister?" Mao was furious, grabbing a nearby bottle of wine, raising it threateningly, his other hand pointing straight at Boda's face, his voice full of indignation. "I thought you were a good person. Who are you calling pitiful?" Kana looked mysterious, placing a finger on her lips as a sign of silence, her eyes as dangerous as daggers. Boda was frozen by Kana's cool demeanor, his eyes wide with confusion as he looked at her. Mao was furious, grabbing Boda's collar and shaking him like crazy, making him see the world spin. A loud meowing sound rang in his ears like a loudspeaker, making his head buzz. Boda spun like a top. "Let me teach you a lesson. Stop it." The vast sea swallowed the entire city, a once thriving place, now so devastated it was unrecognizable. The once proud skyscrapers were now just ruins, leaning and crooked with none of their former majesty. The already fragile wall cracked wide open with just a few light touches, revealing a hole. The small hole was chiseled out, the crack widened, forming a hole large enough for an adult to crawl through. Two divers, fully equipped, shone their flashlights inside. Checking the situation, we've breached it. Seeing nothing unusual, the two followed the newly opened path, heading deeper inside. I think we're the first ones here. One of the two picked up a metal bottle, examining it closely, finally concluding with certainty it's almost completely unexplored. The other guy glanced sideways at his friend. Looking annoyed, he snorted with contempt, "Don't bother with the cheap stuff. That's just useless junk." Tee-ho cast his gaze out to the vast sea, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. He turned to chat with his colleague. "If only we could hit the jackpot like Jocko Gusto. That would be great." Tee-ho found a long iron rod, turning it into a weapon, and began smashing an old washing machine, which was corroded from being submerged in seawater for a long time, looking pathetic. "Let's see." Another washing machine. Tee-ho was busy working when he suddenly felt something strange behind him. He turned his head curiously. A sharp steel rod pierced through Tee-ho's chest so fast that he couldn't react, his eyes staring in horror at the weapon, blood from the wound spreading, dyeing a whole area of water red. The red blood spread like a horror painting. Tee-ho's comrades saw it and turned pale, turning back to be frozen by the sight before him. Tee-ho was lifted up by another diver, the steel rod still stuck in his chest, blood pouring from the wound. The fatal wound, combined with his struggling resistance, gradually exhausted Tee-ho, his throat choked, unable to breathe, his mouth filled with a metallic taste of blood. Mori was terrified, trying to calm himself after the shock, screaming his name, Tee-ho. He stared at the strange diver, his heart full of vigilance, a walking red flag. The glass on the man's mask had a hole in it, dark inside, making it impossible to identify the face behind the mask. Mori boiled with rage, his eyes bloodshot, shouting, "Who are you?" The other guy said nothing, throwing Tee-ho straight at Mori, taking advantage of his obscured vision to suddenly attack. The space fell into an eerie silence, leaving only the desolation of the ruined buildings. Flocks of fish swam freely, weaving through the ruins. The smell of blood mixed with the salty taste of the seawater. Drifting with the current, the diving suit also dyed a deep red, an arm hanging limp, lifeless, taking its last breath. Tee-ho and Mori, two unlucky souls, were attacked, lost all their vitality, and were dragged away by that strange diver, each hand holding a leg. Being dragged across the floor, the diving suit scraped against the cracked stone, creating a piercing screech. He dragged the bodies, heading deep into the dark corridor, his figure gradually disappearing into the darkness. The corridor returned to its silent, mysterious state, deep and bottomless. On the surface, rain poured down, thunder roared, the sky was gloomy and misty. Like a bad omen, the lonely house in the middle of the sea had to endure fierce waves and torrential downpours like a storm. But it still stood strong, stubbornly resisting the wrath of the heavens. Inside the room, Lita huddled on the bed, so scared she had to cover her ears tightly, her mouth constantly screaming. Kana sat on the next bed, gently reassuring her, "It's okay. Lita will be better tomorrow." Lita opened her sparkling eyes wide, looking at Kana with a fragile expression, her voice pleading, "I'm so scared, Kana. Can we sleep together tonight?" Kana glanced at the tiny single bed, feeling helpless, but this bed is too small. Lita didn't seem to mind, jumping off the bed in a flash and heading towards Kana. The little girl suddenly threw her arms around Kana, nuzzling her small face into her chest. Kana was frozen for a few seconds by this sudden action. Lita's sweet voice rang in her ear, "You just have to hold on tight like this." Lita, feeling wronged, nestled into Kana's arms as beautiful memories of the past flooded back. Her innocent face tinged with sadness, she recounted in a tiny voice, "My dad always held me to sleep whenever there was a storm." With his hands clasped behind his neck, leaning against the headboard, Bodo was overthinking life. Because Lita kept bringing up the past, he became irritable. "Come on, how long will it be before you stop constantly talking about your father, Lita?" Lita's eyes welled up with tears, choked up and unable to speak. Kana lowered her eyes, looking at Lita's fragile form, an indescribable feeling rising in her heart, a mix of pity for the little girl. Boda realized he had said the wrong thing and also fell silent. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. Lita lay completely in Kana's arms, the little girl hugging her sister figure tightly, closing her eyes to feel the warmth. Lita smiled, a smile from the bottom of her heart. "To me, Kana, you're like a big sister. We eat together, we sleep together, it's like we're a family." The little girl's sincere words caused ripples in the calm lake of Kana's heart. Family. The image of a family of three, with a father, a mother, and a young Kana smiling brightly, chattering away. A family, you say? That picture-perfect scene didn't last long. They sacrificed themselves in the monster attack, ever since that fateful day. The beautiful memory of a home, of Kana's parents happily surprising her, giving her a gift of a castle, just like in a fairy tale. I just want to forget the beautiful memories of the past. What was beautiful eventually faded away, the chaotic scene gradually replacing moments of peace and happiness. Kana was swept into the crowd of people fleeing in panic. There, human bodies were piled on top of each other, weighing her down so she couldn't escape. Remembering those things, her heart ached as if it were being cut. The giant monsters relentlessly hunted people, treating humans as a delicacy to be savored. They were terrifyingly huge. The crystal ball held sweet memories of a happy home. What would it be like if I had a family? She bowed her head, silently watching Lita sleeping soundly beside her. The little girl had fallen asleep, but her face still showed tension and anxiety. Kana was lost in thought. Her gaze towards Lita also held a hidden sorrow. Her hand gently stroked Lita's soft hair, lightly touching her brow, caressing the space between her eyebrows. Like a sedative, Lita felt safer, gradually relaxing, then sinking into a peaceful sleep. Dawn broke. The ground was still damp from the night's rain, each footstep treading softly on the cracked earth. Boda and Kana walked side by side amidst the rubble. He turned to ask Kana, "More training?" Kana's eyes flashed with doubt as she glanced at Boda. Boda looked away distractedly. "I'm ready. I can fight anywhere, but it's too quiet here, isn't it?" He sighed, his voice tinged with compromise. "It's fine, I guess." Kana's expression suddenly darkened, her eyes full of vigilance, her tone sarcastic. "That sounds strange. Is a quiet problem?" Boda flared up, turning to question Kana. "Hey, I can't know how strong I am if all I do is train. I want to prove myself." Kana's sharp gaze bored into Boda, her voice firm as she retorted, "Is that what you want, to prove yourself?" Caught off guard, Boda froze on the spot. Not knowing what else to say, "It's just that." Kana paid no mind, calmly speaking as if making small talk. "There are laborers who dedicate their entire lives just to try and earn more stars." The more she spoke, the more bewildered Boda became, as if he understood but didn't, his mind a tangled mess. Honor, greed, and arrogance are what drive them. Kana gave a faint smile, walking past Boda, her voice echoing from behind, and the result is always death. Kana seemed to be speaking to Boda, but also reminding herself, "Don't ever make their mistakes, Kana. A crowd of villagers gathered in one spot, curiously examining something, the sound of whispers carrying from a distance. Kana and Boda, standing not far away, were also curious and moved closer. A strange object lay flattened on the ground, giving goosebumps to everyone who came to see. A villager exclaimed in fear, "What is that?" Boda approached, looking at the strange thing on the ground, his heart full of confusion. This thing was truly beyond his comprehension. Mao saw him and walked over, himself unsure of what it was, hesitantly guessing they must have been shipwrecked by last night's storm. Boda and Kana were both dumbfounded, speechless. Oh my God, the strange creature turned out to be a massive monster, shaped exactly like a giant tyrannical squid. Its body was covered in holes, just like the mouths of coral, and it had 2 legs growing from its torso, an appearance so ugly it would scare away ghosts and demons. The leg sticking out was clearly a human leg. The monster's head had several short tentacles, and its mouth constantly secreted a sticky slime. A bewildered villager asked, "Is that a human leg there? Is it eating people?" A young man in a blue scarf suddenly realized something. He turned and said, "I just noticed the 2 divers from yesterday still haven't returned." Mao grabbed a long iron rod, approached the monster, and tightened his grip on the weapon, his mind made up. Whatever it is, we can't just leave it here. Mao's eyes showed a flicker of hesitation before becoming resolute. Staring at the monster, he said decisively, "Chop it up and throw it into the sea." The iron rod swung, plunging into the monster's body. Struck by the rod, the monster reacted violently. The human leg on its body thrashed about, letting out a terrible cry. The leg flailed wildly, trying to struggle, as if signaling something. The head with its short tentacles swayed nonstop. The surrounding crowd fled in terror. It's still alive. The guild master remained max-level calm. Looking at the monster writhing on the ground, he slowly approached, ignoring the villagers' warnings. "Be careful, guild master." He grasped the arrow embedded in the monster's body and pulled it out forcefully. Then once again he brought his hand down, stabbing the arrow straight in, quick and decisive. The arrow sank deep into the monster's flesh. It writhed in pain, fresh blood spraying everywhere, but it couldn't hide the guild master's grim, terrifying face. The guild master kept a tight grip on the arrow, applying more force, deepening the wound. A perfectly aimed stab to a weak point, completely cutting off the monster's life force. It struggled in vain, its strength gradually fading. The human leg that had been struggling violently now hung limp, lifeless. For a moment, the leg twitched reflexively, trembling uncontrollably before gradually falling still. Its life force gone. The foot could no longer support itself, collapsing to the ground along with the monster's tentacles, which also drooped one by one. Boda was horrified, his eyes glued to the monster's corpse, his throat dry. "Guild master, what is that? A sea monster?" The guild master smiled gently, turning to look at him, the monster's blood still on his old face. "There's no such thing as a sea monster here, Boda." His eyes slowly widened, brimming with killing intent, his aura becoming dangerous, the powerful gaze of a formidable figure. "It's just a dead fish." Boda stared at the guild master, stunned, feeling as if he were looking at a stranger. Kana seemed calmer, calmly observing the guild master, but deep down, both were completely shocked by his words and actions. Kana just stood there, saying nothing. A tattered blanket was hung neatly on the line, the gentle breeze caressing it. Lita worked diligently, trying her best to hang the blanket on the clothesline that was taller than her. Her small hands smoothed the blanket and secured it with a clip, lest the wind blow it away. Humming a few tunes as she worked, she seemed to be in high spirits today. Lita stood on the shore, her back to the sea, engrossed in her work. Suddenly, from behind, under the water, the helmet of a professional diving suit slowly emerged. The little girl faintly heard the sound of disturbed water and turned her head doubtfully. She looked down, staring intently below as people in diving suits slowly rose from the sea. That looks like Mori's diving suit, but inside that familiar suit, is it someone she knows? The diver took heavy steps, following the rocks to the shore, to Lita's astonishment. The little girl's eyes widened, surprised to see the diver approaching her. Seawater streamed down his body, slowly dripping off. The steel diving helmet looked heavy. As he got closer, he collapsed from exhaustion, falling to his knees, having to use his hands to balance himself to keep from falling flat on his face. With trembling hands, he struggled to remove the helmet on his head. Because the steel helmet was so heavy, the diver fumbled for a while before he could take it off. The heavy helmet fell into the water with a white splash. Lita, standing on the shore, was utterly shocked, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Mori wasn't game over yet. He had escaped from that cold-blooded killer diver. But due to the attack, Mori was severely injured. As soon as he got the helmet off, he was exhausted, gasping for breath, his face pale, his eyes bloodshot, blood smeared all over his face. Trickling from between his teeth, his mouth filled with a metallic taste of blood. Lita frantically called his name, "Mr. Mori." The little girl rushed into the water, running towards Mori, calling out as she ran, "Mr. Mori, Mori." Mori's body had no strength left. He fell backward, but luckily Lita caught him in time. She anxiously asked what was wrong. Mori weakly called the little girl's name. "What's wrong, Mr. Mori?" Lita. A dull pain shot through Mori's chest again, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His strength depleted, Mori lay sprawled on the shore, despite Lita's efforts to support him. The little girl worriedly called his name loudly. Seeing Mori unresponsive, Lita panicked, shouting for help. "Mr. Mori, is anyone there to help?" She tried to scream as loud as she could, hoping someone would hear, her heart trembling with fear. "Please call someone." Lita's hand was suddenly gripped tightly by Mori. She turned back in surprise, hearing Mori's weak voice. "Run." His eyes were wide, his pupils constricted, blood began to trickle from the corners of his eyes. His mind hazy, he uttered in panic, "They are that thing." His face was filled with horror, his eyes lifeless, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, looking extremely creepy. He kept muttering, "Sea monsters! The sea monsters are here." With those words, he fainted. Lita, terrified, hugged Mori, gently shaking him, trying to wake him up, "Sir." Lita's piercing scream echoed throughout the base. "Mr. Mori." The sky was clear blue, with white clouds drifting lazily. The base on the small island was bathed in the early morning sun, as if being revitalized. In contrast to the peaceful exterior inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was as tense as a stretched string. Everyone was arguing fiercely. The guild master sat in the middle, his face pensive, deep in thought. "We have to destroy that mining area. 2 people are already dead. And how are we supposed to live after that? What's the point of having a lot of money? If you have a lot of money, but you're dead, who's going to spend it?" Voda's face was still filled with shock. He turned to ask Lita, who was standing anxiously beside him, "Did he really say there were sea monsters?" "That's what I heard." The guild master slammed his hand on the table, his voice irritable. "Enough." The room fell dead silent, becoming unusually quiet. The guild master stood up and calmly analyzed. "As we know, this place is completely within the safe zone, and there are no sea monsters." He lowered his eyes, his expression sorrowful as he recalled haunting memories. "This reminds me of the accident 3 years ago." Everyone also recalled the event from 3 years ago, their hearts suddenly heavy. Thinking of the scene from that year, fear was evident on everyone's face. That time, the guild master continued. The divers said they were attacked by sea monsters, which led to a huge panic. He used his words to paint a picture. A group of divers were trying to dig and break through walls to create an entrance into collapsed tall buildings, with the intention of hunting for treasure, but it turned out they were just busy fighting with others, so they couldn't snag any good relics for themselves. The buzzcut guy remembered the incident and nodded in agreement with the guild master, turning to the person next to him and whispering, "That's right, they also blamed it on the appearance of sea monsters." That group found a treasure sealed in a protective safe. They were all clamoring to find a way to open it, wanting to break the safe to get the treasure inside. Their greed was so great that they were willing to take out others, just to get a larger share. 2 of them were whispering, making plans. Then last year, there was another rumor about the existence of sea monsters in Area B3. The guild master bluntly exposed the truth of the case from 3 years ago. They just lied like that to keep others away from their spot. And then those things just kept happening on and on. The guild master's story had touched the villagers' trust, and doubts arose in their hearts. That's right. That's why everyone was scared and stayed away from that area for a while. The guild master showed a look of deep pain, his voice choked with emotion. Based on what happened in the past, we can't blindly believe Mr. Mori's words and destroy the Ermine like that. Suddenly, a voice cut in, breaking the emotional flow and catching the guildmaster's attention. So what reason would he have to lie? Boda, the righteous young man, frankly expressed his opinion. Those might have been the last words he wanted to say to warn everyone that they were in danger. The old eyes looked at Boda, the guildmaster's expression a little unnatural, his voice gentle. Boda. Before the guild master could finish, Lita interrupted loudly. It's true. Her voice was firm, her young face showing urgency, a little afraid that people wouldn't believe her. Mr. Mori was really scared then. He said there really were sea monsters and told us we had to run. Min was more inclined to believe a child like Lita. Besides, he was also worried about Mori and everyone's safety if monsters really did appear. So Min spoke up in Lita's defense. Mori isn't the type of person to lie. The guild master, having been interrupted, was a bit annoyed, but on the outside, he maintained an awkward expression, clearing his throat. Just as everyone was deep in thought, not knowing what to do, a voice rang out. All right, I'll go down and take a look. Everyone was surprised, their eyes all turning towards the source of the sound. A middle-aged man took a step forward, boldly facing everyone's gaze. The explorer, Jocko Gusto. Is that Jocko? He spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere in the meeting room. We can't give up the precious items our ancestors left behind. I will go down and check if there really are sea monsters or not. Lita, restless with worry, approached and asked, but Mr. Jocko, what will happen if there really are sea monsters there like Mr. Mori said? Jocko gently reassured Lita, his eyes glancing towards the door as two figures slowly entered. Don't worry, little girl. We will destroy them if they appear. A girl with a stunning figure, carrying a huge blade on her shoulder, and a burly, bearded man with an arsenal of weapons behind him, wearing a red hat that covered half his face. After all, we're no different from the laborers in the floating city. The girl who had just entered spoke up with a greeting, her smile full of cunning. Sonia. The man in the red hat was introduced as Gonta Park. As soon as they heard the identities of the two new guests, everyone exclaimed in unison. Even the guildmaster was no exception. Laborers. Kana cast a scrutinizing gaze, sweeping over the two newly arrived laborers, remaining silent. A sense of vigilance towards this group rose within Kana. Boda was also deeply shocked, whipping his head around to look at the group Jocko had introduced, his heart pounding. They're laborers. Sonia and Gonta stood there, their presence overwhelming. On Sonia's arm was an extremely cool tattoo, standing out against her fair skin. The tattoo was a circle, and inside was a meticulously designed crossbow. Boda stared at the tattoo on Sonia's arm, I guess already forming his mind. O-Star, huh? They don't have any battlefield experience. The guild master was as happy as could be, his surprise turning to joy. Former laborers, you say? That's reliable. Hey, Jocko Gusto. He gripped Jaco's hand tightly, his tone pleading earnestly. Please check on this for the safety of Oasis. The guild master gripped his hand tightly, full of gratitude. Thank you so much, Jocko Gusto. Boda hesitated, the words on the tip of his tongue, not knowing how to say it right. Boda clenched his fists, took a deep breath, his eyes becoming resolute. He shouted loudly, let me go too. Lita was taken aback by Boda's request. She turned to him, calling his name in astonishment. Boda. The guild master was also surprised by his words. Boda, that's admirable, but are you sure? Boda argued forcefully to convince Jocko and the guild master. I'm not looking down on them, but isn't it better to have more people? Jocko didn't seem to mind much, replying coolly, at least he can carry things. All right, I agree. Sonia looked amused, approaching Boda. You're cute, what the... Sonia stood on her toes, pulled Boda's face closer, and then gently licked his cheek, making Boda's skin crawl and freezing him on the spot. Don't worry, I'll protect you, kid. Both Lita and Kana were completely shocked. Before she was done teasing Boda, Sonia cheerfully walked away, leaving Boda standing there like a statue. Gonta kindly reminded her, Sonia, stop teasing the kid. Teasing? I'm serious. Sonia, mischievously, gave Boda a flirtatious glance. It's strange. Boda, having just recovered from the shock, dazedly touched the spot Sonia had touched. That kid looks really good with me. Gonta looked Boda up and down, then said disdainfully to Sonia, where the hell? It's called a woman's intuition. Two more people also volunteered to join. We want to go too. The blonde-haired guy tried to persuade, hoping Jocko would agree, We've worked with Tae-ho for a long time. At least let him have a proper burial. Jocko smiled faintly. All right, I think our team is set for now. The floating island welcomed the warm rays of sunlight, enjoying a brief moment of peace. Tomorrow, they would set off. The sword, shaped like a giant box cutter, forged from steel, looked incredibly cool, but the blade bore the marks of time, with a few scratches and a bit of rust. Boda slung the sword on his back, turned, and strode away. Lita hurriedly ran after him, calling out incessantly, "Boda, don't go." She was so worried she was about to cry, running up to persuade him. What if there really are sea monsters? Boda turned back, his gaze reassuring Lita. He smiled, his voice gentle. "That's why I have to go." Boda had made up his mind, and it was hard for anyone to stop him. Lita was so angry she stomped her feet. "I can't miss this opportunity." Opportunity? Is that what this is about? What if you die? Kana stepped forward, a little uneasy herself. "Boda, do you really want to go?" Kana looked away, silent for a moment, saying nothing. When she looked up, her expression had brightened. She looked at Boda and smiled lightly, as if in support. Lita, who thought Kana would join her in persuading Boda, looked at her in surprise. "Well, good luck, Kana." Boda quickly joined Jaco's group. After walking a short distance, he turned back, smiled brightly, and waved goodbye. "I'll be back soon." The villagers on the floating island saw Jaco's group off. Sonia and the others were already inside the vessel, while Jocko stood on the port, constantly urging the lagging Boda from behind. "Hurry up, Boda, we have to go now." Lita, unable to stop him, turned and grabbed Kana's shirt, her voice full of blame. "Kana, why didn't you stop him?" "I couldn't, Lita." Kana watched Boda's figure disappear into the vessel, an indescribable feeling rising in her heart. The submarine's hatch slowly closed, the lock secured tightly. The vessel began its journey, embarking on a perilous adventure. Boda sat next to Sonia, his face pensive, while Jocko also began to calculate their plan. He's searching for his own path. Boda's eyes shone with determination. He was looking for something for himself. He's becoming an adult. The vessel slowly descended into the underwater city, passing through layers of heavily destroyed buildings. As the vessel descended, Taeho's two comrades became more pensive, both weighed down by worries, but not daring to utter a word, just sitting there silently. Jaco's expression was a bit gloomy, his mind constantly calculating. Each person had their own private concerns. Feeling the air in the vessel was suffocatingly tense, Sonia looked for some entertainment, inching closer to Boda, poking his bicep with her finger, teasing, "So hard. Have you been training?" Sonia found his stiff expression adorable and couldn't help but be amused. She leaned forward, resting her hand on Boda's thigh. Sonia's unconventional actions threw Boda's heart into turmoil. "It's a bit tight in here, isn't it? Or should I sit on your lap? What the hell are you doing?" SOS. He suddenly realized something in a panic, his expression changing, becoming distorted. "All right? Or is it because I look so damn tasty?" One of Taeho's two comrades looked puzzled. He turned to ask Jocko, "Hey Jocko, why does an outsider like you want to help us so much?" Jocko heard the question, a little stunned. He closed his eyes, sinking into memory. "I have a daughter." The image of the past suddenly appeared in Jaco's mind, his small, fragile daughter in his arms. Red rashes spread all over her body, even on her face. She died of the water plague 6 years ago. Boda froze. He seemed to have grasped the key point, the water plague. Taeho's two comrades were just as surprised. "If we had medicine like what was in the relics yesterday, I could have stopped it from spreading so quickly." Boda carefully observed the man sitting next to him, while Jocko was still immersed in his painful past, continuing his story. "We really need the relics left by our ancestors, so we can't destroy thee or mine like that." Lost in thought, the vessel suddenly stopped. Boda looked out in alarm to check the situation. The vessel had entered deep into a dilapidated reinforced concrete tunnel. It was pitch black all around, with only a faint light from the submarine's lamps. Gonta, sitting at the control panel, turned to announce, "The sub can only take us this far. Let's start diving, everyone." Everyone quickly put on their professional diving gear, armed to the teeth, carefully checking their equipment one last time before leaving the vessel. They left the vessel through the exit in the lower bay of the submarine. Jocko gathered everyone, warning them seriously, "Stick close if you don't want to die." Moving underwater was truly difficult due to the resistance. Inside his diving suit, Boda was so nervous he pressed his lips together tightly, reassuring himself, "Let's go." The flashlight beam illuminated a small, narrow space, enough for the team to find their way safely. Jocko led the way, giving instructions as they went, find the missing people, and confirm the existence of the sea monsters. That's the objective of this mission. The corridor was decayed, desolate, full of crumbling wall fragments, the window bars corroded by seawater. But this place was a paradise for fish. Let's move. The observer sat in front of the signal detector, constantly reporting to the nearby guild master. The search team has reached Area D7. The guild master's trusted subordinate leaned close to his ear, whispering plans, both of their faces exuding a dangerous air. What will happen if they find that area, sir? Nothing to worry about. The guild master's eyes were as cold as a viper watching its prey, his voice laced with malice. No one has ever left that place alive, so naturally, no one is left to tell what's there. The wreckage submerged at the bottom of the ocean, the buildings cracked, eroded by time, the corridor long and deep. An old washing machine was pierced by an iron bar. A terrible tragedy once happened here. The broken iron bar, which had been trying to break a piece of machinery, still lay there, interrupted. Someone approached, pulled out the iron bar, and examined it meticulously. This is his crowbar. The expedition team gathered around the old washing machine, shining their flashlights all over its surface, searching for clues. Something definitely happened here. Jocko quickly analyzed the situation and then laid out a plan, split into 2 teams, and searched the surroundings. Gonta and I will check the north. Sonia, quick as a flash, latched on to Boda like a koala bear. Happily forming a team with him, Sonia and Boda will check the west. Boda looked uncomfortable, pushing Sonia away a bit. Give me a break, sis. No. Teo's comrade also spoke up. I'll check around here for a bit. We'll move out later. They all split up to act. Jocko ordered, regroup here in 30 minutes. Understood. Sonia and Boda stuck close together, entering a pitch-black path. The lights on their heads were enough for them to see the ground beneath their feet. Both moved cautiously, weapons at the ready. Boda's face was drenched in sweat, his eyes fixed on the path. It's hard to see here. The long, wide path was enveloped in a creepy silence, surrounding Boda and Sonia. It felt like sea monsters could leap out of the darkness at any moment. Every step was fraught with danger. Boda's eyes burned with hatred, his eyebrows furrowed, a fire burning in his heart. Show yourselves, and I'll chop you up like birds. Sonia spotted an interesting toy. She swam ahead, parallel to Boda, cool sword. Is that an air blade? Where'd you get it? Sonia reached out and grabbed the sword on Boda's back. Hanging from it were 2 stuffed bunnies, one blue and one purple, super cute, but looks a bit plain. Want to add some light accessories? Boda sensed something approaching and signaled for Sonia to be quiet. He focused intently, scanning the surroundings, a sense of unease rising within him. Do you hear that? Sonia didn't pay much attention, winking playfully. Boda got annoyed hearing that. You mean my cute voice? Cut it out, lady. He stood still, his eyes glued to the deep darkness ahead. Just listen. Sonia found it strange. She couldn't hear anything. Boda ignored Sonia, closing his eyes, sensing every small movement around him. Know this thing? Boda sank into his thoughts, feeling the gentle currents of water, the tiny drops falling. Boda's eyes opened slightly, firm in his suspicion, definitely the sound of dripping water. Sonia was surprised. She didn't think so, feeling Boda was worrying over nothing. Dripping? Are you imagining things? How can there be dripping sounds when you're underwater? Boda shot forward, hastily shouting to Sonia. This way, Boda. A heavily destroyed corridor. It starts from here. Sonia hurried forward, quickly passing Boda. What's here? Boda shone his light, looking up at the ceiling. Boda was deeply shocked by the sight above. The water's surface was just a short distance from them. Boda couldn't help but be amazed, shouting, the surface. The water droplets continued to fall, drip, drip, disturbing the calm water surface. Boda and Sonia surfaced from the water together. Both gradually made their way to the shore, walking along the rocky beach. Nearby, water dripped continuously onto the sea surface. Boda and Sonia stood back to back, warily observing their surroundings. You hear it now, right? What is it? Boda laughed and took off his helmet, revealing a wary face, listening intently. Sonia also removed her heavy helmet. Surprised, we can breathe down here. Looking up to survey the terrain, Boda's eyes widened in astonishment. A magnificent, towering palace, though ravaged, still had its dome intact, obscuring the sky. Sonia couldn't help but exclaim, there are areas like this underwater? Feeling his footstep on something, Boda got goosebumps. A human skull lay right at his feet, and where he had just stepped was another human skull, no longer intact. His confusion turned to horror. Boda's pupils constricted. He stammered, "This is Putting things together, Boda instinctively turned to look at Sonya, his expression even more shocked. Under the light of their flashlights, a pit full of human bones was revealed, piled up like a mountain, filling the deep hole. Looking at the pile of human bones, one could guess this was the grave of an entire army. Boda couldn't believe his eyes. Sonya was also utterly bewildered, a terrifying fear rising in both of them. Human skulls? What the hell is this place? A dangerous, murderous aura rushed from behind. Both of them whipped around and froze on the spot. A dark figure was stepping on the pit of human bones, slowly approaching. Sonya raised her gun as a warning. Sonya gritted her teeth, tightening her grip on her sword. Both got into a ready-to-fight stance. Boda's face showed clear annoyance. He knew full well that the approaching figure was definitely an enemy. The murderous aura from before had come from him. A hidden corner of the diving helmet appeared, the crack on the glass looking very familiar. It was the killer diver who had attacked Tae-ho and Mori. The murderous diver continued to approach slowly, completely unfazed by Sonya's threat. Sonya and Boda slowly backed closer to each other, their eyes never leaving the stranger's every move. Boda exclaimed in astonishment, "There's a survivor?" After walking a short distance, he suddenly collapsed. Seeing this, Boda's compassion stirred, and he asked in alarm, "Are you okay?" Over the radio, Sonya reported the situation to Jocko. "Jocko, we found a survivor here." "Roger that. We're on our way." Sonya and Boda on either side, helping the diver. "We need to give him the first aid kit." Suddenly, the man's hand shot up, making Boda look back curiously. That hand, quick as a flash, shot straight for his face. Boda was lifted into the air by the mysterious diver. He quickly resisted, struggling with all his might. Sonya reflexively retreated to a safe distance, getting into an attack stance. Boda roared in anger. "What the hell?" Sonya finally processed the situation and reacted quickly. Boda was slammed hard by the diver onto the floor full of human bones, sending skulls flying everywhere. He picked up Boda's sword and slowly advanced towards him. He swung the sword, intending to attack Boda. Boda, still reeling from the heavy blow, was frozen on the spot. Just as the sword came down, his survival instincts kicked in, and he rolled to the side, dodging a fatal blow. Boda roared furiously, "What are you doing? Stop!" Sonya became even more enraged, cursing, "Piss off!" Just as the mysterious diver swung the sword to attack Boda again, Sonya appeared from behind, delivering a powerful blow to the diver. One of Sonya's sword strikes cleanly split the murderous diver in two, sending blood flying. The upper half of the diver's body was sent flying, rolling onto the white bone floor. His legs buckled, blood spraying like rain from his lower half, before the astonished eyes of Boda, who had narrowly escaped death. His face contorted. He couldn't help but be bewildered, huh? Sonya roared in indignation. This is the bastard who killed his comrades. Blood flowed down her arm, dripping onto the ground. From the diver's lower half, something horrifying suddenly emerged. It seemed to be sucking his blood, growing as fast as a weed. The monstrous mass swelled, growing to twice the height of a person. Sonya's face turned pale with fear as it extended its long tentacles towards her. Sonya was surrounded by the monster's tentacles, which quickly closed in. Sonya was gripped tightly by the tentacles, pulled closer to the monster's mouth. Boda shouted her name in alarm. "Sonya." The monster's mouth opened wide, revealing sharp teeth, a dental structure identical to that of a sea devil. Sonya screamed in terror, her face pale. Sonya's limbs were bound tightly. Despite struggling with all her might, the tentacles only tightened their grip. She was slowly pulled closer to its mouth. Boda quickly picked up his sword, rushed forward, and delivered a decisive slash right near the monster's mouth. Blood sprayed from the wound like rain. Boda's face became fierce, glaring at the monster with rage. The monster, wounded, let its tentacles holding Sonya go slack, causing her to fall in a heap on the floor of bones. Boda stood in front of Sonya, protecting her, his hand gripping the sword tightly. The injured monster retreated a few steps. It growled a few times, then charged again. Boda shouted in fear, "It's coming again." Its mouth gaped open as if to swallow everything. Gripping the sword tightly, Boda forcefully pushed the directional lever backward. The switch flipped, and the blade was launched forward with immense force, stabbing straight into the monster's belly. The inertia sent it flying backward. It was thrown back, slamming hard against the wall, the blade also embedding itself deep into the wall, piercing through the other side. The monster was left dangling on the wall. It struggled to break free, but in vain, pinned firmly there. Boda finally relaxed a bit, panting heavily. Sonia had also just been through a life-or-death experience. Lucky to have escaped, she tried to breathe evenly to regain her composure. Only when they saw the monster was no longer moving did they cautiously approach. Still not over the shock. What is that thing? A half-human, half-insect beast, with tentacles on its head, was pierced through its weak point by the sword, pinned firmly to the wall. Is that a sea monster? The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Boda suddenly remembered something, his eyes revealing doubt and disbelief. The upper half of this beast, it's identical, this thing. The image of the beast that appeared on the shore of the floating island flashed in Boda's mind, exactly like the thing that had washed ashore. That beast had been stabbed to death by the guild master himself with an arrow. Wait a minute, the guild master. He recalled the gentle expression on the guild master's blood-covered face and his reassuring words. There's no such thing as a sea monster here, Boda. No matter how dense Boda was, he realized the problem, cursing silently in his mind. Could it be a trick? Boda was stunned, completely unwilling to believe that crazy suspicion was true. What the hell is going on? Before a deep blue sea was a bustling town, at a small fish restaurant tucked away at the end of an alley. A plate of fragrant, steaming grilled fish was placed on the table. Lyda skipped out from the kitchen, a beer in one hand, fish in the other, cheerfully announcing, "The grilled fish is ready." 2 glasses of water and the plate of fish were arranged neatly on the customer's table. The little girl, gentle and polite, said, "Please enjoy, everyone." The men, receiving the invitation, looked delighted. "Thank you, Lyda." The innocent girl smiled, her face as bright as a flower, saying, "Let me know if you need anything." The 2 men were completely smitten by her cuteness. Yes, absolutely, dear. Watching Lyda's figure as she turned away. 3 men huddled together, chin in hand, gossiping. "So pretty." No, I mean you're very pretty, dear. You're becoming more and more like a young lady." An old man, his face red from alcohol, looked at the little girl and wondered, how long has it been since she came here? For years. Watching the small figure bustling back and forth, a voice full of emotion was heard. "Ever since Lyda came here, this place feels like it's changed." In the kitchen, a sharp blade came down, neatly dispatching a pair of fish heads. Kana, her face as cold as ice, swiftly chopped the fish into many pieces. Behind her, the veteran chefs witnessing her knife skills couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Wow." Another chef was even more expressive, his eyes wide, his mouth agape in astonishment. "I've been handling knives for 20 years, but watching that girl's knife work makes me feel like a complete amateur." Her innocent, round eyes looked at the plate of thinly sliced fish. Mission report complete. The head chef looked at the dish she had just brought, asking in surprise, "What did you do to the fish, Kana?" She remained calm, holding up the knife and replying, "I chopped it." This bold answer left the owner stunned, as the paper-thin slices of fish fluttered in the wind. Finally, he helplessly took the knife and reassigned the tasks. "Let me fillet it. You 2 cook it, okay?" The girl, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. "All right." The owner took the knife, and while preparing the dish, he sighed wearily. "I hired her for her knife skills, but she's not much of a cook. I hope she'll improve over time." The fish was neatly clamped in the grilling rack. It seemed like everything was fine, but as soon as the owner turned away, the fire flared up violently, so large that his eyes widened. He rushed back to see her calmly looking at the burnt black fish in the rack. She asked nonchalantly, "Fish is always better when it's well cooked, right?" The owner looked like he was about to explode, yelling no. He rushed over, reminding her, "Don't burn it anymore, Kana." Suddenly, as he reached her, his whole body froze. From inside the house, a group of people heard the strange noise and peeked out the window to see what was happening. What was that sound? A pair of small hands was propped on the ground. Lyda was sprawled on the floor, food and drinks scattered everywhere. The owner saw the scene and called out worriedly, "Lyda." Hearing his voice, Lyda's eyes suddenly filled with tears. She looked up at him, her face full of guilt. "I'm sorry." And so, a crowd of people, young and old, gathered around, anxiously asking, "Are you okay, Lyda? Lyda, are you all right?" But the little girl just kept muttering, "I'm really sorry, sir." An angry person slammed his glass on the table, shouting, "Hey, owner, it's you." He looked at his dirty shoes, his face scowling. "Your hired girl got my shoes dirty." You asked angrily, "What are you going to do about it?" Mao looked at the young man's appearance, curious Who's that guy? The person next to him eagerly introduced. That's the new guy who arrived yesterday. He keeps bragging about how he used to be a captain. From behind, a curse was suddenly heard. This guy's disrespectful. While Lyda and the owner were profusely apologizing, I'm sorry, sir. Kana, her face cold, stepped in front of the teary-eyed Lyda. Unexpectedly, Kana took a clean cloth and said politely, I'm very sorry, sir. I'll clean it up right away. The little girl behind her heard this and called out in surprise, Kana. She took the cloth and gently wiped the dirt off Yu's shoe. Yu acted superior, looking down at her. His eyes were improper, glued to her full chest. He glanced for a moment, then gave a sly smile. Yu lifted her chin, looking pleased. That's more like it. Then he suddenly hugged her, a beer mug in his hand, and declared loudly, who cares about a glance? Let's drink, baby. He held her tightly, his face full of meaning, whispering in her ear, I'll let it slide. It's fine, let's drink. It seemed Kana had reached her limit. Her eyes shot sparks, brimming with killing intent. The owner stood to one side, trying to mediate, his voice trembling as he advised, Sir, you shouldn't do that. Lyda was also trembling with fear, but she was worried for you. Kana will skewer that uncle if he doesn't stop. A pair of hands slammed down on the table. Mao appeared like a superhero, his spirit blazing, his will boiling. He shot up to remind you. Let her go, buddy. His face contorted. He pointed at you, gritting his teeth and asking, do you know whose person you're putting your hands on? Hearing that, the other guy got even more furious, asking back, what? Mao was also itching for a fight, his teeth grinding, his eyes glaring at the guy. Hey you, let me teach you a few lessons. The guy slowly pushed himself up, then suddenly stood straight, startling Mao. He stood straight, completely overpowering Mao in terms of physique, his face darkening as he cursed, you little punk. He smirked, cracking his knuckles, asking evenly, is your family ready for your funeral? Kana stood to one side, silently glancing at Yu's fist. From behind, a crowd cheered Mao on. There's a fight. Go for it. Beat him up, which made Mao's face turn purple with fear. Suddenly Mao's hand clenched, thinking Kana. He gritted his teeth, his voice fierce. Kana is always under my protection. You saw him charge and laugh heartily, come on. A pair of slender hands gently picked up a bright red fork. Just as he was about to attack Mao, Kana coldly stabbed the fork into the guy's waist. The guy was astonished, his eyes wide. Because of a moment's carelessness, Yu took the full force of Mao's punch to his face. Blood sprayed from his nose, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Quick as a flash, preparing to give Mao another blow, a pair of small, delicate shoes moved as fast as the wind. Before the guy could strike, Kana was faster, running up and tripping him, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. His head unfortunately hit an iron table, leaving him dazed and seeing stars. The girl, her face cold as stone, looked at the guy with eyes as sharp as a knife. The guy was now sprawled on the ground, foaming at the mouth, passed out. In the middle of the diner, Yu with his muscular body lay flat on the floor. Everyone around witnessed the scene, first astonished, then bewilderedly asking each other, did the fight even start? Mao looked at his hand, where a golden light had just flashed, unable to hide his surprise. Finally, after a moment of being stunned, the crowd in the diner gathered around Mao, cheering joyfully, awesome, Mao. Just like One Punch Man. You're so tough. That was great, man. Seeing everyone praise him, Mao became smug, putting his hands on his hips and grinning, so wide his face turned red. He appeared quite confident, getting into a fighting stance. Looking heroic, I know I'm badass. That's how I was taught. He continued to admire himself, looking up at the sky. Don't worry, Kana. I'll always have you covered. After flexing for a while, he turned back in surprise and asked Kana. Seeing he was conscious, the owner looked at him like a comedian and reminded him she left a long time ago. After hearing that, Mao's face froze. On a distant shore, Lyda and Jenna sat quietly, gazing towards the horizon. The little girl hugged her knees, her heart full of guilt, her head bowed. I'm sorry, Kana. I was just so worried about Boda. She looked silently at Lyda's small, huddled form. A pair of slender hands gently stroked the little girl's head. Her eyes were full of faith as she smiled comfortingly. He'll be fine, Lyda. Hearing that, The little girl was still a bit doubtful. She lifted her tear-stained face and asked shakily, "Really?" Her eyes looked at the little girl gently, smiling. Recalling the time Boda trained tirelessly without rest, she recounted, "Boda has been training constantly all this time." Then she pictured him seriously surfing in the fierce open sea. Continuing, "He hasn't missed a single day of training." Remembering the moment she was cold to him, she continued, "Anyway, I told him to stop being a chicken." She turned her face away slightly, but her eyes were still as bright as stars. "But more than anyone, I know for sure." Continuing to imagine his majestic figure, she affirmed with certainty, "Boda is a genius." Then she imagined him and his teammates raiding a monster's nest. Her cold, decisive eyes gazed into the distance, concluding, "Better than anyone." Suddenly his face tensed, his eyes wide. Looking up, his weapon was lodged firmly in the monster. Only then did Boda smile. He clenched his fist, praising himself, "I got it." His eyes widened. Looking at the monster, he thought with contempt, "Cheap tricks." Remembering his life-or-death battle with her, he mused, "At least my training time wasn't wasted." Looking at the horrifying, disgusting monsters before him, he told himself, "I can do this." A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. He smiled faintly, affirming to himself, "Hunt them now." Yoka shone his light on a strange creature sitting with its back to the wall. A team member frowned and asked, "What kind of monster is this?" Yoka picked up a brownish-black human skull. "Are all these skulls it's doing?" Gonta used a dagger to lift one of the creature's tentacles. "It can't be human. What the hell is this?" Then he suddenly turned to Boda. "Hey kid, did you take care of it?" Gonta stood facing Boda, his voice a warning. "You'll regret it if you lie." He raised his voice and asked back, "What?" Sonia snapped angrily at Gong. "Shut up, the kid saved my life." Yoka immediately whipped around to ask Sonia, "Sonia, was this the only one?" Sonia pointed ahead. "I don't know, it came from over there." Yoka shone his light in the direction Sonia was pointing. Then Yoka shone his flashlight on a long, cylindrical object. "Looks like a water pipe." The whole group fixed their eyes on the dark, damp tunnel. "I guess it came from in there." Yoka cautiously ordered the team, "Let's go check it out." The splashing of water echoed with every step the group took into the tunnel, their shadows cast on the cave walls. Each person held a flashlight, lighting the way deep into the end of the tunnel. Yoka marveled, "This is amazing. I can't believe there's a whole system like this underwater." Gong was curious. "What is this place?" Yoka frowned decisively. "There must be a reason for this." Then his eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Boda looked at the pitch-black, deep cavern and thought to himself, "It's huge. Where does this lead?" While Boda was lost in thought, a tentacle suddenly and silently emerged from the water surface. Boda sensed danger, his eyes widening. He quickly turned, shining his light towards the source of the sound. But when he shone his light there, he only saw an empty, illuminated space. "That's strange." Boda didn't dare to let his guard down, frowning tensely and asking, "Is something there?" Suddenly, a team member shouted, "Look at this." They shone their lights on jumbled crates floating on the water surface. They seemed to be quite large relics. Someone cheered joyfully. "There are so many of them." Yoka immediately raised a hand to his lips, signaling for silence. "Don't get too excited. Check again." The long-haired teammate swept his hair back and approached the crates to inspect them. It turns out their lids have all been pried open. Gong, on the other side, was checking another crate and announced that it was empty. Another team member went ahead, calling back excitedly as he shone his light, "Come here. This is unbelievable." Sonia and Yoka both looked up at the cave ceiling. Sonia cheered with delight. "We hit the jackpot." Yoka's jaw dropped in astonishment. "No way." Before them were countless crates stacked on top of each other, several feet high. The whole group was excited as if they had just found a treasure trove. "Are all the relics here?" One team member's eyes lit up, and he said humorously, "They're all brand new." Min, with a haggard face, was out of breath. "I get it. This is the shelter our ancestors made to prepare for the disaster." Looking at the mountain of goods, he speculated, "But then they all left, and what they left behind is all of this." Looking at the map on the wall, he continued his train of thought. "This shelter has been here all this time." He looked up and stated with certainty, "All the relics we've found came from here." Hearing that, the whole team's eyes lit up. They hugged the items and cheered with joy. "We're rich." Only Boda seemed to sense something was wrong, his whole body stiffening. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. When he looked up at the cave ceiling, he was completely frozen. On the ceiling, countless sea monsters were clinging, lying in wait for the prey below. Observing more closely, Boda noticed that some spots on the sea monsters' faces were starting to crack, looking incredibly gruesome. He was worried, scared, his eyes wide as he warned, "Get away from there and gear up." The other team members heard this and looked at him doubtfully with an expression like, "What's with this guy today?" until they all looked up. All of them were utterly astonished. They looked up at the cave ceiling, which was completely covered with countless sea monsters, looking like a horrifying carpet. The group could see hundreds of them at a glance. And maybe not just hundreds, maybe even thousands. The cave ceiling was thick with sea monsters, swarming to a terrifying degree. The sea monsters just hung there, dangling from the ceiling, a truly horrifying sight. They were lumpy, crowded, pressing against each other. Some were even stuck fast to the walls, looking like a grotesque, abstract painting. Below, two team members saw this scene, and their faces turned pale, turning purple. One person looked up, trembling, and asked, "The divers, are they the ones who went missing?" Boda replied numbly, "I have seen this before." He then recounted the feeling from his youth when he was submerged in the water. It was just like that. After observing for a moment, he was certain this is their nest. Sonia turned and asked him, "A nest?" Hearing this, the other two members of the group grew even more terrified, shouting, "So it is sea monster?" Jocko observed for a moment, then spoke up to remind them, "Calm down, everyone. Look." The slimy mass on the cave ceiling shows no sign of wanting to attack. Jocko reassured them, they're still hibernating. Ioka immediately ordered the team, "Let's get out of here as soon as possible." One team member was so scared he needed a staff just to walk. Suddenly, a piercing, headache-inducing sound of metal clashing rang out. The strange creatures on the cave ceiling slowly detached, raining down. Boda was startled by the strange noise, and the whole team, realizing something was wrong, looked up at the cave ceiling together. The soldier quickly reminded the person next to him not to make too much noise. The other person, with a solemn face, nodded. "All right." The leader ordered, "Let's go." Those behind them walked on, using their lights to illuminate the path underwater. Boda looked around suspiciously, certain that something had happened here. He looked up and saw countless corpses strewn about, thinking to himself, "Does no one know about this? Or has everyone who's ever been here died?" Suddenly, from a distance, it seemed something was swimming towards them. Without a word, the whole team immediately drew their guns, aiming at it and firing relentlessly. The thing appeared with a leg that looked exactly like a human's. Looking grotesque, its upper body was a mass of disgusting tentacles, and on its head, it was carrying some kind of barrel. When Boda saw its shape, he couldn't help but be surprised, his face slack-jawed. The pants it was wearing slowly ripped apart, unable to bear its weight. Truly a crappy pair of pants in the most literal sense. While everyone was shining their lights on it, it didn't bother to attack and just quietly walked away. Then it slipped into a sewer pipe. Boda broke out in a cold sweat. What was that thing? The person behind him trembled with fear. "It's a monster. We're dead for sure." The person next to him quickly reassured him, "Calm down." Suddenly, he felt like he had just stepped on something. He started sweating, looked down, and immediately, a tentacle appeared from nowhere, wrapping tightly around him. This was bad. He struggled violently, but just a few seconds later, a giant octopus monster lifted him into the air. Everyone who witnessed the scene gasped in astonishment, while he screamed in terror, his piercing cry echoing. Not letting him struggle for long, the monster snatched him, put him in its mouth, and began to chew ravenously. Fresh blood immediately spurted out, staining its entire mouth red. It chewed and chewed, savoring its freshly caught prey. Boda and the old man standing beside him watched the scene, speechless, only able to curse silently. That damn monster. When it had finished digesting the man, its mouth opened wide again, looking terrifying. Someone wondered, did it wake up? Damn it. Suddenly, the monster lunged, rushing towards everyone like a whirlwind. The team was on high alert, immediately opening fire. Here it comes. The spears flew, embedding themselves in its body, but it seemed to feel no pain at all, and those attacks couldn't stop it. Someone standing behind Boda swung a baseball bat, striking the creature squarely. The mighty blow hit the monster right in the mouth, sending it flying. It turned out to be Gong. The monster, having been hit, let out a pained roar. As it struggled and cried out, its comrades above immediately responded to its call. They shrieked noisily. Gong shouted, "They're waking up." Jocko quickly ordered retreat. Before everyone could react, the monsters above all dropped into the water at once like a rain of monsters. They fell, crashing into the people below, knocking them over. Water splashed into Boda's face. He looked at them with eyes full of anger, as if to say, "These things have met their match today." The fallen comrades were slowly helped up. Another monster rushed forward to attack a soldier. Boda watched the scene before him, grinding his teeth. Looking at the surrounding monsters, he thought to himself, "I'm not the kid I used to be." Then he grabbed his blade, ready to fight. He gritted his teeth, growling, "Come on, I'll chop you to pieces." The slimy, slithering monsters in the water were approaching them, their numbers growing. Boda's group was surrounded by them, with no way out. They stood there, growling, looking ferocious. Seeing this, Boda's group was on edge, knowing that the slightest mistake could mean instant death. Jocko was terrified, his body trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. So many, they're coming from all directions. Gong's face was impassive, without a trace of fear. He frowned and shouted, "Sonia, cover the rear." Sonia, standing behind him, shouted back, "Roger." With that, he held his weapon firmly, glaring at the monsters, looking incredibly cool. She also tightened her grip on her sword, frowning, trying to find their weakness. Seeing that Boda's side wasn't making a move, the monsters charged all at once, like a disturbed beehive. Seeing this, Sonia's fighting spirit surged. She quickly warned, "Here they come." Gong held his mace, raised it high, and shouted. Without hesitation, he smashed it straight onto the head of a monster in front of him. The mace hit its head, and fresh blood splattered everywhere, a horrifying sight. The two mints on the other side were not idle either, continuously firing their guns at the monsters, bullets flying like rain. A monster opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, but its tentacles were pierced by arrows, causing it to scream in pain. Another monster whipped its tentacle straight at Sonia. She quickly and skillfully parried the blow with her sword. Then, with another slash, she flung the tentacle away and sliced across the monster's abdomen, cutting it in two with a clean stroke. Gong shouted with fierce eyes, but suddenly he stopped in bewilderment, his eyes wide, not understanding what was happening. It turned out the monster's tentacle had gripped Gong's weapon tightly, and in a flash, the tentacle wrapped around his body, squeezing so tightly it made it hard for him to breathe, his face turning pale, a pathetic sight. Gong's limbs were completely restrained by the tentacle. Boda's group could only watch helplessly as he was held fast, unable to do anything. The monster showed no mercy, directly putting Gong's entire body into its mouth. Fresh blood splattered, a horrifying scene. Sonia screamed in fear. Gong. His head was being crushed by the monster's mouth, full of sharp teeth, the pain so intense he couldn't help but groan. Just as it seemed he was about to die, suddenly, a sword flew from nowhere, piercing through the monster's mouth, a last-second rescue. Right before his eyes, the sword flipped, slicing off all the monster's fangs, looking incredibly formidable. The one who had just acted was none other than Boda. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength to cut the monster apart and rescue his comrade. Gong's entire body immediately fell into a pool of water mixed with the monster's fresh blood, a chaotic scene. Sonia stared blankly at Boda's action, her mouth agape in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes. Jaco's two companions also stared wide-eyed. Unable to believe it, they uttered, "Boda." Boda stood still, his sword held high in a heroic posture. Then he delivered a powerful slash, splitting the monster in two, looking decisive. The water splashed towards the others, while Boda's feet continued to advance, without a hint of hesitation. Just like that, with every slash of Boda's sword, the monsters were cleanly killed, none survived. Underwater, the smaller monsters lay everywhere, some with severed tentacles, others split in two. Boda bent down, his eyes quickly glancing at the monster standing near him, looking ice cold. With a graceful spin, Boda sliced the monster into two pieces, finishing it off quickly. She stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape in admiration. Damn. Jocko was no exception. Fucking awesome. Min cheered with joy. Good, very good, Boda. Boda, his face covered in blood, gritted his teeth, his eyes still staring coldly, not flinching at all. While dazed, suddenly, a tentacle whipped straight at Boda from nowhere, startling him. He quickly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping. A look of contempt was now clear in Boda's eyes. You slowpokes. He suddenly thought of Kana. Compared to Kana, Boda had once dueled with her. She possessed extraordinary strength, always overwhelming Boda. But these things, they were both stupid and slow, complete amateurs. The monster, enraged that its kin was dispatched right in front of it, opened its hideous mouth wide and let out a roar. Boda held his sword and charged straight ahead. Seeing the monsters with their mouths open, ready to devour him, he cursed silently, "You damn monsters." Another monster stared with wide eyes, just waiting for Boda to serve himself up. He sneered, "You think humans are just food?" Then the monster's teeth crushed a nearby boat, looking ferocious. Boda didn't hesitate, quickly charging forward, rushing into the enemy's encirclement. They looked up, seeing Boda hovering in the air, their faces full of surprise. As he got close to the monsters, Boda suddenly leaped up from the ground. Right before their bewildered eyes, a completely unexpected performance. Boda's eyes hardened, a spark of hatred flashing in his mind. "I'll tear you all apart, one by one." As the thought finished, Boda dove down like a whirlwind, using his sword to slash powerfully at the two monsters standing near him, splitting them in two. Blood and water mixed together, a horrifying scene. Boda's sword continued to slash relentlessly. One after another, all of them were split in two, none escaped. The monsters were caught off guard, unable to react before being swiftly and neatly cleared out by Boda. Boda's sword, with just a single path, had dealt with all of them, right before everyone's astonished eyes. Boda gritted his teeth, slashing powerfully at the last monster, finishing it off decisively. Jaco's two companions gaped, watching the corpses slowly fall before their eyes, speechless. Gong stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene before him. How could a kid like that do this? The monsters' corpses were cut into pieces, blood mixing with the water, creating a ghastly red color. Their tentacles no longer moved at all. Boda held his sword, cutting off all the remaining tentacles. He alone had neatly dealt with all the monsters they had been struggling with. Then Boda spun his sword and plunged it straight into the ground, looking majestic. His eyes were cold, his face covered in blood, staring at the monsters' corpses, emotionless. Their corpses, piece by piece, were scattered everywhere, a desolate scene. A monster's thigh was still twitching, but just a moment later, blood gushed out from the thigh like water, and then it too became still, its tragic fate sealed. Sonia exclaimed in amazement. It's like his flash has no cool down. Gong lowered his head, cold sweat breaking out, wondering, who is this kid? He stared at Boda, assessing him. Only top-tier spearmen can use sword energy that well. Jocko walked over, clapped Boda on the shoulder, and praised. "That was fucking incredible, Boda. How could you?" Then, he turned his head to the side, looking at the sewer drain, his expression thoughtful. Then, Jocko assessed. The escape route is completely clear. They both gave a thumbs up, expressing their admiration. "Amazing, Boda. Let's get out of here while we still can." After saying that, they all hurried away, not daring to linger for another second. And so, everyone held their flashlights, slowly moving forward, surrounded by the corpses of the monsters, a gruesome scene. Suddenly, as they were walking, the entire cave began to shake violently. The group, confused, looked up, not knowing what was happening. Sonia muttered to herself, "An earthquake?" Then suddenly, the wall beside them exploded, creating a large hole. Tentacles snaked out from it, looking terrifying. These tentacles were much longer than the previous ones. They writhed ceaselessly, looking incredibly frightening, like giant snakes. The group, with disbelieving eyes and cold sweat breaking out, watched as the monster slowly emerged from the wall, a horrifying sight. The monster used the force of its tentacles to slowly pull itself out, looking slow but powerful. A giant monster, with its mouth wide open, full of sharp teeth, looked absolutely ghastly. Its tongue lolled out, saliva dripping down, looking filthy. This monster had 3 mouths. Its eyes looked down from above, staring at them, full of killing intent. Jocko realized with horror, Jin, one of the 7 ocean devils, a terrifying legend. Jocko looked at the monster, a creature thought to exist only in legends, now present right before their eyes. Boda also looked at the monster, thinking Jin, one of the 7 great sea monsters, a fearsome power. The monster swung its tail, smashing it down towards where everyone was standing, a powerful attack. It wrapped its tentacle around a nearby pillar. Boda and Sonya were surprised by its strange action. The monster slammed its chest down where everyone was standing, creating a powerful shockwave. Water splashed everywhere, sending everyone flying. A large hole suddenly appeared on the ship's hull, looking extremely dangerous. Someone shouted, "Water is flooding in. Put on your helmets." Just as they finished putting on their helmets, water immediately flooded in, submerging everything. It knocked everyone far away. Sonya suddenly let out a piercing scream. A large crate was floating towards her, looking very dangerous. The large crate slammed hard into Sonya, then pinned her underneath, making her unable to move. Sonya's oxygen tank also came loose. She quickly reached for the oxygen tank, stammering, "No, my oxygen tank." Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand, pulling her out of the dangerous situation. That person was Boda, who had managed to grab onto a nearby crate. Sonya cried out joyfully, "Boda!" The monster was preparing to approach, its dangerous eye quickly glancing towards the two of them, full of killing intent. Sonya shouted, "Behind you! Behind you!" Boda also quickly shouted, "Stay close to me." The monster was rushing to attack them, like a hungry wild beast. A powerful blast of air suddenly erupted from Boda's weapon, pushing the monster back. They quickly jumped from where they were holding on. The monster only managed to attack the nearby crates, a lucky escape. The monster roared in anger. Then it immediately chased after the two of them, refusing to let go. Its tentacle reached out, about to grab Sonya's leg. The situation was extremely critical. She quickly drew her gun, firing continuously at the monster, trying to hold it off. Sonya's action made the monster pause for a moment, creating an opportunity for them to get ahead and escape its grasp. It growled, then resumed its attack, moving quickly towards them, determined to eliminate its prey. Sonya urged Boda, "It's right behind us. Faster. The pipe is right there. Just a little more." Suddenly, something strange appeared on the monster's tentacle, looking mysterious. Then it spat that thing at them. The strange green substance hit their oxygen tank, causing it to explode. Sonya was surprised. "What is this?" She cried out in alarm. "It's corrosive." A large explosion occurred. They had luckily gotten close to the escape pipe. Boda struggled, tried to move towards the pipe. Finally, they succeeded in getting inside, temporarily safe. The monster did not retreat, but instead went straight into the pipe, chasing after them, determined not to let its prey escape. But luckily, the two of them managed to get into the sewer drain in time. Seeing the tentacles writhing behind them, they both breathed a sigh of relief, a narrow escape from death. Both of their faces were pale, their nerves still on edge, as tense as a bowstring. The two of them slowly backed away, watching the tentacles trying to reach in, a terrifying sight. Boda frowned, exclaiming, "We did it, we escaped." Sonya, drenched in sweat, said, "I've never seen one of the 7 great sea monsters. It was terrifying." Then she turned and said, "It must have come from somewhere." Boda nodded, explaining, "It was just chasing us away to protect its eggs." Boda's eyes suddenly drooped. "I once saw a sea monster appear at a certain time to protect its egg sacs." Hearing this, Sonya was skeptical. "They come out of the water? Impossible." Boda quickly looked behind him, reminding her, "Talk less, save oxygen." Sonya gave a wry smile. "I lost my oxygen tank anyway." Although Sonya's eyes were sad, she still asked worriedly, "Can we survive with the oxygen left in our helmets?" Boda comforted her. "There should be some air somewhere at the end of the pipe. Don't be too scared. We're almost there." Sonya began to feel short of breath, her face flushing. Boda frowned at her expression, saying nothing, but his heart was full of worry. Boda thought to himself, "We're so close, hang in there." Then the two of them started swimming forward, trying their best. After swimming for a while, they both began to find it hard to breathe, gasping for air continuously. Boda stopped, staring ahead. In front of them was a corpse floating in the water, a gruesome sight. The corpse was blackened, making it impossible to see the person's face, only that it was a corpse. The two of them shone their flashlights on the corpse, then slowly approached, their hearts pounding. Boda gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Hey," the person in front of them was Jocko. He was barely breathing, his breath weak. When Sonia saw it was Jocko, she couldn't hold back her tears, screaming, "Jocko! Jocko!" Seeing Sonia wanting to pull Jocko along, Boda quickly held her back, then pulled her past the corpse. "There's no time, Sonia. It's too late." Boda bit his lip. This is bad. Sonia was hesitating, her eyes not leaving Jocko. Her consciousness began to fade, her mouth murmuring, "Jocko, Jocko." Then she slowly passed out. Boda cried out worriedly, "Sonia, Sonia." Boda quickly moved forward, holding Sonia. "Sonia, hang on." He tried to shake Sonia to wake her up. "Sonia, Sonia." Inside the drain pipe, there was now an extremely strong current, sweeping everything away. Outside the drain pipe was a scene of ruin and desolation, as if it had just gone through a great flood. Outside, a person was lying there, barely breathing, his breath weak. It was Gong. He lay there, gasping for breath, his breathing shallow. Gong was covered in blood, a pathetic sight. He tried to lift his arm, but had no strength left. "No, I can't move it, my ribs." Gong looked around with tears in his eyes. "Where am I?" Then his eyes slowly drooped in despair. Then he glanced to the side, at a pillar with an old nameplate. Gong's eyes fell on the large letters on the stone pillar, which looked familiar. The large letters at the top said shelter, and below it, in smaller letters, was residential district. Gong thought, are there people here? Where's this place? He remembered being swept away by the whirlpool. It had pushed him to some strange place. In his heart, Gong could only pray that the other three were okay. "Jocko, I hope everyone is still safe." Sonia slowly sank into a haze, her eyes gradually closing. She felt she could no longer breathe. "I'm losing my mind." Then, she only heard Boda's shout, "Sonia, hang on, it's over." Sonia's body gradually felt like it was sinking. How deep is it? Sonia was slowly losing consciousness. This is bad. She felt it was hard to breathe. Breathe, how to breathe? Suddenly, Sonia's eyes slowly widened. "I'm alive." She opened her eyes, only to see Boda kissing her on the lips, a surprise kiss. Their lips parted, and the air became awkward. Then, Boda continued to place his lips on Sonia's. She dazedly realized, Boda. The two began to kiss to get oxygen, a reluctant way of transferring air. Then Boda moved his lips from Sonia's, ending the kiss. Just like that, they repeated the action to get enough oxygen for Sonia, a difficult situation. Sonia gradually regained consciousness, her eyes wide open as she looked at Boda, her expression full of surprise. She stared blankly at Boda's helmet. It was no longer on his head. He doesn't have an oxygen tank. At this point, Sonia was completely bewildered. How? Elsewhere, birds were flying freely in the clear blue sky. This was a large fishing port, but it had an old, ancient beauty. In a small eatery called Fish, a closer look would show the sign was somewhat old, weathered by time. Inside, the tables and chairs, though old, were arranged very neatly. A plate of hot fish was brought to the table. "Eat up and be happy, Lita." The two sat there, staring at each other blankly. "I'm sorry, boss. I won't be like that again." The owner smiled gently, shaking his head. "Don't worry. It's all in the past. It's not all your fault, Lita." Lita looked at the plate of food on the table, her eyes lighting up. It looked so delicious. Kana also took a piece of fish, put it in her mouth, and nodded repeatedly in approval. He smiled. "It really is. It's my best dish." Then he became a little pensive, remarking, "My son really liked grilled fish." Then his eyes drooped sadly, but then he went missing while mining. The boy was a really good person. Looking at the still hot plate of fish on the table. "Whenever I make this dish," he glanced at the door. "I always imagine that the boy will come back and walk through that door like he always used to." The door suddenly opened. The person who entered was his son, saying cheerfully, "I'm home, Dad." But that was just a scene in his imagination of his son returning, and he would bring the plate of hot grilled fish over. "The smell is wonderful. Is that your specialty, Dad?" "I'm starving." Lita ate while getting emotional, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Sir." He smiled as if nothing had happened. "Eat up and always smile, Lita. Let's enjoy the meal together." The little girl shed tears but then smiled happily. "Yes, sir." Then Lita picked up the whole piece of fish and gnawed on it deliciously. The other two stared blankly at Lita eating happily, the atmosphere becoming warm. The small eatery was filled with laughter, but elsewhere, in the abandoned city under the water, the scene was completely opposite. The corpses of the monsters lay scattered everywhere, a horrifying sight. In the sewer, air bubbles began to appear on the water's surface, signaling that something was about to happen. The two of them quickly surfaced, trying to breathe in the fresh air. Sonia looked at her hand, saying joyfully, We did it. We're alive. Boda looked around, observing the situation. There isn't much air left here. Sonia turned to call out, Boda. Sonia then asked the questions that had been building up inside her. How did you do that? Don't tell me you can breathe underwater too. Boda replied, I could just hold my breath underwater a little longer than normal people. Sonia was skeptical. What's the maximum time? Boda thought for a moment, then answered, probably around 40 minutes. Hearing this, Sonia was astonished. 40 minutes holding your breath? Are you Tom Cruise? Boda chuckled, who knows? Then his expression became serious. I realized I had that ability when I was trapped in a water pipe. Then Boda recounted the process of how he had practiced holding his breath underwater, a grueling process. At that time, he felt like he couldn't breathe anymore. Boda was losing consciousness. It was a terrible situation. But luckily, a hand grabbed him, pulling him from the Grim Reaper's scythe. Sonia exclaimed, Or are you Aquaman or his son? Boda replied, Let's talk later. We need to find a way out of here first. Sonia didn't give up. It'll take at least 20 minutes to get back to where we started diving. Boda turned and said, I'll share with you 2, maybe 3 times. Boda glanced into the distance and said, plus the remaining air in the helmet. It should be feasible. Let's try it, Sonia. Sonia frowned, thinking about something, then nodded okay. The 2 continued to take in air, preparing for their journey back into the water. Then they put on their helmets and quickly returned to the water, continuing their adventure. The 2 of them walked while using the flashlights on their heads to search, illuminating every nook and cranny. Then they both came to a small cave, looking mysterious. On the shore, an old boat was floating on the water, looking lonely. The man wearing a radio turned around to report, Sir, the ship has been submerged for over 3 hours. The chief asked with a grim face, So it's over? The subordinate standing beside him, with a serious face, asked, Will the people worry if the search team disappears? He looked up, nodding, Possibly. Then the chief stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked into the distance. Wait, but if the sea monster slays those 6, it will be quiet for at least 6 months. He looked through the window, observing. 6 months is more than enough. Seeing everyone bustling about their work, people will forget about those creatures. The chief's eyes darkened. That's how things have always been. Cut to Boda's location. The 2 are gently swimming underwater, a peaceful scene. Suddenly, Boda stopped, looking behind him. He saw Sonia slowing down. It seemed she was having a problem. Boda asked doubtfully, What's wrong? Your breathing is heavy. Sonia's face gradually turned purple. She gasped, Boda, I need air. Boda turned around, placing his hands on Sonia's shoulders. I'll help you. Take off your helmet. Then, Boda directly opened both of their helmets, without hesitation. Before he could do anything, Sonia's hands cupped Boda's cheeks, a surprising action. Then she quickly kissed Boda to get oxygen, a life-saving kiss. Boda was kissed until his cheeks flushed red, his eyes wide with utter surprise. Then, Boda also gradually sank into Sonia's kiss, the atmosphere becoming heated. Sonia's body pressed closer to Boda's, a very intimate feeling. Sonia's leg brushed against Boda, causing him to open his eyes wide in surprise, a strange sensation. Sonia kept rubbing her leg against Boda's lower body, making him a little flustered. After a moment, Sonia also moved her lips from Boda's, ending the kiss. She made an O shape with her thumb and forefinger, signaling. Her expression also softened. I'm okay now. But Boda just stood there, his cheeks flushed red. Then he nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at grain, looking goofy. Seeing Boda still dazed, Sonia swam past him. Let's go. Boda watched Sonia preparing to leave, a little regretfully. Boda also turned and swam after Sonia, but still dazed, his cheeks still flushed, his heart feeling like it would jump out of his chest. He thought, what's wrong? My heart is beating so fast, I can't calm down. Boda tried to regain his composure and swam after Sonia. He glanced at her, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Then, Boda's gaze stopped, staring at Sonia's plump red lips, a captivating beauty. His eyes couldn't leave those moist lips, as if mesmerized. He unconsciously touched his own lips. Were they that soft? A strange feeling. Sonia was still swimming beside Boda, But suddenly, she remembered something that made her face turn pale, looking worried. She quickly covered her mouth. Sonia's face quickly flushed red like a boiled shrimp, looking cute. She stared at Boda's face. Was that a kiss? Sonia seemed to be so embarrassed, she became angry. She grabbed Boda's hair, pulling it back. A completely unexpected action. Boda didn't understand what was happening and was grabbed by the head by Sonia, unable to react. An unexpected scene, Boda was immediately forced into another kiss by Sonia. But this time it was different. But it wasn't a kiss, but a bite on the lip. Sonia, with fiery eyes, bit Boda's lip, a violent kiss. Boda was stunned, his eyes wide stop. Then, Sonia let Boda go. Boda's face was pale. He didn't react, seemingly still in shock. Sonia recovered, giving an okay sign with her fingers. Boda was angry, running his hands through his hair. What was that for? As they were looking at each other, a dazzling light shone on them, making it impossible for them to open their eyes. Sonia was blinded by the light, quickly covering her eyes, unable to see anything. Boda couldn't see anything either. A round underwater vessel suddenly appeared, looking modern. It slowly landed in front of the two of them. Min sat inside, smiling happily. Boda, Sonia, you're alive. The two were ecstatic to be rescued, giving each other a high five, celebrating their escape. The two quickly climbed inside the vessel, temporarily safe. Min turned to look at them, silently thanking. Thank God. Are you two okay? My decision to come back was just in time. He asked cheerfully, where are Gong and Jocko? Boda replied sadly, Jocko is dead. Hearing this, Min was utterly bewildered, shouting, what? Sonia quickly spoke up. What about Gong? Is he missing? Saying that, she quickly grabbed another oxygen tank. I'll go find him. Let me borrow this tank. Seeing this, Min stopped her. No, we have to leave before sunset. He quickly said, you all need to know this. But Sonia couldn't leave her comrade behind. We can't just leave him here. Min's body trembled uncontrollably. You saw those monsters too, right? He explained, they used the supply crates as bait for us divers. Min's face was pale, his whole body covered in cold sweat, trembling. They treat people like a food court. As he spoke, Min piloted the vessel away, trying to escape this dangerous place. Min shouted, get out of here, let's go. Then, the vessel shot straight up at extremely high speed. After going a short distance, they saw a monster with its mouth open, waiting for them, looking terrifying. The three were horrified. It's Jen. Min quickly operated the lever on the control panel, trying to evade. He skillfully maneuvered the vessel, quickly swerving to one side, escaping the monster's attack. But it wouldn't give up, extending its giant tentacles towards the vessel, determined not to let its prey escape. Inside, the two were shaken violently, unable to stand firm. Its tentacle was wrapped tightly around the vessel, preventing it from leaving, a very critical situation. Jen used its strength to pull the vessel towards it. Boda gritted his teeth and swore, damn it. Jen, it used its eye to look into the glowing window of the vessel, its gaze full of killing intent. Min was scared, stammering. Was it lying in ambush? Boda quickly grabbed an oxygen tank from the shelf, shouting, we have to get out of here. Min also quickly regained his composure, leaving the pilot's seat and running, not daring to linger. Jin's eyes were angry, filled with blood vessels, looking ferocious. The vessel was pulled closer by it, the distance shrinking. The three of them were violently shaken, falling backwards, unable to resist. It used its tentacle to slam the vessel into a wall. The vessel crashed directly into it, a terrifying impact, causing the three people inside to be unable to stand and fall in a heap, a pathetic sight. Boda's head was slammed hard onto the ground, the pain making him grit his teeth. Not stopping there, it again used its tentacle to grab the vessel, pulling it away easily. Then it dragged the vessel away, then continued to throw the vessel down into an abandoned building, a brutal act. Jin turned and swam away. The abandoned building completely collapsed, turning into a pile of rubble. Its roar thundered, echoing everywhere. At the port, people saw seagulls flying in the sky, a chaotic scene. The once peaceful town now only heard the cries of birds, a frightening silence. People were hurrying with their work, while the children were still playing carefree, unaware of the impending disaster. A little boy came over to help his mother hang clothes. Mom, I'm hungry. From a tallest building, a voice called out, "Is it okay over there?" Lita bowed her head in thanks. "Thank you very much." Then she observed the town around her. The sound of a hammer hitting a nail still echoed regularly from a rooftop. The woman leaned her head out from the balcony and asked, "Honey, are you almost done?" The man turned his head and replied, "It's nothing, just a small job." Everyone was busy with their work and daily lives, the atmosphere still somewhat peaceful. The light from the clear blue sky shone down, making the scene more vivid and peaceful, a fragile beauty. Everyone was creating a tense but incredibly silent atmosphere, as if something terrible was about to happen. Everyone could feel it. Everyone's eyes were directed to one side, all serious, silent, no one saying a word to anyone else. The scene was very peaceful, with the sunlight shining everywhere, a quiet beauty. Suddenly, a beast slowly emerged from under the water, shattering that peace. It sent water splashing everywhere, then extended its long tentacles, looking terrifying. The man fixing the roof stared at it blankly, not understanding what was happening. The children playing soccer also froze, stunned. The villagers were bewildered, their eyes filled with disbelief, staring at the monster, a horrifying sight. The monster stood up, revealing its hideous body, looking like a monster straight out of hell. The people now realized the danger, quickly scattering and running, screaming, "It's a sea monster, a sea monster." The monster extended its short legs onto the shore. The people screamed in terror, a chaotic scene. The giant monster slowly rose, bringing with it darkness and death that enveloped everything, its body writhing like a nightmare. Full of long tentacles, twisting in the air like the devil's whips, looking ghastly. Its sharp, dagger-like teeth parted, roaring in madness. The monster's appearance completely destroyed the town. The people were all knocked away by it. No one could resist. In a flash, an entire building was lifted into the air like a tattered toy, then mercilessly thrown away. Pieces of walls, tin roofs, and steel frames shattered, flying everywhere, carrying with them the horrified screams of the people, a terrible tragedy. The people panicked, pushing and shoving to escape. No one dared to look back, where a storm like a giant blade was sweeping everything away, sparing nothing. The giant tentacles from the monster shot out, like steel whips, wrapping around the people, not letting them escape. The tentacles pulled them into the air, accompanied by everyone's piercing screams, a tragic scene. The people in front saw this and quickly scattered, while some looked back, not believing what was happening. They were wrapped by its tentacles. It opened its hideous mouth wide. The people screamed for help. "Save me, no." The man looked at its lolling tongue, terrified. "No, no." The people, one by one, were all put into its mouth, a tragic end. It closed its mouth, using its sharp teeth to chew again and again, a gruesome scene. The people hiding in their houses trembled, not daring to breathe loudly, terrified to the extreme. They were scared, sweating profusely, but it still found them. There was no escape. Its eyes looked menacingly at the people, full of killing intent, as if it wanted to eat them alive. Seeing its face, the people inside could no longer remain calm, panicking completely. It used its tentacle to lift the entire house off the ground, a terrifying strength. Then it shook the house violently. The people inside, from the windows, began to fall into its mouth, unable to resist. The people tried to cling to the inside of the house, but it was useless. The man couldn't hold on any longer and was flung out, falling straight into the monster's mouth, a sudden death. Everyone struggled in its mouth, but couldn't escape. Despair enveloped them. The people cried, screaming until their throats were hoarse. No help. Without a second word, it directly bit down on the people, fresh blood spurting from its mouth, staining the whole area red. Elsewhere, the villagers were still unaware of the tragedy unfolding, still immersed in a false sense of peace. But they faintly heard something. "What's that? What's that sound?" Lita and Kana were walking outside when they also felt something was unusual, asking doubtfully, "Kana, over there." The direction Lita pointed to was showing strange movements, causing the calm water surface to suddenly become turbulent, a bad sign. Its tentacles began to attack the people on this side, stabbing straight into the tallest building, destroying everything. The people screamed in fear, "We're under attack." "What?" Lita worriedly huddled into Kana's arms, her eyes suddenly widening. Utterly terrified, Kana gritted her teeth. "Is it a sea monster?" They could only see its tentacles wriggling, moving towards this side. "It's moving," They are the target. Its body gradually appeared. The people were scared, quickly turning to run, screaming, "It's coming, run!" There is a group of brave men, holding sharp spears, shouting, "Don't be afraid, it's just one monster." The men raised their spears high, determined to protect this place. "Take up your weapons." Kana turned and said, "Mr. Mao, we need to be with the weapon guide." Mao replied, "Kana, Lita, leave it to the men. Get out of here." Kana didn't leave immediately, but stood there, thinking, "So be it." Then Kana turned and said, "Lita, run as fast as you can." Lita was confused. "Hide somewhere safe." Then she gradually understood, replying, "Be careful, Kana." With that, Lita ran off, Kana's voice echoing from behind, "Run." She hardened her face, gritting her teeth as she looked at the monster, her eyes full of hatred. "It's destroying everything. It's Gen, one of the 7 great sea monsters. Why is it here? For what reason?" Elsewhere, someone's hurried voice rang out, "Sir, sir." The door was violently thrown open. The subordinate outside opened the door, informing the chief, "A sea monster has appeared, sir." He was sitting counting his gold and silver when he was startled. "Impossible." The chief rushed out to the balcony to assess the situation, his face full of worry. He was terrified. "Jen, what is it doing here?" The chief's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down like rain, his whole body trembling with fear, his voice also trembling. "Is it because of the search party?" The chief's eyes widened. "Jocko, what have you done to this world?" He held his head, his teeth chattering. "We have to find somewhere higher." The subordinate quickly asked, "Chief, what should we do?" The chief pushed him away, saying, "Run." Then he rushed inside, grabbed his bag of gold and silver, and fled without hesitation. Seeing this, the subordinate asked, "What are you doing, sir?" The chief shouted, "Shut up, Mao." He turned, gritting his teeth. "Jen has come here, so be it." Hearing this, the subordinate's face turned pale with fear. Seeing the chief was still determined to leave, he rushed to stop him. "Sir, you can't just leave like this. We need someone to lead." Outside, the monster was still slowly crawling forward, when it suddenly seemed to notice something. Its body gradually began to steam, its face showing clear pain, and many burns appeared on its body, a pathetic sight. Kana gritted her teeth and thought, "It can still continue even while being burned by the light?" The villagers shouted together, "Let's join forces to protect this place. Don't be afraid." Seeing this, Kana tried to stop them, saying, "Hey Mao, we need a different kind of weapon. A long sword would be better." Mao shook his head. "Leave us and run now, Kana." He smiled reassuringly. "Kana, don't worry. I'll protect you." Kana paid no attention, continuing to try and stop them. "The spears won't work. Hey Mao." One of them stopped Kana. "It's dangerous here, Kana. Run, Kana." The monster, burned by the light, dove into the water. "It's over there." The villagers didn't let it go, but continued to pursue it. "This way, block its path." They threw their spears down, attacking. The spears pierced through its body, causing it to scream in pain. It sank beneath the water, carrying with it the strong smell of blood, a horrifying scene. Seeing it leave, the villagers cheered happily. "Great, we did it." But unexpectedly, its tentacle shot up from under the water, a surprise attack. It began to turn back, covered in countless embedded spears, looking ferocious. Seeing this, the villagers' faces turned pale with fear. Kana shouted, "Get back." The villagers were terrified, quickly turning to run, not daring to look back. But unfortunately, it was too late. It had already opened its hideous mouth wide, swallowing all the people, a horrifying scene. Its 2 eyes lit up, its mouth still continuing to swallow everyone, sparing no one. The people couldn't resist, just being swallowed into its stomach, a tragic end. The people cried and begged, "No, save us." But they were already wrapped by its tentacles, unable to escape. A man who seemed to have escaped was running away, when he was suddenly pierced through by its tentacle, collapsing on the spot. It continued to crawl onto the land, slaughtering everyone. That guy was put into its mouth and chewed, a gruesome scene. Mao was angry, throwing a spear, but before he could charge, its tentacles struck him hard, sending him flying. Mao was sent flying far away. Then it slowly extended its tentacle, approaching him, looking dangerous. Mao was terrified, not daring to breathe loudly, looking at the tentacle hovering above his head, his heart pounding. He fearfully turned his head back and saw the old man, a familiar image. The old man had been pierced through by its tentacle, blood dripping, a pathetic sight. Mao watched helplessly as the old man's body was slowly lifted into the air, unable to do anything. The old man's pleading eyes looked at Mao, full of despair. The old man was scared, begging through his tears, Save me, Mao. Mao felt the blood from the old man's body drip onto his face, a feeling of utter helplessness. Looking at the tentacles full of human corpses, the people dangling in front of him, a scene of hell on earth. The old man slowly closed his eyes, his tragic life ending. Mao couldn't believe it, muttering, What is happening? Everyone was slowly being put into its mouth. No one escaped. He stood there, his body rigid. You monster! Its tentacles slowly wrapped around Mao, then lifted him up, a feeling of helplessness. The tentacle brushed past Mao's face. This kind of demon, how can humans defeat it? His body was just being brought to its mouth, an unavoidable death. Mao was still dazed, not resisting. How can this thing be defeated? A woman holding a weapon charged straight forward, a familiar figure. It was Kana, seeing it about to put Mao in its mouth. Kana stabbed straight into its body, a decisive attack. Its blood splattered onto Kana's face, a ghastly sight. Thanks to Kana, the monster was startled, throwing Mao away, a narrow escape from death. As Mao fell, he saw the full, giant, horrifying form of the monster and a small figure fighting it. It was Kana. She stabbed straight into one of the monster's eyes. Mao was surprised to be saved by Kana. Kana. She used all her strength, holding the hilt of her blade to push it deeper into the monster's body, causing it to lose its composure and attack wildly, no longer in control. Kana used all her strength, stabbing deep into its side, using the momentum to leap far away, escaping its counterattack. She jumped high, embedding an iron hilt into the monster's body. One hand still gripping the rope, the giant monster below roaring madly, struggling violently. Reaching a certain height, she used all her strength to decisively pull the iron rod out of the monster's body, fresh blood gushing out like a spring. After pulling the weapon out, Kana did a graceful somersault in the air, then landed safely on the ground. Holding the weapon tightly, gaining momentum from above, she once again stabbed straight into the wound she had just created, a fatal blow. Kana used her strength to drag the weapon, creating a long gash on the monster's skin. Its blood splattered into the sky, a horrifying sight. One of her hands gripped the weapon's rope tightly, both feet pushing with all their might against the weapon, creating the longest possible wound on the monster, a finishing blow. Suddenly, many cracks appeared on the iron rod. It gradually broke. The weapon had reached its limit. The weapon she was holding immediately broke in two, a disadvantageous situation. Even so, Kana handled the situation very calmly. She spun to gain momentum, leaped far away, and then threw away the broken weapon without hesitation. The force of her jump was quite fast. She slid a long way on the ground before stopping, luckily uninjured, inflicting a critical wound on the monster, its blood spraying like rain right in front of Kana. Yet she maintained a calm, cold composure. The monster, in pain, roared towards Kana, its giant body and tentacles flailing everywhere, a chaotic scene. Mao found the recent near-death situation insane. He stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape in astonishment, looking at Kana, unable to believe his eyes. Everyone else, holding weapons and hiding behind an old building, was just as surprised. Kana, a resident hiding inside a house, holding two large knives, looked out, sweating with joy. It's Kana. Everyone who saw her was incredibly surprised by her sudden appearance, an unexpected savior. Behind the blood-stained white hair, Kana's calm, determined face was met by a group of hunters holding weapons, stunned into silence, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, she raised a hand towards Mao, who was staring blankly at Kana, speechless. She kept her eyes on the monster, then said to Mao, "Weapon." Mao fumbled, pulling out his two knives and handing them to Kana. "All right." He quickly took his knives, saying, "Here you go, Kana." Kana took Mao's two knives, silently looking at them, then thought, ineffective. She looked at the two short knives in her hands, calculating. The knives were too small to inflict a deep wound on the monster. To one side, she glanced at the frightened residents hiding in their houses, her expression full of worry. Her blue eyes narrowed slightly. "I don't have time to go home and get my weapon." The beautiful, strong girl ordered everyone, evacuate everyone from the large buildings. The people behind her responded in unison, "Roger." Kana turned her head back, calmly telling everyone, "The sea monster will use the shadows of the buildings to hide. If anyone wants to attack it, do it in the sunlight." Everyone obediently followed Kana's instructions, admiring her, Roger, Roger. She calmly observed the monster's next move, preparing for a life-or-death battle. Its enormous, oversized body moved, its blood-filled mouth roaring in front of her, a horrifying sight. Just as it moved a short distance, the ugly monster opened its mouth wide, letting out a deafening roar that echoed everywhere. One of its tentacles tightly gripped Kana's broken weapon, which was stuck in its back, then pulled it out and tossed it away mercilessly. Still angry, it threw Kana's old weapon to the ground, a provocative act. Her eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the monster. Then she recalled the past, painful memories suddenly flooding back. Trains were running into the port. Kana's thoughts. I just wanted to keep my identity a secret and blend into the lives of the refugees to escape the pursuit of the Busan Federation. On a ship carrying refugees, including a young Kana and Boda, with Lita also by their side, I thought I could protect the kids if I stayed here. She remembered the happy times at the port. She held Lita, while the young boy Boda walked beside them, a joyful and peaceful scene while they were together at Oasis Port. Kana's caring eyes stared intently at Boda's face that I could watch Boda grow up. Switching to another scene, full of happiness, Kana was hugged by Lita, and she had taken care of Lita for those 4 years, a close bond. Kana's gentle eyes as she watched Lita sleeping soundly, a look full of love. She gently stroked the little girl's face like a real sister, looking at her and thinking, I just want... Suddenly, she pulled her hand back. Then Kana looked at her own hand, thinking for a long time, her face full of contemplation. Her eyes showed her hope for the future, for so much joy with the two of them. They walked together, living peaceful days like a real family. That was Kana's dream, her wish. Every day is a wonderful day. I just want things to stay like this forever. Kana's previous memory was of a human corpse covered by a sea monster, a gruesome sight. Maybe that's why I chose to leave. The person's entire body was covered. Only the legs were recognizable as human. Kana continued to think, ignoring all warnings. As she recalled the previous image, her expression gradually changed, but that was foolish. Her eyes and face were no longer calm. Her eyes turned red, looking at the sea monster with rage. Right now, I need to remember everything about them. She faced the sea monster alone, preparing for a life-or-death battle. The image of the giant sea monster, a battle about to unfold. She continued to think, sea monsters are everywhere. There would be no such thing as the sea without sea monsters. The reason she wanted to become a harpooner, a past memory, Tion stood beside Kana, asking in surprise, "You want to become a harpooner?" At that time, Kana was very determined, saying, "By any means, I will become a harpooner." Ever since one of her eyes was injured, her hatred for sea monsters had reached its peak. Kana's eyes at that time were bloodshot with rage, and I will kill every single monster in this world. On the shore now, people were evacuating to another place. Harpooners are the ones who protect people from sea monster attacks. Among them, Lita was also very worried for Kana, for everyone. The little girl was ready to rush into danger to protect those around her. The sea monster let out another loud roar, then opened its mouth wide towards Kana, a direct attack. She was now very strong, determined to protect everyone, preparing to attack the sea monster. That I live for this. She rushed towards the giant sea monster, shouting loudly, "Combat! Come on!" As she charged, Kana yelled to build up her courage. Then the scene shifts to Boda under the sea, a different setting. A door in the heritage site below suddenly lit up. It had been buried under rubble for a long time. The safe vault door opened, and 3 people in diving gear were swimming up to the sea surface, looking urgent. Among them was Boda. They were completely unaware of the situation at the port, still in the dark. From the deep sea, they approached the surface, the sunlight shining down, making their diving suits even more distinct. They used all their strength, surfacing at the same time, out of breath. Sonia gasped, hastily removing her helmet and panting, her face pale. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief, stepping onto the port that we made it. I thought we were going to die. As soon as they said it, the expressions on all 3 of their faces turned to shock, unable to believe their eyes. They stared at the smoldering port. They stood frozen in place, looking at the completely destroyed port, a horrifying sight. Some places had been blown up, causing smoke and fire to billow up. Boda stammered, "This place." Suddenly, Boda realized the danger. An image of Kana appeared in his mind. Kana. and Lita also appeared in his thoughts. Boda was extremely worried for them both, Lita. He gritted his teeth, a cold sweat breaking out from worry for his loved ones, and the sea had submerged most of the land for hundreds of years. Now, the small remaining part of the land, Oasis Port, was being attacked by a sea monster, the Great Port. When Boda and the other two stepped onto the port, they were met with a scene of desolate ruins, with smoke rising in plumes, looking like a battlefield. Every house was destroyed, nothing intact. What? The expressions on Boda, Sonia, and the person next to them were of disbelief. They gritted their teeth helplessly in a way. Suddenly, Boda seemed to understand something. He remembered the giant sea monster that he and the others had barely managed to escape from. As if realizing something unbelievable, Boda's expression contorted, a cold sweat broke out, and he stammered, "Don't tell me. Xenot has left the water." As soon as he thought it, Boda quickened his pace, one hand gripping his sword tightly, followed by Sonia and the other person. They silently looked at the ruined landscape before them. As they entered the port, the ruined houses and bloodstains were everywhere, a gruesome sight. In front of Boda was a completely collapsed house. A roar from a sea monster echoed from the other side, sounding terrifying. Seeing this, Boda panicked, his face pale, and he started to run, shouting, "Lita, Kana!" Suddenly, Boda froze. He recognized the faint sound of a child crying nearby. He turned around, his face as if he didn't want to see what he was thinking, a bad feeling. Before Boda's eyes was a child, only about 3 to 5 years old, wailing beside his father's body, "Daddy." The boy was terrified, burying his head in his dead father's chest, surrounded by a pool of dark red blood, a heartbreaking scene. Seeing that scene, Boda was enraged, gritting his teeth in extreme hatred. They stopped and approached the boy. One of them came closer, picked the boy up, and said, "Hey, little one, come with us." But it wasn't just the boy's father's body. There were many more. Boda inadvertently turned to another side, an even more horrifying scene that left him speechless. Before him were countless bodies, bloody, piled up, a scene of hell on earth. They were all people Boda knew well. Blood flowed from them, making the scene even more unsettling and indescribable pain. Seeing this, Boda's eyes widened, his anger reaching its peak, unable to control it any longer. From a distance, many loud noises echoed, causing everyone to turn their attention. In the distance, the sea monster's large tentacles were attacking randomly, destroying everything. They quickly prepared to approach the monster. The closer they got, the more gigantic its tentacles became, moving ferociously. Sonia suddenly pointed towards the sea monster and shouted, "That way. It hasn't left yet." Boda turned towards Sonia and saw her pick up a gun, ready to fight. The gun was firmly fixed to an iron plate. Boda ran over and, with all his might, pulled the gun free, an extraordinary effort. Boda's pull was so strong that the screws holding the gun in place gradually came loose. They fell scattered on the ground. Boda decisively grabbed the weapon and prepared for a life-or-death battle with the sea monster, without hesitation. He held the weapon tightly, running worriedly towards the sea monster. Sonia called after him from behind, but to no avail. "Boda!" He ran faster and faster. In his mind now, he only wanted to run to protect his loved ones. He couldn't let them be in danger. He was extremely worried, afraid that something unexpected would happen to them. He prayed silently in his heart, "Lita, Kana." His lips were tightly pressed, cold sweat breaking out on his face from fear. He prayed silently, "Please, let everything please be okay." The scene shifts to this side of the battle. Kana alone was facing the sea monster, an uneven fight. She leaped into the air, holding knives in both hands, decisively stabbing into the monster's thick skin, a bold attack. Kana spun in the air, creating a rather long gash on the sea monster. Its blood splattered, dyeing her entire body red, a bloody spectacle. Suddenly, from behind her, a giant tentacle of the sea monster approached Kana, but she quickly realized it and reacted in time. In an instant, she jumped straight onto the sea monster. Looking down from above, the monster had already taken a lot of damage, but it was still very fierce, showing no signs of weakening. She slid down to the ground, using one of the knives in her hand to maintain balance, and then landed safely. Without letting her guard down, as soon as she touched the ground, she continued to observe the monster's actions, preparing for the next attacks. The sea monster continuously used its tentacles to attack Kana, but she skillfully dodged them all. She quickly avoided the dangerous blows, then hid behind walls, blocking a few times, but then the wall was shattered to pieces. Its attacks were relentless, forcing Kana to move nimbly to dodge, without a moment's rest. She quickly ran to hide behind a large crate, temporarily finding cover. The sea monster's sharp tentacles pierced through the crate. Luckily, Kana managed to avoid the blow in time, narrowly escaping. Kana hid to one side, observing the situation. The giant monster was moving, searching for its prey, looking ferocious. Suddenly, it seemed to have detected something behind a collapsed building, a sign of danger. It slithered around the building, checking carefully. Suddenly, a large rock flew straight out of one of the building's doors, an unexpected event. Kana used the door as a shield. Then she grabbed her dagger and charged straight at the monster, a reckless attack. The dagger easily plunged deep into the monster's body, creating a significant wound. Kana immediately used the momentum to spin around once. She ran along the monster's body, the dagger following, creating a long cut that exposed the flesh inside, a vicious attack. The monster's blood gushed out from the wound, dyeing an entire area red. Suddenly, Kana keenly sensed approaching danger and reacted extremely quickly. She fell back, rolling over once, quickly escaping the slam of a tentacle that had just come down, a lucky escape. She rolled continuously several times to create a safe distance from the monster, not daring to be careless. Then, she successfully braked, getting into a solid defensive stance. Suddenly, she looked down worriedly, her face full of disappointment. Kana's dagger was chipped and dented in one spot, my weapon. At this moment, the monster had drawn near, opening its hideous mouth wide, ready to devour its prey. Kana glared at it with hatred, determined to fight to the death, not backing down. Suddenly, from the monster's right, a pile of rubble flew from somewhere, thrown towards it to attract its attention. Kana was startled and turned to look. It turned out that on top of a ruined house, a group of people were relentlessly throwing rocks at the monster and calling her name. Kana! Mao! Enraged, roared Dai, "You monster!" Kana was terrified, wanting to stop them and come back. However, the monster had already swung its giant tentacle, a devastating attack. A crushing blow came down, sending all the people supporting Kana flying. She screamed in pain. No. Kana charged forward again, wanting to draw the monster's attention to herself. "Over here. I'm over here." The monster's tentacle twitched, as if gathering something inside, a dangerous sign. It spat a blue liquid towards Kana, a surprise attack. Kana couldn't avoid it, completely surrounded. She was quickly submerged by the liquid, unable to escape. The clothes and equipment on Kana were instantly corroded by the liquid, a pathetic sight. Her body was tormented by excruciating pain, so damaged that she was stunned, with no strength left to resist. The monster then swung its tentacle, sending Kana flying, a devastating blow. Kana's body flew straight out, crashing through several layers of house walls before falling heavily to the ground. Finally, Kana fell in pain onto a scrap car yard, unconscious. Her teammates were terrified, trembling. "Kana! It got Kana!" Mao, enraged and panicked, called her name. "Kana!" Kana struggled, nearly unconscious, the situation extremely critical. The monster's tentacle slammed down with a loud thud right next to Kana, a terrifying threat. It looked enormous, like a horrifying fortress wall, impossible to overcome. Kana tightened her grip on the dagger's hilt. "The dagger is broken. My body feels like it's about to fall apart." She breathed weakly, I can't die here." She gritted her teeth again, determined. "Get up." Kana, both enraged and pleading, "Please, please get up." The monster roared, opening its mouth wide to eat her, a horrifying sight. Her teammates were all terrified. "Kana!" At the decisive moment, a flash of light shot from somewhere, piercing straight through the monster's head, a surprise attack. Mao's group looked back in astonishment. Kana was also surprised, trying to glance over to see what was happening. From high above, a man holding a gun appeared, looking heroic. His face shone with immense rage and extreme hatred. Mao's group was bewildered. Boda, Kana also seemed to see a ray of hope. Boda, enraged, cursed, "Die, you damn monster." He once again raised his gun, frantically firing at the monster, without mercy. The monster was continuously attacked, unable to fight back anymore. It seemed like it was about to fall. Mao's group watched this spectacular turnaround in amazement, unable to believe their eyes. They couldn't react, just stood and watched Boda. Kana below had also regained some strength. She called him Boda. Boda understood, pulling a weapon from his hip belt. Kana. The blade created a powerful, circular motion in the air, a beautiful sight. It landed right in front of Kana, who had just stood up, a perfect coordination. She grabbed the blade and charged, a slash as fast as the wind, striking straight at the monster, a decisive attack. Kana gritted her teeth, mustering her last bit of strength, and charged straight ahead without hesitation. Her figure was like a phantom, as fast as the wind, shredding the monster's body, a finishing blow. The monster cried out in agony. Kana continued to swing the blade, slashing across its body, giving it no chance to retaliate. A powerful upward slash created a large wound on the monster, fresh blood gushing out like a spring. The blade emitted a mechanical sound and then changed shape, a surprising feature. A sharp blade was instantly extended from the tip of the weapon, looking formidable. Kana used the momentum, flying into the air and doing a beautiful flip, a skillful maneuver. She gritted her teeth, dodging a tentacle attack with extremely fast reflexes. She was like a whirlwind, spinning in the air and then slashing down at the monster, a critical hit. After that, Kana landed powerfully on the ground. The monster's tentacles fell in pieces like straw, a horrifying sight. Its body was cut in half by her, ending the monster's tragic fate. Mao's group couldn't help but rejoice. Awesome. She cut in half. On the monster's body, the remaining parts wriggled, emitting strange cries, a gruesome sight. It slithered, turning its head as if to leave, with no strength left to fight. The sharp-eyed group also noticed it's running away. The sea monster is retreating. Suddenly, the monster accelerated at an astonishing speed. Boda was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was happening. Kana also quickly understood what it wanted to do. Its target was the other civilians, a malicious plan. They hurriedly fled, shouting, "It's going crazy, run." Boda also jumped down from the high platform. "Where do you think you're going?" Boda was parkouring over rooftops like in an action movie. Chasing the monster closely, he came face to face with the beautiful Kana. Boda. Kana. The boss lady Kana didn't waste a second, instantly coming up with a plan. At all costs, we have to chase this thing back to the sea. Most importantly, no civilians get a single scratch. Boda nodded instantly upon hearing it. Got it. A certain commander began to coordinate, pointing his hand towards a building that looked like it was about to collapse, his voice booming. "Move to the shipwreck building over there now. Hurry up." The reluctant rescue workers were trying to herd the public to safety. Their mouths were shouting, "Run. Get out of the shadows, run." Little Lita was lost in the crowd, her face clearly showing she was overthinking. Suddenly, Lita seemed to have a bad feeling. Her eyes stung, tears threatening to spill. "Kana, are you two okay?" Suddenly, an SOS scream rang out. The whole crowd turned around bewildered, like, what was that?" The commander from before yelled again, his voice full of panic. "Run." The monster, its nose as keen as a hound's, had sniffed out the human buffet and changed course. It bared its horrifying set of teeth, still topped with human blood. Lita saw that and froze in fear for 5 seconds. Lita was also swept away by the panicked crowd, running like she'd never run before, while the monster casually extended its meter-long tentacles to grab people like a claw machine. They could only scream, "Run." Then boom, a bullet from nowhere blew the monster's head in two. "Oh my God." Boda looked at it, his eyes as cold as ice, gritting his teeth, followed by a barrage of bullets as fierce as a summer storm. This thirsty monster was still full of energy, rampaging everywhere. Boda had to shout for everyone to get out of the way. Get out of the shadows of the buildings now. The people hastily turned and fled for their lives. The monster is coming. Someone was so scared they were sweating buckets, their mouths screaming, "Someone save us." The monster opened its mouth wide, ready to devour humanity. Despite being injured in many places, it still said no to giving up its favorite human flesh. 2 poor kids were cornered near the monster's shadow. The 2 kids were pale with fear, standing still as statues, their eyes wide open. The monster opened its mouth wide, preparing to munch on a tasty meal when in that hair-raising moment, a divine hand pushed the two kids out of the jaws of death in an instant. It was Lita, the guardian angel, appearing just in time. The two children were thrown aside. They hugged each other and tumbled to the ground. Lita also lost her balance because of this, and the little girl almost ended up in the monster's stomach. Boda watched the scene with his heart pounding, and Kana also rushed over to help. Lita fell head over heels right in front of the monster. The little girl was bewildered, her eyes wide, her gaze shifting from surprise to sheer terror. Faster than an X turning on you, the monster swallowed Lita whole. Boda froze. What the hell is happening before my eyes? Kana also froze completely at that moment. Boda let out a scream full of pain and bitterness. Lita. He tried to run as fast as he could as the monster was slowly savoring the little girl. Lita looked at him, her eyes lifeless, like a silent farewell. Boda. The monster swallowed the little girl in a flash, blood spewing from its mouth, a truly horrifying and disgusting scene. Boda couldn't believe what he was seeing. He roared in bitterness. No! The monster's mouth began to close. Lita still clung to a faint glimmer of hope. She tried to reach up. Her tiny hand tried to scratch hard at the wall of its throat. The hope of survival was now as thin as a thread for the poor little girl. Lita seemed to have lost all her courage. She fearfully called out her brother's name loudly, Boda. Boda also heard his sister's faint call. He responded with all his strength, Lita. The gunshots rang out again, relentlessly. Boda clutched his gun, rushing to save his sister despite the danger. Boda ran while shouting her name in desperation, Lita. One of the monster's tentacles whipped straight towards him. It struck with a devastating blow. If Boda hadn't dodged in time, he would have been mincemeat down there. He roared in fury. Another volley of bullets was shipped straight to the monster. The bullets flew relentlessly, injuring it quite severely. The monster flew into a rage. It counterattacked immediately. Boda also had to dodge and run to avoid it. He was exhausted, dragging his heavy steps towards the monster, his mouth still calling out, Lita, while the monster continued its frantic rampage. It seemed very bitter about being pressed by humans, while Boda frantically searched for its trail. The monster continued its bloody and destructive game of hide and seek. Boda caught up with it, dirty water from a monster splashing onto him, forcing him to cover his face with his hand. Boda was still determined to save his sister. He did not waver. Boda tried to get up to continue. Then another massive wave crashed down and swept him away. Kana had just arrived. She was circling the area calling his name, Boda. The monster now seemed to want to disappear. It turned and swam out to the deep sea. Boda was beaten half to death. He lay struggling amidst a pile of scrap metal in the sea. He tried to open his eyes. The monster slowly sank to the bottom of the ocean, then disappeared without a trace. The sea surface returned to a frightening stillness. Boda was still somewhat conscious, but he felt utterly helpless, only able to call his sister's name, Lita. Gradually, he slipped into a coma, completely offline. His sister's name still echoed in his mind, Lita. Boda remembered the day his mother gave birth to Lita. That image and his mother's warm voice were still crystal clear. The baby is very healthy. The whole family gathered around the mother's bed. Everyone was overjoyed. Mother named her Lita. Father and Boda leaned in closer to look at the squirming baby sister. His mother said, half joking, she's crying like she wants the sea monsters to hear. Boda was terrified by that, urging his mother, Mom, hurry and soothe her. The sea monsters will come. His mother said nothing, just quietly handed the baby to him and said, Boda, you hold her. Me? The first time holding his sister, Boda was a bit clumsy, just staring at her. The baby was rosy, pretty, and adorable. She smiled at her brother. Boda felt a strange warmth in his heart, both proud and joyful. He quickly showed his mother, Mom, look at this baby. Boda turned to look at his mother. Her hand had gone limp. The prominent veins on her hand made him stare blankly, not understanding what was happening. His father hugged his mother tightly, crying silently. His mother slowly closed her eyes, sinking into an eternal sleep. The father sobbed, his tears flowing in grief for his wife. Boda seemed to understand something. He quietly called Mom. The sunset was also the time his mother passed away forever. Boda called out in pain, "Mommy." Boda still remembered that fateful day as if it were yesterday, the day his mother brought Lita, and then his mother left. The boat drifted on the sea. His father and sister played together, while Boda sat huddled in a corner, looking gloomy. Little Lita, innocent and unaware of what was happening, still laughed and played cheerfully, while Boda remained in a depressed mood, not saying a word. Before leaving, his father carefully reminded him, "Boda, look after Lita while I'm out hunting." Boda sulked, refusing. "Why do I have to do that?" The father understood his son's heart and could only feel sad. His father tried to find a reason to persuade his stubborn son. "We're out of food. I'll die for something tonight." He gently advised Boda, "I can only be here for so long." He placed his full trust in his son. "You have to take care of Lita when I'm gone. I believe in you, Boda." Then he prepared to dive into the sea. "I'll be back soon." Boda still sat in a corner, his face sullen. Boda remembered with deep regret. "I blamed her because she took Mom away." Lita toddled over to her brother. She wanted him to play with her. Boda was annoyed. He pushed her away. "Get away." The little girl pouted, looking adorable. Lita was attracted by something in the distance. Boda still ignored his sister, his heart tormented with guilt. He thought his mother would still be alive if the girl wasn't here. He resented his sister. Lita crept closer to the edge of the boat. If only she had never existed. Boda glanced at his sister. Lita stumbled, about to fall into the water. Her footing was unsteady, just about to tumble over. Tion surfaced from the water. He slowly climbed up the ladder, his voice calling out, "I'm back." Seeing no one respond, he quickly called out loudly, "Boda." He rushed down to the lower deck. Boda. The sight before him was astonishing. The two siblings, Boda and Lita, were sleeping soundly, hugging each other. He looked at the two children, and his heart softened. He gently came over to tuck the two siblings in. So small and cute. Lita looks more and more like her mother. "I love her so much." Boda startled awake. His sister's image was still in his mind. Lita. He opened his eyes and saw that he was lying with other injured people. Sonia was sitting guard beside him. He suddenly sat up, startling Sonia. He opened his eyes wide. Seeing him awake, Sonia spoke up, "You're finally awake, Boda." He didn't answer her, but hurriedly ran off somewhere. Sonia called after him, "Wait, Boda, you shouldn't be moving." Boda. He remembered the past. The most comfortable moment was when he got to solo with Kana. The image of him leaving his sister behind, protecting her by himself. "I was always confident that I had gotten stronger." He threw a punch at the bald guy right in front of him. Boda rained blows on them. They were beaten so badly they turned pale with fear and fled in disarray. "That I always wanted to prove how strong I had become." Arriving home, Lita was disinfecting her brother's wounds. "Boda, no one wants to come near me because of you. Can you relax a little?" He smiled gently. "Tell me if anyone bothers you." Kana stood leaning against a pillar, silently watching the two siblings. She was deep in thought. Who knows what was loading in her mind? Outside, Boda was chatting with Kana. "I'm ready. I can fight anytime. But in this place," she interrupted, "it's too peaceful, isn't it?" He let out a sigh. "Yeah." Kana continued. "Is it because you want to prove yourself or show off your strength?" He was startled, returning to reality that I thought I'd gotten stronger. She turned to him, arrogant, conceited, and greedy. They're controlled by those things. He remembered the battles with the monsters that I thought I was ready. But when I saw that monster, I froze, just like when I was 12, full of fear and only thinking of running away. He slowly walked towards the door. That I haven't gotten any better. Footsteps approached. Boda looked up. He was quite surprised, Kana. She called his name, Boda. He gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he burst into tears. That I couldn't protect Lita, Kana. Seeing him cry so miserably, Kana also felt extremely uncomfortable. His tears fell like rain. That I couldn't. Boda collapsed. He knelt on the ground. That I couldn't. A weapon plunged into the ground right in front of him. Boda was surprised, slowly raising his head. Kana gave a firm order. "Take your weapon and get up." He looked up at Kana, his face stained with tears. Kana's eyes suddenly turned bright red, and the sky also became ominously dark. That we will cut them into pieces. The city after the earth-shattering battle was now as desolate as a garbage dump. Everything in disarray, ruined after the fierce fight. The people were no different from refugees. They had to eat collectively, sharing every bit of food. Suddenly a voice from a loudspeaker made everyone look up. "Don't lose faith, O residents of Oasis." The chairman was standing in the middle of the crowd, trying to lift their spirits and comfort them after the horrific riot that had just occurred. "Chairman, I will be by your side until the end." "It's okay. We will rebuild from the rubble. Everyone was convinced by his powerful words, listening in silence. Let's be strong and rebuild. They were all moved, their eyes welling up with tears, sir. They hugged each other tightly. Warm, tight hugs that start our lives over together. To build a brighter future, we can do it. Thank you, Sir Chairman. At this moment, Kana and Boda also walked into the crowd. The chairman called her name. Kana. He opened his arms wide, expressing deep gratitude for her coming to protect the city MS. Kana, thank you for protecting this place. Boda is truly amazing. Boda didn't wait for him to finish his sentence, immediately delivering a crushing punch to the chairman's face, sending him tumbling to the ground, knocked out on the spot. The people around hadn't even processed what was happening. They were surprised, questioning Boda. Boda, what do you think you're doing? A few others rushed to help the man up, his face already bruised and purple. Chairman, a group of young men were about to rush in and beat him up. They cursed him terribly. Are you out of your mind? Boda was furious. He lost control, shouting straight into the mayor's face. You knew about all of this, didn't you? You knew the sea monster Xenot was always right beneath us. The bystanders were still bewildered. Not understanding a thing about Boda's words, they asked incessantly, what were you talking about? A few more people quickly restrained Boda. Afraid of another fight, they advised him, calm down. Boda, why would you do that to him? The mayor's face was mysterious, trying to think of a way to wriggle out of it. He intended to cover it up with the death of your sister. Truly shameless that I understand. You want to torment someone just because of your sister's death. The old man was still trying to act, deceiving everyone. But this is the first time I've seen that sea monster. Boda, angry, exposed the truth, lies. All the missing divers are in Xenot's cave. He revealed a shocking piece of information that made everyone pay attention. You offered the divers to the sea monster. The old man began his tearful tale as if he were the most pitiful victim. How could I have warned everyone about Xenot? Then the old man dismissed everything Boda said, trying to prove he was as clean as a white sheet of paper. How could I have known when Xenot would appear? To gain everyone's sympathy, the old man didn't hesitate to act so deeply that he fell to the ground, feigning remorse that I really didn't understand. Then he wailed even more pitifully. Are you saying that all the divers who went missing or were killed by Xenot are my fault? Truly turning black into white. This level of deceit is just unbelievable, making people want to deal with the old man right away. He pleaded, my only crime was trying to make the great port of Oasis a better place. Everyone was completely fooled by this pathetic drama. They turned to defend the chairman again. Sir Chairman, calm down, Boda. Boda was boiling with anger. He yelled so loudly it felt like everyone's head would burst. What the? Suddenly a voice came from the speaker. Mr. Chairman, the submarine has been submerged for over 3 hours. The chairman's face wrinkled like a monkey eating a chili. Oh, it's over. All the residents also buzzed with discussion at this news. Would the public be worried if the search team disappeared too? Boda and Kana also looked up to listen. Maybe this shocking news sent a chill down everyone's spine. But those 6 people become food. It will be quiet for 6 months. The chairman looked into the distance, thinking to himself that 6 months was more than enough. He still insisted that his thinking was perfectly correct. People will forget about those creatures. The look in his eyes betrayed everything. It shone with vileness, truly a rotten character from the start. That's how things have always been. The chairman, at this point, never expected to be exposed so painfully. What? Everyone stared at the old man. Their eyes were filled with indignation. They couldn't believe the truth was so bitter. They just wanted to deal with this disrespectful man immediately. People gradually approached him, the radio still echoing with accusations of his crimes. Isn't that what you said? The chairman shouted loudly. That's enough. The voice from the radio refused to be silent. That's Mr. Chairman. Suddenly, someone in the crowd fell to the ground in fear. I never asked for this. He trembled, clasping his hands and begging, please spare me. He was terrified, confessing all his crimes. Ever since more new people came here for the great relics, I only whispered to the people Mr. Chairman chose. How many could there be at this point? He confessed everything, hoping for leniency. All I did was tell them there was a new diving spot that no one knew about. That's all. Someone utterly surprised asked, wait, what? He was scared, trying to shift the blame to, I only did what Mr. Chairman told me to. The other person grabbed him by the collar, interrogating him. What are you talking about? Mr. Chairman, what choice? He revealed all the inhumanity and bottomless greed of the chairman. He chose the people to be sacrificed to Xenot. Here, when anyone dies, all their belongings become the property of the chairman. Boda suddenly realized something. He remembered those were the sweet words of the old man when he called for adventurers. Welcome to the great port, adventurers. The treasure belongs to whoever finds it. It's completely yours. The old man smoothly said to him, I look forward to it, Boda. The look in his eyes at that time said it all. About this, at that time, he had deceived Boda, causing him to nearly die because of those lies that you've grown up a lot since the day you first came here. The old man even pretended to be grateful. We are always grateful for your help. This kind of deeply implicit way of speaking made it difficult to guess a deceitful person like him. Adventurers are always welcome. His false statement was exposed that we don't abandon wanderers. They had all endured enough. They gritted their teeth, angry at being deceived by him for so long. The old man spoke as if he were a saint with a silver tongue. The truth is, we always invite them. They roared when they learned the truth, all of them changing their attitude, looking at the chairman with daggers in their eyes. What? You're turning us into food for Xenot. The women were also shocked, pained by the loss of their loved ones. The MY husband went missing while diving. Did he die like that? They looked like they wanted to tear the chairman to pieces to avenge the dead. In the face of a loss, the extreme pain he caused that MY child too. My father too. Some people were still naive enough to believe in his fake kindness. Not believing what they had just heard, they asked again. Mr. Chairman, is that true? The old man had nothing left to say, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. The chairman's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He growled, his face full of anger. So what? Immediately, Boda flared up, furiously rushing forward to grab the opponent's collar. You shameful bastard. The other man's face was dazed, pathetic, covered in bruises. You could even faintly see blood trickling from his nose. That what's shameful? Don't you find it strange? A deep, steady voice rang out. A peaceful life, a peaceful village. Every word was like a hammer blow, striking straight into the minds of the crowd. How can a place like this exist, huh? At the same time, the image of the hideous monster returned, and each person's will slowly wavered. The only reason this sea has no sea monsters is thanks to the power of Xenot. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. The chairman forcefully pulled his hand away from Boda, growling, you can die for treasure without danger, thanks to Xenot. Kana stood right there, suddenly realizing something in the old man's words. Thanks to Xenot. That's right. The old man pointed forward decisively. Look, directing the crowd's gaze towards the desolate, ruined scene. Do you dare to fight sea monsters every night? The crowds all wavered once again. Oh, you think you can live in peace like this forever? Everyone simultaneously looked to the opposite side, the air heavy and suffocating. Only the old man's shouts could be heard. Every time one or two divers sacrificed themselves for Xenot, the rest can continue on. The chairman became more and more impassioned as he spoke, his eyes red and bloodshot. That's how all of you are still here right now. Just then, a soft voice was heard from the side. What? The man hiding in the corner finally mustered the courage to step out. What did you say, Chairman? Two streams of tears slowly rolled down his cheeks, his face filled with sorrow. You're saying I sold my son to Xenot in exchange for this life. The man stepped forward, something in his eyes seeming to shatter. Why would I need this miserable life? Is that what I wanted? In his mind, the image of his young son appeared. That MY son was only 19 years old. His voice choked. Then slowly, the choked sobs broke into tears as he remembered his son's warm smile. Kana's group stood behind, their eyes wide, unable to speak. The crowd's expression also collapsed instantly, everyone's face drenched in tears. They all turned their gaze towards the father writhing in the pain of losing his son. Every day that passes in this world without him is like hell for me. Why? Why would you do that? The atmosphere around them felt like it was about to explode. That MY husband was a good man. He was already a father. Give me back my son. The chairman was surrounded by a sea of the crowd's anger. He remained silent, not uttering a word. MY child too. But the old man was clearly still shameless, not recognizing his mistake at all. This was for everyone. You all owe me. Someone had gone mad, angrily picking up a rock and throwing it straight at him. The people behind also joined in, rocks in hand, shouting loudly, "Shut up! Give me back my husband, you bastard!" The anger of the islanders had reached its peak. They rushed in and gave the chairman a sound beating. He covered his head, curled up on the ground, bearing the wrath of the people. They used whatever they had, hitting and cursing him terribly. The chairman's face turned pale with fear, trying to find a way to escape the crowd. He crawled and dragged himself, desperately begging for his life, his face already swollen, bruised, looking pathetic and wretched. "Save me!" He crawled in front of Boda, kneeling and begging earnestly, his voice trembling. "Boda, Kana, save me!" Boda was filled with extreme indignation, staring at the old man, finding it indescribably ridiculous. He gritted his teeth, growling each word, "Save you." The image of the half-human, half-beast monsters returned to Boda's mind. How could he forget? They were all residents of the floating island, people he knew, divers whose lives had been stolen in Xenot's cave. They had been turned into the most hideous forms, trapped there forever, left behind as grotesque creatures, with no way to return to their original forms. They too had once longed to live as humans. The diving helmet, a symbol of their pride, now had a crack on its glass. All of them. All the memories of that horrific adventure replayed in Boda's mind. He was in pain, tears welling up. They could never go home again. The chairman grew even more frightened. He felt no remorse. He only feared that the crimes he committed would lead to his brutal torture. The chairman bowed low, hugging Boda's leg, his bruised face contorted. He wailed, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." The sound of hurried footsteps approached the chairman. The sound of metal scraping on the ground created a chillingly shrill noise. The crowd behind, each armed, rushed forward aggressively. When the chairman saw this, he became even more panicked, quickly changing his target for help. "Kana, save me." Kana looked at him coldly, her eyes filled with a bone-chilling iciness, "Sir." Her hand tightened on her spear. She indifferently asked the chairman a question that Kana still hadn't found an answer to. Instead of exploiting others through the great relics and sacrificing divers, couldn't you think of another way for everyone to live? Kana's heart was filled with boundless disappointment. She bluntly exposed the chairman. "The real monster here is you." Even Kana, ignoring him, drove the old man to utter despair. His bloodshot eyes bulged. The glorious life he had painted for himself was now game over. A wooden club swung up, the whistling sound of the wind clearly audible. A crushing blow landed straight on the back of the chairman's neck. The surprise attack left him no time to react, taking a critical hit. The chairman clutched his head, blood streaming down, curling up like a shrimp, cornered and bearing the continuous blows from the islanders. Before the old wounds could heal, new ones arrived, fresh blood flowing profusely from the wounds. Witnessing the chaotic scene, Boda and Kana could only stand and watch them in silence. Boda's eyes widened, completely shocked by the chairman's words that they're alive. The chairman struggled to utter a few words. He seized the opportunity, leaking the information. The people taken by Xenot are still alive. Everyone froze in unison, looking at each other in bewilderment. What? Boda quickly pushed through the crowd, creating a path, and rushed forward forcefully. Wait. He roughly grabbed the old man by the collar, pulling him up, and questioned him loudly. "What do you mean they're still alive?" The chairman swallowed dryly, speaking slowly. "Xenot doesn't eat its prey immediately." He pointed to a place. It was the ideal location that the Xenot used to imprison people, a hidden shelter completely underwater below. There is only a small rock ledge protruding in the middle of the room to place the prey, and it takes them to the center of its food storage first. The newly caught prey would be dropped onto that rock ledge, left to fend for themselves. His body trembled violently, his voice also growing quieter. If they're lucky, they can live for a week. A huge explosion seemed to go off in everyone's hearts after hearing the information from the chairman. A ray of hope flickered in Boda's heart. Everyone. Lyda's pretty, lovely face appeared again, her radiant smile onto the sunset, so gentle and incredibly cute. And Lyda. That small hope seemed to give Boda more strength, reigniting the flame of life in a heart that had suffered so much pain and loss. She might still be alive. He thought tensely about his little sister Lyda. Kana also found it hard to believe. She told herself, Lyda is alive. The other residents also couldn't contain their emotions. You mean my son might still be alive? But I saw Xenot swallow him whole. However, some people didn't believe the chairman. Don't believe him. He's just trying to save his own skin. Kana stepped in front of the old man. How do you know about that place? The chairman, his face bruised, explained, because I was the first and only one to escape from Xenot's nest. Everyone was stunned to hear this. The chairman recounted. I used to be a refugee from Hong Kong. The old man's eyes stared at the words carved on the house. He remembered the hard days, having to go through storms and tempests. The IT was a major accident for the chairman. The storm made us lose our way. Later, thanks to that storm, he found this place that we stopped and built a village here. But life is not a dream. Until one day, we were attacked by Xenot. He recounted the process after that. When we woke up, we were in the monster's lair. He had tried to save his comrades. Are you okay? Get up. But suddenly, a giant wave of water crashed from behind. Just as the vigilant guild master turned around, a tentacle shot out powerfully from under the water. It slammed down on the ground right next to the guild master. That slimy tentacle grabbed his comrade, and then with lightning speed, dragged that person into the water. The guild master recounted in agony, "It doesn't just eat people." Boda and Kana were stunned, their mouths agape as they heard the story. He revealed a world-shattering truth. Xenot's eggs need a host to incubate them. That's the truth about the missing people. It has a breeding ground somewhere that coincides with its hiding place. When people are dragged down into the deep sea abyss, they are locked in an incubator, becoming hosts. At that moment, the guild master cleverly took the opportunity while it was busy collecting others to escape. He said in a low, hoarse voice, "I was the only one who got out of there." Everyone was in disbelief, their mouths agape as they listened to the guild master's story. Kana was stunned for a moment, still alive, down there. Boda's eyes also widened, deeply shaken. Lida. He quickly grabbed the old man's collar. Where is it? The old man sneered, full of menace. "I'll tell you if you agree to let me go." Boda, enraged, gave him a punch. "That's right." Kana also spoke up, stopping him. "You have no right to speak." Her eyes were cold, full of threat. "You will come with us." These words made the guild master scared out of his wits. Near the coastal scrapyard, a diving suit was being assembled. The townspeople hurriedly transported supplies, preparing for the hostage rescue plan. They took account 12 volunteers. Quickly informed Kana, "We've brought all the useful weapons as you instructed." The young man was still a little worried. "Is this enough?" The others gathered around her. "Kana, it'll be fine." They had prepared a heavy-duty weapon for Kana. This is a naval mine made from gas combined with 90% oxygen. The engineers who made it were very confident, showing off their work. "All the most powerful technologies have been integrated. Let that Xenot have a taste. I will try." Another townsperson found Boda. They gave him an equally impressive weapon. These are poison harpoons crafted from sea snake venom for sharp arrows containing deadly venom. This is just enough to take down the Xenot. I hope it will be useful in fighting Xenot. Boda took it resolutely. "Thank you." The townspeople enthusiastically supplied weapons to both of them. "We brought some fish and medicine. Take this dagger. I just sharpened it this morning." In the middle of the crowd, a thin hand gently touched Boda's shoulder. He turned around, startled. It was a woman, her eyes filled with tears, trembling as she pleaded, "Please, save my husband, Boda." He was sad, not daring to make a firm promise. "I will do my best." Other townspeople also pleaded one by one, "Please bring the boy back. We believe in you all." They both blamed themselves and prayed, "Sorry I can't be of any help. Please take care." Boda, carrying everyone's hopes, "Turn around. Let's go." The diver robot slowly sank into the deep sea abyss. Kana and Sonia were silent, while Boda's brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes full of determination. Try to suppress their emotions and observe their surroundings. They were ready for a life-or-death battle. The guild master glanced at each person, from the fisherman to the diver, as if he was checking their preparations, and then the mechanics. He offered a sarcastic piece of advice. "You want to take down the Xenot with this group? That's suicide." Gong looked at him coldly. "Our plan isn't to try to survive and return. We have to kill it." His eyes burned with hatred. "I will have my revenge. I'll make sure that monster is destroyed at all costs." The guild master wanted to extinguish their hope. "You'll die instantly, you fool." Boda cut in contemptuously. "Not everyone in this world is a coward like you." "What?" He glared, looking at the old man with indignation. "Don't you dare underestimate other people's courage. What do you know?" The guild master immediately deflated, timid and frightened. "Calm down, Boda." Sonia, standing to one side, thought differently. He's not wrong. Entering its lair with these rookies is no different from suicide. She seemed more level-headed, and it's not an ordinary sea monster. It's one of the 7 sea monsters. It's not something that can be easily defeated. In her mind, she was constantly calculating a plan. The only ones here who can fight are me, Boda, and Kana. The other 9 will clearly get in our way. Thinking this, she turned to look at the person next to her, Kana. Sonia noticed the tattoo on Kana's shoulder. This girl is a 3-star harpooner. Sonia was both worried and confused. How on earth is her plan to confront the monster with this team? Can we trust this woman? Suddenly Sonia turned to talk to Boda. Hang in there, Boda. Just stay calm. She patted his head to comfort him. Boda also gradually regained his composure. It's okay. Kana looked at this scene with obvious jealousy. Hey you, what do you think you're doing? Get your hands off him now. Just then, someone announced we're very close. Everyone, get ready to dive. Sonia was the first to stand up, intentionally bumping Kana's shoulder as if to provoke her. Then the whole group put on their diving gear. Boda's eyes were filled with steely determination. Lyda, everyone, please stay alive. Please be safe. Below, the deep-sea abyss was desolate. The ruined structures were submerged under a thick layer of moss and algae. Schools of fish swam among the steel frames, and from the deep, dark pipes, strange, rumbling noises echoed. On the surface of the water, air bubbles slowly rose. Then the shadow of a giant creature gradually appeared. The thing that emerged was the sea monster that had fled before. It groaned with inarticulate cries of pain. The crisscrossing wounds on its body were probably the cause. Strange sounds came from the sea monster's mouth. Suddenly, it violently vomited out countless people it had swallowed. It must have been 100 people that it swallowed and then spat out. They lay scattered on the ground, their life status unknown. Everyone was covered in wounds, large and small, one person lying on top of another, piled up in heaps. They were covered in blood and the monster's sticky saliva. Some were still breathing faintly. Some had already passed away, and among them was the little Lyda, unconscious. The little girl frowned slightly, her face full of pain. Elsewhere, Boda's group had descended deep into the abyss. The guild master led the way. We're here. He pointed. This is the entrance to Xenot's lair. It was a giant, bottomless pit. The group looked down from above, only hearing a ringing in their ears. Boda was also amazed. So deep, it's like it's bottomless. They split up to act. Archers in position? Roger that. The whole group was ready, cables ready. Kana led the way, giving a decisive command. Let's go. A torch was lit and thrown down for better observation. One person from the team was lowered down first to scout the situation. As soon as he reached the bottom, the monsters immediately became agitated. They rushed in, grabbing the prey tightly and viciously biting its lower part. Suddenly, the diving suit swelled up abnormally and then exploded, creating a powerful shockwave that blew away the nearby sea monsters. It turned out there was no one inside the diving suit, just a web of poison needles, along with a gas bomb that was dropped to clear out some of the sea monsters and also to weaken Gannett somewhat. Seeing this, Gannett furiously rushed upwards. A trap made of sharp fishing lines had been set by the team to welcome it, but it seemed this trap was only enough to cause Gannett pain and slow it down a bit. They were too numerous and bulky, so when they surfaced, the fishing lines couldn't hold and snapped. At this time, the guild master and Kana were holding a flaming torch to lure the sea monsters closer. The two of them were the bait to lure the bloodthirsty sea monster pack. A giant net was thrown out at the right moment, completely enveloping the sea monster. Its mouth was completely sealed. Boda and his comrades then charged forward together, holding guns and firing arrows continuously at Gannett. Each arrow lodged firmly in Gannett's body, causing it to writhe in agony, but unable to do anything but struggle continuously. After a frantic barrage of shots, Gannett was now motionless, no longer moving. It seemed they had successfully trapped the monster. The plan unfolded. Everyone understood. Only the guild master was as bewildered as a deer in headlights, so he was a little dissatisfied. Sonia looked at Kana with an admiring gaze, completely outclassed them, wiping out that horde of monsters without losing a single person. That's what experience gets you. Truly worthy of being the 3-star harpooner, Kana. After dealing with the monsters, the team decided to go down to rescue the people who were trapped. Lyda and the others had also regained consciousness by now. It seemed everyone was still dazed, not understanding what had happened to them before they all passed out. They only vaguely remembered being swallowed by the monster and now that they were awake, they thought they were on a trip to paradise. Seeing that Lyda and everyone else were safe and sound, some of the team members couldn't hold back their tears, sniffling with emotion. After regaining their composure, they were about to find a way out of there when suddenly something made Lyda feel uneasy, afraid. Suddenly from behind, a giant tentacle, looking no less terrifying than Gannett, rose from the water and attacked everyone. The giant purple monster opened its hideous mouth wide, drool dripping slimily from its body. Lyda turned her head to look, her expression full of vigilance and worry. The monster opened its wide mouth, a bottomless abyss, and charged straight towards the group of people. Its mouth full of sharp teeth and drool was only an inch away from Lyda. She trembled, her eyes wide open, not daring to move. The people next to her ran, while looking back, their faces pale. Whoa, what is that? The monster seemed to hear the human voice. It opened its mouth even wider, and then suddenly turned its head to one side. Lyda was frozen with fear, letting the monster rush past her at an incredible speed. The monster charged at a terrifying speed and snatched a woman, the very one who had been screaming her head off just now, terrifying everyone to the core. The woman was bitten by the monster, dangling in midair, her face filled with pain and despair. Her son watched his mother like this and screamed in fear. Lyda once again witnessed the monster about to use its extreme speed to carry the woman away. She hadn't even had time to react. By the time she processed the situation, Lyda hurriedly reached out her hand towards the woman, wanting to pull her back. Their hands were only a tiny distance from touching. But the monster's speed was too fast. The woman was snatched by it, dragged down into the deep sea. The group could only stand and watch helplessly. The child cried out in pain, "Mom." Immediately after, the monster had pulled the woman underwater. Now, only white foam splashed on the water's surface, the aftershock from the monster's attack. Lyda was still in shock. She stood frozen, her hands still in a reaching posture, her whole body trembling violently. Everyone then realized something terrifying. Someone shouted, "Something, turn back. There's something in the water." All of them turned, about to scatter and run. But a huge noise from behind made them freeze. Turning their heads to look, everyone's expression turned to paralytic horror. 3 giant monsters burst up from the water. They opened their hideous mouths wide, aimed straight at the group of people. The massive bodies of the monsters carried streams of water that flowed down continuously, making their appearance even more terrifying. Everyone now screamed in terror. Whoa. The monsters didn't hesitate either, charging at lightning speed. 2 monsters rushed forward, grabbing 2 people and lifting them into the air, despite their struggles. At this point, the crowd descended into extreme chaos. Some screaming woe, some trying to find a way to escape. The child who had just lost his mother sat on the ground, sobbing his heart out. He sat crying his eyes out, snot and tears everywhere, his mouth endlessly calling for his mother in despair, completely oblivious to the monster charging towards him. Suddenly, Lyda rushed forward, hugged the boy tightly, and quickly backed away, avoiding the chaotic crowd, trying to survive. The boy was dazed, his tear-filled eyes wide open, his mouth covered tightly by Lyda's hand. The crowd became more and more chaotic. People were screaming and running. Whoa, someone save me. Only Lyda held the boy tightly, huddled in a corner, trying her best not to make a sound. Lyda was also terrified and panicked to the extreme, her eyes wide with fear, her eyebrows tightly furrowed. Sweat poured down her forehead. She had to bite her hand hard to stop herself from screaming. The monsters were still rampaging everywhere, hunting for prey. Only Lyda and the boy were still trying their best to stay silent amidst the tragic cries of those who were caught. Whoa, no. Lyda squeezed her eyes shut, gritting her teeth to cover the boy's mouth, while the boy, too scared, stared wide-eyed, sweating profusely but not daring to make sound. After a while, Lyda felt that everything around her had become quiet again. She tiredly opened her eyes, which had been shut tight until now, and thought, "Is it over?" She lifted her head, looking around at the others in a daze. Strangely, they also had expressions of astonishment, looking in a certain direction. Lyda also looked curiously, her face suddenly darkened by a giant shadow that was enveloping them. The 2 siblings' eyes widened in fear. In front of them now was a monster even more terrifying and hideous than the previous ones. It didn't just have one wide mouth like the others. This monster also had large, bloodshot red eyes, 2 mouths, one horizontal and one vertical, full of sharp teeth, and its face was strangely ugly and incredibly fierce. Its entire body slowly rose from the water, looking even more terrifying. What they saw before was just its long head. Below it was another giant mouth, and its body was covered in slimy tentacles. The unlucky people who were caught earlier were being held in strange jars attached to the monster's own body. They were trapped inside, their flesh and blood gradually being drained as nutrients for this giant monster. The people in those jars had gradually become pale, weak, and lifeless. The group looked up in utter horror. What the hell is this? Xena, Lyda, and the boy stood frozen. She thought to herself, no, it's so different. At that moment, the tentacles on the monster's body began to extend, continuing to catch more people. The person who was caught earlier had been stuffed into a hole in the monster's body. He struggled in pain, but a slimy fluid was secreted from the hole, enveloping his entire body, making all resistance futile. Immediately after, that slimy fluid swelled up, completely enveloping him. The man struggled frantically, but to no avail. The monster faced Lyda. It stared down with wide eyes. She looked at it, then affirmed with certainty in her heart, not Xenot. Then, the giant body suddenly began to retreat, slowly sinking beneath the water. The survivors on the shore were still in shock after the earth-shattering event. Lyda seemed to have been scared out of her wits. She stared wide-eyed, thinking to herself those two. At this moment, in a flooded tunnel, the group of explorers were using a knife to carve an X on the wall to check in. Boda turned to the people next to him, saying, "It feels like we're going in circles." The group continued to grope their way forward, shining their flashlights, wading step by step through the water. The further they went, the longer and deeper the path ahead seemed. A man frowned, his expression a little impatient, like a maze. Mao turned to the guild master, asking, "Hey, old man, are you sure this is the right way?" The guild master's face was now a colorful mess of purple bruises. He seemed very bitter. "If you don't believe me, go find it yourself." Mao gritted his teeth, his voice full of threat. "An arrow will go through your temple if we find out you're lying." One of the guild master's eyes was swollen shut from the bruising. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. As they were walking, the group suddenly stopped. Boda shone his flashlight on the X on the wall. It was the mark they had made earlier. He exclaimed in surprise, "We're just here, and look." Mao also stared wide-eyed, in disbelief. Boda whipped around, glaring at the guild master, raising his flashlight as if to hit him. "Are you lying again?" The old man yelped and quickly backed away, dodging as if his life depended on it. The mechanic behind him grabbed him. "What are you plotting now?" The guild master's face contorted in pain. He shouted, "It wasn't me." Sweat poured down his face like rain. He quickly explained, "It's not my fault. How am I supposed to remember something from a decade ago? Remembering things like that is really hard. When we get out of here, I'll definitely find it." This flimsy excuse of his only made the group angrier. "You bastard. You think I believe you?" Only the two girls behind them remained somewhat calm. Sonya turned to Kana, asking, "What should we do now, Kana?" Suddenly, something caught the fisherman's attention, making him look back. The fisherman shone his light towards the source of the sound. He only saw something slowly rising from under the water, looking like some kind of strange fish. He was startled, sweat breaking out on his face. "What is that?" Kana also turned to look, her eyes full of suspicion. The thing under the water suddenly shot up with incredible speed, making the fisherman scream in terror. "Here it comes." The thing that had just emerged from the water was a monster shaped like a white shark, with two blood-red eyes and a wide mouth full of sharp teeth. It was quite large, opening its mouth and charging straight towards everyone. Boom! The monster charged at breakneck speed, its tentacles flailing wildly, causing the whole group to stumble in surprise. It opened its toothy mouth wide, biting the leg of the guild master who was standing closest, making him scream in pain. "Arg, arg." His face contorted in pain. He shouted, it hurts so much." The two people standing next to him immediately pulled out their guns and fired. One of the monster's tentacles shot out, whipping violently towards Mao, who was standing nearby. The long, strong tentacle slammed into him, sending him flying, his back hitting the wall. The two oxygen tanks on his back scraped against the wall, creating sparks. Another of the monster's tentacles whipped hard at the mechanic, sending him flying as well. He shouted in anger, "Ugh!" Boda, standing beside them, saw his comrades in danger and immediately brandished his weapon and charged. Shouting loudly, "Kana!" Kana understood immediately, rushing forward while drawing the weapon slung on her back. The two of them charged a perfect pincer attack, decapitating the sea monster, blood splattering everywhere. Boda and Kana looked at the dead sea monster, their expressions still serious and cold. The sea monster's head fell into the water with a loud splash, sending water everywhere. The mouth full of sharp teeth that was biting the guild master's leg also released its grip. He yelped in terror and quickly scrambled backwards. Mao stared, still in shock. What was that? The mechanic rushed to help the guild master who was sitting on the ground in the water. The old man cried out in pain, "My leg, I can't walk." The mechanic helped him up while yelling, "Stop acting like Neymar. Nothing's broken." Then suddenly, a noise startled them both, and they quickly looked towards the sound. As soon as they looked, the guild master was terrified to the core, shouting, "Whoa." In the direction they were looking, they saw another sea monster, with 4 shark heads and countless long tentacles, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth, aggressively charging towards the group. They cried out in fear. There are more and more of them. The monsters' heads all opened their mouths wide, their blood-red eyes looking incredibly ferocious, with an aura that seemed to want to eat them all alive. 2 men continuously fired at the monster. There are so many of them. Yikes. The guild master, terrified, quickly dodged. One of the monster's heads lunged towards the guild master again, making him scream in despair. Whoa. Just then, Boda rushed forward with his sword, the sharp blade with an unstoppable force, slicing off the monster's head, blood splattering once again. On the other side, Kana and Sonya were also fighting fiercely with the other sea monster heads. Seeing the two of them charge, Mao quickly turned to the mechanic who was about to raise his gun behind them. "Don't, you'll hit Kana." He was startled, shouting, "Ah!" The 3 of them, Kana, Boda, and Sonya, charged forward simultaneously, their faces serious, determined to send the monster before them to its grave. They split up to deal with each head, continuously delivering razor-sharp slashes to the monster's tentacles and heads. Their faces were all splattered with fresh blood. They gritted their teeth, trying to strike as hard as possible. The 3 of them continuously fought the monster without a moment's rest. The surroundings had now turned into a chaotic battlefield. Blood and fragments of the monster's body floated on the water. Sonya, while slashing at the monster, turned to the other 2, her voice a little rushed. There are too many of them. On the other side, Kana and Boda were dealing with 3 shark heads at the same time, seeming a bit overwhelmed. Sonya saw this. Her eyes widened, about to rush over to help. Suddenly, tentacles shot out from nowhere, wrapping tightly around Sonya's neck, legs, and stomach, making her scream in pain. "Look out." Boda saw this and shouted in terror, "Sonya." Suddenly Sonya felt the tentacles squeezing her loose in their grip. A giant iron gate appeared out of nowhere, slicing off the sea monster's tentacles, freeing Sonya. She lost her balance and fell into the water. Mao and Kana looked at the scene before them in astonishment, dazed and flabbergasted. The large iron door had just sliced the monster, and, at the same time, trapped it inside. The trapped sea monster struggled relentlessly, slamming against the door, creating loud, echoing rumbles. Sonya sat in the water, still in shock, breathless. "Ha." She was terrified, staring wide-eyed at the iron door in front of her. "What is that?" Mao was sweating profusely, his face contorted. He asked, "Did the door open by itself?" Boda and the bruised old man behind him were also completely shocked. Kana turned to the mechanic. "Did someone do something?" He immediately shook his head vigorously. "No." At that moment, behind them, a figure quietly approached, making very small noises. They all turned around, startled. Behind them were 2 small figures slowly approaching. It was Noah, his face cold, and Lynn stood beside him, the watch on her wrist emitting a strange red light, her expression a little worried. Seeing the 2 children, Sonya blurted out in a daze, "2 kids." Lynn and Noah approached. Boda immediately asked, "Did you 2 close that gate?" The boy hummed in affirmation. Noah's bright blue eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed bored and said, "More outsiders like Gong Ti?" Hearing this, Sonya rushed forward, startling the two children. She asked insistently, Gong Ti, you know him? Is he still alive? Ignoring her completely, the two children turned to look at each other. Ling guessed, this lady must be his girlfriend. Noah also nodded in agreement, but Sonia's face darkened, denying it immediately. No. The two children acted as if they were deaf, not listening to her words. They walked ahead and then turned back to tell the group, we're waiting for you to follow us. The flashlight beam shone directly into their faces, but no one bothered to move. Boda didn't know what to do, so he turned to call Kana. She pondered for a moment and then decided, let's go with them. Then, Kana turned to the guild master, whose face was still as bruised as a torn blanket. Standing behind her, she asked, it seems we're lost, aren't we? Following the two children, the group waded through the water, everyone in a ready-to-fight stance to protect themselves from any sudden dangers. Everyone left the ruins, moving forward, the flashlight beams growing more distant. As soon as they left, the water surface became strangely calm again. Then it flashed with a ghostly blue light. Out of the dark cellar, on a floating raft, were hundreds of people. A man held his head, his face full of despair. He lamented in frustration, I just thought I was going to survive, but now we're dead for sure. The others were no better. Their whole bodies trembled, their heads bowed. A few children buried their faces in their knees, crying their hearts out in fear, calling for their mothers. A girl sitting next to them gently comforted, don't cry. She held the face of a child slightly younger than her who was in tears, as if speaking to him, and also as if convincing herself, we'll be rescued soon. Kana and Boda will never abandon us. Immediately after, the man sitting next to them poured cold water on their hopes. He said, pointless. How can they find us if they don't even know where we are? He bowed his head, muttering in despair, it's over, it's really over. Lita heard this, then lowered her head. Hiding her sad eyes, she thought worriedly, have they all given up? Her eyes drooped, the light in them gradually fading. Lita thought, it feels just like before. The scene from her memory returned, horrifying monsters crawling in her mind. The image of the resilient boy appeared again, but she thought Boda might be scared too. Her hand tightened around the sword. She secretly believed, but he always fights to the end. Two small figures stood before the monster. She was always full of faith in her brother. My brother never gives up. Letting the boy next to her lean on her and fall asleep, Lita stared silently into the distance. An iron bar pierced through the ground like the rising spirit of humanity. Lita refused to give in, thinking to herself, I would fight if I could. Suddenly, Lita's eyes widened in disbelief. She heard the terrified screams of everyone. It's coming back. Everyone there was shocked. They screamed in terror. The monster is coming back. Something slimy slowly emerged. The monster's tentacle shot up from the water. The tentacle looked like a water snake. Crawling onto the shore, people panicked and fled. Only Lita and her brother were still standing there, dazed. Lita looked straight ahead, her eyes as if hypnotized. Her younger brother's face was no different from hers. Something seemed to have captivated them. Soon after, he snapped out of it, calling softly sister. The others noticed them and quickly turned back to pull him away. The boy was still puzzled, asking his sister, are we all going to die? Lita stood still as a statue, looking up, her whole body trembling. Maybe. Then she looked down at her younger brother who was clutching her shirt, reminding herself, but although her eyes were red, Lita's face was brighter than ever. She said firmly, don't give up. The tentacle opened wide, its mouth agape, as if to swallow both siblings, but Lita and her brother still stood there, incredibly defiant. Tears were already streaming down her cheeks, but she still shouted loudly, it's okay, we will survive. The man who was holding his head suddenly froze, looking at her in amazement. Even those who were trying to escape turned their heads to look back. But the tentacle didn't hesitate. It charged straight ahead. It opened its mouth, bit half of Lita's body, and dragged her away. The boy watched his sister fall into danger and shock, only able to scream in despair, sister. Her hand gripped the iron bar tightly. Her spirit was something that could not be hidden. Lita used all her strength, swung the iron bar. Fresh blood from the wound on the monster's body splattered everywhere. Lita was breathless, letting the blood splash on her face. Suddenly, the tentacle increased its strength, quickly slamming Lita to the ground. She was pinned down by it, blood pouring from her body again. A few men standing nearby watched the scene in a daze, both scared and angry, but unable to do anything. Then it lifted her whole body up again. Lita's body was now limp. Lita's face was pale, her hair disheveled. She seemed to have no life left in her. Seeing that scene, the man shouted in anger. He used all his strength, attacking the monster, trying to free Lita from its mouth. But because he used too much force, he was thrown a distance away. The monster was angered by his action and immediately charged to attack. At this moment, Gams held a large stone, shouting die. As he finished speaking, the heavy stone slammed straight into the monster's head. It cried out in pain, quickly retracting its head. Gams gritted his teeth and cursed, "Surprise, you monster." The young man standing nearby looked at him in surprise. Gams. Everyone was still frozen, their mouths agape in astonishment. Gams saw their state and shouted angrily, "What are you waiting for? That little girl is fighting." After hearing this, everyone gritted their teeth, their faces full of killing intent. They began to pick up their weapons. The red-haired young man patted the shoulder of the youngest boy in the group, instructing, "Step back, kid, take care of Lita. We're coming back." As soon as he finished speaking, he joined the crowd, moving forward. More and more monsters were appearing. They were large, slimy, almost overwhelming everyone. The boy was terrified, crying his eyes out, but still held Lita tightly. The monsters opened their mouths wide, making terrifying sounds. Everyone looked at the monsters worriedly, but no one backed down. "Maybe today is our last day, but I'll punch you into a hole before I die, you monster." Immediately, the monsters stretched out their bodies, and at a terrifying speed, they attacked everyone. The boy's eyes were squeezed shut, his teeth gritted to avoid making a sound, his heart pounding from the strange noises around him. Inside the pitch-black cellar, something was echoing loudly, making anyone who heard its hair stand on end. The water pipes also began to shake as if haunted. The group fumbled along, looking around in all directions, their heads full of question marks. Are these all great relics? Mao was checking everywhere. There's still a lot of them here. The person next to him urged, "Leave it, Mao. It's all just scrap metal." Soon, the whole group was standing in front of a door. "We're almost there." The heavy cellar door slowly opened, startling the whole group, scaring the daylights out of them. Stepping inside, oh my, the scene was as devastated as if a small Big Bang had just occurred, all scrap metal and some kind of charcoal pillars. Who knows what they were? They passed a tiny, round submarine, rusted like an ancient artifact. Mao made another deadpan comment. "Looks like the submarine that Takis used." At the end of the path, another door swung open. Kana's group had their mouths agape, as dazed as newborn fawns. In front of them was an old man, sitting with his back to them. The screen above him was brightly lit. The old man sat as still as a statue, the air thick with silence. He closed his eyes as if dozing off. After a moment, Kana asked in a daze, "Who is this?" Just then, Tai-sun, with a gun in his hand, had just opened his eyes to look towards the sound. The old man replied calmly, "I am the leader of this shelter, Tai-sun." Tai-sun glanced indifferently at the newly arrived crowd. "Welcome to Matata Shelter. We are the last survivors here." It seemed he was also a little surprised. "You are the first people to come here in a decade." Mao was stunned after hearing this. 100 years. You've lived here for all that time? Tyson didn't bother to answer the young man, but turned to Kana and asked directly, "Where are you from? What does the outside world look like now?" Suddenly, he shouted in astonishment, "You're from the surface, aren't you?" The surface has finally returned, hasn't it? Kana asked in a daze. "You mean the mechanical zones?" Hearing the question, Tyson suddenly became angry, yelling, "I'm talking about the land where grass and plants grow. I'm asking if the land has returned." Seeing the other's tense attitude, Mao immediately stepped in front of Kana. "What are you talking about? This whole world is just water. Where would you find something called land?" Kana looked at Tai-sun with suspicion. "What is he talking about? It's all water. Even we come from a village made of concrete." Hearing the disappointing answer from the two, Tyson's face fell, his despair evident. "It's still." He suddenly collapsed, his eyes sad as he mumbled, "It's still all just ocean." Noah and Lin standing by also felt sorry for him. Seeing the old man's strange behavior, Boda's group looked a little worried. Suddenly, the guild master voiced his suspicion. "Is it possible to live in a submerged place like this?" Sonia suddenly grabbed Noah, her voice full of anxiety. "Hey kid, where's Godi?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin quickly pulled back a curtain. Inside was Godi lying completely still. He was still unconscious, his face covered in scratches. Sonia rushed to his side, calling out loudly, "Godi." Tyson saw this and spoke up to reassure her. He's still alive, but lost a lot of blood. The wounds aren't too serious, so he'll be fine. Boda smiled, a glimmer of hope in his heart. So he's okay. I hope Lita is too. But Sonia was as if drowning in a sea of sorrow. She frantically punched Godey's chest to the point where he coughed up blood, and she didn't even notice. Wake up, you idiot. But she didn't stop there. She cried while grabbing Godey's hair and pulling him up. We have to avenge Ziku. Boda, horrified, stopped her. Sonia. Kana turned to Tyson, her gaze determined. We need you to destroy the monster Zen. He didn't answer, but asked back, is that what you call the monster? Kana immediately became wary. You know where Zen's nest is, don't you? Everyone started to focus on the main objective. Are you planning to kill the sea monster with those buttons? Tyson remained silent, and then said, I know why you're here. As he finished speaking, he pressed a button on the control panel. Immediately, the screen behind him lit up. You want to save these people, right? Inside, a scene of people waiting appeared, with Lita putting her arm around a young boy. Boda whispered, Lita, that's Lita. The others were equally overjoyed. My God, they're still alive. See, I told you so. On the screen, the image of his sister Lita appeared clearly. Boda was so happy he cried. She's alive. Lita is alive. Thank God I'm not too late. Looking at his sister's sad face, he told himself, hang in there, Lita. I'm coming. Boda quickly turned to ask Tyson, where is it? He still didn't answer, just said with certainty, if you're here to kill the monster, I'll help. Amidst the city's ruins, two lights flickered, not bright, but enough for both sides to see each other. Two figures were busy doing something. While they were working hard, a notification suddenly sounded. Archer is ready. Roger that. Return and wait for Kana's signal. As soon as the notification ended, something whizzed past them. Under the impact of that thing, both of them fell backwards. Trang Su's heart skipped a beat. What was that? Behind a rock where they were hiding, a monster slowly revealed itself. Its whole body was covered in spikes. The thing sticking out of its head was also missing a chunk of flesh. Chains were wrapped tightly around its body. Its sharp teeth looked terrifying. Suddenly, it crawled out of its cave, letting out an earth-shattering roar in the middle of the night. The two, Trang Su, who were hiding, were also deafened by the roar and had to scream. He was both confused and scared. Xenot, what is it doing here? As soon as he finished speaking, Xenot went berserk, tearing at the net. It seemed to have caught the scent of humans, so it turned back to search. Very quickly, it discovered the figures hiding behind the distant rock. It charged at lightning speed. The two men watched the monster charging towards them, frozen. When they came to their senses, they could only scream in despair. Xenot opened its mouth wide as if to swallow them both. The initially dark cellar now had a faint glimmer of light. They went deeper into another path, still dark and gloomy. The pipes were rusty, and there was even a long streak of bright red blood. Tyson led the group across a small bridge connecting two areas. Mao glanced around as he walked, exclaiming, I can't believe something like this exists underwater. Tyson explained sadly, this used to be a land city. He began to sink into memories of the past. When the raindrops began to fall, our ancestors built this place to prepare for the prophecy of a great flood. They built a city on high ground and hoped that it would stop. Amidst the pouring rain, planes continued to transport goods. Tyson explained the cellar's pipe system. This place was built to survive underground even when most of it was submerged. The people back then still lived happily. It was a paradise. We lived with the hope that one day the land would return. But then everything fell apart when a monster attacked. A strange creature appeared. Kana looked at him. Xenot, Tyson's eyes were full of pain, he confirmed. He remembered the horrific battle back then. We tried our best, but it didn't seem to be working. Everyone gritted their teeth and fought to their last breath. All the ammunition got wet. But sadly, in the end, only a pile of white bones remained. They all died for the monster. Then our paradise turned into hell in the blink of an eye, and the path they were walking on was also scattered with skeletons. On the backs of the skeletons, weapons were still slung, as if showing their defiant spirit from the past. They looked up at the things hanging above their heads. We're losing people, the slimy mouths, fresh blood still clinging to them. Looking at the remaining scraps of their comrades' clothes, their hearts grew heavy. They set traps as if they knew we were coming here. Tyson recounted, sweating profusely with fear. We are being hunted by them. He couldn't believe it, turning to ask Kana, are you sure you can kill it? Mao immediately stood up to shield her. asserting, "Of course, we have Kana." In the machine room, Lin was monitoring them and keeping an eye on Godi. When she saw they had arrived, Lin said, "Wait a moment for me to open the door." Just a moment later, the door opened and they continued inside. Passing over another bridge, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Sonia suddenly stopped, looking down into the deep abyss, then screamed in fear, "I can't see the bottom." Boda seemed impatient. "How much longer? We should go faster." Noah slowly pointed forward. "Here it is. We'll reach Zen's nest soon." Boda looked in the direction the boy was pointing and was startled. In front of them was a giant mass of something, wrapped in a net, its shape indistinguishable. Boda was skeptical. "What is that?" When they got closer, they were horrified to realize it was a ship tangled together. Boda was startled and remembered. "Isn't that Teiko's?" "What?" The person standing next to Boda quickly moved forward to inspect. When he realized two people were tightly wrapped in the net, he shouted in horror, "Trang Su." Many looked at Trang Su's terrified face and became even more confused. What the hell happened? He quickly pulled at the net, saving Min. What happened? But in response to his concern, Min could only utter two words, "Run away." What? At this moment, Kana also sensed that something was wrong. She gritted her teeth, her expression tense. She quickly shouted, "Get back!" But as soon as she finished speaking, Zen appeared right above them. Kana gritted her teeth in worry. Both Boda and Sonia's mouths fell open, dazed. Noah and his grandfather's faces were drained of all color when they saw the monster appear again. A terrifying crash echoed. The bridge they were on immediately broke in two. Everyone fell along with the monster, screams of terror echoing everywhere. Boda held Noah tightly in his arms. Kana was silent, letting herself fall freely. She was the first to fall off the bridge. Then followed a series of other impacts. Zen's massive, heavy body continuously slammed into the iron bridges. It looked like it was clearing a path for everyone, but those lucky enough to be on the edges escaped. Mao worriedly turned his head and called, "Kana, Boda." Unfortunately, they could only see the faint silhouettes of the two and didn't know if they heard anything. Sonia also called out worriedly, "Boda." Tyson's heart was burning with worry for his grandson, Noah. Right at this moment, Sonia felt like something was above her head. She quickly turned her head to look and was horrified to find a mouth full of fangs waiting. But the bad luck didn't stop there. Just a moment later, a dozen other mouths were crawling towards them. The group quickly fled back to the starting point. Get back. The three, Sonia provided cover from behind, running backwards while attacking hit. The mouths above their heads were quickly shot down. It seemed that action only provoked them further, causing them to attack more ferociously. A scene as horrifying as a horror movie unfolded before everyone's eyes. The terrifying roars mixed with the continuous sound of gunfire, creating a scene of extreme chaos. Despite being hit by bullets continuously, they were as persistent as leeches, not giving up, continuing to attack more brutally. In the bottomless abyss, the figures of Kana, Boda, and Noah had vanished. Luckily, at one end of a bridge, two people were groaning in pain. A voice from the earpiece suddenly came through, "Boda, Boda." At this moment, he also groggily woke up, replying Kana. Boda glanced around, searching. "Where are you, Kana?" The other end of the line replied, "I'm all the way down here." She was a little worried. What happened to the others? Boda looked up. There must be an exit up there. Then he replied through the earpiece, "It's just me and Noah here." Kana quickly replied, a relief. Boda replied worriedly, "On Kana incoming." But Kana cut him off. "Get to Lita first." Her arm was covered in blood, but she still urged Boda, "I'll catch up, go find Lita." Boda hesitated a little, but Kana lost her patience, shouting, "There's no time." Boda had to obey her, all right. He took the hand of his little friend beside him. "Let's go, Noah." The boy seemed to gain strength. "I'll show you the way." Kana pursed her lips, watching them disappear. She looked down coldly. "Like I said, there's no more time." A small figure, but with a towering presence when facing Zen. "Let's end this here." She glared angrily. Zen. Its tentacles quickly wrapped around the bridge. It began to suck the bridge into its body, along with Kana, who was on it. But the iron cable on the bridge snapped. Kana gained momentum and shot forward. She gritted her teeth, hissing each word with fury. "How dare you?" She remembered the warm hug Lita gave her as a child. "Take Lita from me," remembering the little girl's bright smile. Then, remembering how Zen had grabbed Lita, her anger flared even more intensely right in front of me. The more she remembered Lita's smile, the more Kana's anger reached its peak. My Lita, the weapon in her hand, seemed to sense the overwhelming killing intent and even emitted smoke. With a steady step, she gained momentum, jumped high, preparing to launch an attack on Zen from above. Each decisive slash flew, cutting off parts of its body. After beautifully dispatching half of it, she stopped beside it. But very quickly, Kana gained momentum again, continuing her attack. A fatal stab to the top of Zen's head, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Not stopping there, she shouted again to build up her spirit. Kana moved as fast as a small whirlwind. Wherever she went, the wound on Zen's head was gouged deeper. As Kana delivered the final blow, Zen also let out a piercing scream of pain. This time, Zen managed to react. It swung a tentacle towards Kana. Kana crossed her two swords, quickly blocking the blow. She gritted her teeth, her face full of anger. She was in some pain, groaning. Suddenly, Kana's eyes widened in astonishment. The massive monster had appeared right in front of her with lightning speed. It immediately swung a tentacle, shattering the wall in front of her. Kana managed to dodge in time, once again raising her sword high, continuing to charge and attack. She seemed to have become a different person, screaming frantically, "Die already!" Another whirlwind was formed. But this time was different. A part of Zen's body was cut in two. The new wound on top of the old one made it scream in pain, its heavy body falling again into the bottomless pit. Fresh blood poured from its wound. The bridges continued to break under Zen's weight. Its entire massive body, with old and new wounds piled on top of each other, fresh blood flowing everywhere. Even so, it still refused to give up. Its two remaining energy sources trembled as they were raised high. It gathered all its strength to attack Kana. When the energy source hit the bridge, a loud explosion rang out. Kana was also thrown back by the attack, but very quickly, she regained her balance. Kana quickly gained momentum. Rushing forward, she ran while shouting loudly. Her sword lightly sliced through the old iron bridge. Kana fell with a section of the iron bridge. She pursed her lips, her eyes highly focused. Immediately after, Kana swung her sword, slashing the iron bridge section to make it fly faster. The iron bridge section, like a giant weapon, pierced straight through Zen, fresh blood gushing out like a fountain. It let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the pipes. But Kana was unfazed, continuing to attack its head directly, causing its eyes to roll back, blood spewing from its mouth. Zen's large body seemed to have lost its gravity, falling faster, and below were the broken bridge sections it had caused, waiting. The result was not unexpected. Another bridge section pierced straight through its body. Its whole body trembled violently in pain. Kana coldly stepped on its body. Her eyes were full of hatred, looking at the giant creature like an ant under her foot. Kana coldly commanded, "Shut up." As soon as the words left her mouth, another slash severed Zen's head. The expression on Zen's face as it detached from its body was one of utter horror, as if it couldn't believe it had been destroyed by a single person. Looking down from above, the pungent smell of blood rose from the bottomless pit. This time, Zen was completely still, no longer able to harm anyone. The places it had crashed were splattered with blood, a sight so horrifying it was nauseating. The sound of metal echoed in the dark cellar as Kana slowly climbed up. A moment later, she reached the side of the bridge. Suddenly, a hand reached out, startling her. Godi had woken up at some point and, guided by Lin, appeared right in front of Kana. "Where is everyone?" His face was full of worry, waiting for an answer. In another deep, dark tunnel, the corpses of tentacles lay scattered, covered in blood. The young man with the high bun on the train was still firing continuously. Despite fighting for a long time, the number of these monsters didn't seem to decrease. Their demeanor grew more frantic and ferocious. The shark-like creature also bared its sparse but sharp teeth. But very quickly, it was beaten bloody by the man in the golden armor. Just then, another monster loomed up behind him, opening its mouth to bite his head. But tough luck, its sharp teeth, however sharp, couldn't compete with the hard iron alloy and shattered completely. He smirked, "Not as easy to eat as you thought." With that, he attacked it straight in the throat, causing blood to spray everywhere. Mao fought while shouting a reminder, "We've almost cleared this area." Suddenly, a tentacle wrapped around a man's neck. He was yanked high into the air, leaving everyone unable to react. Seeing the sharp, drooling teeth approaching, he screamed, "Save me!" But tragically, as soon as he finished speaking, he was swallowed whole by the monster. The two people below could only watch, their faces stunned. Mao's eyes widened as he screamed, "Monster!" At the same time, more and more monsters appeared above their heads, as numerous as ants. A moment later, the monsters couldn't bear their own weight and fell, thudding down right in front of Mao. At this moment, the chairman suddenly turned, cursing angrily. "I knew this would happen, you idiots. Do you think you can save them?" Sonia couldn't take it anymore and retorted, "Shut up, you vile old man." She swung her sword past him, causing him to shriek in fear. But in reality, she had just saved his life, cutting down a monster that was about to attack him from behind. Sonia looked at the chairman with disgust. "Stop whining and get out of my way." But he acted ungratefully, running and shouting, "If you want to die, die alone." Sonia angrily called after him, "Old man." Mao also cursed in frustration, "Cowardly bastard." The chairman ran to a door, frantically banging on it and screaming, "Open up, open up." Surprisingly, the door slowly opened. The chairman stared blankly for a moment at the person standing before him. Jocko, with a soulless expression, soaking wet, slowly stepped out. His eyes were dull, his face drenched with water. The chairman was astonished, as if not believing his eyes. Jocko. Hearing this, Sonia and Mao were also startled and turned around. "What? Jocko?" Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing, staring blankly at the person who had just appeared from behind the door. When they clearly saw the familiar face, everyone was surprised. "Jocko." Sonia also couldn't believe it. "Is it really Jocko?" She was so moved she cried, "So you're still alive?" The chairman gritted his teeth, his face full of anger. He rushed forward, pushing Jocko while berating him. "This is all your fault. Zenat attacked the village because of you." The chairman scolded him as if he himself had been the one fighting arduously. "Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? If only you had gone to find Zenat alone." At this point, he suddenly stopped, looking at Jaco's uncontrollably trembling body. Jocko suddenly groaned, his whole body shaking violently. Immediately after, another, more terrifying face emerged. Jaco's face transformed, as if possessed by something. He immediately lunged forward and bit the neck of the chairman, who was standing closest. But the action was not just a simple bite, as Jocko pinned the chairman to the ground. Sonia and Mao were wide-eyed and open-mouthed, horrified. The other two were no better. The chairman was bitten until he was bleeding profusely, screaming in pain. "What's happening to him?" Jocko ignored the desperate screams of his former comrade on the ground and frantically mauled him. The chairman struggled in pain, but just a few minutes later, he was no longer moving. The three, Sonia and the others, stood frozen at the horrific sight before them. Jocko. The bloody, brutal scene unfolded right before their eyes. Jocko, his face covered in blood and his teeth stained red, turned to look at them. The chairman lay motionless on the ground, his wide-open eyes still showing a look of terror. Tai-sun trembled at the sight, but still tried to explain he's been infected by Zen. He's not the person you once knew. At this moment, Jocko was slowly advancing towards them. Hearing this, and seeing Jaco's current state, Sonia was heartbroken and burst into tears. No. She recalled his earlier words, "I'm looking for a cure for the hydro plague." With an enthusiastic look, he had extended his hand to her. "It will be the cure for children somewhere in the world." His eyes were sincere as he invited her. "Come with me, Sonia." Sonia crossed her arms, a slightly proud look on her face. "Hey, sir, I don't come cheap." Jocko readily agreed. "Goaty, and you could take anything we find while diving." Sonia was slightly surprised. "Really?" Jocko clenched the object in his hand decisively. "I'll bet on it," and then threw it toward Sonia. When she opened it, inside was a small, beautiful keychain. Goaty was startled. "Hey, Jocko, isn't that your memento for your daughter?" Even Sonia's eyes widened in disbelief. But Jocko just smiled gently. "Let's make a difference together, Sonia." Sonia, of course, didn't refuse, happily replying, "Deal accepted." The stark difference between the Jocko of the past and the present made Sonia's heart ache the more she thought about it. Jocko. Jaco's steps were unsteady, his body limping. as he moved forward one step at a time. Sonia still didn't want to believe it, still clinging to a sliver of hope. Jocko, it's me, Sonia. Don't you remember me? Mao hurriedly tried to stop her. Get back, Sonia. It's not safe. But Sonia was no longer paying attention to him. Leave me alone. Sonia cried and screamed. You said you would find a cure for the children. Wake up, Jocko. Jaco's eyes suddenly froze, and he began to tremble once more, gritting his teeth and groaning. Then he clutched his head, as if in a fierce internal struggle with himself. He began to scream louder, startling everyone with his strange behavior. At this moment, Jaco's eyes began to change, but he still clutched his head, screaming in pain. Finally, his entire body suddenly deformed, and multiple arms sprouted out. He looked incredibly grotesque. His condition now seemed beyond cure. Sonia's jaw dropped in astonishment, but before she could process her shock, Jocko lunged at her. Sonia reflexively raised her hand to defend herself. Jaco's sharp teeth bit down so hard that her hand bled. Sonia screamed in pain. Jocko. She kept calling his name, hoping he would come to his senses. Stop it, Jocko. Sonia screamed in pain as a chunk of flesh was bitten off her arm by Jocko. Fortunately, Kana appeared just in time, attacking Jocko head-on. He let out a horrifying, pained shriek. Goaty ran over from a distance, his voice full of worry. Sonia. Goaty. He gritted his teeth in anger. You monster. Sonia quickly stopped him. No. Before he could strike, Sonia stood right in front of him. She quickly explained, that's not a monster, it's Jocko. Jocko Gusto. Hearing this, Goaty was stunned. He stared blankly for a moment, looking at the monster before him. The familiar golden hair. Goaty still couldn't believe it. Jocko? He watched the person in front of him slowly get up. It's Jocko. Goaty was heartbroken, trembling. Why? But before anyone could dwell in their emotions for too long, a cold sword pierced through Jaco's chest, fresh blood spraying everywhere. Sonia's eyes widened in shock, and Goaty jumped in fright. Kana seemed not to hear their whispers, coldly pulling out the sword. Then she leaped high, preparing to deliver the next blow. But suddenly Kana's eyes widened, her face full of astonishment. The clang of metal clashing, sparking and startling those around. Goaty had quickly appeared, blocking right in front of Jocko. Kana looked at him suspiciously, unable to help but ask, What are you doing? Goaty didn't look at her, just mumbled, Damn it, wait a minute. But before he could finish, he took an elbow from Kana. Goaty staggered back, clutching his face in pain. Kana once again gathered her strength, preparing to attack Jocko from behind. But her eyes once again showed the same look of surprise as before. Another deafening clash rang out. Sonia had managed to block the second blow. Kana lost all patience and ordered move. Despite being frightened by her gaze, Sonia stood her ground. No. The sound of weapons clashing echoed continuously as Kana attacked Sonia without hesitation. Even so, she still tried to explain, Kana, that's Jocko. Kana seemed more clear-headed than them. She replied seriously, he's not human anymore, so get out of the way. Hearing this, Sonia became even more furious, crying and denying it. No, you're wrong. With tears streaming down her face, she painfully begged Kana, please, Kana, I'm begging you, don't kill him. At least let him live, even if he's like this. Hearing these words, Kana seemed to soften a little. But Jocko on the other side was not the same. Because he was infected, his eyes were soulless. He then lunged towards Kana and Sonia. Sonia shouted in worry, no, Jocko. Kana's eyes immediately became wary. Before a third person could intervene, Kana quickly slashed Jocko in two. His upper body fell heavily. Sonia was so heartbroken she couldn't stand. She silently remembered the old days. Jocko. She remembered the day the two of them stood on a railing talking. Why do this when it brings no profit? She was curious about his goal. Why do you want to find a cure for the hydro plague? Didn't your daughter make it? Jocko replied in a low voice. When I see her again, I want to look into her eyes. He suddenly turned and smiled gently. I want to tell her that I never stopped thinking about her. And now, the man lying on the ground, in a pool of blood, was that same man. Everyone stood silently around his body, no one saying a word. Finally, it was Goaty who spoke first. Jocko. Kana was also silent, looking at the person she had just ended with her own hands. Mao and the other man were also sad, but there was nothing they could do. The others were no exception. Sonia knelt before him. Jocko. She sobbed heartbrokenly, murmuring, I hope you get to see your daughter. Looking at Jocko's gentle face, you can be proud. With that, she cried even harder. Then, using 2 fingers, she gently closed his eyelids. Finally, Jocko closed his eyes and passed away, departing peacefully. Goldie couldn't hold back his tears either. Everyone was silent, a heavy atmosphere hanging over them. Tyson suddenly turned to look. He looked at the chairman's corpse lying on the ground. Why? Tyson asked them suspiciously about that person is dead. Only then did everyone realize. Mao spoke for them. He deserved to die like that. Kana turned to remind Sonia, take care of your wound. She added coldly, we're going to Boda and Noah's location. The scene of people lying scattered on a large rock in the middle of the water. Everyone was waiting. A man with his head bowed murmured, I don't want to become a monster. Then he shot to his feet. Better to die than become a monster. He lifted a rock from the ground, then hugged it and jumped into the water to everyone's astonishment. Standing tall in the current, he then submerged himself. Sinking beneath the water, everyone stared in shock at his action. The water's surface began to bubble. He was snatched into the mouth of a giant sea monster. The monster emerged from the water. 2 nearby townspeople saw the scene and were terrified. There it is. No. They were so scared they scattered in panic. The man in the monster's mouth coughed violently. The beast stared at him, and he turned pale with fear. What do you want? Why don't you just kill me already? He screamed. Just let me die, you damn monster, you damn beast. It flung the man into the air, his face white as a sheet. N.O. From above, Boda swooped down. He used his sword to cut the arm wrapped around the man. Everyone was surprised. The one swooping down was Boda. He grabbed the man's hand. Boda. Everyone looked up toward the monster. It's Boda. Bota isere. On the pipeline, a light flashed this way. Someone was holding a flashlight. Noah appeared. Over here. The people were overjoyed, wading through the dangerous water to reach the light and the person who had saved them. They came to save us. Boda looked at the man. What about Lita? Where's Lita? He asked fearfully. Lita. He bowed his head, not daring to look him in the eye. Boda understood. He was stunned. Inside that sack, Lita was lying still. She was dazed, slowly opening her eyes. Boda was tense. Lita. He rushed to Lita's side. No. Pulling out his knife, he sliced open the sack in front of him. Lita escaped from the membrane of water. He hugged his sister tightly. Lita. The beast appeared right behind him. It used its giant hand to crush Boda. He tried to reach for his sister, but he failed. Boda was pulled up by the beast. Separated from the water sack, she sank back into the membrane. He roared in anger, Lita. The enraged beast stomped him down onto the rock, causing it to crack. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. Noah was annoyed. Stupid. I told you not to do it alone. He was pinned by the beast, his hand still trying to grip his sword, clenching the weapon tightly. Boda was furious, his eyes wide. You bastard. He used his sword to push himself up from under the foot pressing on him. The beast watched him trying to get up. Boda remembered the moment with his sister. What kind of bastard? The scene of Boda hugging Lita when they were little. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Did this to you? The sword slashed hard into the beast's body. For my sister, as if filled with new strength, he stood up and hacked off its arms right before its eyes. The severed arms, blood spraying everywhere. He roared in anger, I'll kill you. Boda charged to face the monster, clinging tightly to its flesh, his eyes filled with hatred. He cut a long gash in its skin. It was an extreme pain, which only spurred him on. The sword cut into its body endlessly. He hated the beast before him, and the beast was terrified. Its eyes were hit by poison arrows red as blood. It nearly collapsed from the pain. Boda pointed his gun at it. Does it hurt? This poison was made by the people whose families you stole. It tried to attack him with its hand, but with just a few slashes, its hand was severed. Its face showed a pitiful expression from the painful wound. Boda stared, his voice filled with glee. That won't work on me. In the workshop, someone yanked a lever on the electrical panel. Sparks flew from the iron bars. The 3 people in the workshop stared in shock at the scene before them, thought we've stored almost all the energy. Tyson looked at Mao. We should use the submarine to evacuate everyone now. Mao immediately replied, yes. Then Mao shouted, let's get everyone back. Someone reminded him, Mao, this way. Tyson looked at the object before him. Is this a bomb? Kana explained, "It's a sea mine." The sea mine was pulled along. Tyson looked at it, full of worry. If this thing explodes, this whole place will collapse. "This is our last weapon." In the cave, Boda and the beast were staring at each other. Boda faced its gaze, his hand tightening on his sword. "I'm not trembling anymore." He remembered the sea monster from long ago on his family's small boat, how big they used to be. The scene of the boat surrounded by sea monsters, so many, when he was about to be swallowed by the beast and was so scared. He had bowed his head in fear, not like before. Now he still felt scared, but he couldn't back down. She's there. The scene of Lita trapped in the water sack, his little sister. His eyes became incredibly angry, his rage flaring up. His eyes were bloodshot. He stared at the beast without blinking. "Just because you're big doesn't mean you can scare me." It looked at Boda with its mouth wide open, drool dripping down. "That just means you're an easier target." He held his sword and charged towards it. "I'll kill you and bring Lita back." Its claws also attacked back. He dodged, his voice full of contempt. "Where are you aiming? Is the poison affecting you?" The beast held onto a rock, lifted it, and threw it at him. He was startled. It threw it right where he was standing. Boda jumped up as fast as lightning. Escaping its counterattack from the sword, he pulled a wire, separating the blade from the hilt. The wire and the sword wrapped tightly around the beast's neck. With all his strength, he pulled the wire taut, strangling the beast. He shouted loudly, trying to tighten the wire. Under the pressure, its entire head was severed, its flesh bursting apart. The monster's head fell into the water as everyone watched. From above, Boda swooped down, his sword plunging straight into the beast's fatal weak point. He tried with all his might, the sword stabbing hard, digging deep, down into its flesh, plunging deep inside. He pressed the sword with all his strength. It was an extreme pain, trying to struggle free from the sword piercing deep into its flesh. It let out screams that echoed throughout the cave. Boda was bloodthirsty. Its flesh swelled, causing the skin on its brain to explode, its brain spilling out. As everyone watched, blood splattered everywhere. Noah was astonished. He defeated that giant thing by himself. The townspeople hugged each other and cheered with joy. "Wow, he defeated the sea monster." A townsperson looked at him. "Boda saved us." He stood on the sea monster's corpse looking at the people. They all looked up at him with joyful eyes. The image of Boda standing on the monster, holding his sister in his arms. The monster's blood splattered everywhere, making the sad scene also have a touch of joy. Boda looked at his sister in his arms. He was sad, his heart aching. "Was I too late?" "I'm sorry." Someone looked at the scene. "Is it too late?" He held the girl on the rock, Lita. His face was wet with tears. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. Please, wake up." He was desperate, Lita. Everyone was sad. Suddenly the water level began to recede. The water is going down. Noah looked at the water. The drainage system is working. They must have gotten the power back on. Someone looked at the defeated monster. The water sacs were gradually breaking open as the arms of the baby monsters pierced through from the inside. Someone said fearfully, "They're hatching." Everyone was worried. Why now? From the large sacs, a series of mini-monsters appeared. The people screamed in fear. Those monsters jumped out of the water sacs and rushed towards them. The newly hatched monsters jumped into the water. They stood up like humans, but moved on all fours. They stared at the people right in front of them. The people were terrified. "Run." Noah saw the scene. "Boda, look behind you. There are a lot of them." Boda looked at his sister, tears still falling. "Lita, she's not breathing anymore." A monster aimed its giant mouth at him. Noah screamed, "Boda." Noah ducked to avoid the monster's gaze. The boy waited, and when nothing happened, he peeked at the monsters. The boy was stunned, looking at them with astonished eyes. Why aren't they moving anymore? Noah wondered, looking around. He saw Lita's hand raised towards the ferocious beasts. Boda was shocked. "Lita." The girl stood up, raising her hand towards the monsters. Boda and Noah were both surprised. The beast stood still, not moving at all. Kana saw the entrance ahead. Almost there. Kana was extremely worried. Boda, Lita, they passed through the cave entrance. Kana was speechless when she saw Lita standing before a horde of beasts. The girl stood motionless, her eyes blood red, her face covered in green veins. Kana couldn't believe what she was seeing, Lita, but the girl didn't respond, just continued to stand there. Kana was stunned, her heart full of anxiety, Lita. At this moment, Mao was carefully observing the monsters. Seeing them standing motionless, he wondered what's going on. Boda approached the girl, gently asking, Lita, are you okay? But still, he received no reaction. He grew more worried, stammering her name, Lita. Then he placed his hand on her shoulder. Suddenly, her whole body went limp and she collapsed into Boda's arms. He was shocked as he caught her. A moment later, they had brought Lita onto a flying ship. It slowly took off. Inside the cabin, the air was strangely silent. Boda still sat there, holding his sister. Suddenly, green veins appeared on her face. He felt bewildered. The green veins became more and more numerous. Boda was helpless, holding Lita tightly. He whispered, let's go home. Let's go home, Lita. Seeing this, everyone felt uneasy, especially Godi. He looked at the girl. Trembling, he swallowed, his hand tightening on his gun. These actions did not escape Sonia's notice. She remained silent, quietly thinking. Jocko became a monster in the end. Will this girl be any different? At this moment, Lita was still lying quietly in Boda's arms. Kana watched them silently, her gaze deep, her mind in turmoil. She looks like Jocko when he transformed. Lita might be infected too. It's hard to imagine what happened before. They returned to the flying ship's starting point. Mao announced, this is the last one, and told an old man to get on board quickly. However, the old man said he wouldn't go, leaving him stunned. Noah and Lin worriedly called out to him, but the old man had closed the ship's door, just watching the two children through the glass. He confessed that he was too old to get used to a new life. Then he instructed, you children must live, you hear. With that, he decisively pressed the start button. The ship slowly moved, leaving this place. It sped through the pipeline, then flew outside. The two children sobbed uncontrollably. Now, only the old man remained. He pulled out a gun hidden in his coat and said mysteriously, one day you'll understand. This place is everything to him. The children should go somewhere better than this. The two girls trembled, huddled in a corner. The ship gradually emerged from the water. The shaking inside grew stronger. After waiting for a long time, the two looked up. The ship's hatch was now slowly opening. The daylight shone in, blinding the two girls. Noah, Lin, the last children of the underground city of Matata. They curiously looked outside, then climbed out of the ship. Gazing at the vast sky, don't be afraid. Life continues in a world with new people. Watching the birds fly freely in the sky, Noah suddenly burst into tears, calling out, Grandpa, it's the sky, it's endless. Seeing this, Lin also cried. The sun was gradually setting. Meanwhile, the world underground sank into darkness. Down there, only ruins and rubble remained. The old man pulled out a machine, placing it among the monsters. He was emotional. Comrades, brothers, friends, and my child, even my wife, have all left this world. He hated the monsters that had taken their lives. As he spoke, he activated the machine that he never forgot it for a second his whole life, the hatred for them. The only reason his heart still beats is for this moment. With that, the old man pulled the cord hard, his eyes wide. This is for everyone. Die in hell. The machine started to work, spraying a flammable gas. The gas spread throughout the space, then slammed into a monster. Then a terrifying explosion rang out. The explosion destroyed everything in its path. Everything seemed about to turn to dust. The fire burned the dome of the underground city. Seawater began to flood in. Then the current grew stronger, extinguishing the fire, but also submerging everything. The water rose like a flood, sweeping away everything. Containers and electrical wires were sucked into the pipeline one by one. The place turned into a giant black hole at the bottom of the ocean. Everything was pulled inside. On the surface, the scene was much more peaceful. Someone shouted, "Look!" Everyone turned around. Everyone was astonished. It's the rescue team. They're back. The townspeople cheered joyfully. Kana, mount. He eagerly announced to them that Zen was dead. This place is safe now. After hearing this news, the people became even more joyful. Some were still stunned, not believing what they had just heard. Then, they were reunited with their relatives who had been captured before. The moments of reunion were truly touching. A couple hugged each other tightly, crying after so many days apart. Everyone was emotional, wanted to hold their loved ones tight. Kana quietly watched this sacred reunion scene, a faint smile on her face. At this moment, Boda returned carrying his sister, his face downcast and pale. Someone asked, "Is she okay?" He replied that she was just sleeping. Then, he quietly carried Lita away. People began to whisper among themselves. The fact that the girl showed signs of being infected couldn't be hidden for long. Sonia asked Kana, "What are you going to do? The rumors will spread quickly. You saw Jocko. This whole place is in danger. Lita will destroy this entire area." She showed no reaction, just replied faintly, "Really?" At that moment, there was a strange noise from the water, attracting everyone's attention. Someone shouted, "Look!" They were all astonished. It was a container from the underground city floating to the surface. Following that, a few more also surfaced. The people cheered. "The great relics. This is amazing." Sonia was so astonished she exclaimed, "Impossible." Suddenly Kana said, "I don't think she will destroy this place." Then she asked her, "You saw what happened, didn't you?" "They escaped thanks to Lita." Kana's gaze became deep. She was referring to Boda and his sister. Those children could be the key. Hearing this, Sonia fell silent. The sky began to grow dark. At this time, a comrade spoke up, "Thank you, Kana. If you weren't here, we wouldn't have stood a chance." She replied faintly, "It was a team effort." The others also chimed in, "Thank you, Kana. Thank you so much." Mao spoke up, "Everyone is grateful to you. You don't have to be so modest. You're a hero, Kana." Then he asked quietly, "How is Lita?" She replied, "She's still sleeping, just like a newborn baby." At that moment, Lita was curled up on the bed. Both her hands were curled up too. She was breathing heavily, looking very uncomfortable. Godi said, "I hope she can wake up and be a normal person again." Mao asked, "What are you talking about?" He replied, "What if she becomes a monster like Jocko? She was trapped in an egg sac just like that." Sonia said that was just a pipe dream, that a monster is a monster. While they were arguing, Kana just remained silent, lost in thought. Mao wanted to clarify that Kana had no choice but to kill Jocko. She said that's what she was talking about. Then, she slammed her hand on the table and asked Kana what she would do when Lita becomes a monster. "Could you kill her?" Kana's eyes widened, but she remained silent. Meanwhile, Lita was still in a coma, showing no signs of waking up. Boda sat silently in a corner, looking as if he was planning something. By now, it was completely dark outside. In Boda's nightmare, he saw himself standing on a familiar boat. He tried to call for Lita, then suddenly saw her huddled in a corner of the boat. Lita was sobbing. He continued to call out worriedly. She asked back, "Didn't you say you would never leave me?" Boda's eyes filled with tears. He hugged his sister tightly, apologizing, "I will never leave you alone again." Suddenly, she squeezed his arm tightly, her face ashen, reproaching, "I told you not to leave me." At that moment, Lita had turned into a monster. She lunged and bit Boda's neck hard. He screamed, then woke up from the nightmare. He covered his face, breathless. Was it just a dream? What happened? Then Boda turned to look at his sister. She was sitting on the bed. It was midnight, but many rooms in the base were still lit. Kana was walking alone, lost in thought. If Lita becomes a monster, would I dare to lay a hand on her with these very hands? Kana suddenly clenched her fists, then decided to go to the siblings' room. When she entered, the scene before her left her stunned. Inside were Boda and Lita sitting at the dining table. The scene as peaceful as any other day. The girl still called Kana's name and even gave her a bright smile. Suddenly, the girl rushed over and hugged Kana tightly. Lita emotionally asked, "I made you worry, didn't I?" Kana was stunned for a moment, then hugged Lita back tightly. She said, "Thank goodness. Lita is back." After that, the three of them sat down at the table together. The girl slowly recounted that after being trapped in the egg, everything around her began to fade. It kept getting darker and darker until she forgot who she was. At that moment, she heard someone calling Lita, but she no longer remembered who Lita was. Then she felt a warm embrace holding her, and saying her name was Lita. Boda was stunned. Lita smiled and continued, saying she had never seen her mother's face, but the feeling was so familiar. Like Mom was protecting me. Even when she died, it was because of me. Although Boda tried to comfort her, Lita couldn't stop thinking, but Mom passed away right after giving birth to me. Then, Lita ate a piece of fish. She praised, "This mackerel is delicious." Kana said the restaurant owner had specially made it for her. Lita smiled brightly. "I'm so glad to eat his cooking again." Kana smiled along, while Boda thought happily. It still hurt, just like before. He silently thanked God. However, a moment later, Lita violently vomited all the food out. She covered her mouth, her face bewildered, not understanding what was happening to her. Why does the food smell so disgusting? Then she cried out, clutching her stomach, "I'm so hungry." Suddenly, she saw some fish swimming freely in the water. Lita suddenly snatched one and ate it raw, devouring it greedily. After eating, she was surprised, wondering why she could eat that. A certain scent wafted by. Lita wondered, "What is that smell?" It's not fish. Looking towards the residential area ahead, she unconsciously headed in that direction. Her body no longer walked on two legs, but switched to running on all fours. Lita now looked like a true predator. Her eyes were wide, her mind in chaos. What is this smell? This sweet scent. Unable to resist, she couldn't stop herself from indulging in it, thinking she had to chew and swallow it. Its smell is so tempting. After that, she went to the place with the corpses. Fresh blood flowed everywhere, staining the entire area red. Suddenly, she seemed to snap out of it. All these corpses. There's so much blood. Is this that smell? Lita felt scared of herself. Was she attracted to human blood? Then the question echoed in her head. Why? Why is this smell so appealing? Lita slowly approached a corpse. At this point, her mind was no longer normal. Why can't I control myself? Just then, a man appeared, brutally kicking Lita in the stomach. Then he stepped on her and said, "Why is a brat like you awake at this hour?" When Lita sat up, the man pressed a knife to her throat, then suddenly realized. Lita was the girl who worked at the restaurant, the one who had dirted his shoes before. The subordinate behind him asked if they should kill her, but the man said, "Don't be so rough. It's because you act like that people call us pirates." The subordinate argued back, "But we are pirates." Hearing this, Lita trembled in fear, the thought flashing through her mind. Did they kill all the guards for the great relics? Then, she desperately struggled, crying for help. However, she was immediately silenced by the pirate, who threatened, "Shut up or I'll kill you." Lita bit down hard on his hand. The pirate cried out in pain, clutching his arm. When he looked at the wound, he discovered a chunk of flesh was missing. He was furious. He grabbed Lita, about to deal with her, when he noticed she had suddenly stopped resisting. Her eyes suddenly opened wide, and she greedily licked the blood on her lips. The man choked Lita and said, "So you were infected by the sea monster." Then he asked her, "Want more?" and let the blood from his wound drip down. The strong smell of blood seemed to awaken a deep instinct within her. Lita was bewildered, wondering why she couldn't stop herself. But she didn't stay lucid for long. She fell back into a frenzied state. The pirate saw this and laughed perversely. A subordinate reminded him, "We don't have much time," but was yelled at, "Shut up." Suddenly, at that moment, a fist flew out of nowhere. It struck the man's head with a loud thud. The subordinates carrying the great relic ran away. They were horrified to see their leader's head floating on the water. They quickly pulled out their guns and fired continuously at Lita, but Lita nimbly dodged all the bullets. She leaped high into the air, then swooped down to attack them. One pirate dodged and immediately turned to fire, only to be ferociously bitten and torn apart by her. Finished, Lita turned to look at the last pirate with blood-red eyes. The masked man trembled in fear, clutching the hilt of his knife, pointing it at Lita. "Stay away from me." He swung his knife wildly. "I said stay away from me, you freak." Lita's shoulders slumped, her head bowed to the ground. Then she shot out her hand, grabbing his knife-wielding wrist, squeezing it tight and bending it backwards. The masked man screamed in pain and fell to his knees. Lita's eyes narrowed dreamily, her lips pursed, whispering, "Hungry, so hungry." The masked man squeezed one. "I shut in pain, I want." The corners of Lita's mouth tore open. She bared her sharp teeth to eat him. Her lips were smeared with blood. Lita lunged, wanting to tear the masked man apart, causing him to scream in terror. No. A group of people ran over, shining their flashlights on Lita and the man. "Someone's there." The masked man was pinned to the ground by Lita. He turned his head in terror. Seeing people arrive, he screamed, his eyes wide and bloodshot. "She's a sea demon." The three burly men who had just arrived saw this and immediately opened fire on the girl. "What? A sea demon?" Two men in the group were stunned. Mao also stared wide-eyed. Lita gritted her teeth, raising her hand to shield her eyes. Mao and the others were astonished, shouting, "Lita, huh?" Taking advantage of her distraction, the masked man raised his knife. The sharp dagger plunged hard into her shoulder. The wound from the dagger sprayed blood everywhere. The flesh exposed. The dagger was not removed. From the wound, the flesh began to swell. The excess flesh grew larger and larger, causing the girl to scream in agony. The man with the wire-like beard standing nearby was slightly bewildered. "What is that?" Mao shouted her name loudly, "Lita." The masked man from before hurriedly ran towards his comrades. breathless, his tone urgent. Shoot it. A hand reached out to stop them. Don't shoot. Sonia stepped forward, drawing the sword from her back. I'll handle this. Sonia. She smirked. Lita's eyes gleamed, her teeth clenched. Sonia gripped her oversized sword tightly. Facing Lita, there are no more obstacles within me. Raising the sword to her chest, her voice was calm. I'm going to make this as painful as possible for you. Lita's face was pale, growling, then she charged straight at Sonia. Sonia quickly swung her sword at the girl. Being hit sent Lita sprawling in pain, but she quickly got back up, crawling in the puddle of water. Her eyes wide. Seeing Lita struggling, Sonia frowned. Stay still. You're only making things worse. She frowned, her gaze dropping. I have no other choice. Lita's vision was completely dark, her eyes glowing red that you're not human. She charged forcefully at Lita. I'll make this quick. Lita. A strong hand blocked Sonia's path. Boda stood firmly between Sonia and Lita. She grabbed his shirt. It's too late, Boda. That's not your sister anymore. Boda said softly, Lita, you can hear me, right? I know you can hear me. Lita frowned slightly, her teeth clenched, her eyes flashing with ferocity. She bared her teeth and pounced on Boda. Sonia was terrified, shouting, Boda, move, but he paid no attention, still focused on his sister. The girl lunged at him, and he immediately hugged her tightly. Being held so tightly made her scream and struggle. Boda spoke gently in her ear, It's okay, Lita. I'm here. Lita wrapped her arms tightly around his waist and bit down hard on Boda's shoulder. Her bite drew dark red blood. Sonia's eyes widened. Boda. The others also shouted his name in alarm. Boda. Boda smiled gently, hugging her even tighter. It's okay. It's okay, Lita. He gently pulled the knife from his shoulder. I won't leave you alone. Throwing the bloody knife to the ground, he reassured her, we're siblings. After all, he lowered his eyes. I'm here for you, then held her tightly. He said gently, come back and be my little sister. Lita's eyes were empty. She heard someone calling her name, Lita. Lita seemed lost in a dark void. She could still hear someone calling her name, Lita. Little Lita seemed to be submerged underwater. She curled up, hugging her legs. Lita. Her head was spinning. What voice was echoing her name? Her eyes were half closed. Lita. Who is that? She tried to frown. Lita is... Then boom, a slow-motion film played her head. A warm little family of 4. The little girl cherished like a fragile egg. A smile as bright as a K-pop idol's. Then another scene appeared. A kind middle-aged man patting Boda and the little girl on the head. Indeed, from a young age, Boda had protected this little princess. Memories flashed by quickly. The little girl from back then was now grown up, as radiant and beautiful as a beauty queen. The scene changed again. The girl was now protecting another, smaller child from a ferocious sea monster. Though scared to death, her eyes filled with tears, she still managed a gentle smile for her little brother. Lita mumbled in her head again, Lita is... Her eyes were half closed. Then they flew wide open. It's me. The lump of flesh on Lita's shoulder twitched slightly. Then it slowly deflated. Sonia shouted, it's shrinking. Mao, and the group stood frozen, as if in disbelief. Tears streamed down her face. Lita bit her lip, then burst into sobs. Resting her head on Boda's shoulder, her body trembled, crying silently, I'm sorry, big brother. I think something's wrong with me. Her heart ached, remembering her childhood, blaming herself. Someone like me shouldn't have been born. The image of her father hugging her mother, sobbing as she passed away, returned, tormenting her even more. If it wasn't for me, Mom wouldn't have died. Her father had cried so much then. Dad. Then the scene of Boda sitting huddled in a corner also broke her heart. And Big Brother, always missing Mom so much. She still remembered vividly the moment the 3 of them played in the water. I love you, Dad and Big Brother, so much, and I feel guilty about it. Lita tried hard to help everyone hang the laundry, because I want to be a better version of myself. Lita wouldn't shy away from chores. She just wanted to be a girl loved by everyone. However, the image of herself with a face full of green veins, dark eyes, and blood-smeared lips terrified her. But now I've become this. What should I do now? The more she spoke, the louder she cried. I'm a monster. Boda frowned, then gritted his teeth, stroking his little sister's head. No, you're not a monster. He held her tightly. You are and always will be my sister, Lita. Kana stood there, witnessing the siblings' heartfelt embrace. Her gaze fell. I can't do it. The sword in her hand went limp. I can't kill Lita, even if she is a demon. Watching Lita sob in Boda's arms, her heart was in turmoil. Is there no way for her to always stay in human form? Kana pursed her lips. The only way to save Lita. Then she thought of the old doctor's smirk. I have to find Dr. Feuder of the Busan United Association. Maybe he has a cure for Lita. Kana lowered her gaze, the image of the association's fortress looming in her mind. That image grew clearer and clearer, like a confirmation that we have to go back to the Busan Association. As dawn broke over the small city on the old ship, people had already gathered at the port. Kana, are you really leaving? Mao's face was frantic. Don't go. We need a leader. Sweat beaded on the young man's forehead. You're the only one who can lead this oasis port. Hearing this, the crowd chimed in. Lead us, Kana. The entire population of the oasis spoke in unison. What will we do without you? Don't go, Kana. Kana pursed her lips, maintaining a calm expression like a refrigerator point. One person leaving won't change this place. Mao's face wrinkled, his eyes trembling, but Kana. The girl looked back, bewildered. The young man awkwardly recalled the time they were all chased by Zenot. There were many leaders during the battle with Heno when it attacked the village. At that time, Mao and everyone else were also eager to fight, enthusiastically participating. That battle left everyone in need, having to share every spoonful of soup, every bite of food, and support each other. Everyone looked at Kana. There have been many talented leaders here already. He called her name tremblingly, Kana. An uncle with a bushy beard stepped forward, his eyes crinkling as he smiled at her. We've brought some medicine and equipment from the relics onto the ship for you. The uncle lowered his voice to speak to Kana, Lita, and Boda. Thank you for protecting this village, Kana. And you too, Boda. Everyone looked at the three of them with affectionate eyes. That we will build this village with our own hands. Come back here whenever you want. There will always be a place for you. Boda was so moved his eyebrows shot up. Thank you, everyone. Two small kids scampered over to Lita. Lita, is that you? The little boy pushed a small, beautiful bouquet of flowers into her hand. Thank you for saving us. The moment the two children were sent flying flashed back in Lita's mind. They're safe, after all. From the crowd, a woman rushed out, crying, my children. She hurriedly hugged her two children. Come here. Then she looked at Lita with a fearful gaze. The little girl could only lower her head, mumbling in her throat. The mustachioed uncle, helpless, comforted Lita. It's because they don't understand. Don't mind them, child. Uncle. The uncle looked at Lita, smiling gently. I can tell that a kind and hard-working girl is standing before me. He gave Lita a few words of advice, and the girl nodded obediently. So get well and come back, okay? Sonia spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. That's enough goodbyes. She put on a sassy air. Shouldn't we be leaving now? Kana ran up to Sonia, being as polite as possible. Thank you for letting us come with you. It's nothing. Sonia narrowed her eyes. I don't have a reason to go there either. The man sobbed quietly, Kana. He buried his head in the mustachioed uncle's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. The ship carrying them slowly left the dock. Kana stood on the deck, looking back at everyone. Lita and Boda also looked on sadly as the villagers grew more distant. The people continued to wave goodbye, goodbye everyone, until the small island gradually disappeared from view. Goodbye, Oasis Port. Their small boat glided across the vast sea. Gante turned to Sonia, who was steering confidently. Why are you so kind to them? Sonia tilted her head up to the sky, looking chic. It's not like I have nothing better to do. She narrowed her eyes. I'm just going along to see what happens. The image of Lita's terrifying transformation flashed back in her mind. Lita was infected and then turned back into a human. Then the scene of the little girl crying a river of tears. I think she might be the key to finding a cure for the hydroplague. A hand reached out. I want to find a cure for the hydroplague. Jocko extended his hand towards her. Surely, somewhere in the world, there must be a way to cure the children. He smiled gently. Let's do something meaningful with our lives, Sonia. She slowly closed her eyes. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Sonia looked at Gong Tae, her eyes half closed, a faint smile on her lips. I want to finish what Jocko started. The man squinted at her with a thoughtful expression, then bowed his head and chuckled softly. Jocko would be proud of you, Sonia. Suddenly, a bell rang loudly, and a door burst open. Sonia grimaced at the little girl, while Kia looked surprised. This is the control room. Sonia let out a sigh. Why did you bring these kids along? Can we see the circuit board? Gong Tae laughed helplessly. Come on, They saved us, and they said they wanted to see the world. Sonia gritted her teeth, her eyes narrowed. What are you, their father? Gong Ti's face turned beet red as he laughed awkwardly. You think so? With that, he hugged the two children. Kids, you're not allowed to break the ship. Sonia turned her face away, looking out at the sea. Anyway, how are we supposed to find the Busan Association in the middle of this vast ocean? Kana, who had entered the room at some point, spoke up. The Busan Association always comes to the trading port at this time to exchange goods. She tapped twice on the table next to the steering wheel. The coordinates of the trading port are... Sonia slapped her hand away, grimacing as if to say, I already know. I'm sure you know this. Leaning close to Kana's face, Sonia gritted her teeth. But I am the captain of this ship, Kana. Of course. They both cleared their throats, ahem. Sonia sighed. Fine, I'll allow you to enter the coordinates. Seeing Sonia's expression, Kana narrowed her eyes and smiled slyly. Then she started a conversation. I know you're a good person, Sonia. Sonia pouted, feigning indifference. Gante looked at her and smiled gently. Outside, Lita was enjoying the sea breeze with Kia and Lin. Her eyes sparkled, her smile radiant. Boda looked at his little sister, his heart filled with a strange warmth, and smiled gently. He remembered how she had cried her eyes out last night. Lita, he became even more determined. I will save you, no matter what happens. The image of the Alliance fortress appeared in his mind again, and no matter where we have to go or what it takes. The sea waves churned, and a fortress slowly emerged. Then two towering fortresses connected by a precarious rope bridge. This was the trading port. 5 imposing fortresses stood close together, linked by rope bridges. This place was once a massive organization with 5 buildings in the middle of the ocean. But now, alas, only 2 remained, surrounded by desolate ruins after the other 3 were wiped out by a storm. Their revenue also plummeted. A giant ship was approaching, but this place was still an important trading hub. The bow of the ship cut through the waves, and a shout rang out. It's the Busan Association. The massive fortress appeared. The Busan Association had docked at the trading port. The giant Busan ship slowly came to a stop. A person on the ship shouted, I have an engine. Buy an engine. Right here, hunters. Other merchants also started hawking their goods. Dried fish here. I'm selling clothes. People hurriedly transferred goods from the ship to the port. We don't need fish, only let the clothes sellers on. The old doctor stood on high, gazing down at the crowd below. The doctor took off his glasses, looking around. Dr. Feuder. A voice called out to him. Dr. Feuder. A man with a cheerful face appeared. We brought the fish you ordered. Dr. Feuder was overjoyed to see him. Finally, you've arrived. Hurry up and let them in. Let them on the ship. A group of people used carts to move goods onto the ship. This action infuriated the others. You said you didn't need fish, so why are you letting them in? A soldier in uniform with a fierce face swung his gun, hitting the man who had just shouted, Get out of the way. The poor man fell to the ground, pulling the tarp off the cart with him. He scrambled up, holding his stinging cheek. On the cart, 4 containers were revealed. Inside each container was a huge eye, a massive heart. The sight horrified the crowd. What is that? The soldier snapped, Get on quickly. Yes. The merchant grinned at Dr. Feuder. Are they fresh? Dr. Feuder, leaning against the containers. He laughed with delight. They're all fresh. Look, it's still beating. Good. Dr. Feuder smiled knowingly. You did well. Bring me the rest as soon as possible. Turning to the people behind him, he ordered, Take them to my laboratory. Yes, the colossal Busan fortress, with its intricate system of machinery and pipes. In a room with a radiation warning sign, several men in protective suits were busy with the machinery. They continuously updated the situation. Tank pressure stable. Heart rate stable. The container with the heart was placed on a giant machine, which then began to transfer food into it. The machine sucked in the container, and it was pulled along a pipe. Each part was transferred into a large water tank. A grotesque monster lunged towards them. It bared its sharp teeth, snatching the food that had just been dropped. The large machine let out a roar, startling the men in protective suits. One man peered through a round window. It's eating. Dr. Feuder, it's eating. It has started to eat on its own. Dr. Feuder also looked, his eyes wide, muttering to himself, We've finally done it. The monster devoured the food, The egg-shaped machine whirred a few more times. The ship sped across the sea, leaving a trail of rising and falling foam in its wake. 3 men sat on the ship. One gazed into the distance and wondered, what the hell are they going to do with all those monster organs? The oddest one in the group, sitting next to him, replied, who cares? As long as we get paid. A dangerous glint appeared in another's eyes as he spoke up. They're trading gas for monster organs we can't even eat. We have to squeeze as much money out of them as possible. The ship continued its journey, heading towards 2 towers floating in the middle of the sea. As they got closer, they saw, my God, they weren't alone. The surrounding sea was teeming with boats. An old suspension bridge stretched across, with time-worn buildings above. Inside, people were still bustling about. A small boat approached the bridge where people were crossing. A voice shouted, the Busan Association just ordered some clothes. Bring everything we have. In another corner, the carcass of a grotesque fish was hanging, with several people trying to gut it. The monster's eyes were still wide open, as if it were alive, staring at the person trying to gouge them out. A mess of organs was scattered on the floor, covered in blood. A man standing on the railing looked down at the boat and shouted, hurry up, we have to go back one more time before sunset. The people below obeyed immediately, shouting in unison, yes. Suddenly, the man was stopped. A voice said, long time no see. Boda and Kana stood opposite him, their faces tense. Kana's right, I showed a look of weariness as she glanced in his direction and said, how long has it been? 6 years. As soon as Clark Miller saw her, his face turned pale with fear, and he stammered, Kana. Flocks of birds circled the tops of the 2 towers, where people were still hard at work. The ship slowly approached, seen through binoculars. A voice said, they said they'll be leaving in 3 weeks. Clark Miller sat cross-legged, watching Kana observe, then sighed wearily. I heard you caused trouble with the Busan Council. I thought you were dead, Kana. Kana suddenly turned around and made an offer. We need your help to get into the Busan Association. Hearing this, he flew into a rage and snapped back. Why should I help you? Do you know how hard I had to run after leaving Tion? I should have just sided with the Busan Association. Kana lowered her head, her sharp gaze fixed on him, her eyes emotionless. All debts must be paid. Isn't that the rule of the trading port? Clark Miller leaned close to Kana's face, his voice filled with anger. I don't owe you anything. Tion was the one who saved me. She was not one to back down, retorting bluntly, yes, it's true he saved you. Just then, Boda walked in and threw off his hood, leaving the man stunned. Boda's face was revealed, shining brightly in the sunlight. Clark Miller's jaw dropped in astonishment, and he stammered, Tion. But Boda's eyes widened in denial, and he introduced himself. I'm his son, Boda. The man's face looked terrified now. He glanced at Boda and became even more scared when he heard him say, this is your chance to repay your debt. The boat continued its journey across the open sea, cutting through the water and creating churning waves. Clark Miller clutched his head in agony, muttering curses. Damn it. Boda glanced somewhere, cleared his throat, and said, just endure it a little longer, Lita. Lita sat next to some disgusting-looking specimens, so scared she was curled up in a ball, biting her lip tightly. Clark Miller looked curiously at Kana, who was still completely covered, and asked, why are you trying to go back when you could live a normal life and avoid them? Both Boda and Kana glanced at him as he explained, if we get caught, we'll all die. Kana lowered her eyes, hiding her emotions, her voice sad that I know. The ship seemed to be approaching some kind of base. A voice from inside called out, we're almost there. Get ready. The ship docked gently, and everyone stood up to disembark. A faded sign came into view, their destination. They both looked up in amazement, marveling at the sight. Boda glanced at the scene before him, a distant thought flashing through his mind. The Busan Association, after 4 years. The ship approached the giant warship. A voice from it shouted, more stuff for Dr. Feuder here. Boda looked up in horror, his face tense. On the ship, 3 men in uniform stood, looking at something. The man with a stone-cold face looked down from above, his eyes devoid of emotion. Boda looked at him and gritted his teeth in anger, shouting, Dohu! The ship's hull suddenly shook violently. Kana quickly pushed Boda's head down, trying to hold him back. Through her mask, her cold eyes glanced into the distance as she said, stay quiet. Dohu's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out, not understanding what he had seen. Elsewhere, Lita cowered even more in fear. On the eaves, something was falling like rain. The lights on the ship were bright, and then a loud noise suddenly echoed. A group of men were strenuously moving heavy crates. The commander in uniform shouted, "The sun is almost down. Move the goods faster." The people here looked terrified. They mumbled in response, "Yes, sir." Two familiar figures pushed a crate together, quietly passing the commander. They both kept their heads down, focusing on pushing the crate like true slaves. Kana's eyes looked up, furtively observing her surroundings. Under the brim of his cap, Boda also carefully assessed the situation. Sonia was no better, her face visibly tense. In stark contrast, Lita's face was pale with fear, her expression one of extreme anxiety. Just when they thought they had gotten past the commander, he suddenly shouted, "Hey, stop right there." Lita's face in the crate turned ashen with terror. She trembled as she heard him yell, "We have to check if the quantity is correct." Then suddenly, Kana was pushed hard by a hand. The person shouted, "Get out of the way!" Lita, in the crate, was breathless with fear. She thought with difficulty, "Oh no, we're going to be discovered." "Kana, Buddha." A hand lifted the tarp from above. This moment was like Judgment Day for the whole group. Clark Miller gritted his teeth, his voice a worried whisper. "If we're discovered, they'll kill us all on the spot." Through a small gap, Lita's terrified face looked out, thinking to herself, "It's over." The man lifted the tarp and looked inside. Lita was cowering in a corner. When he saw everything clearly, his face showed surprise. A soft light shone on Lita. The little girl stared blankly at the stranger before her. A moment later, her eyes filled with tears, not knowing what was about to happen. The man's hand slowly lowered, and the tarp covered everything again. The man forced a smile, patted the crate lightly, and turned to the commander. "It's all here." Only after receiving confirmation from Mr. Kehoe did he turn away, his voice icy. "Move on." Hearing his confirmation, Kana's group continued their task. As they passed Mr. Kehoe, Kana didn't forget to turn back and nod in thanks. Boda did the same, turning to look at Mr. Kehoe with a slight smile, a wordless thank you. Seeing the two children safely inside, Mr. Kehoe watched them with a lingering gaze. In his heart, he thought of the image of the little girl in the red cloak, Kana, then of the boy in the green hood, and of Tion's children. His eyes shone with an indescribable joy. They returned to the Busan Association. The sky began to take on the colors of sunset. The sun slowly set, its weak light fading in the west of the association. Inside, Kana's group was exploring. Looking at the vast space, Sonia couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Wow, so this is the famous Busan Association." Hearing Sonia's exclamation and seeing Boda also looking around in a daze, he too couldn't help but be surprised. The ceiling looks much higher than before. Not just the ceiling, but as he looked around, he had to marvel at the changes. These corridors also seemed narrower. Lost in his observations, he suddenly flinched, his eyes widening as if he had just realized something. That's right, he had seen someone he knew, Uncle He. As soon as he saw him, Boda was surprised and overjoyed. Wow, he hasn't changed a bit. While walking, Uncle He seemed to see someone and stopped short at him. Then he quickly passed Boda and ran up to Mr. Kehoe to ask, "Hey, are you about to leave, Kehoe?" Seeing Uncle He ask him, Kehoe could only reply blankly, "Yeah." Seeing Uncle He walk past him, Boda's face showed clear astonishment that, he didn't recognize me. Looking at Uncle He chatting happily, he thought to himself, they're all living well, and smiled in relief. Thank goodness. After talking with Uncle He, Kehoe sighed and instructed the children, "We might run into more people who know you. Let's go to the market alley." Hearing him say to go to the market alley, Sonia asked blankly, "Market alley?" Only Lita cheerfully turned to ask Boda, "Boda, do you think the grilled fish stall I like is still there?" Hearing her question, Boda just gently stroked her head. "I'm sure it is." The group then followed Mr. Kehoe to a rusty iron door. Mr. Kehoe turned to look at the children. "We're here. This way." After passing through the iron door, Boda's group stood in a corridor, their eyes darting around. As if he had just discovered something, he was stunned with surprise. Before him was a deep, dark, and dilapidated alley. The air in the alley was eerily silent. The doors were shut tight, the signs hanging precariously. The deeper they went, the more they noticed people sitting huddled in dark corners with their faces down. Glancing at these scenes, Kana quickly asked, "Kehoe, what happened to the market?" Mr. Kehoe looked sad and scared. Someone got infected with the hydroplague. Hearing his announcement, Sonia asked in alarm, "Hydroplague?" Mr. Kehoe sadly recounted, "Yes. Now water has to be rationed to each person to limit the spread of the disease. Everyone has to carry a bucket to the reservoir to ask for water. The guard stood watch, shouting at everyone, "Get in line." The more he spoke, the sadder his voice became. After the price of water skyrocketed, the market had no hope left. Kana stared in horror. Mr. Kehoe continued his sad story. Now the water supply is directly managed by the commanders. As he was speaking, a guard grabbed a man in an orange shirt and barked, "What are you hiding under your shirt?" Then he turned and signaled to another guard. "Hey, this guy's trying to steal water," he shouted, holding up a water bottle. The man in the orange shirt was terrified, trembling, and clasping his hands to beg. "My family has 4 people. The ration water isn't enough for us for a whole week. Please have mercy on us." Hearing his plea, the guard, far from being moved, kicked him. "Shut up." Kana and Sonia witnessed the scene, frozen in horror. The guard, weapon in hand, his face murderous, said, "You have violated the laws of the Busan Association." The other man could only bow his head and beg, "I'm very sorry." Hearing the plea, the guard became even angrier. He used his weapon to beat the man repeatedly, growling, "The law is the law." The man cried out in pain. Seeing this, Kana was furious. She wanted to rush out and save the man, that he has to suffer such a punishment just for water. Clark Miller sat cross-legged, watching Kana observe, then sighed wearily. "I heard you caused trouble with the Busan Council. I thought you were dead, Kana." Mr. Kehoe, standing beside her, quickly held her back, advising, "Don't, Kana. This isn't the Busan Association it used to be." While they were arguing, Noah stood frozen, watching the scene before him. After beating the man unconscious, the guard was still not satisfied. He lifted him up to warn everyone. Everyone must obey the law, thanks to this guy. No more distribution today. Hearing that there would be no more water, the people cried out in fear. "What? No. How are we supposed to survive until the next water supply?" Seeing the crowd's commotion, the guard shouted, "Anyone with a problem, say it to my face." At that moment, as if unable to bear it any longer, Noah flew in and delivered a kick to the guard's face. Seeing Noah's action, Kana and Bodo were stunned. The complaining crowd fell silent, astonished by the boy's action. After knocking down the guard, Noah shouted, "Water is everyone's right." Seeing his comrade attacked, the guard next to him quickly raised his gun. "That don't move, Brand." In the critical situation, Kana rushed to save Noah. Boda quickly grabbed the other guard's gun. Attacked by surprise, the guard only had time to let out a cry of fear. Then, by reflex, he fired. The arrows flew out and lodged in the water tank. The guard who had been kicked quickly ducked to avoid them. When the arrows pierced the tank, creating holes, the water inside began to spray out. Water splashed everywhere, creating a small, artificial rain. Seeing this, the other guard could only exclaim in horror, "Ah." When people saw the water, they started rushing to collect it. Water! Water! The water tank continued to gush, and people scrambled with their buckets to collect the water. The guard tried to push through the crowd to stop them. "Back off!" But no one listened. In their eyes, there was only water. Water! People pushed and shoved to get water, making it impossible for the guard to stop them, and he was pushed and bumped painfully. Seeing the water, everyone was overjoyed, their faces radiant and filled with satisfaction. Kehoe stood to one side watching the scene, speechless. But then he too smiled, expressing his joy that, "I'm so glad you've come back." Noah was happily playing in the water. The guard who was being pushed around still tried to shout, "Get that brat." Seeing this, Mr. Kehoe quickly pulled the children to run away. "Let's go. More of those guards will be coming soon." While running, Noah turned to Boda and said, "Thanks for the help." While running, Lita suddenly stopped. Everyone turned back in surprise, not understanding what was wrong with her. Boda asked Lita. She just stared straight ahead, then hesitantly asked Boda, "Can you hear that?" He was confused. Hear what? Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, to his astonishment. Everyone looked in surprise in the direction Lita was moving. Noah wondered, She can fly. As soon as he finished speaking, something shot past the boy like a flash. Everyone chased after it in alarm. Boda called out as he climbed, "Wait." Meanwhile, Noah and Mr. Kehoe were still below, bewildered. As soon as he reached the top, Boda used all his strength to swing himself over, landing safely. Then he and the others went to find Lita, looking around and muttering, "Where is she?" When he saw Lita, he quickly shouted, "There she is." In front of them was a manhole cover being opened. Deep, dark pipes, pitch black. The main pipe connected to countless smaller pipes. Along the edge were other paths with iron barriers. Lita stood there, staring blankly at the scene before her. She was standing in front of a giant factory system, seemingly sensing someone inside. She quickly asked, "Is that you?" She continued to speak, even though there was no reply. Why are you so angry? Just then, a man appeared from behind, shouting, Hey kid, how did you get here? The little girl turned around silently. At the same time, elsewhere, Boda's group was struggling to climb down the pipe. When they got down, they hurried to find Lita, looking at the strange creatures submerged in containers. Kana quickly asked the other two, What is this room? It wasn't here before. Boda didn't pay attention. He was only focused on finding Lita, his face full of worry. Lita, where did she go? Then, at another spot, he seemed to discover something and quickly glanced over. Seeing two figures in front of him, he looked astonished. It was Lita. She called out cheerfully, Boda. Beside her was an old man fixing her hair. Kana looked at the old man and exclaimed, Dr. Fo. He was still focused on fixing Lita's hair, but he didn't forget to reply, So you're still alive, Kana? His hand caressed Lita's face as he smiled and said, This child is very impressive. His hand slowly moved to Lita's eyes, his voice full of excitement, as if he had just discovered something new. The mutation is spreading throughout her body, but she still maintains her human form. Suddenly, Dr. Foi spread his hands in front of the girl, his voice affectionate. Why, dear child, there are two different worlds fighting inside your body. Suddenly, he stopped, his expression changing, becoming more frightening. His voice also turned cold. Tell me, what the hell happened to you? At the same time, elsewhere, Dohu was standing in front of the punctured water tank, water still leaking out. His face was murderous as he turned and asked, Who did this? The soldier reported fearfully, A masked man and a woman, sir. Hearing the soldier's words, his eyes bulged even more, the blood vessels becoming clearer. And you let them escape? Before the other could answer, he delivered a kick to the soldier's stomach, sending him flying into the wall. The soldier coughed up blood from the kick, able only to lie moaning in pain at his feet. But it seemed his anger was not yet appeased. He just glanced at the soldier with a look of disgust. He began to crack his knuckles. Then he ordered, Find them and bring them to me. Hearing the order, the soldiers quickly shouted, Yes, sir. At that moment, in the small room, the doctor sat on a chair and asked, She escaped from the Jinn Note's egg, and she can control the Jinn Note's offspring. His face showed a sinister, calculating expression as he voiced his thoughts. Perhaps this is just a hypothesis, but this could be because of your mother, who also had this disease. Hearing this, Lita was stunned. Mother? As for Kana, she seemed to realize something. In her mind, she saw the image of Lita covered in injuries, facing terrifying monsters. Kana marveled silently, an amazing ability. Then, the little girl with blood-soaked hands hugged her brother tightly. Kana thought further, in her miraculous recovery after the mutation. Right then, as if realizing something, Sonia's face showed clear surprise. She exclaimed, Wait a minute, Lita's mother also had the hydro plague? How can an infected person give birth to a normal child? Seeing everyone's surprise, the doctor explained, The only explanation is a miracle. She held on until the end. With that, he stood up and slowly approached the machine, recounting, Your mother was infected, and now you too have come here. It's almost like fate. At that time, many people had this disease. Anyone who got it looked terrifying. The doctor recounted painfully. The hydro plague spread throughout the Busan Union, and the number of deaths was countless. He sighed helplessly and said, People thought it was just a harmless epidemic. I didn't think so. The doctor explained further that epidemic didn't just infect humans, but even sea creatures were infected. The disease has spread to all the seas of the world. He continued, 130 years ago, when the comet, his eyes seemed to look into the distant past, hit the moon, it shattered the moon into pieces. Storms arose. That impact turned the whole earth upside down. Heavy rains and strong winds appeared, and a great flood lasted for 70 years. Thunder and lightning, heavy rain, and strong winds submerged the city in a sea of water, bringing with it a plague. This plague was so dangerous and terrifying that any sea creature infected with it turned into a monster. Not just sea creatures, but humans were also devastated by this plague, and whoever refused to change would contract the hydro plague. Hearing this, Sonia screamed in horror. That's the source of the disease. Both Boda and Lita couldn't believe their ears, their eyes wide with shock. At that moment, he asked the doctor, Why was our mother infected? Hearing the question, the doctor was silent for a moment. Then, he began to speak, looking at a jar containing something. The hydro plague spread throughout the Busan Union 15 years ago. In the doctor's mind, an image of the children's mother in her 20s appeared, incredibly beautiful. The only person to establish a stable state for this disaster was your mother, Nerissa. Then, he spoke of her family background. She was the daughter of a wealthy, upper-class family. In her youth, the children's mother had a strong personality, disliking the restrictive life of the upper class and hating boredom. She only found joy when she was with people from the lower class, always getting along with them. And the children's mother had a passionate love for diving, enjoying exploring ruins with other divers. After one dive, she brought up a strange object and showed it to Tian. "Look, Tian, I found a strange-looking pot." Looking at the object his lover showed him, he replied helplessly, "People call that a toilet bowl." Hearing that, she looked at him intently and said, "It looks so strange. I'll keep it in my collection." Hearing his beloved say that, the young man could only sigh that if you keep collecting things just because they look strange, the Busan Union will be flooded with them soon. Hearing her lover's teasing, she leaned close to his face and replied, "Let's put them on our little boat when that happens." They looked at each other affectionately and shared a passionate kiss. A few days later, they went diving together again. On the very day, the Busan Union organized a major expedition to search for relics. While the group was diving, they discovered something. That's when Nerissa found it. It was deep on the seabed, buried. Soon after, she brought this strange thing to the doctor's room. At that time, she pointed to it and asked him, "Doctor, what do you think this is? Is it a treasure?" He meticulously observed and analyzed it. There's no iron or any marine plants on the surface. It's empty inside. He stared at it, his face thoughtful, then said, "I've never seen anything like it. I need to run some more tests." But sadly, in the diving team that day, there was a young man who was sick, looking very pained. Patient Zero was a diver in Nerissa's team that day. A few days later, the number of patients with this disease increased. A mother who had just lost her child to the epidemic screamed in agony, "My child!" Then 2, 5, 10 people. The number of cases just kept rising. At that time, the situation was extremely tense. People worriedly discussed, "What is this?" A disease with a 100% mortality rate. The doctor continued. Fear spread throughout the ship. They were in a panic, shouting, "The immigrants have spread the hydro plague. We need to kill them." Immediately, those people were driven away. One by one, the immigrants were thrown off the ship. The ship's owner, also terrified, threw the others off the boat, cursing, "Get off our boat. Get out." The people who were thrown off, their hands tied, begged incessantly, banging on the door, "Don't do this. Please, I'm not infected. Please open the door." Soon after, the ship's owner, without any mercy, threw them all into the sea during a violent storm. The people thrown overboard were battered by the waves, one powerful wave after another crashing down on them. The rest tried to cling to the side of the boat, constantly crying for help. "Save us." The people on the boat heard their cries, but they were too scared to do anything, and the only thing they did was remain silent, watching helplessly. The entire crowd was now stunned with fear, looking at each other anxiously, utterly confused. Their panic had unleashed the monster. After a struggle, unable to fight against the fierce waves, those who were thrown overboard gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. This was an effective solution to the overpopulation problem the Busan Union was facing. The undesirable elements had been eliminated. At that moment, a struggle broke out. Gathering all the sick people together, a bald man stood up and rallied the crowd. "The hydro plague is not a disaster. It's the upper class lying, so they can eliminate us." The police saw this and immediately ordered their subordinates to advance. "Stop them." Immediately, the masked soldiers rushed in, attacking and killing the others. Witnessing the bloody scene, Tian stood frozen, not knowing what to do. His face was now filled with extreme anger, his eyes wide. The doctor continued, but Tian was not the kind of person who could stand by and watch this happen. Then he took action, grabbing the officer's hand and shouting, "Stop, Toho." Seeing him block the way, he gritted his teeth and asked, "You're disobeying a superior's order." Hearing that, his blood boiled even more, and he clenched his teeth. At this point, the doctor recounted to the children, Tian fought for the immigrants. His resistance movement was right. Many people were saved. Tell them the truth, soldier. It was all created by our diving team. The woman, her face unable to hide her anxiety, earnestly pleaded with the doctor before her, her voice full of entreaty. Nerissa cried, sparkling tears rolling down her beautiful face. She wailed through her sobs, "The number of infections hasn't increased anymore. We shouldn't be doing this. Dr. Foi lowered his head, speaking slowly and helplessly. Nerissa, do you really think the upper class doesn't know this? They already knew this wasn't a disaster. His eyes were sad, his voice growing softer. They wanted this massacre. Why? Nerissa cried out in despair, asking resentfully, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed. Why? Then she suddenly realized something, her pupils contracting in shock. Splotches appeared on her hand. It was a sign of infection. Nerissa took her own hand, staring at the strange marks, unable to hide her horror. Even Dr. Foi couldn't help but be frightened when he saw it. He stammered, sweat pouring down. Nerissa, for the crime of treason, they had to leave the Busan Union. The rickety boat moved away from the Union, its faint light in the night a heart-wrenching scene. Nerissa was pregnant, with Tian by her side taking care of her. The young couple looked so warm and happy. But the hydroplague continued to eat away at Nerissa's life. She could do nothing but helplessly accept the harsh reality. After finishing his story, Dr. Foi looked at the two siblings and said, Boda, Lita, Nerissa couldn't survive the transformation, but somehow she gave birth to you too. I'm sure she passed on some traits when she went through the mutation. Boda and Lita listened intently. You already know you two are different from others, right? He asked. Boda seemed to understand suddenly, his pupils contracting sharply. He remembered that day with Sonia, when she asked him, how long can you hold your breath underwater? Boda hesitated. A maximum of 40 minutes. 40 minutes without breathing? Is that possible? Sonia was surprised, unconsciously speechless. I don't know how either. Boda replied. This reminded Sonia of the moment Boda gave her air when she was about to drown. Dr. Foi continued. Kinnote must know this. The image of the purple monster returned to his mind, slimy, ugly, and horrifying. Its tentacles wrapped around the person inside, its jagged-toothed mouth wide open, looking terrifying. Dr. Foi continued. That's why she chose Lita, the one who has the most similarities to her. He hesitated, then added, for the position of successor. Lita was bewildered, her mind blank. Successor. Those words kept swirling in her mind. Your transformation was halted because you were rescued too soon, but Dr. Foi slowly recalled the bloody scene of Boda holding Lita in his arms. Unconscious, without a single movement, Tio think that it resulted in this wonderful balance. It's extraordinary. But right after that, he brightened up again, looking at Lita with a cheerful expression. His pupils widened as he thought of something. His voice still evened that I'll need to study you for a bit. Kana finally spoke up, asking worriedly, Doctor, is there a way to save Lita? Hey, why cure her when she's so perfect? The doctor looked at Kana, his voice calm. Lita was speechless, as was Kana. Doctor, as if understanding Kana's thoughts, the doctor was silent for a moment, his expression deep in thought. How long do you think humanity can survive with the earth covered in water like this? He asked. A question that seemed to have no answer. An entire city floating in the middle of the sea, surrounded by water, not a single sand dune in sight. Even concrete islands will collapse under the waves. A catastrophic scene appeared before their eyes. Heavy rain and the unstoppable collapse before the powerful, destructive waves, and the giant ships will be severely breached, right? Humanity will soon be extinct, the doctor continued. He spoke quietly, his voice full of determination that if we want to live, we need to change it. Both Boda and Kana guessed his intention. Kana spoke first, swallowing hard, sweat breaking out. Doctor, are you talking about? Before she could finish, a loud noise came from the ship's hold, as if someone was banging hard. Is it hungry already? The doctor looked up, muttering to himself. Boda glared at him worriedly and asked, what's in there? The doctor didn't answer, just told him, go see for yourself. Boda and Kana slowly approached the glass door, their caution evident. Crash! Something suddenly slammed hard against the glass in front of them. Boda jumped back, his pupils wide as if he had seen something terrible. It was a strange blue-black creature with small horns like seaweed on its body and some strange glowing spots. In the water, the creature's face appeared, looking like nothing less than a hideous skull that I've seen it before. Boda realized, a flicker of panic in his eyes. But where? He tried to remember. The creature thrashed continuously in the water, its body contorting in a grotesque way. Gradually, a strange scene unfolded. It seemed to be regenerating into a human face. As the face slowly took shape, a familiar yet incredibly strange feeling washed over him. Boda was stunned, horror evident in his eyes, an invisible pressure weighing down on him. That face appeared. It was Tion. Boda realized it, gritting his teeth in fear, unable to speak. It can't be. Behind the newly formed face, a pair of eyes gleamed in the dark water. The monster appeared before him. Boda was horrified, his eyes wide open. "It will save us," the doctor said from behind Kin. The monster's face slowly transformed, becoming a face very similar to Boda's father. His eyes widened in disbelief. Dr. FOI affirmed, "It will save us." Boda stared at the monster, whispering its name, Kin. Boda couldn't contain his rage. "What is this? Why did you bring Kin back?" FOI replied calmly, "It took 4 years for it to regain its ability to eat. It is a valuable asset." Kana also exclaimed worriedly, "It's too dangerous. She want to stop this. Stop this right now, doctor. It's one of the 7 sea devils. Its abilities are worth the risks." He approached Lita, his voice full of praise. Humanity doesn't have much time left, and Lita happened to arrive just when we needed her. Kana angrily retorted, "We're here to turn Lita back into a human, not to help with your monster experiment." FOI looked skeptical. "Turn back into a human?" His expression darkened. "Are you saying she's not human just because she looks a little scary?" FOI's hand rested on Lita's shoulder. He refuted Kana's words. "How can you determine what is human and what is not?" He declared coldly, "If we don't adapt to the new ocean planet, the only thing awaiting humanity is extinction." FOI gave an example, just like the dinosaurs. His voice was frantic as he emphasized, "Humanity needs to evolve." Immediately, Kana stepped in between, shielding Lita. She warned in a cold voice, "Back off." The doctor was bewildered by her attitude. "Kana." Boda also drew his sword that we need to kill Kin. "We can't let it live." Sonia also came to support Kana. The 3 of them advanced towards the monster's incubator. FOI started to worry. This is bad. Just then, the sound of many footsteps approached. The 3 of them heard the sound and turned around. A squad of guards had appeared. They surrounded them. "Freeze." The 3 immediately raised their weapons to fight. The guards also raised their guns threateningly. "Drop your weapons." Boda gritted his teeth, his expression bewildered. "How did they know we were here?" Suddenly, Dr. FOI appeared from behind him. He injected a liquid into his neck. FOI admitted, "This is my duty." Sonia saw him get injected and collapse, horrified. "Boda." He fell, sinking into unconsciousness. Lita and the other 2 rushed to catch him. "Boda, what are you?" Just then, a man appeared. "Well done, Dr. FOI." It was a man with a commanding presence, and long time no see, Kana. He was the Captain Bang Bitch of the Busan Association. Kana also called his name in surprise. "Captain." Lita and Sonia were startled. "Captain?" Bang Bitch tried to calm the situation. "Why don't you all lower your swords? I'm here to talk." Kana gritted her teeth, her face full of indignation. "Talk?" The captain glanced at the microphone on the table. "I've heard everything you wanted to say." Kana scrutinized him. "You want to deal with that child?" The captain replied easily, "We can do that for you." But then he said a condition, on the condition that you cooperate with us. It seemed the captain didn't want to confront her either. Dialogue is the best way to resolve any conflict, right? Kana turned to look at the unconscious Boda, her expression thoughtful. "Finally, she had to accept that we'll hear you out." The captain waved his hand, and the soldiers immediately lowered their weapons. FOI ordered the soldiers, "Escort our guests inside." "Yes, sir." On the Union Busan ship, the sound of machinery echoed everywhere. Kana and Bang Bitch stood talking privately at the edge of the ship. He told her about the ship's history, that a rather impressive ship, isn't it? It has protected us from being submerged for over a decade. Kana was silent for a long time before replying. If the system collapses, even a ship as sturdy as this can be submerged instantly. Suddenly, the captain gestured for her to look up. "Look." Kana reflexively looked up. A large M was carved deep into the ship's hull. He explained to Kana, "The spirit of Tianma is returning through the lower-class people." Bang Bitch provided her with more information. There have been 3 rebellions this week alone. Kana countered skeptically, "This isn't a rebellion. It's just people wanting to drink water." The captain frowned, displeased. This divided state cannot be improved. His eyes glinted with a threat. The supplies on the ship cannot be divided equally among everyone. Kana warned him beforehand, "I will not help you suppress the people on the ship." No, the captain already had a plan. You do your job. He had arranged it for her to go back and become a hero by killing that monster and saving everyone. Hearing that, Kana suddenly became tense. "What do you mean?" The captain smiled faintly. We can't give them supplies, but we can give them hope. His words seemed to imply something. Hope cannot be bought with money. Kana was stunned, stopping in her tracks. The captain looked at her assertively. You are the most suitable person. He explained his reason for choosing Kana. You are a refugee, raised to be an ace of the... You are an ideal role model for the people to see the hope they need and to erase their discontent. Kana refused decisively. I refuse. The captain then switched to another topic. You want to cure that Lita child, don't you? He told her what they had done. We have invested a large sum in Dr. FOI's research on the hydroplague. He clearly understood Kana's situation, that if anyone can save Lita, it's Dr. FOI. Kana now understood. That's why you came back here, right? The captain made a promise that we will provide you with everything the ship has, including money or information to cure Lita. After speaking, he extended his hand. Now choose Kana. He wanted her to make a decision. Would she agree or not? Kana looked at the captain coldly, thinking, as the sun slowly rose on the horizon. Gentle sunlight covered the ship, a light breeze drifting through the window. Boda, who had been unconscious, slowly woke up. He found himself in a rather comfortable room. Boda sat up with a start, remembering dazedly what happened. Outside the door, a man was waiting. Good morning, sir. Boda was still bewildered. Where am I? On the highest deck of the ship. The man replied respectfully again. Welcome home, young Master Boda. Boda sat up with a start, remembering dazedly what happened. Outside the door, a man was waiting. Good morning, sir. Boda was still bewildered. Where am I? On the highest deck of the ship. The man replied respectfully again. Welcome home, young Master Boda. He was dazed, noticing the word home. Boda looked around in disbelief. This is a house. He followed the man to the living room. To his surprise, Sonia and the others were already there. Boda, his comrades, also appeared. Boda was overjoyed. Noah, Lin, looking good, Boda. Then he quickly looked around. Lita? Where's Lita? The butler opened the door at that moment. It's time, young Mississippi. A slender figure entered. It was Lita, all dressed up. She called out, Boda. Sonia stared at her, stunned. So pretty. Noah and Lin also silently admired her beauty. Boda was dazed for a long moment. Lita. The butler was extremely moved. Young Miss Lita. It's as if I'm seeing Lady Lisa in the flesh again. You mean our mother? His face shone with happiness. It is an honor to serve the young master and young miss once again. I'm the butler of this family. You may call me Mr. Butler. He informed them of their identity. Master Boda and Miss Lita, you are the 27th generation descendants of the famous Sun Clan. The butler told them about their family's history. The Sun Clan ran a huge corporation before the submersion disaster occurred. And as one of the 10 most powerful families in the Busan Union, our family is responsible for all the food production facilities on this ship. Sonia was clearly in deep shock. What the hell? Why did you hide this when you're obviously so rich? I didn't know. The butler's eyes welled up with tears again, his expression pained. If only Lady Lisa hadn't fallen in love with that Du Tianma. Then, he led them to the dining table. There's much to talk about, but let's sit down before the food gets cold. Before them was a lavish feast with all sorts of delicious dishes. Sonia took one bite and was surprised. I've never seen meat like this before. That is a type of beef called higu. Gongtae tried the noodles and also couldn't believe it. Damn, is this heaven? These are all dishes I've never seen before. Absolutely delicious. That dish is called japchae. Lita picked up a fruit from the table. What is this? That is a fruit called an apple. There are 10 apple trees in the Busan Union. He explained to them that the 10 families who built this ship had planted them one by one as symbols. Lita clearly loved it. Apples? They look so beautiful, and they smell so good. The butler was moved to tears again. It's all yours now, children. I'm so glad I can still serve you both. Meanwhile, Boda was unusually silent. He glanced around the room at the countless bottles of whiskey on the wall. Then he thought about the living conditions here and the faucet with its unlimited hot water. He compared it to the meager amount of water distributed to the poor. They had to collect water collectively, waiting in long lines, even being beaten and scolded by soldiers. The law was absolute. Boda was haunted by this disparity. The lower class was suffering just for a bottle of clean water. He looked over at the luxurious bathtub, while the upper class used this precious water for bathing. He looked at himself in the mirror. Does everyone in the upper class live like this? Everything is theirs just because they were rich 100 years ago. Suddenly, Boda froze. Kana, where's Kana? He rushed off, even brushing past the butler. Young master. Boda's heart was filled with anxiety. In a way, did something happen to her? Panic began to rise within him. Where is she? Boda's expression could no longer remain calm. Kana. The girl's face was vivid in his mind. Boda threw open a door. Behind it was a guard. He also turned his head to look at him, a familiar face with bloodshot eyes. Boda was startled to realize Dohu glared at him. He looked at him, mistaking him for his father, Tion. Dohu growled. He furiously grabbed Boda by the collar. Why are you still alive? Dohu gritted his teeth. How? The boy just looked at him calmly. Dohu suddenly realized, you're Boda. He grabbed the hand holding his shirt. Then he directly broke his wrist. Dohu groaned in pain. He knelt, completely overpowered by Boda. The boy warned him coldly. Who do you think you're messing with? You'll regret it if you dare treat me like the kid from 4 years ago. He was in too much pain to speak. Boda's eyes were lifeless. He thought to himself, I never noticed, but he was always this small. The dark past of 4 years ago was still vivid. This guy used to be the nightmare of a 13-year-old and a 9-year-old, always looking for a chance to throw someone overboard for a few coins. Boda frowned, an unanswered question replaying in his mind. How many dirty deeds has this guy committed during his time on this damn ship? A murderous intent suddenly flared up inside Boda. A thought flashed through his mind. I have to finish him off right here and now. Dohu, cunning as a fox, also sensed the strong killing intent from Boda. He scrambled backward, keeping a safe distance, as if afraid of getting hit with a combo. The old butler rushed over, raising his hand to intervene. That's enough. The old man's face was filled with killing intent, his voice harsh. The captain has already expressed his apologies to Lady Lasana and Tianma. Now, young Master Boda and young Lady Lita are the legal heirs of the guild. The butler turned, throwing Dohu a sharp, warning glare, threatening one of the noble families of the Busan Alliance. What? Are you sure you can bear the consequences of this? His eyes glinted with a deadly danger. Boda wouldn't sit still either, quickly interjecting, Mr. Butler, do you know where Kana is? Hearing Kana's name, Dohu jumped as if electrocuted, stammering, Kana is back here too. And speak of the devil, Kana was currently in her element, fighting fiercely on the open sea, sweeping through everything like a whirlwind. Her comrades were dumbfounded, their jaws dropped, exclaiming, Kana is getting stronger. This is our true captain. The whole crowd cheered her name like crazed fans meeting their idol. Kana, Kana, Kana. Even some news hunters showed up, certain they would capture some hot footage. Did you get all of that on camera? But I have a feeling she's toying with us. The camera zoomed in, capturing Kana's charismatic moment, causing the live audience to scream wildly, Kana, Kana is back. The news spread like a virus. People whispered to each other. Apparently Kana is a refugee, just like us. Is that true? Kana's appearance breathed new life and motivation into everyone that she's the absolute best. It's amazing. So even a refugee can become the leader of the Haponis. Her special status was like a morale boost, making everyone feel more confident. Nothing can stop us. As long as we give it our all like Kana. Maybe I should apply to become a Haponis too. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, Dohu gritted his teeth, his face grim as if he'd lost a fortune. Kana, so you tricked me, didn't you? He looked up at the cool poster of Kana's comeback on the wall, his heart filled with resentment. Dohu hissed through his teeth, his voice full of hatred. You wanted this. Do you think you bastards can just live here like nothing happened? In the midst of it all, Kana was still riding the waves, majestic and imposing. Kana, Kana. Suddenly, her sixth sense warned her, and she became vigilant, her sharp gaze sweeping towards the ship's bay. Inside, Lita was being escorted to C4. The little girl trailed behind. She's catching up. The doctor is waiting. Yes, I'm coming. For his face appeared, enough to make Lita's face turn pale with fear. This girl already disliked him, and now she had to face him, screaming internally. Oh no, do I have to see that creepy doctor again? Lita glanced at the people ahead, her feet feeling like they were made of stone. Not wanting to move, I don't want to go. Suddenly, as if prompted by something, Lita spun around, her eyes landing on a familiar room. That's a stream of memories from long ago flooded back. Someone's voice echoed. All right, this is where you two will stay. Lita recognized it immediately. This was the place where she and her brother had stayed in the early days. The little girl rested her chin on her hand, her expression full of curiosity. I wonder if it's still the same. Glancing quickly at her guide, Lita tiptoed like a cat, sneaking closer to the room. The little girl gently pushed the door, a familiar scene appeared. It's open. It was still an old room with crude furniture. Lita couldn't help but feel nostalgic. The room hasn't changed at all. Old memories came flooding back from a time when she and her brother were just little kids. Lita remembered herself whining, "I'm sad," and Boda saying, "You wasted our money on a handful of strange seeds." But it was Lita who diligently cared for the plant from that handful of seeds, murmuring, "Drink up, little plant." And then a miracle happened. The pot bloomed with breathtakingly beautiful flowers. The little girl stood admiring it, her heart full of nostalgia. Even the flower pot is still here. Suddenly, a voice from behind made Lita jump. "Who are you?" Lita was flustered, quickly explaining, "I'm sorry, I thought this place was abandoned." The other person replied, "This is my home." Suddenly, the young man recognized the little girl earlier. Lita was also stunned, memories flooding back. "You're the one who saved me back then." The boy grinned from ear to ear, introducing himself cheerfully. "I never thought we'd meet again. It's great to see you. I'm Gunkim." And so the two began to chat. Gunkim asked, "You're the one who used to live in this room for years ago." Lita told him all sorts of things, pointing to the flower pot. "My brother and I took care of this plant together." Gunkim was surprised. "Really? It's grown so well even though I only water it." The little girl sank back in her thoughts. "My brother said it's a symbol of hope. I didn't think they would be so beautiful." Gunkim looked up, his eyes shining with a dream. "That's great. Hope. I hope I can become a Hapones." Lita asked curiously, "A Hapones like Kana?" Gunkim shook his head. He liked something different. "Kana is cool too, but I want to become a Hapones like Tianma." Hearing Tianma's name, Lita couldn't help but be astonished. "Tianma." Gunkim's face lit up, his voice full of admiration. Tianma was different. They say he didn't spy on or harm others. And that's what a true Hapones who protects the people is. Lita smiled unconsciously. She suddenly realized. So Dad brought hope to others. I wonder if I can be like that. Suddenly, Lita felt a change in her hand. She was terrified, her face changing color. She quickly hid her hand inside her sleeve. Seeing that Lita seemed strange, Gunkim asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Lita stammered, "I'm fine." Then she jumped up. Her voice hurried. "I have to go now." Lita bolted, leaving a bewildered Gunkim calling after her. "Lita." The little girl ran for her life, her heart filled with panic. No, the mutation hasn't stopped. Lita's eyes filled with anguish. She could feel the transformation continuing. The little girl screamed in despair, "I don't want to live like a monster." Standing in front of the lab door, for was already waiting, his voice flat, "You're late." Lita whispered, "Lita, doctor." The little girl was almost begging, her voice cracking with pain. "I want to stay human. I don't want to become a monster." For calmly explained, "We don't have much, but we have succeeded in extracting mutagens from Kensi. I can't promise anything, but we are seeing good changes." For his face showed an indescribable joy. "Help me complete the research. You have an unimaginable effect. You are the hope of humanity." Lita was stunned. Hope. The little girl laid down in the chamber, her heart full of doubt. Lita accepted her fate, her mind wandering. Does that mean I can help others too? We can save people from the hydrops disease. But deep in her heart, Lita still wished, "I want to stay with Boda and Kana. I don't want to leave them." Lita fell into a coma inside the test chamber, behind the rusty, round glass. A monster was staring out at the world. Its eyes were fixed on the test chamber where Lita lay unconscious. Its eyes were as big as two bowls, not blinking even once. The sun set, dyeing the sky outside the ship red. Lita followed Gunkim along the side of the ship. The little girl asked curiously, "Where are we going?" Gunkim acted mysterious, winking, "A secret place. You're the first person I've brought here." Lita became even more curious. A secret place. Gunkim took her hand, warning, "Be careful not to slip." Their hands touched unexpectedly. Lita blushed slightly, her heart pounding. Drops of water dripped one by one from an old, dilapidated pipe. Lita watched Gunkim collect the water, asking innocently, "Is that water drinkable?" Gunkim explained, "This is one of the water pipes that leads to the top deck." The young man held the water container tightly. "I'll give this to Mr. and Mrs. Kim. They just had a baby." Lita beamed, praising him. Gun is such a kind person. Her hand accidentally brushed against Gunkim's. A warm feeling spread through her. The two of them sat there, quietly watching the sky. The scene was so peaceful. In the distance, the sun was slowly setting. Gunkim asked softly, "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Afterward, the two brought water to the Kim family. He thought to himself, "They were moved to tears. I don't know how to thank you enough, son." Gunkim just smiled. "It's nothing." The young man even teased the newborn baby. "You better grow up healthy, little buddy." The baby, as if understanding, grinned back in response. Lita watched the scene, feeling a strange warmth in her heart. So cute. They continued to bring water to the refugee children. The innocent, bright smiles of the children seemed to wash away all fatigue. They also shared water with the lonely elderly. Lita quietly observed Gunkim's every action. She remembered his words about hope. Hope, what a powerful word. I want to become a Hapones, one who brings hope to others. This must be the hope he wants to spread. Lita said decisively to Gunkim, "You're going to be a great Hapones. I know you can do it." Gunkim enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. "Let's make a bet." Lita nodded happily. After that, the little girl rummaged through her pocket. "I want to show you this too." Lita pulled out a bright red apple. Gunkim was surprised. "What's that?" Lita smiled. "It's called an apple. Take a bite." Gunkim obediently took a bite. The sweet, crisp taste spread through him, making him shiver with pleasure. He exclaimed, his voice full of amazement, "This is delicious, isn't it?" Lita nodded. "It's good, right?" The little girl excitedly boasted, "I have a lot more where I am. Let's give them to the others." Gunkim's eyes lit up. "Really? Everyone will love this." Lita hurried off. "I'll be right back. Wait here." Gunkim replied, "Okay." After Lita was out of sight, Gunkim's face turned red. The young man thought shyly to himself, "She's so cute." Suddenly, a strange noise from a nearby room startled Gunkim. He curiously peeked through a crack in the door. A horrific scene met his eyes. 3 soldiers were brutally beating a citizen. One soldier roared, "Want to say that again?" The other person stammered. He spoke politely. The poor citizen tried to explain, "Sir, the taxes are too high." Gunkim froze, not believing his eyes. "Still talking back, are you?" The Busan Alliance is fair to everyone. His eyes turned red, flames of anger erupting. He used blood to write the letter on the wall, just like the Tianma used to leave. Gunkim rolled up his sleeves, his eyes determined. "I will become a Hapones like Tianma." The young man put on his glasses, pulling his hat down low. His expression was cold, not like these fake Hapones. Gunkim spun around, delivering a powerful kick. He charged straight at the guards. He shouted, his voice full of power, "Leave him alone." His words were like a command, attracting the attention of the guards. A bloody battle was about to unfold. Outside the ship, seagulls still soared freely. The brilliant golden sunlight shone down on the deck, creating a magnificent scene. In the bitch gang's meeting room, someone was reporting on the situation. He rattled off a series of figures. There have been over 40 applicants for the Hapones since Kana's return. The man's face showed clear confidence, and the number of Rios has decreased by 30%. One of the clan leaders gave an order. "Good. I want Kana's screen time doubled." They began to whisper among themselves. "What about the damages caused by the Hapones?" A cold voice rang out, "Raise the taxes." The whole group nodded in agreement. They were all cut from the same cloth. "That sounds reasonable." "I agree." "Me too." "I agree." Suddenly, someone noticed the empty chair. "I heard the successor of the Na clan is on this ship. Boda, right?" Another person spoke up. "I don't see him here." Another showed contempt, sneering. "That kid was very lucky to inherit the Na clan's fortune, but he's still just a piece of trash." They paid him no mind. One of them said, "He's the lowest shareholder anyway. Let's continue the meeting." On another deck of the ship, the atmosphere was much more lively. People bustled about, gathering in crowds as thick as ants. Someone couldn't help but be amazed. Are all these people Hapones applicants? There are so many. Just then, Kana walked by, attracting everyone's gaze. "Look, it's Kana. Kana." She suddenly realized something and turned her head. In the distance, Boda was waiting with his arms crossed, his expression extremely serious. Kana was stunned. "Boda." The two found a quiet corner to talk privately. Boda got straight to the point. "I want to become a Hapones." He stated firmly, "That's right." Kana immediately objected. "Boda, I don't agree with that." She explained, "Even if you don't join." Kana thought it was unnecessary. "We can still get Lita treated with all the help and live a comfortable life in the Busan Alliance." Boda frowned again, his voice full of worry. "But will we be safe?" Boda's words left Kana speechless. His eyes revealed a clear look of fear. Boda remembered the terrifying monster Kinsey. "Kinsey is also on this ship. None of us are safe as long as it's alive." Boda's gaze became incredibly serious. He held out his hand, his voice resolute. "It's time for me to take back my father's sword." Kana still disagreed. Kinsey is locked in a steel water tank over 60 centimeters thick. She thought it was impossible. "You can't get in or out," Boda growled, his face full of indignation. "Don't underestimate it." He recalled the painful past, his voice bitter. "My father sacrificed himself to kill that damn monster. But the fact that Dr. For revived it shows he's no longer in his right mind." Kana sighed, trying to reassure him. "You're worrying too much." Boda gritted his teeth, emphasizing each word. "I've seen with my own eyes what it can do over the past 4 years." Memories of unclaimed bodies flooded back, families torn apart by the monster. It has devoured countless families on the construction island. He even remembered how it impersonated his father, deceiving him and playing tricks on him. Boda stated firmly, "Kinsey is not like other sea monsters. It was like a dark entity, always bringing nightmares." Boda declared, "It's a demon." He explained slowly, his voice full of hatred. "It plays with people's minds, and Dr. For is the craziest one for reviving it." Kana listened stunned. Boda continued to emphasize, "It's not locked in there. It's just waiting for an opportunity. A scientist on patrol found for still working diligently." He quickly advised, "Doctor, take a day off." For just waved his hand, signaling him to leave. The scientist could only sigh, thinking to himself, "All-nighter again." Before leaving, he curiously looked back. That's some dedication he has. The door slammed shut, hiding the horrific scene inside. Countless people who had bothered For lay motionless at his feet. It seemed this person was not simply Dr. For. Dr. For's hands flew across the keyboard, his fingers twisting in an unnatural way. He ruthlessly pulled out a sparking electrical wire, tossing it aside like trash. The pressure gauge screamed, its needles spinning continuously. A piercing sound rang out. The handle spun nonstop. Steam hissed from the thick steel shell. The inspector from before was leisurely taking off his protective suit. He hung his clothes in the locker, then suddenly turned back to see a person with a book covering their face. That person asked, "Going home now?" The inspector was bewildered. "Doctor, shouldn't you be in the lab right now?" For now seemed alert. He opened his eyes, a surprised look on his face as if he had misheard. "What?" The alarm blared through the air. Both of them felt that something was wrong, that what's going on. For was alarmed, quickly ordering, "To the lab now." They rushed to the lab. The door had just creaked open. A powerful blast of pressurized air hit them in the face. The inspector quickly covered his nose, his voice filled with horror. What happened in here? He was horrified to see a slimy creature crawling out of a pipe. "Doctor, over there." It slowly crawled out, slithering past the real doctor. The monster slithered on the ground, then gradually transformed into a human shape. And that human shape was none other than Dr. For, an imposter who had deceived everyone. The real doctor quickly ordered, "Shut off all power sources quickly." The inspector replied, "Yes, sir." He had just run to flip the switch when, with a loud crash, a giant tentacle shot out, crushing him. He died instantly. Dr. For screamed in horror, "Kim." But it was too late. Kim was dragged into the water pipe by the monster. Dr. For watched in shock as it slithered through the pipe. He yelled no. He tried to lock the pipe valve, muttering, "An experiment at my cost." The pipe emitted cracking sounds, as if it were about to break. Then suddenly, the tentacle inside lifted the entire pipe and the doctor high into the air. It slammed them down hard, sending for flying. He clutched his aching back, trying to get up. The sea monster's containment unit was still wildly spraying water. The pressure kept increasing until it burst. It exploded. Dr. For screamed in despair, "No, the pressure vessel." He could only watch helplessly as everything unfolded. Then his eyes widened in absolute terror. A monster had escaped from the containment unit. Its sharp teeth looked terrifying, its eyes as red as blood. The doctor trembled, his voice filled with excitement. Extraordinary. The apples clattered to the ground. Lita happily ran off, hugging a pile of them. The little girl skipped past a crowd of protesters who were chanting, "Clean water is a human right. Clean water is a human right." Lita looked around, bewildered, still clutching the apples, her heart filled with confusion. Where did Gun go? Suddenly, she saw a streak of blood on the ground, still fresh and red. Lita trembled, covering her mouth with her hand, her face pale, blood. Her eyes widened in shock. Lita was sure it was Gun's blood. The little girl rushed through the crowd. The chant "clean water is a human right" still echoing in her ears. Lita followed the trail of blood. It grew longer and thicker, staining the tiled floor. The little girl was terrified, her heart pounding. Did something happen to Gun? Finally, Lita stopped in front of a wall. She called Gun's name, her voice cracking. Gun. But the only response was a man tightly holding Gunkum's body. The boy was no longer breathing. Lita was stunned, speechless. The man trembled, his voice full of pain. "Do you know this boy? He stood up to the Haponis to protect us." Tears streamed down his face, his voice choked, but they beat the poor boy to death. The apples in Lita's hands fell to the ground. She tremblingly reached out, touching Gun's hand. The little girl gently pressed his hand to her cheek, whispering Gun. Lita remembered what Gun had said. "That's great hope. My hope is to become a Haponis." She remembered the hopeful expression on his face. Tianma was different. They say he never spied on or hurt anyone, and was a true Haponis who protected the people. Remembering the kindness he had shared, he was nothing but kind. And yet now, only a cold body remained. Lita screamed silently. Gun didn't do anything to deserve this. Why? Her hand clenched, tears welling in her eyes. Why? Why do people want to kill each other? Lita sobbed, tears soaking her cheeks. Suddenly, there was a terrified scream. "See monster!" The crowd fled in panic, their screams echoing. "Shoot it! Hurry!" Those chaotic sounds rang in Lita's ears. Monster! Monster! She thought of Dohu, who had committed so many crimes. Then of the guild leader with his countless dark secrets. Who? And the cunning captain of the bitch gang. Who? And those 9 great families. Who? Lita's eyes turned pitch black, blood trickling from the corners. She gritted her teeth. Is the real monster? The people around were focused only on the alarm signal. The siren wailed throughout the ship, even reaching Boda and Kana, who were talking privately. Sonia's group also realized something was wrong. Emergency. Even the big shots and the great families were still bewildered. Emergency. The loudspeaker blared, broadcasting an order to everyone, all Haponis to your battle stations. Inside the corridor, a gruesome chewing sound echoed. A human leg dangled in midair. The monster Kinsey had returned, more formidable than before. The alarm blared incessantly. A squad of heavily armed soldiers rushed to investigate. The sound is coming from the lab. Was an explosion? One soldier wondered. Suddenly, one of them noticed something unusual. All 3 soldiers looked towards the pitch-black corridor, shrouded in shadow. A pair of dangling feet slowly appeared. A brave soldier shone his flashlight, shouting, "Who's there?" But what appeared before him was not just a pair of feet, but an entire body floating in midair. When they looked up, the sight was even more horrifying. It wasn't just one pair of feet, but a corpse. Bloody corpses floated, held by a giant, hideous maw. The 3 soldiers were scared out of their wits, screaming, "Oh!" They tried to scramble away, but the monster was already upon them. One was caught by it. The other 2 ran in panic. The captured one screamed horribly no. The monster spread its clawed hand. It intended to block the other 2, but luckily, they managed to escape in time. "Hurry, the door is closing," the one in front shouted, hastily pressing the button to close the door. He urged his remaining comrade to hurry as the steel door slowly shut. "Move it!" Finally, the door slammed shut, just as the monster lunged. One of the 2 soldiers gasped for breath, his face pale. That was close. He immediately gave an order, "Go report this to the authorities." The other replied, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, they realized there were many civilians behind them. Wait. The 2 soldiers' faces changed. This was the bustling residential area, B12. This place was always crowded with people. They didn't dare think about the consequences. Damn it, this is a residential area. We're dead if we let that thing get here. Someone relieving himself had to grumble. Can someone turn off that damn alarm? People still didn't know what was happening, whispering among themselves, another Rios. Doesn't look like it. Danger was lurking, and no one knew. What the hell is going on? Everyone was waiting for an update. Mom, what's that sound? I don't know either. Go back inside and study, sweetie. The monster had crept up to the main gate, standing still as a statue, waiting for the right moment. Truly a cunning demon. And the truth was, it was never really trapped in the water tank. It wasn't there because it was trapped, but to observe, to watch. Its target was this very system. It observed, learned, and even how humans operated. Kinsey used a tentacle to press the button to open the door. A blinding light. The door slowly creaked open. The monster had caught the residents of Area B12. It stuffed them into its giant mouth, crushing them with its sharp teeth. Blood splattered everywhere. The others fled in panic, screaming in terror. What is that? Monster! They all realized with horror it was a sea monster. It glanced at them with shifty eyes. It swung its arm, crushing another person. The horrific sound shattered a family's peaceful dinner. They didn't know what was happening, trying to endure the noise. The father couldn't take it anymore, his face red with anger. He roared, "Damn it!" He threw the door open, yelling, "Keep it down, you stupid Rios." But what greeted him was the demon's giant hand, swift as lightning. It crushed him with ease, then stuffed the corpse into its mouth. The others ran in fear, their screams attracting the monster's attention. "Help me!" It reached out, crushing the bridge where people were fleeing. Those on the lower level were also trying to escape. A large piece of the ceiling collapsed right on top of a mother and child. "Mommy!" But a tall figure appeared, knocking the piece of ceiling away. A Hapones had intervened, a young man, his face resolute, full of life. The mother joyfully called his name, Bran. Everyone was overjoyed to see their savior. "It's Bran." "Where?" Everyone believed they would be saved, Bran. "We're saved." They chanted his name, Bran. Bran. Bran's other comrades had also arrived. "Look, the Hapones are here." Bran. One was a second-rank Hapones, the other a first-rank Hapones, Leo, and with them was the third-rank Hapones, Bran. Bran looked up at the monster, his eyes full of hatred, his voice hissing through his teeth. "For 4 years. He seemed resentful. We protected the Busan Alliance without." The memory flooded back when the captain announced Kana's appointment. "Kana will be the captain of the Hapones from now on." Kana. Bran was one of those who submitted Kana, but they had hoped Kana would take over when she returned. Dohu had once warned Bran, "Don't tell me you didn't see this coming." His words were both provocative and mocking. "You'll always be second place as long as Kana is here." Bran had been furious. "Shut up." He raised his weapon high. "I'll prove you wrong." "Kinsey, I will kill you." Bran charged in to face the monster, determined to become a Leviathan slayer. But in the blink of an eye, the monster delivered a fatal blow. Bran's 2 comrades were stunned, not believing their eyes. The surrounding civilians were also dazed for a long time. Bran was left a mangled wreck. His face was lifeless, covered in blood. The people screamed in fear. It got Bran. Leo exclaimed in panic. How can something so huge move so fast? The 2 of them gave it their all, charging forward together. "We have to stop it." One of them pierced the monster's hand with a sword, but was immediately grabbed by Kinsey. If the Hapones fail, that person was swallowed by the monster. The Busan Alliance. It swallowed the tasty morsel whole. No one would be able to stop Kinsey anymore. The people once again scattered in chaos. As for Kinsey, it opened its mouth wide like a chasm. This place would become its hunting ground. Cut to the upper deck of the Busan Alliance. In the Busan Association's meeting room, the captain of the bitch gang was shouting, his voice filled with panic. Kinsey has escaped the lab and is attacking residential area B12. An old man sitting on high heard this and replied calmly, his voice flat. Dr. For finally completed it. One of the association members, his face wrinkled, lifted a glass of wine, took a sip, and said, "Lock all the doors leading to the upper decks." The bitch gang captain heard this and froze, his face showing clear confusion. "What?" The old man stared at him, then continued to give orders, his voice as cold as ice. "I want everything found down there." His eyes suddenly changed, blood vessels bulging, and he asked again in a savage tone, "Is that clear?" The other man's face darkened, as if he had just realized something terrible, and he stammered, "By any means necessary." At that moment, in the basement below, blood flowed everywhere. Screams and crashes echoed without end, a scene of horrific chaos. Bodies were strewn everywhere, mangled, staining the entire basement red. The survivors pushed and shoved each other on the stairs, trying to find a way out, but the door was sealed shut. They screamed in desperation, their voices filled with fear. "Open the door. Let us through." Above the basement door, 2 soldiers stood guard, their guns aimed at the crowd, ordering coldly, "Back off. People from the lower levels are not allowed up here." People cried, begging pitifully, "Please, there's a sea monster down there." But the association's soldiers didn't care at all. They kept their guns pointed at them, then shouted threateningly, "We'll shoot if you don't back off." From the young to the old, everyone tried to find a way out of that hellish basement. They screamed, "Open the door. Let us through." From behind, a giant shadow slowly crept closer and closer. Seeing it, they grew even more panicked, terrified to the core, screaming, "It's coming up." The sea monster gradually approached, causing the crowd to push and shove even more violently. Its arms slowly reached out, preparing to grab a group of people. Surprisingly, a gleaming sword appeared. With just an extremely skillful spin, he sliced off the sea monster's clawed hand. After attacking, he gathered his momentum again, lightly leaping onto the sea monster's head. He gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into the next blow. From above, he spun, holding the sharp blade, and stabbed straight down into the sea monster's face. The sea monster, stunned from having its hand cut off in a flash. Boda had inflicted another deep wound on its face. After executing the second blow, he jumped away, landing safely on the ground. After Boda's successive attacks, the sea monster let out a terrible cry. It writhed in pain and rage, thrashing about, destroying everything around it. The people on the upper level, just saved by Boda, asked each other in surprise. Their voices filled with confusion. We're still alive. Kana and the others couldn't believe his strength, watching with wide eyes the battle between him and the sea monster. Without a scratch, he stood there proudly, looking cool, holding his blade, his face full of confidence. The people around whispered curiously, "Who is that?" The giant sea monster was heavily wounded. It roared, thrashed, and attacked frantically. The people, after being saved, were both scared and surprised, speechless. We're still alive. Kana and the others stared intently at Boda. He was standing there, his expression serious, facing the sea monster. His cool image made everyone wonder in amazement. "Who is that?" An old woman in the crowded group suddenly spoke up, her voice filled with astonishment. "My God, that's Boda." Those who didn't know asked, "Boda?" The old woman's expression changed from astonishment to joy and pride, explaining to everyone with a voice full of emotion, "Tianma's son. The boy has really grown up." Those who didn't know him, but knew very well of a legend like his father, were in disbelief. "Tianma? Is that Tianma's son?" They were utterly shocked, stammering in amazement. Now that she mentions it, the boy looks just like his father. His face remained calm, confidently standing before the sea monster. That's right, he is the son of the legend, Tianma. A woman among them, trembling with fear, pleaded in a weak voice, "Save us, Boda, kill it." Hearing this, everyone joined in, cheering enthusiastically, "Kill it. Boda, destroy that damn monster." Behind him, hundreds of people were placing all their faith and hope in a young man, standing strong before the sea monster. "Botama, son of Tianma, kill it." He stood tall, holding the blade his father left him, facing the giant, blood-soaked sea monster. "Boda, Boda." Boda calmly called the sea monster's name, his voice cold, "Kinsey." He looked straight into its angry, bloodshot eyes and said calmly, "It's been 4 years." Boda looked at it, the memory of his father bravely protecting him from it 4 years ago, flooding back. He whispered, his voice full of pain, "Dad." His eyes suddenly changed, becoming invincible. He continued, his voice bitter, "I lost him that day, but I always think about him every single moment." The image of him remembering that day, his father's body was covered in blood. He thought on, his heart aching, covered in scars. Back then, he was small, standing behind his father, watching him give his all to protect him. These scars are proof of what he went through to protect our family, a love he carved deep into his body along with them. Now, remembering the old memories, his brow furrowed in pain, he gritted his teeth. That's why it's unforgivable. He remembered his father's final moments, killed by the sea monster. Those noble scars, they could never be erased from him. The people around, hearing about his father's legendary past, felt a pang of sorrow and surprise. He continued, his voice full of determination. That was his ideal for living, for everyone on this ship. His expression gradually shifted to anger, his voice filled with indignation. "So, you have no right to kill him." The sea monster's face stared intently at him, its eyes glowing red, filled with blood vessels. Boda grew more agitated as he spoke, gripping the hilt of his blade, his voice filled with hatred. "My father sacrificed his entire life to kill you, so you are not allowed to live." He was enraged, gritting his teeth, glaring at the sea monster before him, his voice filled with killing intent. "Today is the day you die." Suddenly, the sea monster opened its giant mouth and lunged towards him. Facing the giant sea monster, he remained strong, holding his blade tightly, swinging it towards it. Holding the blade, he gathered his momentum. Boda put all his strength into it, letting out a yell as he charged at the sea monster. He powerfully and decisively slashed a deep gash across the sea monster's mouth. It roared in pain. Then from the side, it swung its arm forcefully towards Boda, The blow had tremendous power, forcing him to block it with his blade. But even so, he was still sent flying by the sea monster, slamming hard into a wall. The people saw this and were extremely worried, looking at him and calling out, "Boda!" He groaned in pain, gritting his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In a flash, it had rushed forward, opening its large, bloody mouth towards him. Boda reacted extremely quickly. He scrambled to one side, and the sea monster crashed into the basement wall. He fell hard to the side, sliding a long way across the ground, then struggled to sit up. The sea monster quickly ran towards him, wanting to eat him. His eyes remained firm. Gritting his teeth, he used his blade to block another blow from the sea monster. The powerful impact and the difference in strength gradually put him at a disadvantage. It used its strength to push him back, causing the steel wall of the basement to deform. Although he was sent flying, he still managed to regain his balance. Blood streamed down his face. He gritted his teeth, trying to get up again. From the wary, angry look he had just given the sea monster, now his eyes showed absolute confidence. He smirked mysteriously. Suddenly, the expression on the monster's face changed. It looked surprised, then observed its surroundings. Now, all around were Boda's troops, aiming their guns at the monster. It turned out that all this time, he was just bait to create a diversion, helping everyone gather in full force. Everyone was ready to fight, aiming their guns straight at its giant body. From behind Boda, Kana, with a serious expression, stepped forward proudly, saying confidently, "Well done, Boda." The sea monster was terrified when it realized its disadvantageous situation. Kana, she looked at the monster with eyes as sharp as a knife, then continued, her voice challenging, "Let the hunt begin." Kana, Boda, and their brave comrades had located Kensei's lair. The two of them, along with their comrades in arms, were ready for a lightning raid on the fearsome monster. Kana's face was cold as stone, without a hint of expression, her eyes fixed on the target, but her voice held a considerable amount of confidence and satisfaction. "Well done, Boda." Right before their eyes, the monster slowly materialized, its eyes as red as two burning coals. Kana, with eyes as sharp as daggers, declared loudly, "Let the hunt begin." She raised her energy rifle, aiming it straight ahead. The entire team immediately deployed into an encirclement formation, simultaneously attacking the monster. Kana gave the signal, her voice steely, "Fire!" A volley of energy rounds tore through the air, repeatedly hitting the monster's head, causing it to clutch its head and roar in pain. Kensei tried to widen its bulging eyes, looking towards the incoming barrage. It swung its giant arm, aiming straight for the iron bridge where Kana and Boda's comrades were standing. With a devastating swing, Kensei snapped the iron bridge in two. One of them was unfortunately killed by it. The others scrambled to find a way to escape before being caught by the monster. But Kensei wasn't about to let them get away so easily. It mercilessly slammed them against the wall like swatting flies. The remaining soldiers had no choice but to retreat deeper inside. Poison-tipped arrows flew through the air. One lodged in its arm, another, fired from a special type of bow, wrapped tightly around its other arm. Two comrades, one on each side, provided cover for each other, continuously firing arrows into Kensei. After the arrows were firmly embedded in Kensei, one of the soldiers gave the signal, his voice resolute, "Pull." Immediately, both sides of its body were pulled taut by the bowstrings, tearing through its skin and both its arms. The monster let out a piercing scream. Kana looked straight at the target that was screaming madly in front of her, quickly signaling for the special vehicle to move now. The vehicle was in position, ready to build momentum. It accelerated, speeding like a bullet, charging straight at the monster. The vehicle, with its long, sharp drills at the front, slammed hard into Kensei, causing it to cough up fresh blood. It was in so much pain it couldn't even scream. The vehicle didn't stop, but plunged deeper, faster. The vehicle had pierced through its body. It let out a roar and then frantically counterattacked. It used its hands to grab the vehicle, then lifted it into the air. Kensei used all its strength, slamming the vehicle against the ceiling, crushing it like a paper box. Kana and Boda were both astonished, frowning as they watched Kensei's frenzied actions. After dealing with the vehicle, it glanced over, whipping its head around. It held the crushed vehicle, preparing to throw it at the soldiers. Without giving them a second to react, it slammed the vehicle straight down. Fortunately, there were survivors from that attack. They screamed in despair, "My leg. How are we supposed to beat that monster now?" A girl shouted, her voice full of determination, keep firing. We'll die if we stop attacking. With that, the girl raised her gun again and continued to fire. Under the flickering light of the energy bullets, the girl's silhouette stood out. Each bullet fired carried not only physical damage, but also a defiant declaration that they would never give up. The monster, caught off guard by the attack, swung out a giant tentacle. The tentacle slammed hard into the iron bridge where the girl was standing. The soldiers were thrown far away. The girl was startled as the monster threw the vehicle towards her. The vehicle crashed down, creating a horrific noise. It seemed as if the girl wouldn't survive being crushed by the vehicle. But no, Kana and Boda appeared just in time, using their swords to slice the vehicle into pieces. Then they both charged down towards the monster. It was stunned, looking up at the two of them with its red, bulging eyes. At that moment, Boda and Kana, their eyes burning with hatred, without a moment's hesitation, charged straight at it. The two of them, a perfect sword duo, struck down at the monster. Boda and Kana poured all their strength into their arms, the sharp blades slicing down the monster's spine from top to bottom. Kinsey roared in pain. It counterattacked by using one of its remaining tentacles, preparing to attack them from behind. However, before it could strike, Boda and Kana reacted faster, severing the tentacle. The tip of the tentacle flew straight into the wall. At this point, Boda jumped up, somersaulting several times in the air, cutting off the tentacle while also slashing a long gash along its back, creating a deep wound. Faced with Boda's masterful coordination, his comrades couldn't help but be amazed. This time, the monster was in extreme agony. A horrifying scream erupted from Kinsey's mouth as Boda's blade tore through its tough scales. With incredible speed and decisiveness, Kana used the extraordinary power of her legs to launch herself straight to the top of the monster's head. She focused intensely on its fatal weak point, then leaped into the air, somersaulting several times right above the monster's head. Then, Kana plunged straight down towards its head without a hint of hesitation. She put her entire body weight and strength into her arm. In this brutal and dramatic scene, Boda and his comrades couldn't help but be amazed and admire Kana's prowess. Kana's eyes remained cold and determined, not revealing any emotion. The soldiers felt as if she were a war god descended to earth. They whispered to each other, their voices filled with awe. She's not human. It's amazing. Thanks to Kana, the tide of the battle had turned as the monster began to weaken and collapse. Her comrades were overjoyed, cheering loudly. We won. We're safe. In the moment, Kinsey staggered, its breathing heavy and ragged after Kana's fatal blow. The tense silence on the battlefield was suddenly shattered by the excited and urgent cheers of her comrades. Finish it, Kana! Kill that monster! At that very moment, deep in Kana's mind, her eyes hardened and painful memories of the past flooded back. As a child, she had once wondered, why are we the ones being targeted by you, monster? Kana directed her cold gaze towards Kinsey, which was trembling in pain. Her voice hardened, humans are not food. Kana's voice choked for a moment, then became as cold as ice, full of defiance. You challenged us, and this is the result you get. She remembered her loved ones and comrades who had fallen, for the irreplaceable losses they had to endure in this harsh war of survival. Mess with us, and this is the price you pay. Around them, everything seemed to stop when they heard Kana speak. Everyone looked at her in astonishment. Kana slowly spoke, her voice full of power, human. Within her, rage suddenly surged. Her eyes looked as if they wanted to burn the monster, to mince it into pieces that we are not as weak as you think. Kana tightened her grip on her weapon, ready for the final blow, the strike that would decide the monster's fate. Allow me to send you to the abyss. Kinsey lay there, its face covered in blood, foaming at the mouth, motionless. Kana, her face also stained with blood, suddenly uttered in a hoarse voice, human. She stood there, holding two sharp blades, blood still dripping onto the monster's corpse. Kana's eyes flashed with a brilliant red light, her voice echoing, not as weak as you think. From somewhere, a gun barrel suddenly appeared, accompanied by a cold voice. Allow me to send you back to hell. A music card appeared. On its cover, the image of a mysterious woman. Kana, covered in blood, raised her blade high. In the dark space, strange air bubbles floated up. Suddenly, iron bars flew from nowhere, piercing straight into Kana. They pierced through every fiber of flesh in her body. Kana let out a pain scream. Two soldiers standing nearby stared, their eyes wide with astonishment. Suddenly, a giant tentacle swung out, striking Kana directly. She was thrown far away. Boda shouted loudly, his voice filled with panic. Kana! The other soldiers also cried out in alarm. Where did that thing come from? Kana! Who shot her? Kana, covered in wounds, struggled to get up. She gritted her teeth, her eyes becoming frighteningly sharp. She looked towards the person who had just fired the shot. He was still standing there, hiding by the wall, his hand still clutching the gun. Kana was shocked, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins. She exclaimed in a voice full of hatred, "Do-who?" Kensei's arm suddenly struck Kana hard, sending her flying once again. This time, she was thrown so hard her hair was a mess, but the question still echoed in her head. Do-who, why? His eyes remained cold, looking at her indifferently, his voice full of contempt. Did you think I would let you have all the glory? The monster still wouldn't let Kana go. It continued to stare at her, its giant mouth wide open, ready to swallow its prey. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. The soldiers shouted, "Kana!" A terrible force had crushed the monster's giant head. It was Boda, trying to finish off Kensei. He shouted, his voice full of determination, "I'll kill you." His eyes shone with resolve, the blade still embedded deep in the monster. Kensei screamed in pain, roaring to reveal a mouthful of bloody teeth. Another loud noise rang out. Kensei fell forward. Boda still held the blade tightly. Sweat pouring down, he refused to let go. Kensei crashed into the wall, shattering it. Boda was also thrown from the monster because of it. He was in free fall, but his hands still gripped the blade. Not giving up, he tried to balance himself on a flat surface. With that same determined gaze, he looked up at the splattering drops of blood. He once again stood up with his blade. Above him, Kensei was trapped in the rubble of the wall. He suddenly shouted, his voice full of challenge, "You think you can escape from me?" The wall had a large hole punched through it by the monster. Kana also stood up, her body still trembling. She looked at Boda, her face showing clear sadness, thinking to herself, we were so close to beating it. The soldiers called out worriedly, "Kana." At this moment, Kana's eyes became fierce, her teeth clenched. She turned, throwing a sharp knife that spun continuously. The knife's target was a man standing above, causing him to stumble. After a few seconds of surprise, the man tumbled down the stairs. Kana's eyebrows furrowed, her expression full of annoyance. The soldiers were even more astonished. Doohoo stood up, his face showing clear vigilance as he looked at them. Two soldiers turned back, their faces bewildered. A gun suddenly came into their view. The soldiers were even more stunned, questioning him. "No way. Was it you just now, Doohoo? You shot Kana." He shouted in everyone's faces, his voice full of arrogance. "Don't just stand there like idiots. That bitch just attacked me. Arrest her now." Kana grew even angrier. She confronted him. Everyone was struggling to kill that monster, but you let it escape. After hearing Kana, everyone showed open disgust towards Doohoo. He turned to curse at Kana, his voice full of bitterness. "You bastard child." Kana became even more furious. She shouted, "Doohoo." As she spoke, her hand tightened on her blade, her voice filled with indignation. "You, of all people, should know what happens when you go against the law, right?" He was stunned, stammering, "What?" Kana pointed her blade at him, her voice cold. "The law you have followed until now." She frowned, gritting her teeth, her voice full of contempt. "You have broken 3 of them." He continued to show contempt for Kana. "Who the hell are you to talk down to me? You filthy refugee bitch." Kana was so angry that bloodshot veins appeared in her eyes. She yelled back at him, "Do not interfere when Hapus are on a mission. Were you trying to kill a comrade?" He seemed to go mad, roaring, "Shut up." He looked at Kana with a contemptuous expression. "I am a Hapus of the noble class." He shouted even louder, his voice full of arrogance. "I am the law." At this moment, Kana truly exploded. She yelled back at him, her voice filled with indignation. "And above all, you are endangering the Busan Union." Doohoo refused to back down. He picked up his blade and shouted, "Shut up." He charged towards Kana like an arrow, his voice full of threats. "I will teach you a lesson in manners." Kana did not flinch. She retorted, "I will punish you to death." The two swung their blades, flashing past each other like a whirlwind. Kana succeeded. Doohoo's head was severed from his neck. His blood sprayed out like rain. Dooku collapsed to the ground, his body covered in splotches of blood. Kana's eyes had softened somewhat, but her eyebrows were still tightly furrowed. After the fierce battle, her face was covered in even more blood. Now, only a headless corpse remained on the ground. Kana just gave his body a cold glance before turning away. Everything happened too quickly. Kana collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Her other comrades rushed to her side, calling out worriedly, "Kana." Her legs trembled on the floor, still wet with blood. A weak sound escaped her lips, "Boda." Her eyes were drowsy. As she fell, she tried to tell everyone, "Go help Boda." Exhausted, Kana lay motionless on the ground. The soldiers rushed over, calling out loudly, "Kana." Her face was beaded with sweat, streaked with leftover blood, but in her heart, she couldn't stop thinking about Boda. She didn't forget to think about the monster clinging to the wall outside. "We have to stop Kensi." That monster once again charged inside, making everyone tremble with fear. It was the sea monster. It extended its four-fingered hand, now with only two, forward. The people thought it was going to kill more of them, causing them to scream in panic. Its sharp claws gripped the railing tightly. Kensi's massive body slowly climbed up, a terrifying sight. Boda bravely jumped over the railing, determined not to let it harm anyone else. His ragged breathing couldn't drown out the thought in his head. What is it doing? The sea monster was slowly inching its way up. It wasn't attacking the people, but was focused only on climbing. Boda, with eyes growing as strong and determined as Kana's, silently affirmed, "You're not going anywhere. I'll kill you before you do." At the end of the crane, a small figure appeared. It was a little girl standing there, her small feet, the gentle wind blowing her skirt. It was Lyda, standing there stunned, holding a construction helmet in her hand. The little girl's eyes turned a mysterious blue, veins clearly visible on her face. Something had just created a streak of light in the dark night sky. Time rewinds. 3 hours earlier, a man was diligently working on a giant machine. Suddenly, a little girl approached, calling out Dr. Four. He turned in surprise, saw the little girl, and exclaimed, "Lyda, you're not hurt." The doctor, his wrinkled face stained with blood, his oversized glasses covering most of his face, spoke again, his voice full of worry. "My experiment has been sabotaged. It's very dangerous here. Get to the upper floor." The little girl, catching raindrops in her hand, replied to him in an innocent voice. What did you do to me?" The doctor's face became indescribably strange. He clutched a box to his chest and began to lecture Lyda, his voice full of pride. "I've been collecting the mutagens I extracted from Kensi and in this seed for so long." He recalled the past, and "I released it into the water tank to promote the evolution of humans in the Busan Union." Lyda was lying on a machine, a beam of light shining down from above. The professor's voice still echoed in the space, but that was when a better seed appeared. "You." The little girl lay inside as the machine slowly started up. Dr. Four stood outside, holding a syringe. In the syringe was a strange blue liquid, the sharp needle glowing menacingly. He slowly injected the solution into the four bag, then said, his voice full of confidence, "I believe in myself." The four line gradually transformed into a strange DNA model. He placed his hand on Lyda's shoulder and confided, his voice full of expectation, "Do you feel the change? Are you still conscious?" The old doctor exclaimed, his voice full of astonishment. Lyda brought his wrinkled hand up, lightly touching the little girl's eyes, then remarked in a voice full of admiration, "Your eyes, they are so beautiful." The little girl, with a strangely calm expression, said to him, "You don't know what they really are, doctor." The doctor's eyes suddenly showed bloodshot veins. He retorted to Lyda, his voice resolute, "It doesn't matter anymore." The space grew dark, but the old doctor's voice still echoed somewhere, challenging, "Show me what you can do." Back in the present, at the end of the crane, the figure of a little girl still stood there, her small feet, the gentle wind blowing her skirt. It was Lyda, standing there stunned, holding a construction helmet in her hand. A soldier ran in frantically, reporting to the leadership of the Busan Association, his voice filled with fear. "The mission has failed. Kensi has escaped from the lower level." Captain Bitch, his face showing extreme fear, shouted, "What the hell are our troops doing?" The soldier stammered in reply, his voice trembling. The scene was one of devastation, ruin, with the wounded and dead lying everywhere. The soldier continued, his voice almost desperate, are all dead. Kana was also carried in for treatment. The soldier reported on, his voice full of pessimism. Even Kana is unconscious. The leader exclaimed in astonishment, his voice disbelieving. Even Kana? He covered his face, a worried expression clear on his features, and continued, his voice full of disappointment. How pathetic. How could we fail to take down one monster with so many people? Captain Bitch was equally panicked, his voice full of confusion. Does that mean no one here can stop Kensei? At that moment, outside, amidst a sea of blood, a reporter was on the scene, his voice urgent. We are reporting live from Sector B12, where a disaster has just occurred. The camera panned to the corpses lying in pools of blood. The male reporter's voice continued, hauntingly. The area is currently filled with dead bodies. Everyone in the restaurant watched the news intently. The male reporter continued, his voice grave. Stay tuned for more updates on the attack. The man, Vano, remarked, his voice full of worry. Wow, things are a mess down there. The couple also spoke in astonishment, their voices full of fear. It even killed children. What a merciless monster. The woman added, her voice full of sorrow. Those poor souls. A belligerent man shouted, his voice full of dissatisfaction. I don't think I can get through tonight sober. Give me another drink. Back at the Busan Association base, the leader gave an order, his voice steely. Captain, open the lower bulkheads and lure the monster through there. We must prevent any further damage to the ship. Captain Bitch objected, his voice full of worry. But if we do that, Kensei will start attacking the passengers on the lower level. The leader, for his own benefit, said decisively, his voice cold, it will leave when its hunger is satisfied. I want the bulkheads open now. The captain was astonished, his face beaded with sweat. He shouted an order down to the reporting soldier, open all the bulkheads on the lower level. The soldier immediately obeyed, his voice submissive. Yes, sir. Captain Bitch was startled. He looked towards the door and called out, his voice full of surprise. Who's there? Surprisingly, the person standing outside the door was Lyda. Her turquoise eyes gleamed in the darkness. He asked doubtfully, his voice full of confusion, aren't you? The leaders were equally surprised, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, behind Lyda, Kensei appeared, huge and terrifying. Two soldiers screamed in panic, their faces pale. The monster, its body covered in wounds, suddenly swung out a giant tentacle. The monster's force was so strong, it made the little girl's hair whip back. The sea monster once again attacked the soldiers, destroying everything in a frenzy. The monster struck even more violently, so much so that it punched a large hole in the ceiling. The leaders were terrified, their faces drained of all color. The old leader screamed, trembling, his voice full of despair, what is the monster doing here? Without a word, they all scattered, trying to escape. He screamed again, his voice filled with terror. Someone help? The old leader, with his white hair and beard, suddenly had his eyes roll back, his mouth agape in horror. Behind him was that ferocious monster getting closer. Its huge hand destroyed everything, turning the once normal room into a pile of rubble and ruin. The monster's act of slamming down on the ground made the restaurant's ceiling shake violently and continuously. More and more dust fell, obscuring the view. A panicked woman asked, her voice trembling, what was that? Kensei continued to slam on the floor relentlessly. After a moment, the monster broke through the restaurant ceiling, causing everyone there to panic and scream. 3 customers looked towards the monster, exclaiming in terror, it's the sea monster. Its hand with sharp claws flung all 3 of them into the air. Terrible screams and drops of blood began to pour out, staining an entire area red. The monster created an incredibly loud noise. The side of the ship had been pierced by Kensei, leaving a gaping hole. Boda, outside, was trying to hold on to a flimsy ladder. Kensei had really pissed him off, that bastard. After a moment, he used all his strength to climb up, drenched in sweat. His eyes were red, full of anger and surprise. He steadied himself, looking at the wreckage the monster had caused. Captain Bitch and the leaders lay motionless on the ground, blood everywhere, a horrific scene. He exclaimed in astonishment, his voice disbelieving what? Boda suddenly turned, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked in one direction. He was completely stunned when he saw the figure of a little girl standing very close to the monster. Kinsey raised its blood-stained hand, lifting Lyda closer to it. The little girl showed no fear. On the contrary, she very calmly turned to look at Boda. He shouted in fear, his voice urgent, "Lyda, get back. It's dangerous." The little girl calmly replied, her voice still steady, "It's okay, Boda. She's keeping me safe." Boda tried his best to persuade her, his voice full of worry. "What are you talking about? Come over to me." Slowly, the monster seemed to have no intention of harming the little girl. Its blood-soaked eyes looked gently at Lyda. The little girl's eyes also did not leave Kinsey, not even for a moment. Lyda reassured him, her voice certain, "She thinks I'm her child." Boda couldn't stand it anymore, seeing the little girl in danger. He shouted, his voice filled with terror, "No, that's impossible. Come over here, Lyda." The sea monster's blood-stained eyes stared at Lyda. But the little girl was not afraid, still facing it. The sea monster's eyes widened fiercely as it stared at the little girl, thinking Lyda was its child. Boda was so scared his eyes went wide. He shouted, his voice desperate, "No, that's impossible. Come over here, Lyda." As the sea monster and Lyda were still looking at each other strangely, Sonia suddenly leaped high into the air, her hand tightly gripping a long, sharp sword, flying straight towards the sea monster, preparing to strike. Boda saw this, speechless with surprise. She slashed hard at the sea monster's wrist, severing it in two, blood splattering everywhere. Lyda was startled, quickly clinging to the monster's severed hand. The sea monster let out a fierce, pained cry. Then Sonia and Lyda jumped down to the ground together, and then ran in panic when they saw the sea monster swing its arm to attack. Sonia turned pale, quickly grabbing Lyda and running for her life, tried to escape the terrifying sea monster. But Lyda, her face still cold, without a trace of emotion, stared at the sea monster. The sea monster was angry, its eyes bulging, and it swung its arm towards Sonia, who was holding Lyda. Sonia saw Boda and quickly shouted, her voice urgent, "Boda, dodge." He heard the shout and quickly turned his head to look behind him, and saw something flying straight towards him, scaring him so much his face turned pale. Then, Sonia held Lyda tightly, while Boda quickly ducked, letting the object fly over their heads. A giant crane slammed straight into the sea monster's face, a deafening crash echoing. The monster was in pain, stunned, blood splattering from its body. In the crane was Goat. He controlled it and shouted, his voice full of excitement, "Nice hit. Your turn, Boda." Boda immediately understood. He quickly ran towards the monster and shouted, his voice full of determination. He used all his strength to swing his sword hard at the monster. A slicing sound was heard, and blood sprayed out. The monster slowly fell from above. Boda risked his life, launching himself into the air. When a monster's head hit the ground, it was accompanied by a loud noise as it crashed into nearby buildings, causing them to collapse. Surprisingly, Boda also dove down at an extremely fast speed, his hand still swinging the sword, stabbing straight into the monster. The monster, in pain, let out a loud scream. Then the surrounding buildings shattered, and then both Boda and the monster fell freely to the ground. He tried to hold the sword tightly, embedding it deep into the monster, determined not to let go. The monster struggled up, rampaging wildly, collapsing the buildings next to it. Then, Boda was thrown off, crashing into another nearby building. Sonia watched Boda fall with worry, quickly calling out, "Boda." Lyda stared blankly at Boda, murmuring, "Boda." Boda struggled to his feet, tried to endure the pain, despite his exhausted body. The monster now, its whole body covered in deep gashes, Boda and it looked at each other, neither saying a word. The monster's internal organs were exposed, with drops of blood falling. Boda smirked, an idea forming in his head. He muttered, "So your weak spot is your stomach." Drops of the monster's blood dripped down, leaving it with no strength to move, looking pathetic. Boda was angry, gritting his teeth, his eyes bulging, his voice full of hatred. "I will finish you." Suddenly, a figure appeared right in front of him, leaving him speechless with astonishment. In front of him was Kana, standing above him, her expression cold. Boda looked at her back in surprise, stammering Kana. Kana turned her face, looked at him, and smiled mysteriously. Unexpectedly, Boda quickly swung his sword, stabbing straight into Kana. Kana began to transform in a grotesque style, her chest becoming indescribably distorted. Boda was stunned when he saw his sword being swallowed by that jumble of flesh, leaving a gaping hole. Without another word, he swung his sword, slashing wildly at the wriggling tentacles. The monster's face went blank, looking bewildered as its limbs were severed, and blood gushed like a fire hose. Boda sprinted while roaring like a challenging hero. "Come and get me." With that, he spun around, facing the giant hand that was about to grab him. The monster's tentacles didn't hesitate to smash the fences of the nearby houses. Boda dodged the attack with incredible speed. Then, like the wind, he plunged his sword deep into the monster's tentacle and ran for his life. With a determined expression mixed with a smirk, Boda used all his strength, running with his sword in hand, slicing a long gash through the tentacles. The monster's guts and organs poured out through the tears. Its flesh was also gradually torn apart with each fatal cut. The monster, in extreme pain, fell backward pathetically. Its weight was too much for even the sturdy city walls to bear. Then with an earth-shattering crash, it fell, constantly coughing up blood in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Boda continued to stab deep into the monster's body, causing it to stare at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. Boda strained, putting his force into an even deeper thrust, and then his sword seemed to hit something hard. The monster stared at him with hatred, while Boda grimaced, extremely tense as he saw the blade sink deeper into the hideous body. Boda's eyes were wide now, his voice growling with indignation. His fury exploded as he screamed, "Deserve to go to hell many times over." Immediately after, the monster's head began to swell abnormally. And then, boom, a horrific explosion. The monster's eyes, nose, and flesh splattered everywhere, a gruesome scene. The monster's force was so strong it made the little girl's hair. Sonia and Gong were, needless to say, dumbfounded with astonishment, while Lyda maintained her cold expression, not saying a word, truly cool. The monster's blood rained down, but the little girl Lyda just looked down calmly, not flinching at all. Everyone on the city wall was also shaken, staring with wide eyes. The reporters were quick, secretly hiding in a corner to capture the historic moment. Everyone was wide-eyed and open-mouthed, unable to believe what was happening before them. Boda, after finishing off the monster, stood proudly on its corpse, as majestic as a descended god. Those present couldn't help but be amazed, looking towards Boda with admiration amidst the downpour of blood after the hero defeated the sea monster. Dawn broke, bright and radiant, and the people began to gather in increasing numbers. They couldn't hide their astonishment, looking up at the corpse of the monster that had been defeated, that it's dead. He killed that monster. Sonia and Gong were overjoyed, looking at Boda with pride. "That's my Boda." Everyone burst into cheers, hugging each other and crying that we're alive. "That demon is dead. A demon-slaying hero came to save us." Absolutely top-notch. The dawnlight shone, mingling with the joyful laughter and chatter of the people. Two citizens happily looked up, but one suddenly looked puzzled. Something seemed wrong. Boda was still standing there, motionless like a stone statue. "Boda!" The reporters present were equally bewildered. "Boda? Who is he? Is he a new laborer? He looks so unfamiliar." One reporter quickly aimed his camera at Boda, shouting to his colleagues, "You have to capture this moment perfectly. This is on fire." Then, the camera lens zoomed in, focusing on the image of Boda standing proudly on the monster's corpse. Everyone was silent, not a sound. Only one reporter smiled knowingly, as if he had grasped something. Boda, with an emotionless expression, looked towards the gradually breaking dawn, because this was a historic moment. The moment the hero of Union Busan officially debuted. Doves took flight, soaring in the sky, their cooing echoing in the strangely peaceful space. The monster's corpse still lay amidst the tattered nets. Lyda stood there, her eyes fixed on it, a complex look. She stared at it, her eyes shining with an indescribable sadness. Boda, after a moment, rushed over to Lyda, shouting worriedly, "Lyda!" He looked her over, his voice full of concern. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Are you in distress?" Lyda smiled faintly at Boda, her voice gentle. "I'm fine. I'm completely okay, really." Boda looked deep into her eyes, now devoid of any color, a strange emptiness. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. Her eyes are back to normal. What a relief. Lyda looked over at the monster's corpse. Boda followed her gaze, but why do I feel sad? Maybe I'm mourning Kinsey's death, or maybe I'm just too sentimental. The monster's corpse was slowly being hoisted up. It had had a chance to escape to the open sea, Boda frowned, trying to remember what happened last night. But the monster had made an unexpected move, continuing to climb to the top floor. Boda turned his head to look at Lyda, who was still watching the monster. "Was it you who called it up there? You played such a big game." Lyda hesitated for a moment, then quietly replied, "Yes." Boda was stunned for 5 seconds after hearing that, asking in astonishment, "But why? What was the reason for taking such a risk?" The little girl began to tell Boda the whole story about how humans had invaded its lair, capturing it and its child. For a long time, it was locked in a cramped container. It must have been incredibly angry and resentful. Boda listened in surprise, not expecting the monster to have such a tragic past. It had struggled, determined to break down the confining wall to find freedom. The monster's blood-red eyes appeared. It had made up its mind. It had to kill everyone on the ship at all costs. No one would survive. Boda looked at Lyda in bewilderment. Now he understood. That's why you called it to the top floor. You wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Lyda looked gently up at the monster, her voice sad. "All I did was change who had to die first." A grim choice. The monster's corpse was lifted, streaks of blood trailing down to the sea surface. Boda and Lyda both looked up, "But you completely stopped that massacre, an undeniable victory." The people there were busy repairing what had been destroyed. A scene of devastation after the rampage. 2 men with grim faces looked around at the rubble and lamented, "So much damage. A high price for victory. What a disaster." Then, they entered the chaotic area together. Every corner was littered with bricks and stones. Moreover, many shareholders on the top floor had lost their lives, a tragic end. They looked at each other and shook their heads in dismay. That it seems their so-called pride couldn't save them from death, flexing so hard for nothing. Half of the heirs of the former shareholders had been killed. The rest were busy fighting to take over the huge fortunes their fathers had left behind. They were arrogant, acting superior, and loudly proclaiming, "Finally, our time has come. This massacre is our opportunity, a golden chance." Their sinister eyes looked in one direction. 9/10 of the shareholders were gone, leaving only one. They looked at Boda, who was talking with the commoners. They observed Boda's expression that he's only 20 years old, the perfect age to be our puppet, a tasty morsel. Then a wicked smile appeared on their lips, their deep-set eyes looking at Boda. "We will whisper sweet nothings in his ear and make this ship ours." A malicious plan. Boda had no idea he was the target of an ambitious schemer who wanted to turn him into a pawn, that he's only 20 years old, the perfect age to be our puppet, easy to manipulate. He smirked, his face revealing a calculating and malicious expression. "We will whisper sweet nothings in his ear and then make this ship ours." A dark conspiracy was taking shape. In a hospital room, the injured were gradually recovering after days of intensive treatment. However, in another area, doctors were still fighting day and night, snatching patients' lives from the jaws of death. And they couldn't help but feel sorrow and torment when they witnessed the unfortunate lives that had been lost. Kana, the strong woman, was now lying motionless, relying on an oxygen mask to breathe. Boda and the doctor stood there, both silent, not a word spoken between them, only a heavy silence enveloping them as they looked at her, her entire body wrapped in white gauze. It was like a silent confirmation of Kana's slim chance of survival, a harsh reality. Looking at her condition now, Boda's eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. "Kana." The doctor couldn't hide his helplessness, holding his forehead and sighing. "She was very seriously injured, but what's more dangerous is that we've run out of disinfectant and bandages. The situation is critical." He looked into the distance, his face showing deep sorrow. "There are too many injured people. We don't have the capacity to save them all." Boda followed the doctor's gaze, and for a moment, he was frozen, unable to speak. A long line of patients lay in the room, all waiting to be treated. "If we don't have enough medical supplies, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on until tomorrow. A bleak future. Even Kana, his close comrade, is deep in sleep. We have to use the few remaining supplies to save someone first." A truly difficult decision. The old burying the young. A heartbreaking scene, like a mother having to witness her child pass away in pain. No matter how strong, one cannot hold back tears. It's something none of us want to happen, but now we are forced to make a cruel decision. A new day began. The sun had risen high, its warm rays shining down on a residential complex that was already desolate, now looking even more gloomy and eerie. Inside an old, dilapidated factory, a soft voice suddenly called out from a dark corner, "Sir." Two men in elegant suits, with a timid demeanor, slowly approached Boda and spoke. "We heard that you are in urgent need of medical supplies. Is that correct?" He turned around, looking towards the source of the voice, his eyes not hiding his suspicion. The two men rubbed their hands together, their formal demeanor so fake. They then introduced themselves to Boda, acting very important. "I am Sumin, the governor of IP province, and I am the vice governor, Jazin. We've come to help you. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hearing this, not only Boda, but also the butler had to gape in surprise, mixed with a bit of disbelief at what they had just heard. "You want to help us? Is there something shady going on here?" Immediately, Sumin and Jazin, one setting up and the other delivering, went into their sales pitch, cheerfully boasting about the value they could bring to Boda. What a stroke of luck. A golden opportunity like this doesn't come around often. We have a whole warehouse of emergency medical supplies, all top-notch items, essential for dire situations like this. Hearing this, he was as happy as if he'd struck gold, but still couldn't help but feel a little suspicious about what was happening. "Really? Oh wow, thank you so much. You're a true lifesaver." As if they had smelled a big fish about to bite, Sumin and Jazin immediately changed their attitude, their expressions becoming dangerous and calculating. "But that stuff is quite expensive, so we're afraid we can't just give it to you for free. It's a transaction, my friend." Hearing that, he suddenly felt confused and extremely worried, hesitantly asking, "So what do I have to do? Is there a way to make a deal?" Sumin, seeing this, pretended to be comforting, patting him and giving Boda a glimmer of hope. "If you could do a tiny little thing for me, we'll reconsider. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours." Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately replied, his voice full of excitement. "Great, what is it? Tell me." The man spoke, revealing a cunning, wicked expression, along with a calculating smile clearly visible on his face. "Give us the right to manage the water consumption of Union Busan. Not a small request at all." After hearing this, he couldn't quite process it, confused by Sumin's request. So he asked, "Water? What do you mean?" Sumin let out a weary sigh, acting very helpless, because the shareholder who managed the water is dead. That also means that currently, no company is in charge of water distribution, a gold mine left untapped. As he sweetly persuaded, he quickly pulled out an agreement that Sumin had prepared long ago, a true opportunist. "If you give us this management right, we will ensure that the quality of the water is always at its best." How about it? A good deal, right? He was secretly pleased with himself, having arranged everything perfectly. Water is a golden goose. Once we get the water distribution rights, we'll be rolling in money. It will only be a matter of time before we become the third most successful entrepreneurs. A bright future awaits. Sumin held out the agreement towards him, unable to hide the anticipation in his heart. "Come on, kid, take the bait. It'd be a waste not to bite on such a tasty lure." Boda turned back to ask the butler, his voice a little hesitant, "Do I have the right to decide this?" "We'll be okay." The butler stood formally, bowing his head slightly to show respect. "Young master, you have a right. All decisions are in your hands." He continued to talk non-stop, flattering him, "because you are the only remaining shareholder in this Union Busan, with absolute power." Boda was pensive, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of this offer. He wants to trade medical supplies for the right to run the water system. A do-or-die exchange. The chaotic scenes from before suddenly flooded his mind. Crowds of people jostling each other, holding buckets and basins to catch the water spraying from holes in the water tank. A truly pitiful sight. On another side, protesters held up signs and banners, fiercely demanding their rights. "Water belongs to the people. Water belongs to the people," their chants echoing. He stared blankly, without blinking, still unable to give a satisfactory answer, his mind a tangled mess. Sumin and Jazin still maintained their fake smiles, patiently waiting for his answer, but they seemed to have noticed the change in Boda's eyes. In the dark, cramped, and severely dilapidated factory setting, Sumin and Jazin continued to whisper sweet nothings, trying to persuade him at all costs. "Can I have a day to think about it? I'll give you an answer tomorrow, okay?" Just give me a little more time. We'll wait for your answer. We hope it's a wise decision. The butler closed his eyes, lost in thought. Just like that, the smell of money has attracted a whole crowd of swindlers. Money and trouble really do go hand in hand. Watching the backs of Sumin and Jazin gradually disappear, he couldn't help but remark, those people are cold-blooded businessmen. All they care about is money, ruthlessly pragmatic. The butler saw Boda sitting on the rubble, clutching his head, struggling with difficult choices, trying to make the wisest decision, and couldn't help but think, truly caught between a rock and a hard place. They're just the first ones. There are many others coming. Many more people will come, eyeing the young master's power. A power struggle is about to break out. At this moment, on his face, his eyes were clouded, filled with contemplative thoughts. The expression on the butler's face was no better, filled with worry and deep concern for his young master. He is too young and inexperienced to deal with people like that. I worry for both the young master and the young mistress living in this snake pit, a place full of lurking danger. Back in the hospital's recovery area, day by day, the empty white beds became more numerous, a frightening silence in a corner of the room. Boda and his 3 comrades were huddled together, analyzing and coming up with the most reasonable arguments to find a solution that would work for everyone, that we can just give them the water distribution rights. It's just water, what's the big deal? Another comrade heard this and chimed in, it's not that simple, Sonia. You think it's that easy? Kiho's face showed clear disgust as he thought of the scene of a crowd of ragged, tattered people being brutally beaten and cursed by soldiers. That's unacceptable. The company that held the water distribution rights 4 years ago arbitrarily raised the price of water to exorbitant levels. That was the trigger for all the subsequent riots. The image of Sumin and Jazin, with their cunning, deceitful faces, once again appeared clearly in his mind. IP Construction is a notoriously infamous company, involved in a series of scandals. Kiho looked serious, his voice a little worried. Giving them the water distribution rights would be like letting the fox into the henhouse. If you nurse a viper in your bosom, you'll get bitten one day, implying that this decision was extremely dangerous. Boda seemed to be thinking very hard too, sweat beading on his forehead. Maybe so. I'm racking my brain here. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, somewhat showing the ambiguity and confusion in his heart. But right now, we really need those supplies. We're screwed without them. He clutched his head, extremely confused about having to make the right choice, a decision of life and death. Why do I have to make this decision? This is so hard. At this moment, his comrades could only stand with their arms crossed. Sighing helplessly, he who wants to be king must bear the feelings of being a king. To sit in a position no one else can, one must endure feelings no one else can. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the curtain, carrying some annoyance and frustration, shouting loudly to, "Oh my God, you guys are so slow. It's obvious you have to choose the medical supplies. What's taking so long to think about it?" Sonia, surprised and a little curious, gently pulled back the curtain, asking, "Who's that? Who's so aggressive?" Behind the curtain, a man completely wrapped in white bandages appeared, his face showing clear annoyance, glaring towards the curtain, looking cool as hell. Both Boda and Sonia couldn't contain the joy welling up in their eyes. "Brun, you're alive. Brun, I can't believe it." He frowned, still maintaining his usual grumpy attitude, and snapped, "Of course I am. You think I'd kick the bucket just because of one sea monster? You're underestimating me." Seeing Brun's pathetic state, she couldn't help but tease him a bit for fun that I don't want to say that the person who just said that is rolling around in bandages and plaster. "You look so pathetic, man." Hearing that, his face suddenly turned red, so embarrassed that he screamed, enunciating every word, "Shut your mouth. I'm still a 3-star laborer, Brun. Don't be disrespectful." Sonia couldn't help but laugh, pretending to be innocent and asking, "So you're the famous 3-second Brun? I heard it only takes you 3 seconds to go down. So weak." Brun, embarrassed and angry, shouted, "What do you want? You want to pick a fight?" As she teased him, she moved closer to him, acting dangerous. "That I was quite impressed with the scene of you attacking Kenzie. Totally my type. So cool." Brun, with sweat beading on his face, looked away in embarrassment, trying to act cool. "But I'm not into women like you. Get away from me. You don't stand a chance." Sonia naturally licked Brun's face lightly, her voice playful. "Well, at least you tried. I acknowledge your effort." Immediately, he struggled violently, constantly shouting, "I'm going to kill you. Stop teasing me." Gong stood to the side, watching helplessly advising, "Stop teasing him. Give him a break." Brun's eyes widened, and he whipped his head towards him, shouting, "Boda!" Brun, with a beet-red face, instructed him seriously, "By any means necessary, you have to get those supplies and save Kana. Understand? This is a mission impossible." Boda turned his back to him, his face pensive as he replied, "Weren't you the one who ignored Kana's orders? Didn't you want to prove you didn't need her? Why do you care now?" He grimaced, grinding his teeth, as if those words had hit a nerve, admitting his actions were completely wrong. "Yeah, but now I realize I'm nothing compared to her. I was so wrong. A powerful female warrior who can readily take down monsters to protect everyone. Union Busan needs Kana. She is an indispensable pillar. But now, Kana is deep in sleep, without any vitality, and there's no sign she'll wake up. So do your best. As long as there's life, there's hope." Brun bit his lip, his eyes showing a desperate plea as he looked at Boda. "Save our commander. I'm begging you." Boda's three comrades turned their heads, smiling as a silent agreement to Brun's plea. He also turned his head, smiling slightly, as if confirming that he shared the same goal as them. Outside, the sunset descended, painting a part of the sky red. They walked together, leaving a firm, decisive answer for Brundeel. Another new day began, the radiant dawn spreading, illuminating the space outside the factory. In a small corner of the workshop, a group of elegantly dressed people were looking around anxiously. Sumin felt a little uneasy, mixed with some curiosity. Why did he summon everyone so suddenly? Is something wrong? An old man with glasses, his face showing clear suspicion at the news he had just heard from Sumin. "You said he's the last surviving shareholder? Impossible." A middle-aged ant walking behind spoke up, reaffirming the authenticity of the rumor. "He is indeed the one in power right now, no doubt about it." The other person was curious about the mysterious figure said to be holding power and couldn't help but feel dizzy knowing that the young man had single-handedly taken down that giant monster. "I also heard he's the laborer who personally destroyed Kensi. I heard he's huge, so badass." Another gossiper chimed in with some street-level information they knew about the new leader. "They also say he's the son of Narisa and Tianma." The drama is starting. The crowd suddenly fell silent, all eyes turning to a foot slowly approaching. The person who appeared was none other than Boda. He spoke sincerely. "Thank you all for coming. It's an honor." The atmosphere immediately became bustling. Everyone was confused, not yet daring to believe the person standing before them. They silently wondered to themselves, he just a kid? He looks so green." He stood in the middle of the crowd and began to present his intentions. "I have gathered everyone here to discuss the issue of recovering the losses from our ship's great disaster, an urgent matter." Boda, with a calm gaze and a composed but powerful tone, spoke. "First of all, I would like to address the generous offer that IP Construction has sent me. A very tempting offer." A man with a goatee in the group was stunned after hearing Boda's words. "IP Construction? You're not kidding." His eyes lowered slightly, as if he had made his final decision. "We have decided to accept your medical supplies." A bold move. The crowd stared in astonishment, completely shocked by Boda's decision. Sumin, in particular, showed a look of satisfaction, as if his plan had succeeded perfectly. Sumin smirked smugly, thinking to himself, "I knew it. How could he refuse?" It was a piece of cake. He and Jazin placed their hands on their chests, bowing slightly forward, feigning reverence. "Thank you, sir. So the water management rights will be ours, right? Let's seal the deal." Beside them, a middle-aged man with brown hair looked astonished. "Water management rights? Unbelievable." The other person felt a surge of surprise, thinking they've already started taking over power so soon. That was fast. Boda remained calm in the face of everyone's varied expressions, speaking calmly. "I do not have the authority to decide that." A complete reversal. Sumin's eyes widened, his face and body freezing as if he had misheard. What?" His eyes looked straight ahead, without a hint of hesitation, not caring about their attitude, and continued as if nothing had happened. "From now on, the amount of water used will be managed by the janitorial staff in the engine room." A shocking decision. Jazin was completely frozen, falling into a state of utter confusion. "What? Impossible." Seeing the tense situation, the two of them quickly whispered into Boda's ear, trying to plead with him to change his decision. "But our agreement wasn't like this. You're not playing fair, my friend. Don't you need those medical supplies anymore?" He acted nonchalant, as if he wanted to do whatever he liked. "Of course not. I still want to take them. Just kidding." Now, Sumin's face went blank. "Oh, so it was a joke. As if realizing he had been seriously tricked, veins popped out on everyone's faces, expressing extreme frustration, silently cursing in their hearts. This kid trying to trick me? How dare he trick us? Are you trying to take my goods without paying? You wish. Sumin grimaced, showing his dissatisfaction with him. Can you be serious? Are you planning to take all those precious supplies for free? Greed will be your downfall. In that moment, he acted aggrieved and resentful, shouting towards the crowd to expose him. This is blatant robbery. It's ridiculous. Don't you all see it? What a joke. The stranger with the goatee turned back, seemingly agreeing with Sumi, then turned to admonish Bora. I know you will use those things for a positive purpose. However, you abusing your power like that is unacceptable. There must be a hierarchy. Realizing he had backup, Sumi became even more confident, saying arrogantly, "That's right. A shareholder with power like you should understand the laws here better than us. Don't act so recklessly." Bora's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He was silent, as if lost in the chaos in his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Although sweat was constantly breaking out on his forehead, Sumi didn't pay it any mind. He was just gloating, certain in his mind that the trap he had set would soon be a complete success. That kid still doesn't know how harsh the real world is, right? People with privileges use a different set of laws. So young and green. Kid, he turned back, implicitly signaling for the butler to step forward. I agree. I won't take them for free. You're finally being reasonable. He opened the suitcase, and immediately, what struck everyone's eyes were the gleaming, sparkling gold bars, packed to the brim inside, a dazzling sight. Everyone had to gasp in admiration, captivated by the sparkling light emanating from the gold bars, endlessly astonished at so much gold. He's filthy rich. As expected of the 10th shareholder. To think such huge gold bars still exist today. Sumi was speechless, unable to believe it. He was trying to find a reason to console himself. No, this is just a drop in the ocean of profits that the water industry brings. It's nothing. Bora's expression remained indifferent as he uttered an emotionless sentence. Is this enough? Enough to spend? Before Sumi could reply, his followers clamored, answering the question for him. This is more than enough. It's plenty. The butler looked at Boda and had a sudden realization. All this time, he had been playing the pig to eat the tiger. Truly a masterstroke. He watched the boy for a long while, then suddenly broke into a touching smile, mixed with a hint of pride. The medics cheered with joy. The medical supplies are here. Our savior is here. The infirmary was packed with hospital beds where the lucky surviving patients were being cared for. With the abundant supply of medical materials just provided, we have saved so many lives. It's a miracle. Boda felt a flicker of anxiety again. However, when he witnessed the image of the young girl still deep in a coma, Kana still hadn't woken up, his heart grew heavy again. She lay there, as silent as if she were just in a deep sleep, a long, endless slumber. A doctor shook his head, his voice full of concern. We have done everything we can. Now, everything depends on Kana herself. Will a miracle happen? Night fell, enveloping the ship in silence. Boda sat sorrowfully beside her, Kana. He held her hand tightly, his voice choked with emotion. You'll get through this. You'll be okay. Hang in there. Boda could no longer hold back his tears. They streamed down his face. You are the strongest person I know. Nothing can bring you down. His voice was filled with endless despair, Kana. The night passed by silently, carrying with it fragile hopes. Kana dreamily opened her eyes. She found herself in a white, ethereal space. Beside her, a familiar voice rang out, urging, Wake up, Kana. Don't give up so easily. As long as you're breathing, there's still a chance. She sat up, and the person was none other than Tion. Kana was startled, uttering his name in astonishment. Tion. Kana held her head, looking bewildered. Why eye patch? I'm dead. Oh no, this is really bad. Tion quickly denied it. No, we are in your dream. You are still alive, don't worry. Kana breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's it. It turns out I'm thinking of you in my dreams again, really. She buried her face in her arm, her voice slightly embarrassed. But I'm still very happy to see you, even if it's just in a dream like this. I'm overjoyed. Kana's gaze suddenly became distant, remembering the past. I still can't stop regretting that day. A persistent remorse. Tion was silent, just standing there looking at her, his eyes holding many unspoken things. That day, Dohu was injured, screaming incessantly in pain. Tiama, Dohu, don't move. We have to stop the bleeding. It's very dangerous. He was enraged, screaming madly, "I will kill you. I swear I will kill you." This is a feud that cannot be reconciled. All the soldiers were also relentlessly pursuing Tian. Tianma has escaped. If you see him, shoot to kill immediately, no mercy. In a remote area where the soldiers had not yet reached, Tian was leading his wife, trying to escape the pursuit. He looked ahead anxiously, his heart full of worry, while his wife was constantly terrified, not daring to look back. Kana was the first to spot them. "Tianma." She was deeply shocked, unable to believe her eyes. "Did you cut off Doha's hand? Why? What happened?" He gritted his teeth, his voice full of bitterness. "I had no other choice. A painful decision." He sheltered his wife behind him. He wanted to harm Narisa. Unforgivable. Kana was stunned upon hearing those words, her heart in turmoil. She immediately showed them an escape route. "At the end of the ship, there's a small boat waiting for you. Go now, quickly." The couple hurriedly prepared to leave. "Thank you." But suddenly he stopped, something holding him back. It turned out Kana had taken his hand, a surprising grasp. He turned back, and they stood there, facing each other, their gazes meeting with complexity. Tian dazedly called her name, Kana. She also stared at him blankly, speechless. They faced each other, as if this was the last time they would meet. The two of them were now looking back together at that fateful moment from the past. The person driving the small boat kept urging, "Tian, hurry up. There's not much time." He was rushed, extremely anxious that "I don't want to die yet. Give him a little time, please." Narisa gave an understanding smile, allowing them to say their goodbyes, a final farewell. Above, the two were still facing each other. Kana seemed to want to say something. She gently lifted her hand, then lowered it again. But in the end, Kana didn't say it, only whispering softly, "Go. She is waiting for you, Kana." A message full of hidden meaning. He turned away, his voice soft, "I'm sorry, and thank you too." Words from the bottom of his heart. The small boat slowly moved away, leaving the giant Alliance ship behind. Kana's figure watched them in distress. She staggered, leaning against the ship's railing, her heart heavy. Kana looked back at that cruel moment. "I have never stopped regretting this moment. An endless regret." Her voice choked, filled with infinite regret. "I knew it would be the last time I could see you, but I still decided not to tell you my true feelings. If only." Tian, at this moment, also carried a tinge of sadness because his mind was always on Arisa, but anyway, this was just a dream, a beautiful but sad dream. Kana turned back, facing him, "And it's my dream, a dream with just the two of us." She looked at Tian, her voice full of sincerity. "I know you won't accept my true feelings, but..." Kana wanted to voice the biggest regret in her heart. "Can I say a final goodbye with you? A small wish." Tian smiled gently, his voice warm. "I already said, we are in your dream. You can have whatever you want. I'll indulge you." Kana began to recount. That day, she remembered the first time she met Tian, an unforgettable memory. Kana seemed about to cry, her voice trembling. "From the moment you saved me from the refugee ship, I've had a crush on you." Tian was stunned by her confession. "I have always loved you." A silent love. Kana's tears could no longer be held back. Streaming down her face, "I have buried that feeling." A secret buried deep in her heart. She gently touched him one last time. Her voice choked. "Goodbye, Tianma." A final farewell. Kana leaned closer to him, lightly standing on her tiptoes, a surprising action. Their lips gently touched. It was their first kiss, and also their last, a kiss etched in their hearts. The two kissed for a long time, lip to lip, passionate and tender, as if time had stopped, until the two slowly pulled apart. Kana's hands hovered in midair, as if trying to hold onto something. Finally, they gently fell onto the soft blanket. She was still deep in a coma on the cold hospital bed. The boy was stunned, frozen in midair, as if not believing what had just happened. He frantically raised his hand to cover his mouth. Boda was blushing furiously from the kiss, his heart pounding. Night fell, covering the ship in silence. Boda still sat there, beside Kana's hospital bed, his heart full of anxiety. He looked at her with concern, the girl deep in a coma. Boda softly called her name, his voice full of earnestness, "Kana." He remembered the old days, when they were children, how that girl had risked her life just to save him and his brother. She had bravely stood in front, shielding and protecting them. The strongest and most sincere person he had ever known, a true heroine, even though her body was covered in wounds and blood. Kana's gaze remained steadfast, watching over and protecting the two brothers with all her strength. The first time they met, Since that fateful day, the day she saved his life on that desolate island. Boda at that time couldn't hold back his tears. He had considered her the hero of his life, an ideal role model. He smiled faintly, a bitter smile. Boda whispered, looking at her, "I've always been by your side, hoping I could become someone like you." A secret dream. Boda took her hand, his voice choked. "Kana." He pleaded in anguish. "Because of that, you have to wake up. Don't leave me behind. Don't leave us behind, please." A long silence stretched, enveloping the space in the dark night. Suddenly, she moved slightly, an extremely small movement. Boda immediately noticed the change. He hurriedly tried to call her name. "Kana, can you hear me? Can't you?" He leaned closer, tried to see clearly, "Kana," but she still didn't respond at all. Boda thought he was mistaken, despair rising in his heart again. But then, her hand slowly lifted, a glimmer of hope. That hand moved closer to Boda, startling him. He hurriedly called her name again, "Kana." Just as Boda was about to say something, she moved closer, a surprising intimacy. Thank God, she's awake. Just like that, their lips touched, a gentle, warm kiss in the quiet of the night. Boda's hands tensed, gripping the mattress tightly. Kana had wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing a deep, passionate kiss on him, until the two slowly pulled apart. Kana's hand gently fell back onto the blanket. She was still deep in a coma, as if in a very deep sleep. Boda was stunned, unable to react. He frantically raised his hand to cover his mouth. What just happened? He blushed furiously and quickly jumped up. A moment later, his red face became even redder, completely embarrassed. Kana was still sleeping peacefully, as if completely unaware. The atmosphere became strangely silent, an incomprehensible silence. He pressed his lips together tightly, standing motionless for a long time. On another side, clean water began to flow strongly from the faucet, the sound of gurgling water. The people were joyful, holding buckets and basins, cheering loudly, "Water! It's water! We have water!" Heron also looked happy that we've finished connecting the pipes. So this must be clean water, right? The work is complete. The people couldn't believe their eyes, looking at the clear, flowing water. Does this mean we can use water freely? Am I dreaming? I can't believe it. They were overjoyed, profusely thanking Heron. "Thank you for your kindness. Thank you, our hero. No need to thank me. I'm just a plumber. It's a small thing." In another corner, Bodo was still dazed, his mind not focused at all, wandering as if he had lost his soul. Heron came over, patting him lightly on the shoulder. "Thanks for bringing water to everyone, Boda." "Yes, you did a good job." They shook hands, everyone's face radiant with joy. He was also a bit surprised. "You've really grown up. You look quite like an adult now. You've matured." Another person put an arm around his shoulder, his voice full of pride. "I knew sooner or later you would become a good man. I believe in you." He turned to introduce him to everyone. "I'm the one who taught him since he was a fledgling chick." Really, that's not even mentioning the time I saved the kid from the water pipe. Taking a little credit. He was proud, endlessly praising himself. "You could say I raised Boda with my own hands." A great contribution. Boda was still dazed, walking like a sleepwalker. Ah yes, wherever he went, people recognized him. "That's Boda, Boda, the famous one." They cheered so loudly that even Sonia and the others were surprised. "Boda? Boda? What the heck? He's so popular." The girls were extremely excited. "Boda!" Wherever the three of them went, cheers erupted. "Look here, Boda, 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 my idol." Sonia then turned to tease him. "Hey Boda, you're quite famous, aren't you?" Pretty impressive. Unexpectedly, Boda was still in a daze, walking slowly like a zombie, completely emotionless. Sonia and Gong looked at each other, confused. Why is he in such a mess? Isn't his face always like that? Doesn't look any different. Boda turned back, waved goodbye to them. "See you two later," and then took off. Then, as his foot stepped down the stairs, it slipped, and his whole body went flying down with the momentum, an unstoppable fall. Boda tumbled several times down the stairs. Sonia and Gong stood watching, speechless that I think that guy is acting. A professional actor. Boda paid no attention, scrambled to his feet, and then continued walking like a zombie, completely unharmed. Sonia frowned, her face wrinkled in displeasure. "I just found out they are plotting something. It smells of deceit." Gong showed interest, curious to ask, "Where has he been these past few days? So mysterious." She narrowed her eyes, glancing sharply. "Do you even have to ask?" "Of course, Kana. It's as clear as day." He looked down, confused, but she hasn't woken up yet. "So what's the point of visiting? It's useless." Sonia got annoyed and immediately found fault, scolding, "That's why people go to visit, you idiot." She remembered the days before, when they discovered the enemy, when the rescue team was assembled to track down Xenot's lair. Boda, at that time, with a fierce look in his eyes, gritted his teeth as he watched. Boda had learned the news that Lita had been taken hostage, and the anger inside him boiled over like a cauldron of oil for frying sweet potato cakes, hot as fire. Kana, at that time, still maintained her composure, watching and reminding Boda, calm down. You have to control yourself. Don't be rash. As she spoke, she casually patted his head, but right after Kana's advice, Boda just let out a soft sigh. His eyes then slowly narrowed, then relaxed, appeased. He immediately regained his composure, so obedient. Gong, lacking tact, glared over Dud. Of course, you know how scary she can be. His cool action made Sonya break out in a cold sweat, silenced. He looked down, quietly assessing. He's smarter than I thought. He knows when to advance and when to retreat. Not to be underestimated. The boy has grown up, hasn't he? Sonya stood beside him. Sun had felt annoyed, grimacing and cursing silently. You really are a foolish old man, talking nonsense. She pouted, pursing her lips, leaning against the railing. Tsuke, so boring I can't be bothered to speak. Her eyes carried a hint of melancholy, gazing into the distance, silent without a word. Boda was now walking quietly in a deserted alley, exactly as she had thought. That I'd bet that fool still can't figure out his own thoughts and feelings. What a blockhead. He now looked exhausted, walking unsteadily, his eyes staring blankly into the void. Kana, will you wake up today? A hopeful longing. Just like that, Boda carried an air of resignation, walking indifferently. A passerby saw him, turned their head back to look, confirming once more. He was very quick, pulling a sharp dagger from his pocket in a flash. Boda continued to walk, his mind constantly replaying memories from last night. It seems like she's gradually recovering. Yesterday, she moved a little, a promising sign. Then, a series of embarrassing memories suddenly flooded back. The two of them had kissed a surprise kiss. His face quickly flushed red. Boda was embarrassed, flustered, and didn't know what to do. He held his head, slightly panicked, wandering like a lost soul that I hope when she wakes up, she won't remember anything at all. Forget everything. The dagger from the stranger just now flew towards him like a flash of lightning, swift as the wind. Boda was still immersed in his guilty, tormented thoughts, his face bright red. If she finds out about this, it'll be a disaster. She'll be so sad. The person behind him lunged with all his might, his whole body leaning forward as, oh, what should I do? This is bad. Just as he got close, Boda spun around, delivering a powerful kick like a thunderbolt. He just fell to the ground like that, knocked unconscious. One hit, and he was on the floor, teeth and mouth a mess, looking truly unsightly, completely owned. He was astonished, his eyes wide open, his body seeming to skip a beat, unable to believe it. Boda was flustered, quickly apologizing. The person below was continuously twitching, convulsing, completely abnormal. Are you okay? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. He was beaten unconscious, his face distorted and bruised, looking pathetic. He was horrified, quickly explaining, his mind recalling a terrifying period from before as sweat poured out like he was bathing. I didn't mean to. It's a habit, a natural reflex. Suddenly, the repentant, remorseful look completely disappeared, replaced by eyes that were gradually understanding everything. Next to the motionless body on the ground was a knife, a sharp dagger, an assassination plot. Sumin and Jazin watched from a distance, unable to help feeling regretful. Their faces grimacing, failed again. In an old, dilapidated building, shrouded in darkness, two men were leaning against a wall, whispering to each other. It failed. Just bad luck, forget it. Sumin grimaced, questioning his counterpart harshly. How dare a commoner like him act so high and mighty, daring to change the rules of the upper class? So insolent. Jazin smiled arrogantly, reminding him, we need to eliminate him before he gets strong. We must pull out the weeds by the roots. He smiled in agreement. Then we'll have to do something special. Let's go all out. Suddenly, from behind, a strange rusty sound echoed, like fingernails scratching on metal, attracting the attention of the two men. From the pitch-black darkness, a light flashed, along with a haunting echo. Sumin was confused, still unable to guess who the opponent was. Who is that so mysterious? The sharp fingernails continued to advance slowly, unhurriedly, completely calm. The silhouette of a young girl slowly emerged, flickering in the faint light of sparks, a bewitching appearance. Both were so scared they were trembling, watching warily. Who is it? An uninvited guest. Horrifying, slimy tentacles wriggled from behind, slowly revealing themselves, a terrifying sight. They appeared before the eyes of the two men, as if with a powerful, haunting life of their own. Without a moment's hesitation, they immediately appeared right in front of Sumin and Jazin, a surprise attack they couldn't react to. The young girl with golden hair and sharp fangs glanced coldly. Death has arrived. Sumin was so scared he was terrified out of his wits, shouting Nerissa. Panicked, he turned and fled for his life. Sea monster, run now. She gave the two no chance to escape, controlling the tentacles to pursue them, chasing them relentlessly. Each verdant green tentacle shot forward rapidly. In just a brief moment, it had captured both of them. There's no escape. Then, they gently pulled back with force. A shoe slipped off a foot, flying far away. It lay still on the ground. Amidst the chaotic scene, a tentacle quickly spotted it. It carefully picked it up, and then the entire hallway, in just a few short minutes, was completely plunged into an eerie silence. The next morning, the dark hallway was soon covered in warm, golden sunbeams. Missing? Without a trace. The butler approached, offering his own judgment. The two of them have disappeared without a trace since last night. Did they just vanish into thin air? Sonia was angry, asserting with certainty, I'm sure those two were the ones who ambushed Boda. There's no doubt about it. Gong, standing behind, immediately interjected, reminding, after that, they fled, ran for their lives. Boda glanced around, carefully observing his surroundings, searching for clues. He quickly discovered long, sharp fingernail marks on the wall, a suspicious detail. The marks were very fresh, with an incomprehensible length. This detail left him stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, mysterious. Boda turned around, asking everyone around about Lita's whereabouts. Has anyone seen Lita? Lita? I haven't seen her since yesterday afternoon. She's missing. He was a little worried, reassuring himself, it can't be. It must be a misunderstanding. The new day continued to pass, but the worry in his heart continued to grow. It can't be. Something is definitely wrong. In a sealed compartment, the sound of anxious panting echoed from the head of a water pipe, a haunting sound. A figure covered in a cloak from head to toe cowered in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Nerissa was anxious, unable to catch her breath. Her eyes were welling up with tears, sweat pouring down like rain. Why? What is happening? The tentacles before her eyes wriggled ceaselessly. Why? Why me? Her face turned pale. She kept clutching her cloak in extreme panic. Why can't I turn back into a human? It can't be. At this time, in the cold, sealed cells of the prison, Dr. Fu slumped forward, collapsed on the old, dilapidated bed. He faintly glanced out, a tired look. Seeing the tall figure before him, he couldn't help but ask, Who's that? Who's out there? Nerissa staggered, unable to stand steady, continuously pleading earnestly, Help me, please. Half of her eyes had already transformed, becoming bizarre. Doctor, please help me. Save me. Dr. Fu was overjoyed, gripping the iron bars, shouting, You used that power. You finally succeeded. The girl lowered her head, her expression unhappy. I just wanted to punish those who bullied Boda. I can't turn back into a human. I don't want to. The girl tensed up, immediately shouting, Please turn me back into a human. I'm begging you. Dr. Fu slowly refused. No. Nerissa's eyes widened, shocked and unable to believe what she had just heard. What? He gripped the iron bars, looking at the girl in silence. Once the birthmark has turned into the shape of a butterfly, there's no way to reverse it. That is destiny. Nerissa's eyes widened in astonishment, not knowing what to do upon hearing his warning that I can't turn back. It can't be. Dr. Fu spoke coldly, like a death sentence. Accept it. That is your fate. From behind, the tentacles shot out like a whirlwind, squeezing Dr. Fu's neck tightly. A fatal blow. Nerissa was furious, venting all her rage on him. That I can't turn back. I have to live like this forever. What? He trembled, struggling to reply. No, can't. He trembled continuously, his breathing becoming more and more difficult. You will gradually become a sea monster, become a more powerful and beautiful sea monster. An upgraded version. Dr. Fu seemed extremely excited as he mentioned this, his bloodshot eyes glancing down. If so, why be a human? You could become a matriarch sea monster and live freely in a vast ocean. A new life. Nerissa endured, placing all the blame on him. I shouldn't have come here. If it weren't for you, it's all your fault. He was being squeezed tightly, already struggling to breathe. Every word he uttered was a supreme effort. You don't want that? Go ahead, don't hold back. Unleash yourself. The more he spoke, the more Dr. tensed up, as if embracing something, because you have the power of a sea monster. You can do it. Trust me. Nerissa was astonished, realizing everything. The girl quickly retracted her tentacles, letting him fall from above, a painful thud. With that, the girl turned and walked away, her voice resolute. I am not a monster. I am human. Just a few seconds later, an officer walked in, his face angry. What are you muttering about? What nonsense are you talking? Dr. rubbed his neck, glancing in the direction the girl had just left. A meaningful look. The officer stepped closer, observing him carefully. His eyes lit up, laughing maniacally with excitement. I can't believe it. His glasses glinted, as if he had just seen the light of his life. Follow your instincts, kid. Don't hold back anymore. His two hands then gripped the iron bars, so tightly that the nearby officer was terrified. That is the final destination of my research. My life's masterpiece. The sun had already risen high. Boda was restlessly worried, hastily searching around. Have you guys seen Lita? No, what's wrong? Where is she? He was worried, but quickly denied it. No, everything's fine. If you see the kid, please let me know, please. The man was confused, but nodded in acceptance. All right, I'll keep an eye out. A figure in a cloak stood on the railing, silently looking down, a mystery. Nerissa was anxious, clutching the button of her cloak, not knowing what to do. Boda, what will he think? Over here, Boda was still worried sick, searching for the girl everywhere. What should I do? I'm so confused. Suddenly, someone from behind bumped hard into Nerissa, causing the girl to stagger. A part of her cloak fell off, revealing the secret. The hem of the cloak slowly lifted, and the wriggling tentacles began to appear, a horrifying sight. The man who saw the scene before him couldn't help but feel apprehensive, startlingly backing away. What the hell is that? Nerissa gritted her teeth, clutching the hem of her cloak, then ran off at full speed, fast as the wind, and disappeared. At this time, at the water pipes leading out to the sea, the girl sat alone on high, her heart full of self-pity. She sat there silently, lost in a stream of endless thoughts that I can't meet Boda in this state. I can't. On the other side, facing the deep, strangely peaceful ocean, completely opposite to the chaotic thoughts in her heart. If I can't go back to being human, then what? The girl remembered the doctor's words before his near-death experience. You can become a matriarch sea monster and live freely in a vast ocean. Another option. The sea surface remained calm, the waves lapping gently, covering her heavy thoughts. Should I jump into the water or not? A reckless decision. She looked down in horror at the deep water below, not daring. Should I live as a sea monster? A tormenting question. Then, an image of herself appeared. If I lose my reason in a fit of hunger, will I behave differently from humans and eat human flesh? A gruesome prospect. Nerissa continuously shook her head, trying to dispel the improper thoughts invading her mind. Her eyes had soon transformed, becoming two different colors, carrying an indescribable sadness. In her subconscious, she unintentionally remembered her two most beloved people, Dad, Mom, sweet memories. Then, the moment she was rescued by Kana, and then her own brother, Boda, important people. Not only that, she also remembered other familiar people, Mao, the boss of the hiding uncle. Then the friendly, kind uncle in her memory, Mr. Lai. Nerissa remembered her close teammates in the squad, Sonia, Gong, Noah, Lin, those who stood shoulder to shoulder. She remembered the person she sat with watching the sunset over the sea, and Gu too, unforgettable memories. The water pipe dripped, slowly flowing into the water bottle placed below, a dripping sound. Genka dimly looked up, then slowly explained, this water pipe connects to the upper level, so there must be a hole somewhere. It can't be wrong. He smiled, looking at Nerissa, who was curiously standing beside him. I'll give this to Mr. Kim. His wife just gave birth not long ago. A small gift. The water continued to flow in the pipe. Her thoughts gradually faded. Her emotions also calmed down. Even if there are many bad people in this world, but I know there are still many good people out there. Faith still remained. Water flowed in a stream, pouring into the yellow hat placed below them, the kind people. Nerissa sniffled, her eyes brimming with tears, unwilling to give up. It's me who wants to live as a human. A simple wish. Dr. First's words echoed in her ear. You have no way back. Accept it. A harsh reality. The cold wind blew, along with the resignation in the girl's heart, causing the cloak to flutter in the wind. Nerissa glanced back. The tentacles were still strong, wriggling vividly. All her thoughts, along with her resigned gaze, soon gradually vanished. If I can't go back to being human as before, then whatever. The girl gently touched the tentacle before her. From the depths of her mind, a new thought began to form. Maybe I could become someone else. A new version. Nerissa let the tentacles slowly wrap around her body. Then gradually, they covered her, forming a new shell, a complete transformation. She looked down at her new body, feeling as if it were full of life, a powerful feeling she had never had before, completely accepting her fate. The tentacles merged into one with her body, then disappeared, just like Kenchizi. An assimilation. Kana slowly opened her eyes after a long coma. She struggled to sit up, the pain hitting her, making her grimace. Her eyes were tired, drenched in sweat. She glanced around. Boda was slumped beside the bed, sleeping soundly. Kana quietly called his name. Boda. She looked around to assess the situation. How long have I been in a coma? Time flies so fast. Everyone was seriously injured, lying quietly recovering. It seems Boda has defeated Kenchizi. He has protected everyone. A glorious victory. Kana bowed her head, her eyes downcast. Her hand then couldn't help but reach up to stroke his head, reassuringly. Boda, you did well. You're amazing. He groggily woke up, his eyes then opening wide, looking up sharply. Who is it? Kana was astonished, a hint of sympathy rising in her heart. Boda jumped up, startled, quickly getting up, not believing his eyes. She slowly called his name, Boda, a familiar voice. He was worried, holding his head in regret. I thought you would never wake up again. I was so scared. His eyes fell, gritting his teeth and blaming himself. I was so worried. I prayed every day, hoping you would be safe. She bowed her head slightly, as if guessing something sorry. Outside, a figure stepped forward, breaking the private atmosphere of the two. Kana, you have a visitor. Nerissa, in her new outfit, looked at the two of them. Boda shouted, his heart greatly relieved. Lita, I've been looking for you everywhere. I finally found you. Kana smiled, relaxing. Lita, the girl quickly ran over, embracing her tightly, a warm hug. Her eyes were then filled with exhaustion. Kana, don't be sick, don't die. I'm so scared. Kana bowed her head, hugging the girl. Boda smiled, sighing helplessly. Truly two sisters. He came closer, hugging both of them, a protective embrace. She was tired, seemingly having made up her mind. If I can't be human, then why stress? Her eyes flashed with something, a remnant of her latent power. Then I will be a sea monster. A decisive decision. At the old abandoned building, the water pipe was still dripping steadily, a desolate scene. Each drop of water was sparkling and clear. The water flowed slowly, falling onto the pure, white flowers placed under the hat, a purity. Genka's hat was still there, dim in the darkness. It was the vase for the lush clusters of flowers that I will be a sea monster to protect humans. A noble vow. In the hall, where important meetings were held, the first council meeting was held at Union Busan, a momentous event. The group on the right was noisy, arguing incessantly. On the opposite side, the other side was not to be outdone, angrily protesting vehemently, a tense atmosphere. Everyone was doing their utmost, offering different opinions and directions. Representatives of the districts gathered, discussing important issues together, regardless of high or low status and equality. An old man stood up, solemnly declaring, the council has elected a new captain, a new figure. Then gradually, another person was elected that a new police department has been established for the purpose of ensuring security and order for the ship, a core force. Gradually, the heads of each department were introduced, and the laborers who bravely fought against external enemies, such as sea monsters, will be assigned to the military, a recognition of their merits. Kana stood before the entire army, shouting, her voice full of authority, reminding them, after so many years of hard training, the time has come. She strictly warned each one, congratulations on becoming official laborers. A great honor, she shouted, using her authority to completely overwhelm everyone. We laborers are the force that protects the people from the sea monsters. A sacred mission. The line of people below stood neatly, dead silent, without a sound. We are ready to sacrifice ourselves to save humanity. An ironclad oath. One of them quietly turned his head to look at the person next to him, who also looked back curiously. Boda stood at attention, completely ignoring the two of them, a cold demeanor. He looked on, unable to help being surprised by the boy's new appearance. I can't believe it. The god of sea monster slaying is in my squad. My idol is here. The other person was no less surprised. Speechless, he doesn't look that special, just normal. Kana's words echoed throughout the ship. We are the last line of defense for humanity. A heavy responsibility. She has a sharp look in her eyes, reminding them seriously, our duty is great. However, honor is the reward for our mission. A worthy compensation. The crowd below looked up seriously, their faces full of determination. Now let's go. Boda looked up with a strong belief. You have been reborn, become the defenders of Union Busan. I wish you all luck and success. Fight with all you might. The buzzing sound of the tattoo machine echoed. Down to the last strokes, Boda was tired, dozing off in the chair. The tattoo artist relaxed, gently reminding done. Finished. He looked at Boda, gently mentioning, our tradition is to tattoo a red star on the hand after successfully defeating one of the 7 great sea monsters. Are you sure you don't want it? It's an honor. He looked down at the tattoo on his hand, then accepted him. He smiled, explaining simply, I don't care about any stars. It's not important. The tattoo on his shoulder joint was visible under his shirt. This is just the beginning. A new journey. Kana stood outside, listening to the situation. She smiled when she received a satisfactory answer. The ship slowly started moving again. Union Busan quickly returned to its normal state. Everything is fine. The trading place was bustling, crowded with people passing by, so narrow it was suffocating. The workers were always working their hardest, without a moment's rest, a vibrant atmosphere. A person stood on a balcony, observing everything that was happening. The small piece of paper in their hand was covered with pen marks, a calculation. Noah looked at the paper in panic, trembling with fear. They're ignoring us just because we're young. It's so unfair. Lin was worried, feeling uneasy. The boy looked at the paper, falling into a state of panic. How are we going to find a job like this? This repair shop is our last chance. The last hope. Lin trembled, pointing at the paper, her voice full of worry. What if even they refuse us? We're really screwed. A piece of iron was firmly attached, clearly showing the words B3 on the wall. We're here. This is it. The two children quickly entered the workshop, then looked around in bewilderment, a strange space. Seeing the old, rusty robot in front of them, this is a diving beetle. It looks so shabby. Noah was surprised to see it. They have one here too? I didn't expect that. Lin quickly got to work, examining the components inside. Did I wonder if it can work? I hope so. The girl looked at the screen, displaying all the errors, gradually understanding the problem. The system has too many errors. Maybe they're trying to patch it up. This is going to be tough. Sting quickly ran over from a distance, his face angry. Don't touch things randomly, kid. That's not a toy. Are you trying to break it? The notification screen popped up, repairing in progress. A positive sign. He was astonished, pointing at the screen in front of him. Huh? It's running. Kid, did you do that? I can't believe it. Lin hastily explained, the place we used to live also had one of these. I know how to fix it. Noah jumped up, piloting it excitedly, controlling the robot. The driver's seat is the same too. So familiar. The engine quickly started, powerfully soaring into the air, a spectacular sight, before the eyes of Sting, who was still astonished. The final restraining iron bar was finally removed. It's free. Noah fell flat on his back, but still had a bright smile on his face. This very impact caused the entire repair shop to become thick with dust. The confused workers turned their heads to look at what's going on. He hugged his hat, shouting, Mr. Sting, it's moving. It's a success. He was astonished, his eyes wide in disbelief. We've been researching for 3 years, and it's finally working. It wasn't in vain. The two children, with sparkling, adorable looks, asked again, Mister, can we work here? Please, mister. Sting immediately shouted, pointing decisively. Deal. Approved. He looked at the two children and then warned, now that you two are working here, don't even think about going anywhere else. Stay put. The two looked at each other, smiling vaguely, then, in front of everyone, hugged each other joyfully. So happy. At this time, At the bottom of the deep sea, the ancient city structure slowly came into view, a magnificent sight. Groups of divers carefully descended, searching and observing an exploration. Others gave commands, bringing up old vehicles, lifting them out of the water, a laborious task. The people on the ship complained incessantly, exhausted. Another peaceful day. Working here is so comfortable. There are no sea monsters at all. Boring as hell. The group grimaced, looking annoyed, gathering to chat. I tried so hard to become a laborer, yet I still haven't seen a single sea monster. Maybe the laborers can retire now. Dissatisfied, he looked up at the sky, sighing endlessly. I want to kill sea monsters and become famous like Boda. Boda asked in surprise me, "Are you talking about me?" He grimaced, feeling a bit strange that I'm always ready to fight, but this place, it's too peaceful. Kana then approached, her face puzzled. That's strange. What's wrong with the ocean being peaceful? What's so strange about that? In the past, his own image appeared, shouting angrily, "No, that's not what I mean. I'm quite strong now. I want to prove myself. I want to fight." Boda smiled, a little helplessly, that he's exactly like me when I was a naive rookie. So immature. The other person looked at him, smiling mysteriously. It must be that the sea monsters know the slain god is here, so they're too scared to come. Such a fearsome reputation. He teased him relentlessly. It's also strange. It's been 20 years since I've seen the ocean this peaceful. It's rare. Boda bowed his head, restlessly worried. There's no such thing as a body of water without sea monsters. It's impossible. He glanced out into the distance, observing the ships. This must be the territory of some sea monster. Danger is lurking. At the bottom of the deep sea, Narisa's figure slowly descended. The girl reached the cold seabed. Her eyes then faintly opened. I'm here. Narisa stood silently at the bottom of the deep sea, completely devoid of any air around her. Her body was enveloped by the vast seawater, a strange sensation. Narisa opened her eyes wide, looking around dreamily. Where am I? What is this place? The giant red ship next to her caught the girl's attention, a curiosity. The words carved on the ship's hull made Narisa feel somewhat strange. The girl vaguely read it silently in her mind. Jenner. A familiar name. Suddenly, a beam of light shone from behind, making her squint and turn her head to look. What is that? Narisa was terrified, her eyes wide as she looked up. She groggily sat up on the familiar bed. Where am I? Her face was covered by her long, disheveled hair, completely disoriented, a dreamy look. The girl, with her bare feet, walked on the cold carpet. A creepy feeling. She walked past Boda, who was sitting at his desk. He quietly called her name, in surprise, Lita. Narisa's eyes were still dreamy. One of her eyes had soon lit up strangely, flashing with mysterious rays of light. He was astonished, jumping up and calling her name Lita. The girl was silent, floating past his call, paying no attention. Then, completely ignoring Boda's call, she walked out of the ship's cabin. Lita, where are you going? Wait for me. He panicked, running up to the railing to stop her, continuously calling for her to come back. Lita, wake up. What's wrong with you? Amidst his hopeless calls, the girl's eyes continued to light up strangely. Lita, her small feet stopped right in front of the railing. Dangerous. The two were standing right next to the ship's railing. Narisa finally stood still. He couldn't help but worry, watching her figure. What are you planning to do? Just as Boda called her name loudly, Lita, Narisa was still dreamy, looking in a certain direction and then gently reminding, it's over there. I see it. He was confused, looking in the direction she pointed. What's over there? Her small hands slowly rose up, pointing towards the distance. Her hands pointed towards the sea, which was churning with large, strong, and fierce waves in the dark night, towards a strange light. What's there? In the direction the girl pointed, very far away, the ship glided deeply in that direction, getting farther and farther away. Where is it going? The ship continued to head in that direction, a journey with no end in sight. Heading into the dark night with the large waves, an adventure. When it had gone far enough, the ship dived deep into the seabed, merging with the silent night, and disappeared. It glided past countless small schools of fish swimming in swarms, then sank into the dark, cold sea surface, another world. Next, the ship followed another direction, continuing its journey to the ruins of an ancient city, a new discovery. Passing it, the ship approached a place where other ships were resting at the bottom of the sea, a giant ship graveyard. A dreamlike scene slowly emerged. The red ship named Jenner. This is it. The words carved on the ship's hull had long been rusted by time. Along with the old ship, a glorious past. The ship glided past other old ships, their tattered sails covered in moss, a desolate sight. In the distance, a red glow lit up in the dark night of the ocean. The closer it got, the brighter the light became. What is that? Through a large rock blocking the front. The red light flickered like crystals, ethereal, oh beautiful. That strange red light attracted her attention, an irresistible pull. A giant monster appeared, with countless huge tentacles. A sea monster. On its large body were fierce, terrifying red eyes. Its pupils were directed towards one side, where a pink object was flickering. The target. With that, the creature glanced in another direction, a surprising action. Its action startled Nerissa, shocking her awake. The girl pointed more forcefully. That's it. Boda looked in that direction, where the girl quietly affirmed, home. My home. At this time, in the ship's treasury, in the Union Busan Library, a space of intellect, an old woman with silver hair was engrossed in reading an ancient book about a ship that had been wrecked a long time ago. The Jenner was the ship sent to investigate the fragments of the Vagabandus in the Pacific Ocean about 130 years ago. A mysterious mission. She held up the only remaining photo in the book, then deduced, I think this is the photo taken at the site where the Jenner sank. It can't be wrong. The red ship in the photo looked so large and powerful, a legendary ship. The remaining image was desolate, in ruins, sunk deep at the bottom of the cold sea, a tragic end. Nerissa took the book, surprised to realize, this is the place I saw in my dream. Where is this? How strange. The old woman, based on her vague memories, guessed that place is the Vagabandus crater in the Pacific Ocean, a dangerous location. She carefully recalled the spectacular event that happened that year. The Vagabandus meteor collided with the moon, a cosmic disaster. The water's impact with the giant meteorite created an immense, indescribable collision, and its largest fragment fell into the Pacific Ocean, causing a terrifying tsunami. Hundreds of boats carrying brilliant scientists curiously surrounded the area. Many scientists from all over the world flocked to that place to discover what Vagabandus really was, a cosmic mystery. At the center of where the explosion occurred, a giant, powerful whirlpool appeared, a strange phenomenon. Not long after, it immediately grew larger and exploded, and an explosion of unknown cause occurred, a sudden disaster. The nearby ships were all sunk. All the research ships sank there, with no survivors, a tragedy. She rubbed her chin, feeling a little discouraged. That's it. There is a record of Vagabandus. Present-day humanity no longer has the means to continue investigating that place. We're helpless. She turned, looking at Nerissa with a puzzled expression. How strange. Why would the Jenner ship from 130 years ago appear in your dream? It's inexplicable. The little girl, worried, lowered her head and mumbled, I don't know either, I'm so confused. Her gaze grew distant, her voice low as she recalled, but in the midst of that night's torrential rain, before the flickering red light behind the rocks, a haunting sight. The eyes on the sea monster's body, along with the two strange pink specks in its pupils, a connection. Nerissa pondered, her anxiety turning to fear. I can feel it. Something is there, a foreboding premonition. Boda, standing nearby, had long been restless. He looked over at the little girl. What's wrong? He recalled the words she had uttered in her sleep. Home. What home? His eyes stared at the little girl, sweating with worry. What did that mean? What were you saying? He hurriedly reassured her. Lita, it was just a dream. You just need to get some good rest, and everything will be fine. Don't worry. Nerissa smiled gently. Really? At the greenhouse on the ship, a green oasis. Although the greenhouse was small, the plants inside were incredibly lush, full of vibrant life. Everyone worked together, quickly harvesting the fruits of their labor in a cheerful atmosphere. Nerissa smiled, holding a bucket full of plump, red apples. They looked so delicious. Goat smiled and approached. Lita, why don't you rest today? Boda seems very worried about you, very concerned. The little girl smiled, gently refusing. I'm fine, really. Nerissa turned her head to look into the distance, her expression certain. Every time I come here, I feel my heart lighten, a peaceful place. Standing before the green rice paddy, she smiled gently. This place is like another world, a small paradise. Goat strode forward, caressing a plump apple in her hand. Beautiful, isn't it? Humans need land to live. The diligent bees have been burying themselves in the field of wildflowers since the crack of dawn, gathering nectar, working as hard as they could. Goat waxed philosophical again. As long as there is land, we can make the earth green with all the seeds we have. The bees darted back and forth like shuttles, while Nerissa just smiled faintly, silently observing the way of the world. Goat approached a massive beehive. Lita, look, a queen bee has been born. Inside, a queen bee of enormous size reigned, a true final boss. This is the queen bee. She's bigger than the others, isn't she? The little girl's eyes went wide, and her jaw dropped, utterly excited. I've never seen one before. This is top-notch. But then, in a flash, the little girl's eyes widened in astonishment as a smaller bee sidled up. There's another one over there. Their two antennae touched gently, as if they were flirting. Nerissa chuckled to herself. They must be sisters. They're so close. Who would have thought? In an instant, the queen bee, without a word, launched its secret weapon. In a single sting, the other bee was sent to meet its maker. Nerissa's face went pale as a sheet. She quickly raised her hand to intervene. Why are they attacking each other? Goat just bowed her head, calmly explaining the harsh reality of life. She is eliminating her rival. A hive cannot have two queens. This is the natural instinct of bees. It's all about survival. The little girl lowered her face again, murmuring, natural instinct. Meanwhile, the drama in the hive continued. The stronger queen bee would clearly dominate, taking over the entire kingdom. Nerissa could only bow her head, her heart in a turmoil. The poor bee's corpse lay lifeless on the ground. Truly game over. Nerissa looked at the corpse before her, her heart heavy, thinking to herself that from the moment it was born, its fate was sealed with a one-way ticket to the afterlife, truly cold-blooded from the egg. Suddenly, she felt a shift. The space around her instantly reset into an endless place of only two colors, looking utterly bizarre. Startled, the little girl shot up. What is this? Right behind Nerissa, a shapeless, distorted sphere squirmed incessantly. Then it began to transform powerfully, shaking the very space around it. In a blink of an eye, it had become a grotesque creature with a tangled web of blood vessels, a sight that could cause trauma. Nerissa turned, her eyes wide, silently observing the loose, unstable thing. The little girl was bewildered. Who are you? The creature slowly brought its head closer, its black, empty eyes like black holes in space. Its body kept swelling larger and larger, while its head and face remained glued to the little girl, scrutinizing her every move. It struggled to form words, speaking while staring and moving closer. Its mouth slowly gaping open, a sickening sight. Nerissa's face turned ashen, her eyes wide as she stared at the grotesque creature before her, her heart pounding as if it would leap out of her chest. It stared at the little girl, repeating, found. Its eyes were identical to the deep-sea monster from her nightmare. You. Nerissa was so scared her limbs went weak, frozen on the spot. The thing loomed closer, its haunting voice echoing. You are the one. The little girl, terrified, screamed, "Go away." Instantly, the vision before her eyes vanished, fading away until only a few specks of light flickered in the air. Nerissa collapsed, looking at the ravaged grass before her, her eyes filled with fear. Bewildered, she had no idea what the hell to do now. Goat, seeing this from a distance, was frantic with worry and rushed over. Lita, what's wrong? Are you okay? Nerissa, looking dazed, mumbled from her throat, that wasn't a dream. The signal from the ship's radar detector suddenly blared, catching a strange wave in a flash. The pilot's jaw dropped as he stared at the flashing notification in front of him. Turning sharply to the captain, he stammered, "Captain, come look at this, sir." In the distance, a faint black shadow slowly appeared. It was clearly an approaching ship. The massive silhouette of the ship gradually emerged in the dim sunlight. The ship from the little girl's nightmare was slowly approaching. It was the red ship, the one that was supposed to be resting at the bottom of the sea for 135 years. The name Jenner was clearly visible on its hull, causing Nerissa, who was sitting on the grass, to panic even more. Her eyes were wide open as she mumbled, "It's coming." Then she scrambled to her feet and ran for her life across the deck. Nerissa was terrified, her eyes wide as she stared at the approaching ship. The situation was as tense as a drawn bowstring. The large and small fish in the sea also began to stir, racing to the surface. Beneath the little girl's feet, the seawater thrashed wildly against the ship's hull. The fish competed to open their mouths, snapping and thrashing about, looking like an underwater dance party. The people on the ship looked down in confusion. Look at the fish, what's wrong with them? Are they going crazy? Nerissa quickly gripped the railing, her eyes glued to the ship that was getting closer and closer. Her eyes were full of worry. It's coming. Her heart was on fire, her pulse pounding as she watched the ship slowly approach. Through the pilot's binoculars, the ship appeared in sharp detail, down to every last bolt. The captain tried to remain calm. Any signal? The other man quickly replied, "It's not responding, sir." Completely silent. His forehead was drenched in sweat, his face filled with confusion. Where did that ship come from? Is a ghost ship? On the other side, a piercing scream rang out. "Captain, it's an emergency distress signal, SOS." The captain quickly turned, speculating, "Is it from that ship?" But the other person shook his head vehemently, "No, sir." Then from another channel, a faint, crackling connection came through. From the ancient speaker, a desperate SOS call rang out. "Mayday, Mayday, this is the floating city of New York. We are under attack by Sutton. I repeat, the floating city is under attack." Hearing the name Sutton, the crew members' faces turned green. The largest floating city is under attack? Sutton? We're doomed. A brand new signal came from another channel. "We've just received a new signal, Captain." Another SOS. The old speaker continued to broadcast mournful cries for help. "This is the ship Akroma. We are being attacked by Basra. Help us." Then from another side, a barrage of distress calls. "Union Nocho Elementary School here. It's in bus. Mayday. The trade port is being attacked by a kraken. Help me." The captain stared at the chaotic scene before him, stunned, his tongue tied. "This is Oasis Port. Help. There's a sea monster. It's one of the 7 great sea monsters. Help. Please, someone save us." He trembled with anger, muttering, "Have all of humanity's largest bases been attacked simultaneously by the 7 great sea monsters? What is happening?" The captain quickly regained his composure, analyzed the situation, and turned back. The ghostly ship continued to advance leisurely, his face flushed with anger. Impossible. Immediately, he ordered the sailor behind him, "Hard to starboard. Turn the ship to starboard now." Then he shouted to everyone, "Stay as far away from that ship as possible. Do not approach." Their ship hastily turned, changing course in an instant. A ceramic cup on the railing tilted due to inertia and fell, shattering. Everyone on the ship was thrown off balance, their faces filled with confusion. The red ship, seeing this, immediately changed course as well, pursuing them closely. A crewman, his face pale, reported with a tremor in his voice, "The ship ahead has turned to port 15 degrees and is rapidly approaching our position. It's getting too close." "What?" The captain was furious, grabbing the radio and shouting, "This is Union Busan. Stop your vessel immediately. Change course now, do you hear me?" The other crewman looked worried, his heart filled with dread as he stared at the silent signal from the other side. "Captain, no response. It's completely ignoring us." Everyone held their breath, watching the ship hurtling closer and closer, 300 meters left. The captain braced himself and swore, "Stop, you bastards." But the red ship continued to advance silently, showing no signs of slowing down. The people on the deck watched the terrifying scene, their hearts about to leap out of their chests. The red ship, like a predator, continued to charge straight at their vessel, unflinching. The point of impact was crushed, shattering into pieces. The captain was also thrown to the floor by the aftershock. Those who couldn't run in time could only cover their heads and brace for impact, trying to shield themselves from the horrific destruction. Seawater flooded in from the outside, and those nearby had to struggle against the powerful current. A water pipe burst, spraying water everywhere. A large section of the deck in front of Nerissa also shattered into pieces. She sat on the ground, stunned, looking at the devastation before her, trembling uncontrollably, breathless. In her ears, piercing screams echoed. "Oh no, Union Busan is breaking apart. It's really over." The people inside were now in a state of extreme panic, screaming their heads off. "What's happening? Help me!" Those inside had no idea what was going on, only screaming in terror. What was that noise? Is anyone there? The panicked crowd looked down at their feet. The water was already ankle-dash deep. This seawater? Why is there water here? The red ship slammed into theirs, causing it to crack severely, looking like it was about to sink. Panic screams echoed everywhere. Water's coming in, run. The seawater surged in, sweeping everything away. Help! Someone save me! Those swept away by the water could only struggle in desperation, crying out for help. Those on higher ground tried to pull up the survivors. Get up quick! The panicked crowd fled in disarray. At this rate, we'll lose. We'll have nothing left. In areas not yet flooded, people scrambled to evacuate. Everyone, evacuate. Water's coming in. It's flooding. Run now. The ferocious seawater pushed deeper inside, to everyone's utter astonishment. An angry man roared, urging everyone on up. Get up, don't stop. The captain tried to remain calm and control the crowd. Damage report now. The sailor, his face pale, quickly checked the entire ship. Sections C, 3, and 4 are completely flooded. Water is now entering sections B, 3, and 5. This is bad. Realizing the situation was out of control and critical, he quickly gave the order, evacuate the civilians, seal off the flooded sections, hurry. Red alert sirens blared everywhere. A state of extreme emergency. The survivors struggled, rushing through the main gate. The bulkheads are closing. Everyone get out. There's no time left. The heavy iron door descended, blocking the surging water, but the water level continued to rise, higher and higher, sealing the escape route. Outside, in the breached areas, those who couldn't escape in time could only sink weakly into the cold water. Suddenly, a giant pink tentacle rose from the water, followed by a series of other long, writhing tentacles. Emerging from the deep sea, it looked like a true monster of the ocean. The experienced veterans quickly gave a signal. Open the drainage pipes, hurry. Once we lose Union Busan, we lose everything. There will be nothing left. Above the red ship, hundreds of tentacles were writhing, looking like a forest of hands beckoning death. He was so horrified he was speechless. The tentacles twisted and writhed, crowding the ship's side. The crowd could only stare blankly at the horrifying scene, unable to utter a word. He immediately recognized the dire situation and shouted, "It's a sea monster!" Then he quickly signaled for the people to run ahead. Get out quick! The pink tentacles continued to pour out, more and more of them, like a swarm of giant snakes. It easily pierced through the ship's thick iron hull, then slowly approached. The giant pink tentacle gradually lunged towards the crowd. It was one of the 7 great sea monsters, Guntuka, the terror of the seas. Goat Sonia's face turned pale, staring in horror behind her. A man no longer in his right mind staggered and stammered. Where? He looked around dreamily, like a lost soul. Behind him, a giant worm was controlling him through a mass of white webs. Your queen. He stared back with wide eyes. Then in a low, trembling voice where the crowd backed away in fear. It's talking. Do you hear it? Elsewhere, those being controlled had completely lost control of their actions. That I will kill. Right behind Nerissa, a strange mass of matter suddenly transformed. It had a fluid shape full of tangled blood vessels. Its black, empty eyes stared at the little girl. The creature slowly approached Nerissa. It scrutinized her, repeating the phrase, found Nerissa was terrified. She screamed, begging it to leave. Instantly, the creature vanished, leaving Nerissa alone on the ravaged grass. She collapsed, looking at the desolate field before her, her eyes filled with fear. He cried out in pain, screaming in agony, "All of you just die." The innocent people were forced by them, their bodies becoming weak and useless until your queen. Their actions were completely dominated by the monster's power. They've shown themselves. The panicked crowd scrambled for an escape route. Evacuate! Evacuate now! Sonia shouted angrily, questioning, "There is no queen here. You damn worm. Get lost." As she finished speaking, she immediately drew her sword and with one clean slice, cut it. A piece flew off, sending water splashing everywhere. Machine guns were also loaded and readied, firing continuously. Volleys of bullets flew straight at the monster, piercing its slimy flesh. But alas, those minor wounds were nothing, completely ineffective. The severed tentacle parts slowly reconnected, as if they had never been parted. Sonia was utterly astonished, quickly dodging to one side. It's regenerating impossible. The man with the gun, his face pale, backed away in fear. Is this thing immortal? This is a game cheat. The group gradually fell into a no-win situation. With its immortality and incredible regeneration, the tentacles healed in the blink of an eye. The newly regenerated tentacle wasted no time, lunging straight at the chaotic crowd. Bran roared, his muscles bulging. He threw a mighty punch, putting all his strength behind it. The sea monster was sent flying, shattering into many pieces. But it used its numbers to its advantage, overwhelming them, forcing everyone close together. Sonya, panicking behind them, was also pulled in, grouped together with the rest. In a flash, the entire group was squeezed tightly and slammed to the floor. The sea monster braced itself again, transforming to become even larger, staring down at the group. Everyone was targeted, watching the writhing tentacles before them, their faces grimacing. Damn it, how do we escape? Long, slimy tendrils slowly approached Sonya. Get away! Don't come near me! She screamed frantically, hoping to drive the disgusting thing away. Just then, everything around them suddenly wavered. The entire mass of slime vanished without a trace. The sea monster and its hundreds of tentacles all turned their heads in unison, looking in one direction. It seemed that amidst the chaos, a faint voice called out here. Nerissa, a small, solitary figure, stood there, then quickly commanded, "I am the one you want." One of the little girl's eyes suddenly glowed brightly, attracting the monster's attention. "But I'm over here." At that very moment, a premonition made Boda suddenly realize something. He turned his head, understanding everything. Lyta. The sea monster saw the target it was searching for and quickly confirmed it. Sonya, who was wrapped in the white webs, was released. The tentacles released everyone at once, then quickly retreated and vanished. The smaller tentacles also immediately withdrew, fleeing the ship's compartment. Ganka was still dazed, muttering in astonishment, not understanding what was happening. It ran away, but he was completely helpless in his own predicament, covered in a sticky goo. Damn it, what is this stuff? It's disgusting. Goat strained, trying to break free from the sticky substance. Sonya and the person next to her also grimaced in frustration. It won't break. Is it going to stick to us for a while longer? It's like a leech. Suddenly, the front section of that spaceship opened, and a person stepped out, shrouded in a hazy mist. Sonya was surprised, then overjoyed. A smart one. Our savior is here. But the person who stepped out left Sonya utterly astonished. Inside was a young woman in a revealing, skimpy outfit, her entire body shimmering with fish scales, looking like a flawed version of a mermaid. Ganka grimaced, vaguely questioning, "Hey, are you allowed to be dressed like that? There are children here." She picked up a knife, her expression annoyed. "We don't have any other choice." "Hang on, I'll help you get out. Stop messing around." Sonya stared blankly, then exclaimed, "A sea monkey. Is that her?" The red-haired woman turned to look. That thing. She glanced over, annoyed, and warned, "What? Never seen a fish person before. Are you a country bumpkin in the city?" Hundreds of tentacles shot up again, aiming straight for the window, facing the sea. In a flash, the entire ship was swept over, shattered into pieces. Nerissa still stood there silently, watching this horrifying scene. She sadly bowed her head, silently accepting her fate. The tentacles from other directions also quickly shot forward, like a swarm of giant snakes. The little girl watched them all, her heart heavy with sadness. "Stop tormenting humans. I beg you." Nerissa stood facing the ship teeming with tentacles, becoming braver by the moment. "Here, come on, I'm not afraid." Kana stared in astonishment at the tentacles before her. It's not even paying attention to the others. It's only focused on Nerissa. Boda figured it all out here. He angrily gritted his teeth. "Lyta," he shouted, his voice full of anger. "Lyta, what do you think you're doing? Stop it." The captain looked on in confusion at the sight of hundreds of writhing tentacles. That sea monster is crawling out. It's appeared again. Everything was happening right in front of Nerissa. Then suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and everything plunged violently into the water. The tentacles quickly transformed, changing into giant heads and hands, 100 times larger, looking like a true army of monsters. Boda and Kana ran down the corridor as fast as they could, shouting, "It's dangerous. Lyta, don't do it, you'll die." But their shouts were like water off a duck's back, completely useless. The tentacles and Nerissa continued to stare at each other in silence, the atmosphere suffocatingly tense. The little girl stood there, staring at the mass of tentacles before her, then pondered for a long time, as if considering something. The captain on the other side was extremely worried and quickly gave the order, "Fire! Take it down now." He was anxious, wanted to finish off the sea monster as quickly as possible. Burn it all. Incinerate it. A giant gun hidden in the cliff face slowly revealed itself. It quickly fired a series of large shells, the sound echoing across the region. The powerful shells slammed into the red ship, tearing apart a portion of the beast's tentacles. Boda shouted, screaming her name, Lyda. The beast, amidst the hot, hazy air, slowly looked down, found the queen. It immediately changed direction, lunging straight for Nerissa. The little girl looked up, bewildered, before she could even react. Then, in an instant, the tentacle plunged violently into the sea and vanished. It left, leaving the red ship shattered into pieces, scattered across the sea's surface. The suffocating atmosphere dissipated, and everything became strangely clear. Boda shouted in despair, calling her name Lyda. As he finished speaking, he quickly jumped from a nearby railing into the sea. He leaped straight down, even as sharp debris still floated all around. Kinda panicked, trying to stop him. Boda, don't. At that moment, he seemed to have realized everything. Beneath the water's surface, two dark figures were constantly thrashing, struggling relentlessly. Boda was astonished, his eyes wide, not believing what he was seeing. Two tentacles, one black and one pink, were colliding, wrapping around each other fiercely. The little girl and the sea monster's tentacle were fighting inch for inch, evenly matched. Nerissa's eyes gradually filled with panic, while the sea monster appeared relaxed, countering gently. The little girl gritted her teeth again, concentrating intensely, countering every attack. The two sides struggled to gain an advantage, locked in a constant struggle. Nerissa shouted, transmitting her thoughts, questioning, "Why are you attacking us? I don't want to fight you, understand?" A tentacle took advantage of the little girl's distraction and, quick as a flash, wrapped around her. The other tentacles didn't miss the opportunity, rushing forward to bind her tightly. The sea monster slowly approached, staring at her. It struggled to utter each word, its voice full of threat, clearly wanting the little girl to disappear from this world. One land, one queen. The little girl cried out in anger and confusion, "Please leave us to live in peace. Can't we coexist? You stay in the water, and we'll stay on the surface. Can't we do that?" Then, her strength began to wane. She relied on her intense emotions to control everything. Can't we stop fighting? Can't we? The sea monster looked at her silently, then growled, a cold reminder there's only one queen. A white cord slowly emerged, appearing right before Nerissa's eyes. The sharp blade quickly pierced its flesh, penetrating it with ease. The sea monster roared in pain, then struggled to turn. Boda breathed heavily, driving the sword even deeper. He stood behind it, roaring in anger. "Don't you touch my sister. You damn monster, die." He continued to struggle, using his sword to slash through the sea monster's tough scales. While Boda was gritting his teeth, trying to pierce it, suddenly something was falling from the sky right above his head. Something huge had just fallen into the sea, drawing the attention of both the sea monster and Boda. They both looked up. He looked up to see the object plunging straight towards him. The object fell, creating an earth-shattering sound that shook the vast expanse of the sea. It looked like a giant city falling from the sky. Now, Lyda had luckily escaped the sea monster and the wreckage. She moved higher, looking down at the abandoned city, slowly sinking to the seabed. Lyda was worried, her face filled with sorrow. Then she gritted her teeth. Boda. The monster rose from behind the wreckage with its giant tentacles. Luckily, he hadn't been crushed by the abandoned city. Boda collapsed onto a large rock. He gritted his teeth, trying to regulate his rapid breathing. The violent movement underwater made it hard for him to hold his breath. There was no more time to adjust. The sea monster had surfaced from the water. Seeing Boda, it let out an angry roar. His sword had a motor functioning like a high-speed drill. Boda generated a powerful thrust from the back of his sword, creating an incredible, powerful propulsion. Boda glanced back, looking for the sea monster. At this moment, it also quickly accelerated, trying to catch up and grab him. The sea monster had caught up. He gritted his teeth, The situation was critical. With no other choice, Boda used his sword, pushing with immense force against himself, launching to the right to avoid it. Fortunately, he dodged in time. The sea monster only slammed into the rock walls. Boda began to execute his escape from the dangerous waters. He kicked hard against the mud at the bottom, creating a powerful push, shooting off like an arrow. The sea monster smashed through the rubble and quickly pursued him, with no intention of letting him go. As it was trying to chase Boda, suddenly, a beam of light from nowhere pierced through the water, striking it directly. It was Lyda. She angrily gritted her teeth, shouting at the monster, "Enough!" Lyda spun around, using her sharp tendrils, and sliced the monster in two, a clean, finishing blow. Faced with Lyda's decisive action, Boda was speechless with surprise. "That's Lyda." While he was still bewildered, something even more terrifying happened. The severed tentacles of the sea monster were trying to reconnect, regenerating miraculously. He panicked, quickly signaling to her, "Lyda, that thing is regenerating. Be careful." Its tentacles had healed quickly, while Lyda was still trying to process the situation. Then those tentacles pierced straight into her, attaching to her like a shadow. The sea monster's tentacles were like parasites, embedding themselves deep into every inch of Lyda's flesh, draining her life force. At that moment, Boda rushed towards her, letting out a desperate cry. No. It drained her body until it was desiccated, like a soulless corpse. He swam quickly towards her, calling out, "Lyda," when suddenly, another tentacle wrapped around him, holding him tight. Boda gritted his teeth, turning his head to look back. It was Lyda. She was using her own tendrils to stop him. Lyda showed no expression, just looked at him silently. Boda was so surprised he was speechless. "Lyda." They both looked towards the sea monster. Lyda wrapped her tentacles around a part of the monster's body, where it was absorbing life force. "The thing you're absorbing is not my blood." The sea monster seemed to feel what it was absorbing, flowing through its body, a strange sensation. Lyda said calmly, "But the poison of the Jenner." As soon as the words were out, the poison in the monster's body spontaneously exploded with a loud bang. The golden opportunity had arrived. She used her two tendrils to latch onto it. Everything around them grew chillingly cold. Lyda absorbed its entire body. She was angry. "If you keep regenerating." Lyda's eyes widened, her pupils contracting. "I will devour your entire body, leaving not a single piece." Lyda gathered all the remaining parts of the monster's body. Boda looked at her in confusion. "Lyda." Lyda attacked the rest of the sea monster's body. "This battle isn't over yet. This battle isn't over." She tore it apart until there was nothing left, just tiny fragments. Now, only its tiny cells were left floating in the water. "Your kingdom." A man, his face grotesque, covered in green veins, whispered weakly, "Will fall." That man was the one who had been infected with the sea monster's toxic fluid. He was trembling uncontrollably. Hiro called out to everyone, "It's not too late. Protect the drainage pipe. Hurry." That man was slowly approaching the door. He pointed, "You there, get back to your position." "What are you doing? Do you hear me?" He grabbed the doorknob and slowly pulled it up. The door opened, and water from outside flooded in. Hiro tried to stand against the strong current, screaming in fear no. His comrades were swept away by the water, until they were completely submerged. The ship, due to a large hole, was sinking on one side at the stern. Lyda and Boda heard the loud noise, stunned, and looked back. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Union Busan. The ship had been split in two after the horrific attack. The cranes connecting it to the other side were slowly breaking apart. The ship had a large hole and was at high risk of sinking. People screamed in panic. "The connecting section is about to break. This is bad." The crane shook violently, then scraped against itself, creating gruesome noises. After being unable to bear the weight of the water, it snapped. Even the tunnel connecting the two ships was about to be completely severed. There were two men on that tunnel, separated, about to fall and be submerged with the ship. The other man, thinking quickly, rushed up the tunnel on the other side and grabbed the young man. He held the young man's hand tightly, then pointed to the other side. "Quick, run to the ship ahead. Hurry, there's no time." Before they could escape, the connecting tunnel suddenly broke, and both of them fell into the water. The remaining people wanted to save them, but it was too late. They fell one by one into the cold water. The ship was slowly sinking. The people on board screamed in despair. "There's no hope left. The eastern part of the ship is sinking. Everyone evacuate, hurry." Everyone quickly jumped into the water, trying to swim to the nearby life rafts. They looked back at the ship. The vessel was slowly collapsing, tilting more and more towards them. At that moment, the figure of a girl was standing on the ship, watching as people jumped into the water one by one. It was Kana. She couldn't believe her eyes as the ship slowly collapsed. I don't believe it. She looked in horror towards the stern of the ship, Union Busan. The ship sank deeper and deeper as water flooded into the sinking vessel. The people watched in fear as the ship prepared to sink completely to the bottom of the sea. Then suddenly, a beam of light appeared from nowhere, illuminating their surroundings, shining up from under the water. The people on the ship didn't understand what it was. Tendrils from the ocean depths slowly rose, and the people swam in a panicked frenzy. It struck the ship hard. Kana thought it was the sea monster. She turned her face, gritting her teeth. They were terrified at the appearance of the tentacles. A sea monster! It's here again. From those tendrils, a girl slowly rose. The girl, supported by the tentacles, slowly flew into the air. Everyone looked at her in horror. A human? How is that possible? The little girl looked up. It was Lyda, her deep blue eyes filled with infinite sorrow. Everyone was astonished, staring at Lyda. Kana was bewildered. Lyda. Just then, Boda also slowly emerged from the water. He looked towards the little girl. Lyda stood right at the breach where water was flooding in. She planted herself in that spot. Lyda. The people around were horrified. That's a demon, not a human. After hearing those words, the little girl's heart grew even more gloomy and sad. All the people on the ship looked at the little girl in fear. They didn't dare to say a word, just watched in silence. The little girl felt just like that time. The feeling of being ostracized, feared, it's happening again. Lyda remembered when she was little, how everyone feared and shunned her. Just like the people at Oasis Port back then. Boda looked at the little girl anxiously. Lyda, hide your tentacles, quickly. Lyda smiled a bitter smile. She accepted the harsh reality. Brother Boda, I have no way back. She looked at Boda. This is the only way I can save these people. I have no other choice. Lyda pressed her lips together, suppressing the emotions welling up inside her. That I'm sorry, brother. Lyda used all the energy from her power to save the ship Union Busan. Boda and Kana both cried out her name in horror. Lyda, Lyda. The little girl thought about the venomous words, sea monster. Lyda recalled the memory of when she held Doctor for tightly. Don't hold back. Just do what you want. Don't care about anyone else. He looked at Lyda with disgust in his eyes. You have that supernatural power in your body, a terrifying power. The little girl glanced at the people staring at her in fear. I will become a monster, just as they say. A warm light from nowhere enveloped Lyda, the monster protecting everyone. Ivory-white tentacles slowly grew from Lyda's body, but they looked like the white wings of an angel, not the hideous, ugly sea monsters. Each ivory tentacle stretched out everywhere, enveloping the ship. The water shot into the air from the force of the tentacles on the water surface, creating a majestic scene. People were so astonished they couldn't believe it, their eyes fixed on the place where the light, like a descending angel, was emanating from. Everyone seemed frozen, staring in awe at the magical sight before them. Lyda was gently supported by the tentacles, then slowly lowered. The angel's light outshone everything around. Lyda was carefully and thoroughly protected by the tentacles. The tentacles emitted a soft, gentle light that seeped and spread to every corner. They formed a sturdy network, evenly distributed throughout the room. The people gaped in astonishment, speechless. Veins of blood gradually spread across her body, reaching Lyda's neck and face. She gritted her teeth, enduring the extreme pain. The tentacles growing from Lyda's body also finished forming a giant network, enveloping the entire ship. Energy flowed through the tentacles, then poured out across the network, creating a solid protective layer. Veins popped out all over Lyda's face. The pain of awakening her latent power made her scream out. Boda below was terrified, shouting his sister's name, Lyda. Lyda endured the terrible pain that MY body feels like it's breaking into pieces. It hurts so much. Her vision blurred from the tormenting pain. The ship is too big. I can't. The giant, slick hulls of the ship are stacked on top of each other. I can't do it. It's too big, too heavy. The heads of the monsters, like giant worms, reared up, then they crawled around chaotically. They emerged from the ship, continuously extending their enormous bodies outward. The entire massive ship had been completely taken over by this species of sea monster. Lyda's eyes transformed. One blue pupil had a cross-shaped pattern, and blue veins spread up to her face. Lyda stared in astonishment at the monsters that kept appearing, more and more of them. The sea monsters, resembling giant worms, spat out a kind of white silk from their mouths. The silk spat out by the sea monsters all headed towards Lyda, who was standing in the center of the ivory tentacles. Lyda was slightly panicked, watching the silk slowly approach her. In a sealed room, the water had risen more than halfway. Hero's group was trapped inside, the water already up to their chests. They both cried out for help in fear. "Help! There are people in here! Someone save us!" Hero noticed the water was moving strangely. A small whirlpool slowly appeared beside him. The whirlpool quickly grew, its radius getting larger and larger. Hero was astonished, muttering, "Is the water receding? What's happening?" The sea monster's tentacles occupying the ship were continuously sucking water into their bodies, causing them to swell. One of Hero's subordinates shouted, "Sir, look at the tentacles. What are they doing? They look so strange." The mouths of the beasts contracted continuously, sucking water into their bodies. The mouths protruding outside continuously spewed water out like waterspouts. They worked tirelessly to spray out water, creating a chaotic scene. Lyda turned her head, looking at the not-so-beautifully shaped sea monsters, and suddenly felt a sense of relief in her heart. Her strength had reached its limit. Lyda's face turned as white as a sheet. She struggled to sit up, prying open her heavy eyelids, feeling grateful in her heart. "Thank you." The ship experienced another strong tremor. The people tried to lower themselves, clinging tightly to the ship's railing to maintain their balance. Everyone was terrified by the violent shaking of the ship. The huge vessel tilted completely to one side, in high danger of sinking. Outside, sharp underwater rocks protruded from the water surface. The waterspouts created by the sea monsters gradually weakened, and the ship slowly stabilized on the sea surface. Then it continued to part the waves, moving forward. Kana stood carefully on the protruding walkway. It had been weakened by the heavy impact. Kana's face grew worried. She called out cautiously, "Lyda." Lyda was like a precious gem, lying in the center of the tentacle matrix, placed right at the bow of the ship. The people on the ship looked in amazement at the warm light shining down, like a miracle. One of them clasped their hands, praying devoutly. Everyone looked up at the halo of life, stunned, unable to believe their eyes. A child, clinging tightly to his father, asked in confusion, "Dad, is she human? How is that possible?" The father didn't know how to answer, but don't know. The boy's eyes shone with boundless respect and admiration. "She really looks like an angel, so beautiful." The person holding the camera was also too shocked to speak. "That little girl saved the ship. It's unbelievable." Everyone on the ship simultaneously looked towards Lyda, the expression on their faces all the same, utter astonishment. They began to clasp their hands in prayer, as a gesture of thanks to the divine being who had saved them. It's a miracle, a true miracle. Lyda tiredly closed her eyes, sinking into a deep sleep. That little girl is an angel. Lyda was stuck to the tentacles at a very high position on the ship's hull. Boda struggled to climb up, trying to get closer to his sister. Lyda was weak, resting with her eyes closed. Boda called her name worriedly, "Lyda." The strength in Lyda was completely depleted. The tentacles also began to withdraw from her body, causing her to slowly lean forward. Each connection to the tentacles gradually disappeared, and her center of gravity slowly shifted forward. Lyda began to fall. Boda, below, immediately reached out his arms to catch her. "Lyda." Fortunately, he caught Lyda's hand. Boda threw himself downward, his hand gripping Lyda's ever tighter, wanting to pull himself closer to protect her. They both fell into the sea. The worm-like sea monsters also quickly dived down after them, all of them caught by the vast ocean. Boda gritted his teeth, his heart in a state of extreme panic. "Lyda, wake up, Lyda." Lyda's eyes fluttered open, her vision gradually becoming clearer. "Brother." Boda seemed to hear Lyda's faint call. The tension in his face relaxed. "Yeah, it's me. Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Lyda was still slowly sinking into the deep, dark sea. Brother, the sea monster Guntuka appeared in my head again. Guntuka came here looking for me. The sea monsters will never stop searching for me. They want me dead. You have to be careful. Boda frowned at T.O. hell with them. Let them come if they want. I'm not afraid. That's why I became a guardian, to protect you. He comforted Lyda with sorrow in his voice. Don't worry. I will protect you with my life. I promise. Lyda smiled weakly, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, mixing with the salty seawater. You're too kind. Boda grew even more panicked, looking at Lyda in alarm. That's what I love most about you. I've always wished I could be with you forever. Only you. His hand holding Lyda's tightened. He had a bad feeling, but it's time for me to go. I'm sorry. He kept holding on to Lyda, not wanting to let go and oh, Lyda, what are you saying? Don't say that. Boda kept comforting Lyda. I will never leave you, never. Suddenly, a worm-like sea monster bit hard into the arm he was using to hold Lyda's hand. Boda winced in pain, his hand reflexively letting go. Lyda was separated from Boda. Boda relentlessly chased after Lyda's figure, which was being supported by the sea monsters, descending deeper into the S and O. He pleaded in agony, please don't go, Lyda. Lyda looked lingeringly at Boda's figure, tears streaming down her face. Boda drew his sword, activated its special function, and shot forward. Lyda. Boda used all his strength, chasing after Lyda, who was being escorted by the sea monsters, his heart filled with despair. Come back, Lyda. He pushed with all his might, swimming even faster, wanted to catch up to Lyda. Please, don't go. Boda's sword continuously created air bubbles, cutting a straight path through the water, diving into the deep sea. But very quickly, the sword ran out of fuel. The engine stopped midway, no longer working. To break down at such a critical moment, Boda was in a state of extreme panic. No. He tried to hold on to Lyda, but she was already far away from him. Her small figure gradually disappeared from Boda's sight. Come back, Lyda. The vast, deep sea grew darker and colder the further down they went. Lyda's faint light was also gradually dimmed by the darkness of the seabed. Lyda, that small light, grew more distant from Boda's sight. Then it gradually became just a tiny, flickering speck in a bottomless, dark expanse. That light grew smaller, then flickered out completely. Boda's tears could no longer be held back and streamed down, mixing with the salty taste of the seawater. Boda was alone in the vast, wide sea. He called Lyda's name in agony and despair. The sky was clear and blue. Flocks of seagulls flapped their wings, flying freely in the vast sky. Lyda's tentacles had mended the broken steel pillars, connecting them securely together again. Inside the ship, the holes and cracks were all carefully repaired by the tentacles. The experts quickly assessed the situation. Hiro and the chairman also went to observe the ship's condition. They not only stick to the steel surface, but also link together as a single entity. It's miraculous. Lyda, Hiro pointed out the important connection points that if we just cut this flesh, the ship will once again face the risk of sinking. We can't do that. The chairman looked silently at the tentacles clinging to the railing. Terrifying. This power is too great. Looking at the traces Lyda left behind, he couldn't help but marvel. How could a little girl do this? It's unbelievable. Boda sat pensively on a chair, his face showing an unprecedented ferocity, his eyes carrying a deep-seated hatred. Kana approached, standing next to Boda. S.O. The Guntuka was looking for Lyda. Boda whispered softly. Actually, I knew Lyda was gradually changing for a long time now. He remembered the scratch that appeared on the wall back then. A scratch made by a sharp object, leaving a prominent mark on the wall's surface that I knew everything, but I decided to ignore it. I was so stupid. Lyda hid in a corner, hugging her knees in fear, her whole body covered with a thin blanket, as if trying to hide the fear that was deeply invading her heart. I knew she was very fragile and weak. She had endured too much. Half of Lyda's face had been transformed. She was like a small animal scared out of its wits, tears streaming down her face. She must have been so scared. She must have been so lonely, fighting against it all alone. Boda gritted his teeth in anger, but I foolishly thought that if I just kept quiet, everything would be fine. I was wrong. Kana patted his shoulder comfortingly. It's not your fault, Boda. Lyda made her choice. She chose to leave to protect you and everyone else. That was her choice. Kana's eyes welled with sorrow. Lyda. The scene was left with only the vastness of the sky and the sea. Where are you, Lyda? Inside the broadcast room, a A subordinate reported to Dohu, "Captain, everything is ready." Dohu stood before the microphone, his expression solemn, without a hint of wavering. The voice coming from the loudspeaker made everyone focus their attention, listening intently. "Citizens of Union Busan, listen up." Everyone was confused, looking towards the loudspeaker, anxiously waiting for the news that was about to be announced. No one spoke, listening intently to the chairman's words that in our journey over the past 100 years, we have never faced any sea monster as ferocious as today's. The crisis occurred. The floating city was heavily devastated. Flames engulfed everything on the island. Oasis port. Overwhelming grief washed over the survivors of the massive sea monster attack as they clung to the bodies of their loved ones. We all know that these monsters will never stop. They will never give up. Countless bodies are scattered across the ground. A horrific sight. Mao's eyes were empty, lifeless, filled with extreme sorrow and disbelief at what was happening. His loved ones had lost their lives at the hands of the bloodthirsty sea monsters, whose craving for human blood only grew stronger. Mao clenched his teeth, an unquenchable hatred surging within him. His face was filled with murderous intent, hatred completely consuming him. His enmity for the sea monsters deepened. We must not falter, ever. The floating island could no longer hold. It slowly sank into the deep, abyssal sea. Akroma, the place that held every emotion, every beautiful memory, was utterly destroyed, gradually vanishing from the world map. The people watched in pain and despair as their home was incinerated, with nothing left. Their vacant eyes stared at the tragic scene before them, tears falling ceaselessly. "We cannot just sit here and wait to die. We have to do something." Akroma and his comrades' eyes were also red with anger, watching their homeland being utterly destroyed. The once prosperous and magnificent city was now in ruins, desolate. The floating city of New York, with smoke and fire billowing furiously. The architectural structures had completely collapsed. All that remained was desolation and death. A powerful foot stepped onto the rubble. Clark Miller's team stepped over the ruins, weapons in hand, bravely charging forward, leading the charge to annihilate the sea monsters. "We must unite, fight together." Tasa and Uku scanned their surroundings. "We must unite." The people quickly regained their spirits, their determination surging fiercely. "We will win, definitely." Kana and Bran regained their morale. Boda also set aside his sorrow, rediscovering his will to fight. The people were all fired up, ready to fight to the end. The guild master spoke heroically. "Let's show those sea monsters the strength and capability of us humans. We are not weak." As soon as the guild master finished, thunderous applause erupted, cheers echoing throughout the hall. Everyone was thoroughly convinced by the guild master. They had found hope to live again. Everyone responded enthusiastically. All residents of Union Busan had undergone training, a plan to destroy the sea monsters. "We will succeed." Boda and the other divers began to discuss battle strategies, preparing for the final battle. Goat spoke up. "Where are you going to find their nest? In this vast ocean. Where should we attack?" Boda's face darkened. "Lyda." He recounted what Lyda had once told him. Lyda was at the bottom of the sea. She saw the word Jenner carved on the ship's hull. She said she saw their nest where the Jenner ship sank. The seabed, scattered with various sunken ships, appeared right before Lyda's eyes. Guntuka hid behind the ship that was speeding across the sea. Guntuka had piloted the Jenner from that shipwreck graveyard. A team of exploring divers discovered the ship. They gathered their manpower and began searching for clues. Boda looked at the red box placed on the table. "This is the box we retrieved from the Jenner ship. The box has been in seawater for a very long time, covered in parasitic creatures. Their nest must be near where thousands of ships sank about 135 years ago. This can lead us there for sure." Lin was overjoyed. "Yes, we can retrieve the GPS data." "Where is it? Can we find it?" The map displayed on the computer screen, marking a specific location. "Knew it. It's in the middle of the Pacific, near the Emperor's Seamount chain." Boda fell into deep thought. The Emperor's Seamount chain. The sea monster chasing Lyda is there. I have to go there. Lyda's small, tear-streaked face appeared in his mind again. "Lyda." Boda clenched his fists, his resolve hardening like iron. "I will bring my little sister back, definitely." His spirit blazed, his eyes shot with red veins. Boda gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. "I will bring her back. Even if I have to kill every monster in this ocean, I will do it. Never give up." His eyes were completely consumed by anger and hatred fight. The sun gradually sank below the deep sea as fleets of ships followed one another. continuing the long journey. The Akroma survivor fleet. The boat cut through the waves, gliding over the vast sea surface. The ceiling lamp, lit, shook with every beat of the waves. On the table, a map was spread out, crisscrossed with complex trajectory calculations. Jocko and Akama were huddled together, discussing that IT will take at least another 15 days to reach the floating city of New York at this speed. Fresh water and fuel could also become a serious concern. They both looked up and saw the people sitting dejectedly in a corner, lost in thought. Will we get there safely, or will we face danger again? The sunset dyed the entire sky red. The sun has set, and night is about to fall. The guards hurriedly urged the people inside the ship's hold. Everyone get inside, quickly. The sun is setting. It's not safe. The heavy iron door slammed shut. The guards used all their strength to turn the lock, ensuring the door was securely fastened. Night fell quickly, plunging everything into a dark, silent blackness. The sea was eerily calm. The ceiling lamp suddenly began to shake violently. The people sat on the floor, hugging their knees, their faces showing extreme worry and anxiety. In their hearts, they prayed silently, hoping the gods above would take pity and help them overcome this ordeal. Most showed extreme panic and fear, their bodies trembling with each tremor of the ship. On the side of the ship, a mother was holding her child, lulling them to sleep. She noticed the ship's movement, panicked, and retreated, holding her precious child even tighter. Jocko and Akama detected a strange noise. They immediately grabbed their guns and advanced with light steps. They signaled for the mother to be quiet and move to a safer place. Jocko had a good idea of the situation and couldn't help but tremble. Akama stood beside him, panicked, gritting his teeth to calm himself. It's the sea monsters. They're here again. On the sea's surface, two shark fins slowly emerged. Then they moved closer to the ship. The fleet was surrounded by sharks. A monster of unknown shape was slowly climbing up the side of the ship. The monster looked like a dolphin, but had long tentacles. It was trying to cling to the ship's side and climb inside. Its tentacles struck down powerfully, shattering a corner of the ship. The loud noise made the people in the hold even more terrified. Each attack rained down on the ship like a heavenly blow. The ceiling of the hold shook violently, dust falling everywhere. It was like giant boulders striking the terrified hearts of everyone sheltering inside. On the deck, they're climbing up. They've gotten in. Suddenly, all the vibrations stopped. The panicked faces of the people froze, motionless. Fear rose in their hearts. They felt death was near, very near. The tremors started again. Frightened children huddled in their parents' arms. The atmosphere in the hold was extremely heavy, suffocating. Tentacles relentlessly attacked the deck, nonstop. The ship, under the fierce assault of the sea monsters, had reached its limit. A final blow from above descended, splitting the ship in two, sending debris flying everywhere. Fear enveloped the entire hold. Everyone held their heads, trembling in fear, endlessly praying for some miracle to happen. The people screamed in despair. It's the sea monsters. We're going to die. We're all going to die. There's no hope left. The ceiling lamp shook violently, as if about to fall. Jaco's team held their guns in a defensive stance, staring up at the deck ceiling, where the most intense vibrations were coming from. The ship's lock suddenly turned, creating a horrifying scraping sound. The people panicked, backing away, staring at the valve lock that was opening with dizzying speed. Jocko shouted, "Akama, raise your gun. Get ready to fight." Akama shouted back in response, ready to fight. The whole door slowly opened, revealing a faint glimmer of light. Contrary to what everyone imagined, the person who appeared behind the door was Boda. Boda, along with Kana and Bran, had already defeated the sea monsters. He smiled gently, asking with concern, "Is everyone okay? Is anyone hurt?" Akama's eyes widened in surprise. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Boda smiled friendly. Boda's group stood amidst the corpses of the sea monsters, looking down at the deck, holding hundreds of people. "We are divers from the Busan Guild. We came to rescue you after receiving an SOS call." The people cheered with joy. "It's the Busan Guild. We're saved." They hugged each other, crying with happiness. The ordeal was over. A miracle had happened. "We're saved. We're saved." Akama climbed out of the deck, looking bewildered at Boda's team. Suddenly, a giant ship appeared out of nowhere. Bright lights shone down on the small, rickety boat, which had been patched up countless times. The people on the giant ship gathered at the rail, cheering enthusiastically. The people below felt as if they had seen the light of their lives, cheering joyfully without END. It really is the Busan Guild. We're saved. I can't believe it. Akama relaxed and introduced himself. Thank you. We are the survivors of Acroma, heading towards the floating city of New York. Boda replied, coincidentally, we're heading the same way. It must be fate. The two shook hands. Let's go together. We'll be safer. The ship of the Notre Dame Guild slowly moved alongside the giant ship of the Busan Guild. The Busan Guild will escort everyone, don't worry. Half of the ship's hull was slowly swallowed by the sea, its debris floating on the surface. The Notre Dame Guild ship had been sunk by the terrifying invasion of 7 sea monsters. The dawn slowly broke over the horizon at Oasis Port, a chaotic mess, with only a part of it visible above the sea and the dead port largely destroyed. A massive explosion occurred, and a floating city, just like that, sank slowly to the bottom of the deep sea. The fire blazed furiously, burning away all hope of survival for the people on the ships not far away. Acroma was completely destroyed, with only a small number of refugees surviving. Bodies lay scattered everywhere, blood pooling on the ground. 30% of the entire population was wiped out in just one short day. The giant monsters stared at their prey, the small, weak humans with little strength to resist. The world's most important strongholds have been severely damaged. Therefore, they decided to discuss a new campaign, eradication, a plan to annihilate all the bloodthirsty sea monsters. The giant Busan ship led the convoy, cutting through the waves to continue its long journey. The survivors gathered together, returning to the floating city of New York. A floating city appeared faintly in the distance. The people couldn't contain their joy, shouting happily, "There's New York." Well, almost there. Their eyes followed the floating city in the distance, a strong hope for a peaceful life rising in their hearts that's so peaceful. Boda and Kana stood on the ship's rail, feeling the gentle, cool breeze that carried the breath of life. The fear of near death from the previous night had completely vanished, joy filling the faces of the Acroma team. Sonia and Goat also relaxed, enjoying these rare moments of peace. A flock of seagulls soared in the clear blue sky. Boats and ships bustled in and out. The floating city of New York, an advanced, modern city, was completely different from other floating cities. The Statue of Liberty stood majestically high above, the torch in her hand seeming to shine a light, guiding humanity out of danger and disaster. The people on the ship rushed to the rail, admiring the city's prosperity and magnificence. Look, the beacon of hope. It's so beautiful. The guild master stepped forward. A sailor on the ship received an order and contacted the city commander via radio. This is the Busan Guild. We request permission to enter the port. High up on a platform, a high-ranking official of the floating city was observing with binoculars. An officer standing next to him relayed the instruction over the radio. This is the floating city of New York. You are permitted to enter. The floating island's commander and his staff stood on the observation deck, right at the tip of the Statue of Liberty's nose, offering a warm welcome. Welcome to New York. Welcome, everyone. The city's special structure became visible. The floating city of New York is a large, cone-shaped floating city built to withstand even large waves, a unique design. There is no engine suitable to move this city far. It is too large. Sonia explained the history of the floating city of New York. There used to be 3 floating cities. Flames erupted, consuming 2 of the cities, then gradually sinking them to the bottom of the deep sea. But 2 of them were sunk by a massive explosion, and now only one remains, which is New York. Boda's group disembarked and entered the city's territory. They said this city is the last fortress humanity could build. It's truly incredible, a wonder. Sonia, excited, spread her arms wide as if to give the warmest of welcomes. Goat looked at the bustling, lively scenery. Old memories flooded back, and he exclaimed, "I'm back, New York. It's been 3 years, hasn't it? Time really flies." Boda, like a country kid in the city for the first time, couldn't stop looking around, full of praise. It's so spacious, so big. Of course, It's 6 times bigger than the Busan Guild. No joke. 6 times? That's incredible. Boda continued to gaze around, constantly amazed by the place. His companion couldn't help but tease. Stop looking around like that. You're embarrassing me. Such a country bumpkin. Boda noticed a group of divers gathered together, discussing something very seriously. Everyone was wearing diving suits, engrossed in conversation, oblivious to their surroundings. It seemed the group was facing a difficult problem. Everyone was contemplating a solution. Boda was excited, unable to believe there were still so many other divers in the world willing to face the sea monsters like this. It's truly admirable. Then we can rest assured, we are not alone. Suddenly, a figure rushed past Kana, shouting, "It's the Scutum." They're here again. Hearing that familiar name, Kana's eyes turned cloudy, filled with red veins. What? She repeated the name to herself, Scutum. Kana hastily pushed through the crowd, running forward. Kana's expression darkened. A giant, hideous sea monster stood towering before her. As if it smelled delicious prey, its massive body began to move. Kana's bloodshot eyes stared at the monster before her, unable to hide her shock and fear. A voice echoed from somewhere, a memory flashing in her mind. The sight of Kana as a child, her face covered in blood. One I was severely injured, bleeding profusely, while the other witnessed a horrific scene. Her face was horrified, frozen in fear. Run, Kana. Many had perished in the mouths of the Scutum. Kana's mother could not escape that fate either. Tears streamed down her mother's weathered face as she screamed in despair, "Run, my child." Kana's strong father was also trapped in the Scutum's mouth. He looked worriedly at his young child, shouting anxiously, "Kana, run." Fresh blood sprayed like a summer downpour, splattering onto the ground. Kana hid behind a large crate, witnessing the horrific rain of blood. That day, she grew up alone, a weapon in her hand. Every day, she trained to become stronger. From the day I escaped that hell, I swore to myself. A fire of hatred and murderous intent gleamed in her eyes, that I will risk everything at any cost. Even if I turn to ash, I will have my revenge. Kana gripped the knife in her hand, leaped up, and charged at the Scutum. I must wipe out every last one of these damn sea monsters. The sea monster, shaped like a giant crab, relentlessly attacked humans. They devoured every prey they could find that I believed that would help me meet the Scutum again. I will wait for that day, the day of revenge. Kana stood before the beast's corpse, her heart seething with hatred. That I promise. I will kill every single one of you, leaving none behind. Bran stood next to Kana, sensing the change in her. He sighed, "It seems you've lost your chance for revenge, Kana." Kana looked on coldly, her mind racing with calculations. Even Tion couldn't defeat the Scutum, and he rarely pursued them. They're too strong. Kana glanced around, then asked in a cold voice, "Who was it? Who killed the Scutum?" Sonia remained silent, her expression uncommunicative. Sonia pointed in a direction. "There's only one person who could kill 7 monsters in New York." A foreign man with a muscular, powerful build stood out among the group of divers, Clark Miller. The distinctive diver's tattoo on his arm was unique, unlike any other. The tattoo on his left bicep, besides the circle with an arrow, had a 5-pointed star encircling it. A bright red star sat right in the middle, directly above the arrow. A 6-star diver of the floating city of New York. A legend. Boda's eyes widened in astonishment. 6 stars? Impossible. Goat stepped forward, adding, "The Butcher of the Ocean." A fearsome nickname. Is he the hero here? Boda couldn't help but feel proud that my dad has 6 stars too. That's not enough. His focused gaze fell on Clark Miller, who radiated a brilliant aura amidst the crowd. "He has the same number of stars as my dad." I can't believe it. His flawlessly handsome face, blue eyes, and natural blonde hair all highlighted Clark Miller's dashing beauty. The Butcher of the Ocean. He is a heroic legend here, an extraordinary person. Sonia heard this, her heart filled with sadness. A heroic legend. Suddenly, as if by some force, Clark Miller turned towards her, his face lighting up as he walked over. Boda reminded, "He's coming this way." He extended his hand, offering a warm greeting. "Hello, I'm a diver from the bus." But in a flash, he completely ignored him, walking straight past without a glance. Sonia stood ahead. She braced herself, then startled, her eyes widening in shock. Clark Miller rushed forward with a smile and pulled her into a hug, saying cheerfully, "Sonia, you're back. I missed you so much." The girls around them saw this and cheered loudly. "Clark is hugging her. I'm so jealous. I wish that were me." Boda's eyes widened, and he asked through gritted teeth, "Are they lovers? Why are they so intimate?" Goat's face darkened, the brim of his hat hiding half his face. Actually, this happened a long time ago. Sonia was extremely uncomfortable being hugged by him, her teeth grinding audibly. Her hand trembled as she warned, "Stay away from me, Clark." He hugged her even tighter, his eyes flashing with a cunning glint, and reminded her, "What are you going to do? Everyone's watching. Aren't you afraid of losing face?" Hearing his warning, her eyes widened in disbelief. Why am I still so afraid of him? Impossible. She remembered the look in his sharp eyes from years ago. Her whole body felt as if it were sinking into an endless darkness. It was just that she painfully remembered the past, a giant looking at her with disgust. The me from 3 years ago, treated like a useless object, nothing more. She gritted her teeth, her eyes wide. Have I not changed at all? Still so weak. Suddenly, he let go of her, leaving her slightly surprised. Bran stepped forward, shielding her, and said politely, "It's an honor, Sir Clark Miller." But he was met with a disdainful sigh. He showed open contempt, walking past Bran and taunting, "Don't block my way, you measly 3-star. Bran, scorned by him, gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in frustration, but could do nothing. He approached her and whispered. She left New York, said she was going to become some kind of mercenary. "I'm disappointed, Sonia." He raised an eyebrow, looking at her contemptuously. "Are you still like this, hanging out with those failures? You need to associate with people on your level, not these small fry." Boda heard his words, so angry that a vein popped on his forehead, emphasizing each word, those. Bran's face was no better. He asked in a strained voice, "Failures?" Sonia was still lost in the deep shadows of her past. She gritted her teeth enough. She boldly glared at Clark Miller, without a trace of fear. Her eyes radiated an unusual determination and courage. "Don't talk about my friends like that. They are not failures." Sonia moved closer to his mocking face and shouted a warning. "You can do whatever you want to me, but if you dare touch my friends, I will not forgive you. Remember that." He smiled, glancing at her. "That you're still so rude, Sonia. If you want to go with those incompetent people, go ahead. I won't stop you." He paid no attention to her warning and added, "I'll take care of you. Whenever you come back, don't worry." Suddenly, he turned and saw the boy's face full of dissatisfaction. He asked cheekily, "What do you want?" The boy didn't hesitate, speaking his mind bluntly, "I don't like you." His eyes were filled with a cold, decisive look as he asked, "Who do you think you are to talk to us like that? What right do you have?" He had no patience to listen to the boy, cutting him off. "Listen, I'm not someone a no-star kid like you can talk to." "Got it." The boy's eyes began to widen, radiating a cold, murderous aura. He quickly pushed his hand away without a moment's hesitation. Seeing that he was being completely ignored, the boy asked, "You're a 6-star diver, right?" His face was flushed with anger as he criticized, "But your arrogance must be worth at least a few stars, right? Or is it all just for show?" He lost his patience, warning irritably, "Don't start a fight, kid. You'll only hurt yourself. There's no benefit." Hearing this, the boy became excited, raising an eyebrow to tease. "You deserve another star for being so good at shutting people up. Truly amazing." Clark Miller's eyes widened at that, and he cursed, "You piece of trash, you want to die?" The people around them, sensing the tension, began to whisper, "Are they going to fight? It looks intense." Seeing this, everyone got excited, shouting, "Fight! Fight!" The other guy was still about to boast, "I'll show you the difference between 6 stars and—" But before he could finish, the boy interrupted, "You talk way too much." Clark Miller, being cut off, his face darkened, radiating murderous intent. The two pairs of fiery eyes stared at each other, then like a flash of lightning. They both lunged at each other, throwing a flurry of punches and kicks. His punch narrowly missed the boy's face, and the boy's blow was just as close, no less formidable. The crowd around them, seeing this fiery combat, roared with excitement. They're fighting. Clark is fighting. Bran on the opposite side was also shouting encouragement. Kick his ass, Boda! He threw a lightning-fast punch, but the boy easily dodged it with a slight lean, a truly masterful dodge. He spun around to unleash a continuous combo, but the boy still dodged it with ease. His face now looked extremely annoyed, grinding his teeth. Then he seized an opportunity to kick, but luckily the boy blocked it in time. The audience around them was wide-eyed and open-mouthed, not believing what was happening. Clark Miller started to lose his patience. This brat, is he really a no-star? He glared, raising his fist towards the boy, his voice menacing. How dare you? The boy was no pushover either, standing his ground without retreating. Just as the two were about to go all out, a small whirlwind suddenly appeared in the sky. The creator of the whirlwind landed forcefully, cracking the ground beneath, forcing Clark Miller and Boda to pause their fight, hastily covering their faces. The wind blew so strongly that the onlookers felt like their teeth would be blown out. A shining sword was drawn. He glanced at Kana and asked, "Who's this now?" Kana closed her eyes, calmly calling out the names of the two combatants, Clark Miller, Boda. Then she opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping over them with authority. "Did we gather here for you two to fight?" Boda, hearing the warning, backed down meekly like a puppy. "Sorry, Kana. I was just a little heated." Clark Miller was also taken aback when he saw her, Kana. The people around them were stunned upon hearing her name, then began to whisper, "Is she Kana? The girl who killed Xenot at Oasis Port? The one Red Star, the sea monster slayer." The men nearby were sweating, silently admiring. "She's really not like the rumors at all. Much more real." Clark Miller's eyes suddenly lit up. He recognized the 5-star insignia on her. A mysterious smile touched the corner of his lips. He approached her, intending to start a conversation. "Pardon me, I didn't recognize the slayer of sea monsters. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Clark Miller of the floating city of New York." She replied politely, "I am Kana of the Busan Guild." He looked at her intently, offering a compliment. "You're much more beautiful than the rumors say. Your visuals are way better than the rumors." She seemed accustomed to such compliments, only tilting her head slightly. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand. Boda, witnessing this from the side, was boiling with rage. His eyes stared at him as if to pierce through him, a look that screamed, "Stay away from my beloved wife." He looked at her gently, his voice sweet as honey. "We're looking for a diver just like you." This made Boda, standing nearby, freeze. To add weight to his offer, he even quoted a saying intended to belittle Boda's team. "It's a pity that someone as talented as you is being held back by that team. Would you like to join my team? You'll be granted citizenship here and even become the vice commander of my team." The eavesdropping crowd outside gasped at this. Vice commander and citizenship? That's incredible. Boda was also extremely worried, shouting, "Hey, what the hell are you talking about?" But before he could finish his sentence, she cut in. "That's a tempting offer." Hearing her say that, Boda's face turned gray, like a withered leaf. "Kana, are you really considering?" He smiled with delight at this. "Oh, you agree?" But her eyes suddenly became resolute, her voice high and powerful. "But I refuse. I never invite or mention benefits when choosing a leader." Bran breathed a sigh of relief at her decisive answer. Immediately after, ignoring the dumbfounded man, she and Boda turned and walked away. He and his cronies still hadn't processed what had happened. Tassa approached from behind and commented, "She seems hard to persuade, boss." He chuckled mysteriously. "I thought Kana was the only one in the Busan Guild, but..." His eyes followed Boda's retreating back, filled with calculation that "It seems we have a few more nuisances." Noticing Sonia's distressed expression, Gong asked with concern, "Are you okay, Sonia?" She grabbed his collar, shaking him and yelling, "I'm so mad. I should have ignored him. Why did I let him intimidate me again? I'm so frustrated." Gong rubbed his neck, teasing, "Well, you did look like a loser back there. You looked really pathetic." She exhaled sharply. "What?" The young man looked up, his eyes full of understanding. "Clark thinks he's the best diver." Then he looked down again, comforting her sincerely. "He thinks you're useless, but the truth is, you're not like he thinks." His gaze shifted towards his teammates, and Kana's back ahead, and he began to list when Jocko needed help, or in those life or death moments, when Oasis Port was on the brink of danger, or during the tough times, when Kana's team had no ship to dock at Busan, or the moments you fought with all your might, when Boda dueled with Kensi. Looking in her clear eyes, he continued to flex her good points. You're always there whenever anyone needs help. He paused thoughtfully, then confessed his hidden thoughts. I think that's why you are truly a wonderful person. Sonia, hearing this, looked at him with teary, moved eyes. Gong. Ahead, Boda and Kana also looked at her with encouraging eyes. But Bran appeared from nowhere, shattering the atmosphere with a blunt statement. But you're not exactly wonderful. Just, I guess. Kana's face wrinkled slightly. What? The team walked together as Bran spoke up. But you called us friends. So are we friends now? Kana maintained her cool expression, replying, I have no intention of being friends with you guys. Night fell, and a luxurious yacht drifted lazily on the vast sea. Meanwhile, on another rather old-looking boat at the Busan Guild, in the area known as the Dungeon, rooms with rusty iron bars appeared. The walls were covered with old newspaper clippings. An old professor was meticulously examining every detail. In the messy, cluttered room, his eyes were glued to a piece of paper on the wall. Two young boys entered from behind, carrying a stack of papers, chirping, This is the last of the data we recovered from the Jenner, Doctor. One of them curiously asked the professor, Did you find anything? The old man's eyes widened, a cunning smile spreading across his face. I finally unraveled the secret of the sea monsters. At an old factory, Kana was carefully bandaging Boda's wound. Boda recalled the fight from earlier. I'm sure I dodged the blow, so why does it still hurt so much? He looked down at his shoulder, where a large bruise was forming. Here too. Kana sighed, looking weary. You still don't know? Even after getting punched? Kana began to review the fight. You left an opening 3 times when you attacked, and ended up getting hit by 2 of Clark's feints. You lost your balance 4 times, while only managing to land a single blow. You need to move faster. Maybe it's because you've gained weight, you're significantly slower than before. Pretty pathetic. Boda was both embarrassed and dejected. Why do you keep nagging me? Kana's face was serious that you're not a child anymore. Learn to avoid brawls. Take care of these wounds first. Kana tried to reach the medical kit on her tiptoes. Boda, seeing this, quickly grabbed it for her. Stop treating me like a child. They looked at each other, the air slightly awkward. Kana broke the silence. Sit down. Then she began to bandage and treat his wounds. Accidentally touching a wound, Boda cried out. The close proximity and unexpected skin contact made his heart race. He involuntarily remembered that day. That kiss. He looked at Kana. He thought to himself, Kana, should I ask if she remembers what happened that day? After that, Kana interrupted Boda's train of thought. All done, Boda. Boda snapped back to reality. Kana called out, bewildered, Boda. Boda quickly collected himself. What the hell am I thinking? He muttered, then stammered. Thank you, Kana. Kana looked at Boda with a hint of suspicion. You have a fever again. Boda quickly waved his hands. No. Doctor, for shelter. A rather messy room with countless documents plastered all over the walls. He sat pensively under the dim light. I need more information. Why did that explosion happen at the Vagabando's crater? Something must have happened in the Pacific 130 years ago. Suddenly, from within the wall, tiny little fish swam out, hovering in front of him. They kept circling around just as his brain was struggling to keep up with the questions. He was disturbed again. He grumbled, Don't bother me, I'm busy. But then a thought struck him. You want me to follow you? So he scrambled after the fish. He asked as he ran, Where are we going? Upon arrival, a giant, nauseating object appeared. What is this giant thing? He patted it. This a shin bone or something? Is it hollow inside? Suddenly, the ground shook violently, scaring him out of his wits. An earthquake. The fish tugged at his sleeve again. Where do you want to go now? Is there something you want to show me? All right. Following the fish up a rocky outcrop, for was astonished before Doctor, for was something enormous, looking like a giant octopus tentacle. He stared at it, chuckling softly. That must be the nest. It's this big? It looks like. Before he could finish, he picked up a strange object on him, looking at its bizarre shape and considerable size. A seed. Suddenly, the ground shook more violently, for fell down shouting. He panicked. The earthquake is getting stronger. A volcano might erupt. At this point, the doctor had an epiphany. A volcano. He quickly turned his head back. He pointed at the giant object in front of him. It used the nest's tentacles as a conduit to pump seawater onto the land. The ground trembled, and columns of water shot up everywhere. For continued, so they created an artificial earthquake to make the volcano erupt. A calm voice rang out, correct? For laughed loudly, turning his head back. Of course, Lita. He hesitated. Or is it Naka? A girl appeared beside the doctor. He continued, anyway, what reason would they have to try to make a volcano erupt? At this, he shouted, show me. The surrounding space shook violently. The giant nest suddenly exploded. From within, thousands of seeds, identical to the one he was holding, flew out in all directions. The strangely shaped seeds flew around, as if to capture all attention. For was astonished, then doubtful. Seeds. The explosion grew more intense. The silhouettes of the two stood against the light, silently facing the terrifying scene. First figure gradually faded into the light. A seed grazed his cheek. Suddenly, he was back in his research room. For snapped awake, I've found it. The final piece. Boda jolted awake. At that moment, A also woke up in astonishment. Suddenly, a voice from Alpha spoke up. Lita is definitely human. Amidst everyone's surprise, the person continued, the people of Oasis Port can guarantee this. Everyone was surprised by Mao's appearance. The crowd whispered, Mao. Kana also spoke up, Sir Ipe. Seeing Kana was also present, Mao immediately beamed, calling her name Kana. But right after that, Mao became angry. Thanks to Lita, those captured by Xenus were able to return safely. Lita is truly the savior of Oasis Port. Recalling the scene of everyone reuniting and Lita fainting in Boda's arms, Mao continued, everyone can trust her, but he was met with protests from the crowd. The sea monsters are cunning creatures. These sea monsters are beyond cunning. We must not let our guard down. Goka even has the ability to control people. Another person added, we have to check if those people are infected. Mao became furious upon hearing this. He went all out, ripping his clothes, a fierce look on his face, his eyes red. You people really need to learn to trust others. Mao stood before the crowd. Look, I am not infected. Boda looked wearily at Mao's actions. He slapped his forehead in helplessness. Mao. Kana, standing next to him, also looked helpless. Seeing this, Clark Miller winked at one of his men. He spoke up. We were talking to the survivors. Don't let emotions take over. Clark Miller smiled cunningly. We cannot trust the Busan Guild or Oasis Port. The floating city of New York will take command of this mission. A portly man with a bushy black beard, wearing the uniform of the Busan Guild, gritted his teeth, his face displeased. He said that. Boda turned to Gong with suspicion, asking, what does he mean by take command? Gong explained the matter to him. He wants all divers of the World Federation to obey him. It takes a huge amount of energy to maintain the giant floating city in New York for it to survive. They have to risk their lives to collect suitable energy sources. The black-bearded man from the Busan Guild continued Gong's explanation. The one who receives the command of this extermination mission will receive the greatest reward. They will use Lita as an excuse so that the Busan Guild has no authority. The black-bearded man warned Boda, be careful, Boda. Right now, everyone is only thinking of their own interests. Now everyone is just looking out for themselves. The crowd continued to argue. One person spoke up, we will take the oil refinery to destroy the coastal bay, then the right to use the Mediterranean people will be ours. Boda was shocked. He couldn't believe his ears, exclaiming, no way. Is that what they've been discussing during this whole crisis? Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed. Dr. For appeared, holding a seed. Boda was surprised at Dr. For? He questioned. Someone in the crowd began to wonder, who is that? Another person explained, he's the mad scientist of the Busan Guild. The doctor spoke, do you people know when the sea monsters will make their grand appearance? His question left many speechless. He continued, after the unexplained explosion in the Pacific 130 years ago, humans successfully released genetically modified seeds into the ocean with that explosion. For continued, humanity weakened as the sea level rose, while the sea monsters grew stronger and stronger. Deep below sea level, the queen sea monster was nurtured inside an egg sac. Soon, the seismometer will explode, the underwater volcano will erupt, a bigger and more terrible explosion than the one 130 years ago. It's about to happen. The seeds will be scattered across the Earth's surface and even into space. The seeds scattered into space will seek another mother planet, and the seeds scattered deep into the ocean will quickly form even more types of sea monsters. Eventually, they could conquer the entire Earth. The people here were all wide-eyed and open-mouthed, as if to say, what the heck? More sea monsters? A bald man clutched his head and cried out, "Ah, so that was the explosion in my dream." Dr. Fur grew more and more excited. "You will all die. You're all doomed. We're all going to die. Humanity has already been marked with an end. Prepare for extinction. Prepare to be wiped out." He laughed loudly. After hearing Force proclamation, the crowd descended into chaos. He continued, "You're planning to take the oil refinery to destroy the coastal bay? And what's this about the right to use the Mediterranean people? A bunch of fools." A blonde-haired man, hearing this, said in alarm, "We must bomb that place immediately. It's definitely a conspiracy." Dr. Fur is also from the Busan Guild. The crowd now began a riot, the sound of arguments deafening. "Oh, you have proof. You people who took the command, why should we believe you? Guarantee that you will distribute power fairly. Do you want to wait to die?" Finally, the high-level meeting was dismissed. Dr. Fur's words seemed to be true. The blond man covered his face. Impossible. But it was all too clear. Because the Jenner's research history was so clear, the World Federation decided to bomb the sea monster nest under the premise of unconditional cooperation, a mission named Annihilation. At the port, things had gradually stabilized. People's daily activities had returned to normal. Mao and Kana were having a quiet chat by the ship's railing. She suddenly said to him, "I was very surprised to see you, Mao." Kana didn't forget to congratulate Mao. Congratulations on becoming the leader of Oasis Port. But Mao didn't look happy at all. He spoke with a voice full of helplessness and regret. "I don't deserve to be their leader. I feel so pathetic, not worthy of being the boss. I couldn't even protect Oasis Port." Kana also grew somber. She asked worriedly, "The damage, was it severe?" Mao replied with resentment, his mood extremely sorrowful. "A lot of people were killed by that damn Goddick." He recounted the tragic scene of that day. "There was even one bigger than the Xenus that wiped out the port. We were completely helpless." Mao detailed the events of that fateful day. Then we received a radio message from the World Federation, informing them that Oasis Port, "Are you all ready to join the mission to exterminate the sea monsters?" Mao's voice rose, his fighting spirit and morale surging fiercely. "Ready. We'll join." Kana listened intently. Mao began to complain, "Our team is full of newbies with no formal training. We don't have any trained divers." But he explained, "We have a lot of professional divers." Mao continued, "They asked us to dig up the bombs that were sunk at the floating city of Atlanta. The divers worked hard to find the bombs hidden deep below the ocean floor. The bombs were slowly pulled up from the water by a crane. A supervisor was meticulously guiding the machinery. Place them in the right position. Slowly. Be careful." Boda and Kana looked up together at the bombs being moved into position. The welders were also diligently cutting the bombs open. Mao explained the plan to Boda and Kana. "We dismantled the bombs and turned them into explosive barrels." Kana wondered, can a bomb that's been submerged for 20 years still explode? Mao wasn't sure either. He said cautiously, "The more important issue is that we don't even know when it will explode." Mao gave an example of another city to illustrate. Just like the floating city of Atlanta, wherever a bomb explodes, that place will be sunk to the bottom of the ocean, he said cautiously. Just one small mistake, and everything is lost. Mao seemed very hesitant when discussing this issue. He was still worried about the safety of the divers. The divers. "These bombs are like forgotten artifacts. Who knew I could dig up a whole pile of these bombs by myself?" Hearing this, Boda also broke out in a cold sweat. Bombs. Boda flashed back to that time. He remembered before, someone who was stabbed in the chest had retaliated with a bomb. The monster took just one hit and was blown to bits. That time was truly terrifying for him, that I've witnessed their destructive power firsthand. Before Boda's eyes now were not one, but 100 bombs. Their destructive power could be immense. Just a slight carelessness, and the Grim Reaper could come knocking at any time. Boda stood frozen before this heavy arsenal, wondering to himself, are we going to put all these bombs in the Busan Guild? A familiar voice came from behind. A young man approached, his tone full of sarcasm. "Are you scared? You're chickening out." It was Clark Miller. Clark seemed unsatisfied with the current number of bombs. It's still not enough. We need more bombs. Mao could only throw up his hands. He explained, but we've tried our best. We can only dig up about 20 bombs a day. Clark boasted about his grand objective. I need to destroy the nest and deal with the remaining sea monster offspring. Boda and Kana also listened in silence, that he will eliminate all sea monsters with the potential to become a queen. Clark's eyes blazed with a determined green fire. Only 3 left. He began to name them one by one. First is a squid monster, Bazera, the one that attacked Alma. Second is the whale monster, Gadik, the one that attacked Oasis Port. Third is the octopus monster, Kraken, the one that attacked the commercial port. And Clark said with a meaningful tone, his face turning sinister, and depending on the situation, we might consider Lita a target. Mao and Bodo were stunned to hear this, their faces changing color. They shouted in unison, what? Kana also gave her frank opinion. If Lita betrays humanity, she said resolutely, I will kill her with my own hands. Boda shouted, Kana. Mao did the same. Kana didn't stop there. She made a firm demand. But if anyone dares to lay a hand on her, even a single hair, I swear I will slit their throat. I swear I'll make anyone who dares to touch her disappear. No more words were needed. Her eyes were sharp as ice, with no hint of a joke. They became fierce. She swore she would tear him to pieces. Remember these words, Clark. Clark pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. All right, I'm counting on you. As soon as Clark turned away, Mao angrily cursed, that damn bastard. Only Boda quietly watched him go. It seemed Boda had realized some truth. The ship continued to drift lazily in the vast ocean. Boda stood for a long time, his gaze distant, fixed on the sea. He thought of his sister, Lita. He closed his eyes, as if to send a message to the little girl. Where are you? Boda squeezed his eyes shut, slowly feeling Lita's presence in his mind, even if just for a fleeting moment. But I can feel you. The deep blue sea with its crashing waves, I can't imagine, he sadly told himself. Then pictured the little girl alone at the bottom of the deep sea, in that deep ocean. How lonely are you? His worry for his sister was clear on his face. How scared are you? In that deep abyss, Boda resolutely promised his sister in his subconscious, just wait a little longer for me, Lita. He imagined Lita's anxious and confused face. Little Lita was chilling at the bottom of the ocean. Just kidding. She was actually hiding in a large rock cave. First. I was hiding in a deep cave at the bottom of the ocean. The little girl curled up, feeling as if she'd been trapped in this desolate place for a very long time. Lonely, that's all. Everything around is strangely quiet. Time seems to have stopped. I've been here for several days. The little girl timidly peeked her head out from behind a rock, carefully observing her surroundings. Sometimes she went out to find something to eat, while ferocious monsters still lurked outside. Lita carefully reminded herself, I have to be very careful so the sea monsters don't spot me. The little girl tiptoed, intending to catch a small crab, and thought to herself, I'm gradually getting used to this lonely, dull life at the bottom of the sea. While deep in thought, she was painfully pinched by the crab, so much so that she burst into tears. In the little girl's eyes, the vast ocean was a mysterious and cold world, beyond anyone's imagination. The little girl lamented, the ocean, how cold, dark, and desolate. Lita wandered around the coral reefs and seaweed. She was fascinated, but sometimes it's also really beautiful. I miss my brother so much at times. Lita surfaced again, watching the ships pass by. Her heart was heavy that I'm so lonely. I even sought out Boda. Alma extended a hand, his voice full of goodwill. Thank you. We are the survivors of Alma. We are heading to the floating city of New York. Boda also replied cheerfully. We are also on our way there. The two of them shook hands, showing their solidarity that let's go together. Their fateful meeting and promise were sealed that very night. From a distance, Lita spotted the familiar figures of her loved ones, Boda, Kana. She couldn't hold back her emotional tears. A nearby boy saw Lita and curiously pointed her out to his mother. It's a mermaid, Mom. Lita quickly dove deep into the water. As she swam, the little girl cautiously thought, I need to stay as far away from them as possible, so they can't see me, a place where I can't hear my brother's call, even if he calls, even though my heart doesn't want to. But Lita had to accept the truth. She burst into tears again. I need to be alone. The little girl cried out bitterly, no, Lita longed to return to the loving embrace of her family. I want to be with Boda and Kana. Fear and anxiety enveloped the little girl. Being alone is so scary. It's so cold and lonely. Suddenly, a small tentacled creature appeared. It wiggled gently in front of Lita. Other strange sea creatures also swam around, as if wanting to protect her. It made sounds that seemed to want to soothe Lita and stop her crying. Lita moved, asked it, "Are you trying to comfort me?" The little girl leaned her head against it, whispering, "Thank you." Suddenly, a loud noise startled Lita. Her eyes widened, her mouth agape in astonishment. A giant monster was gliding by, looking ferocious. Lita recognized it, one of the 7 ocean monsters, Goddick. Its bloodshot eyes opened wide, staring intently at Lita. Lita suddenly became dazed. The monster spun upwards, then it dove down again, aiming straight for where the little girl stood. Lita shut her eyes tightly, not daring to look. But then, her eyes opened again, gleaming with extreme anger. A dazzling blue light erupted like a world-shaking explosion. The sky over the land was perfectly clear, with white clouds drifting lazily. A fish head was placed solemnly next to an altar, and the people around bowed their heads reverently. They prostrated themselves on the ground. The ceremony's officiant began to pray, reading earnest pleas to the gods, that we pray that you protect the ship and everyone. Protect us from the sea monsters. Other religions also had their own ways of praying to their gods. Before the day of battle, dolls in the image of the little girl were also created. Everyone pleaded earnestly, praying with all their hearts. The father raised a cross before the congregation, all praying as one. May peace come to them and their families through this turmoil. With countless beliefs and faiths, the steward approached Boda, handing the young man a small object. "Take this." Boda held the strange object in his hand, asking blankly, "What is this?" The steward explained, then carefully instructed, "This is a seagull skull. Always carry it with you." He told Boda about the arduous journey to obtain this item. "I had to spend quite a bit to get this from a Benin shaman. They say the seagull's spirit will protect you from the sea monsters." The steward was moved to tears. "Please be careful. It's not just the sea monsters that are dangerous." Boda sensed his sincerity and replied earnestly, "All right, I'll carry it with me." A ship guard reported to his superior, "Captain, the civilians are done. All sailors are on deck. The connection has been detached." Connection detached. The captain commanded loudly, "Open the sea lane." The ship began to move away, leaving the port, preparing for a stormy voyage. Everyone on the ship shouted in unison, "The Busan Association is ready to set sail." The majestic ship glided swiftly over the sea, as if ready for the long journey ahead. People cheered endlessly for those setting sail. "Take care, everyone." They waved to encourage the sailors, shouting loudly, "Bring us back a victory." Girls called out to their lovers, sending words of love, "I love you. Don't die, okay? Don't go kicking the bucket." The young man replied to his lover, "My love, don't worry." He gave the girl hope that I will return soon. An announcement from the ship rang out. The Busan Association is on the move. Acrobat shouted, giving the order to the entire army. "Follow them." Acrobat will stand shoulder to shoulder with the Busan Association. The Benin faction also cheered, showing their spirit of unity. They also declared Benin will also fight alongside the Busan Association. The command was given. Everyone got into combat readiness. An announcement rang out, "To your positions." The ships began to prepare for the battle. They sped along. Clark observed through his binoculars, then said, "Acrobat, Benin, even Oasis and the Busan Association have allied." He showed open contempt that a swarm of flies is still just a swarm of flies. A swarm of gnats is still just a swarm of gnats. What can they do? He was extremely smug and complacent with his forces. Our New York Army is much stronger. The Army's equipment is incredibly modern. The New York fleet with the ship Jersey, the ship Manhattan. Clark was supremely arrogant, believing himself to be the strongest. "The strongest is the one with the greatest destructive power," he shouted, rallying the soldiers. "Soldiers, advance for the future of New York." All responded in a powerful chorus. The two warships prepared for a large-scale battle. Jersey Manhattan attack. The loud announcement echoed across the warship to everyone. "Our destination is the Neptune chain. Let's go to the Pacific." They had finally reached the world's largest ocean. The Pacific, a sea as deserted as a locked pagoda, without a human footprint for a century. Divers had explored depths of thousands of meters. To understand the deep mystery mysteries of the ocean, humans utilize the remaining ruins of large cities or industrial facilities as valuable resources. The Pacific, with no such ruins, was like an arid desert for those who lived off marine resources. The sunset dyed the sparkling sea surface red. 7 more days to the Neptune chain. The night sky was full of stars. As night fell, ships large and small still glided across the sea. A sailor was observing through binoculars. He hurriedly reported to his superior, "Captain, look at this." In their sights, they spotted a creature moving on the sea surface. A herd of sea monsters was loitering on the water. About 40 sea monsters are moving in a group. The captain seemed to realize something, astonished. They have no intention of attacking us. Just as predicted, they don't intend to harm the ships. They're leaving. The captain seemed quite surprised. He immediately ordered, "Sea monsters don't usually travel with their own kind. Continue monitoring." Roger that. In the ship's cabins, the lights were still bright, even though it was late at night. It turned out the sailors were engrossed in arm wrestling bets, cheering enthusiastically. Win-win. Brun and another burly sailor were in an extremely intense arm wrestling match, both giving it their all. The burly sailor's side shouted encouragement, "Take him down." Brun's side was not to be outdone. They also yelled loudly, "Go, Brun." After a fierce struggle, Brun finally won. The burly guy was defeated. Brun was extremely pleased, acting provocatively. His side cheered loudly, "Brun, Brun, Brun." He leaned close to the burly guy's face, a treacherous smile on his face. "Give me your forehead," as promised. The burly guy refused to keep his word, crying out, "No!" Before he could escape, Brun flicked him, causing his head to snap back as if his skull would crack. It was excruciatingly painful. A large lump swelled on the burly guy's head. The onlookers roared with laughter. Gong watched them happily. He said to Sonia, "Look how happy they are. It seems they've all become good friends." But she was only concerned about Boda, who was nowhere to be seen. She asked Gong, "Where did Boda go?" Kana, having just finished washing up, walked out. She suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. Kana noticed a strange object on the table. It was the fossilized skull of a skybird. Kana picked it up. She couldn't help but be curious about the object. Boda was standing listlessly by the railing, looking very sad, his eyes full of thought. 2 days had passed since their departure. Looking out at the calm, deep sea, Boda silently calculated his plan. 5 more days until the Neptune chain. Thunder rumbled from the high heavens, followed by flashes of lightning that lit up the entire sky. Despite the rapidly approaching storm, the ships resiliently sailed on. The man with the binoculars observed, then exclaimed, "I've never seen clouds stacked like this before." As soon as he finished speaking, the helmsman next to him spoke up, "The storm is heading north of the ship, sir." His face hardened, showing clear worry. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered, "Increase speed by 25 knots. Get clear of the storm's range." Suddenly, from the starboard side, a young man shouted worriedly, "Report, the monsters are moving in a group." In the distance, the ships were still moving. The sea waves suddenly became violent. The silhouettes of a few fish appeared and disappeared under the water. Someone spoke up, "There are more of them than yesterday." The man stood on the ship's side, puffing out his chest as if to feel the chill of the approaching storm. Suddenly, he saw something. His face went blank, and he froze. Beneath the white-capped waves, the sea monsters swarmed in herds, swimming after the ships. They skimmed across the water's surface, leaving white wakes. Their sharp teeth were bared, as if they were anticipating a sumptuous feast. Everyone on the ship scrambled to prepare for battle. The sea monsters had surrounded them. The man with the gun fired continuously into the sea. He quickly shouted a warning. "The sea monsters are on the starboard side." Then suddenly he saw something, stopped blankly, and uttered in doubt, Monsters with tentacles were also flying around, looking different from the rest of the monsters. The lights from the ship shone down on the sea, illuminating the hideous faces of the sea monsters. A robot-like device was observing under the water. When it recognized them, it transmitted a message back that they're swimming close to the ship. Brun observed the situation below for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. "That group has a special individual, like the one we saw yesterday." A man on the ship's side fired his gun downwards. A moment later, he exclaimed in horror, "So many." The light from the ship continued to shine, revealing the giant and terrifying shape of the monster. After a moment of startled fear, the men on the ship quickly regained their composure and opened fire on them in unison. The blond man stood at the stern, watching the rolling waves, and suddenly wondered, where did they come from? The radar swept the area. More and more green dots appeared. The commander growled, gritting his teeth. They're all coming from the west. Then suddenly, he realized something, so stunned he was speechless. The sea waves rolled on, heading towards a distant place. A panicked voice cried out, "Are they heading to the Pacific, to their nest?" The blond man still stood there, his long hair flying wildly in the wind. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. He said softly, "Wait." His face could barely maintain its composure. The blond man continued, "They are gathering." Someone monitoring the system screen suddenly became agitated. He stammered, unable to speak. "Captain, there's..." Countless green dots were rushing in, more and more, as if about to surround and attack the entire base. The person's voice was full of fear. "Something is approaching on Kana." Tassa stood next to Clark Miller, calling out, directing his gaze that way. "Clark, look!" He quickly turned around, then was stunned by the scene unfolding on the sea. A tsunami. Before their eyes, giant waves, as if wanting to swallow everything, towered like the Grim Reaper's scythe, crashing down one after another. The people inside the ship's cabin also witnessed this scene, screaming in panic. "What is that?" Another person also gritted his teeth and watched, cursing angrily. "What the hell is that?" The monsters seemed to be submerged by the current, then pushed along by the tsunami. They opened their mouths wide, their eyes glowing as they saw the prey ahead. The giant wave carried a swarm of sea monsters as numerous as ants, flooding in, perhaps hundreds of thousands of them. They were pushed this way by the wave, some even trampling over each other to advance. Countless grotesque faces appeared, all shapes and colors. It was impossible to count how many species there were. Seeing the situation becoming as tense as a bowstring, Clark Miller hurriedly shouted, "Maximum speed! We can't ram the moving monsters." The fleet continued to advance, with the monsters getting closer and closer. An urgent voice rang out, "Head into the tsunami now." A monster had crashed into the cabin below. Someone shouted an order, "Move to the left flank." The monster had left, but its tentacles were still caught near the ship's engine. No one knew what was about to happen. Suddenly, as the monster tried to break free, perhaps because the propeller was spinning too fast, its tentacle was sucked in and torn to pieces. Immediately, the monster let out a painful roar. The cry was like a call to its kind. Several other monsters surfaced in response, forcing everyone on the ship to struggle to defend themselves. They wore protective gear. Standing on the boat, they fired frantically towards the sea. The monster was hit, its body riddled with wounds. It stuck out its tongue in pain, probably about to die. Its corpse slowly sank into the sea, fresh blood spreading. Its kind rushed over. Seeing the scene, their anger exploded. They raised their heads to look at the sea surface, where the human ship was anchored. The men were still firing frantically. Someone ordered, "Open fire. Protect the ship." The monsters that surfaced were all repelled by gunfire. Their fresh blood dyed a whole area of the sea red. At the same time, the ship also began to rock violently. A moment later, something huge surfaced, capsizing the ship and sinking it to the seabed. Several men fell into the sea and were torn apart by the monsters. One screamed in pain, "Help!" Clark Miller observed this unfavorable situation and coldly ordered, "If they get close, we're dead. Don't turn back to save anyone." The largest ship led the fleet away, trying to escape the ant-like swarm of monsters. Someone shouted an order, "Focus on getting out of here." A few exhausted men, adrift at sea, used their last bit of strength to cry for help. "Help! Don't leave us behind." However, the only response was a chilling silence. All that remained were the monsters and a few capsized ships. The monsters proceeded to sink another boat. They opened their sharp-toothed maws, every action as if seeking revenge for their fallen kin. A few ships were still out of range, and firepower from them rained down frantically. The number of monsters killed increased. They roared in pain with savage cries. The man fired continuously, then shouted, "They're coming this way." In front of the soldiers, a terrifying sound rang out. A wave had crashed down on the entire ship. Suddenly, dazzling streaks of light tore through the night, slicing the monster into 100 pieces. Two figures surfed on the wave, emerging from the putrid pool of blood. Kana and Boda landed gently on the sea surface, speeding away under the lightning bolts. The man saw the two of them and shouted angrily, "Kana, are you crazy? However, she didn't reply, quickly assigning tasks. Boda, I'll provide support from behind. Focus on rescuing people from a ship. Roger, over there. In front of them, the man was floating on the sea, crying for help in fear. Save me. Clark Miller's sleek board skimmed across the water. His hand quickly grabbed the man. His hair was blown back by the wind. Clark Miller turned back and shouted, "You hold on." The man, his body covered in blood, it was unknown if he was still alive, was helplessly dragged away by Clark Miller. Clark Miller gritted his teeth at this sight, his brow furrowed, his face filled with anger. With the help of the tsunami, the monsters advanced in a line. They climbed over each other to charge, crawling onto the ship's side. Clark Miller stood right beside it, utterly horrified as he witnessed the scene. The monsters got closer and closer. Guns seemed useless now. Clark Miller looked that way worriedly. He hurriedly shouted, "The Jersey is in danger." The men on the ship could no longer hold on. They saw the monsters closing in and quickly turned to flee. The monsters swarmed up, covering the entire exterior of the ship. Horrific screams echoed continuously. In just a moment, they caused the ship to list. Watching the ship collapse into the sea with the monsters, someone shouted an announcement. The Jersey is down. The men fell into the sea with the monsters, as if sinking into an endless darkness. Suddenly, several large oil barrels fell from the ship, flashing brightly. A monster sank its teeth into a barrel, eagerly watching the light emanating from it. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion occurred, shaking the entire sea region. A blinding light obscured everything, leaving only swirling ash and dust. The monster's corpse was also incinerated, its remains flying everywhere in the blazing sea of fire. At the same time, two figures quickly dashed out. The blazing red fire made it impossible for those around to see anything. After a moment, as if having seen something, Clark Miller's face went blank and he froze. Three ships emerged from the blazing sea of fire. A voice gave an order, "Move into the storm. Maximum speed now." Witnessing them struggle in the storm, someone's eyes suddenly gleamed. A hand was raised to cover the mouth, hiding a slowly forming smile. The man's face was hidden in shadow, revealing a cunning expression. He said smugly, "Things are getting more interesting." Memories flooded back. The image of a blonde-haired boy appeared, blinking his innocent eyes. That was Clark Miller. His small body stood next to the imposing monument of his father. He was the son of the great John Miller, the ruler of the floating city of New York. His father's statue was illuminated by sunlight, enhancing its majestic and imposing appearance. But surrounding Clark Miller was the darkness of the alleys. Unlike his father, the boy preferred small, dark alleys. A few stray cats lurked in the shadows, warily watching the newcomer. His feet stopped in front of a small stray cat. It wasn't scared at all and even rubbed against his leg. Clark Miller tilted his head, observing it curiously. He hugged these stray cats, smiling as he fed them in the small, dark, damp alleys. He picked up the cat, his gentle eyes looking at it affectionately, reeking of fish. His two hands gripped the cat's neck. Its eyes seemed to be smiling at Clark Miller, completely unaware of the impending danger. Clark Miller's back seemed to hide something. Only the cat's paws were seen, suddenly stretching out straight. His eyes were bloodshot. This place was extremely dark and damp, as if it were the perfect place for him. The father waited from a distance, staring at his son's back. His face was calm as he watched. John Miller initially thought his son was just being curious. The cat's whole body went limp. Blood slowly dripped down as it was held suspended. Another scene, a knife glided gently, quickly cutting a cockroach in half, just like other children who like to play with insects. Clark Miller's shadow stretched long on the ground, obscuring the light. Around him were countless insect corpses that had died at his hand. But Clark's dark side was becoming more and more apparent. He emotionlessly raised his blood-stained hand to admire it. Then he suddenly brought it to his mouth, as if to lick the blood clean, or as if painting a ghostly smile on his face. Drops of blood fell onto a white sheet of paper, as if signaling another life was about to end. A young man clutched his bloody eyes, groaning in pain. The first person he stabbed was his own brother. Clark Miller's father and mother rushed to hold the brother, looking at their son holding a knife against the light, looking like a demon. The father called out, "Clark!" Seeing what his son had done, John Miller questioned him in a loud voice. "Why did you stab your brother?" He approached his little son, gently advising, "You must not hurt people. Never do this again." But Clark Miller didn't seem to listen. He asked blankly, "Why not?" John Miller didn't expect his son to ask that. He asked back doubtfully, then said, "What do you mean?" "If you do that." He seemed to regain his composure, trying to enunciate each word to this abnormal son. "People will see you as a monster." Behind her husband, the mother trembled with fear. A moment later, something horrifying made her eyes widen. John Miller gritted his teeth, growling each word But Clark Miller suddenly cut his father off, saying, "So people will hate me, right?" John Miller thought his son understood and quickly said, "That's right." But unexpectedly, Clark Miller replied with an emotionless face, "Then I just need to make sure no one sees." Obviously, John Miller never expected to hear these words. His face was blank for a long time. He thought to himself, this kid is not a normal child. His whole body felt like it was frozen. His bewildered eyes had lost all life. John Miller told himself, if I abandon him like this, Clark will become a monster. Imagining the scene of corpses littering the ground, he worried, what if he becomes a murderer? Looking at the innocent son before him, the father couldn't believe what he had done. Why son? His two hands rose, reaching towards the boy. Clark Miller suddenly called, "Father." His call made him pause, thinking to himself, "No." John Miller's trembling hand moved towards Clark Miller's neck. But then his arm changed direction, landing on the boy's shoulder, causing Clark Miller to stare blankly at the hand on his shoulder. Clark Miller was enveloped in John Miller's warm embrace. He was bewildered, not understanding. "Father." John Miller's expression was grim. This is the only way to stop him from becoming a monster. He pointed in one direction. "Clark," John Miller said seriously to his son, "the monsters you are allowed to kill are over there." The sea sparkled under the brilliant sunlight. The horizon stretched endlessly. Clark Miller looked in the direction his father pointed. The boy was stunned by the magnificent beauty of the sea. The scene suddenly shifted to a terrifying stormy day. Ferocious sea monsters attacked the ship rocking in the middle of the ocean. Son, become a harpooner. Clark looked ahead. All of them. A flash of lightning illuminated Clark Miller's excited face. The thing I'm allowed to kill. Kana and Boda zipped across the water on their boards. "Kana, Boda, there's lightning. Everyone, get back to the ship. An army of sea monsters is approaching. They're heading for our ship." The harpooners fired continuously at the sea monsters, shouting as they shot, "Fire, fire!" The bald guy noticed the situation was not good and quickly turned to warn, "There's a big wave ahead. Everyone watch out." A giant wave was thundering towards the ship. The sea monsters took the opportunity to leap up and attack, breaking through the defenses. Monsters swarmed onto the deck, one by one. The harpooners were attacked by the monsters and fell. One, being chased, instinctively fled, running towards Clark. Clark quickly charged forward, taking down the sea monsters with deadly blows. He sliced them into pieces. The monsters' corpses fell like leaves. A group of harpooners hastily dodged. Clark killed frantically, each powerful spear thrust striking down the sea monsters. The sea monsters relentlessly closed in, attacking the harpooners. Clark appeared, taking them down, saving his comrades. One by one, the sea monsters were destroyed by Clark's spear. Clark Miller was like a demon of destruction, charging into the middle of the monster encirclement and slaughtering them. A look of satisfaction appeared on Clark's face. His heavy foot stomped on the ground. A spectacular somersault, followed by Clark's skillful slash. A gash appeared on the giant bodies of the sea monsters, blood splattering everywhere. Clark landed with a heroic air. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Clark, remembering that day, when his father placed a hand on his shoulder, pointing to the sea, become a harpooner. In front of Clark, a swarm of sea monsters gathered, attacking him together. Clark's face became excited, his spears swinging up. A blade swept through. The sea monsters were completely annihilated, killing the sea monsters. Absolute power was demonstrated through the path of Clark's blade. Becoming a monster, half the sea monsters were sent flying by his slash. Clark shone amidst the pile of monster corpses. Monster blood dyed Clark's body red. He stood heroically on the monster corpses. The harpooners witnessed Clark's terrifying slaughter, endlessly expressing their admiration. "Our captain. The captain is the best." They chanted his name endlessly. Clark's sharp gaze swept over them. You're my way, you fools. Clark looked at the endless swarm of sea monsters surfacing from the sea, piling up before him. One end of the spear was attached to a rope. The hook made a sound. Clark got into a throwing stance that I'd love to keep playing with you, but he put all his strength into it, powerfully throwing the spear at the sea monsters. His throwing posture cut through the wind. The spear in his hand flew out. It's time to end this. The spear pierced through a monster's head and continued to fly forward. The rope followed. The rope was quickly pulled taut, its other end securely hooked to the ship's deck. Clark's spear flew like a kite in the sky. A bolt of lightning struck the spear, which quickly accumulated electrical energy. A powerful current traveled along the spear, then down the rain-soaked rope. The current ran straight to the ship's deck, right where the monsters were gathered. The lightning quickly spread to the nearby beasts. All of them had their lives taken by the extremely strong current. Clark watched calmly. The current had terrifying destructive power. The sea monsters writhed in pain. The light from the electrical friction brilliantly illuminated the entire area. Many harpooners also stood frozen in amazement, watching intently. Boda's jaw dropped in astonishment. Kana also stared wide-eyed, dazed. The beasts were knocked off the ship and fell into the sea. Clark still stood there, motionless as a statue. Harpoonist Leo couldn't help but exclaim, "Unbelievable, he just used lightning." Boda was stunned, despite the pouring rain. Every one of Clark's movements was flawless. Is that the power of a harpooner? His eyes seemed to awaken. It's not just a rumor. The dim light of the lightning highlighted Clark's sharp features. The ocean butcher, Clark Miller. The sea's wrath had not yet subsided. Vicious waves still slammed against the ship's side, causing it to shake violently. Lightning suddenly struck the ship's signal mast, causing a loud explosion. The staff in the control room ducked their heads in fear. The wind howled and the rain poured. Large waves were still relentlessly attacking the ship. Lightning. Everyone get inside, quick! The sea monsters struck by lightning were blown to pieces, completely disfigured. Another sea monster surfaced. The lightning, as if it had eyes, powerfully struck it. Sea monsters writhed in pain, leaping out of the sea and then falling back down. Some felt fear and quickly dove deep to the bottom of the sea to escape. The sea monsters fled in droves, their silhouettes flickering beneath the seawater. They no longer surrounded the ship, quickly swimming away. An observer shouted, "They're gone." People couldn't believe their ears, shouting in unison, "The sea monsters are gone." The exhausted harpooners collapsed onto the ship's deck, were saved. After the life-and-death battle, their bodies still trembled uncontrollably, thank God. Each ship was trying to withstand the power of nature. The course had changed. Everyone changed course to 260. The sun had risen, its light shining down on the calm sea. The fleet had safely passed through a dangerous stormy night. The small boats were operating around the command ship. Last night's rain had caused too much flooding in the ships. Everyone was working hard to bail the water out. Everyone on board was diligently repairing the ship. The command ship, with its massive structure, was basking in the morning sun. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was extremely tense that a total of 7 ships sunk, 87 dead, and 21 seriously injured. Someone was reporting last night's damages. 0.5 ships were abandoned and are currently unaccounted for. Mao angrily slammed his hand on the table. Cowards. They all ran away. A harpooner, terrified, his face pale, said, "In that battle alone, we lost 30%. The faint-hearted were immediately frightened that I've never seen so many sea monsters before. They're probably waiting for us at their nest." They cried out in despair, "We have absolutely no chance of winning. With the damaged ships, I'm afraid we can't move on." The steward was also terrified, stammering, "Let's go back to New York. We need to reconsider." The crowd clamored, "I agree. We have to review the entire plan." "I agree too. Let's go back to New York." Boda's heart was heavy oh, it comes to this. He glanced at everyone in the room, silently wondering, this war, can we really win? Men zipped across the sea, urgently shouting, "Take my hand." Kana was pulled across the sea by men, her body covered in blood. The wounds on her body bled ceaselessly, mixing with the seawater. If the injured person was Kana, Boda silently calculated, would I be able to continue? Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Are you people scared?" Kana looked contemptuously at the group that had just demanded to return to New York. Did you all just rush into this fight without knowing what we'd be facing? Clark, who had been dozing with his head propped on his hand, groggily woke up. Alma looked at Kana in alarm. Kana seriously analyzed the situation. There are still people who are counting on us to protect them. That is the primary duty of a harpooner. Clark looked at Kana with amusement, thinking with contempt, that will only scare the cowards more. Duty? You're so naive. Kana continued to persuade them. According to Dr. Ford's calculations, the biggest explosion is about to happen. There's not much time left. We have to risk this battle. Those who had just been clamoring to retreat were now strangely silent. Clark cursed silently. Hypocrites! Why should I risk my life for others? Clark, like a king, rested his chin on his hand and thought, but this hunt has brought me quite a lot of prey. I won't miss out on this fun. Clark smirked. .7 ships sunk and 87 dead. Just as expected. He offered his assessment. We had even projected less than 20% survivors, right, Kana? Everyone shouted in horror. 20%. Clark closed his eyes, his expression nonchalant. I don't need anyone who wants to turn back at this point. Clark's blue eyes gleamed dangerously. Anyone who runs won't make it back alive. I'll throw them into the sea for the monsters. He calculated silently. They'll just complain if I continue to indulge them. A threat will force them to overcome their fear of the sea monsters. Clark stood up. That we've come this far. There will be no stopping or running away. Boda and Kana were frozen by Clark's powerful declaration. The price of this victory might be many lives, but in return, their beloved families would be safe. Hearing this, the cowards who were previously ashamed by Kana's words now felt their courage renewed. A glimmer of hope shone in their eyes, ready for the journey ahead. Clark, like a general, boosted everyone's morale, his voice resolute. Stay firm. We will win this battle. Clark's words were like a shot of adrenaline, making everyone start to think, remembering Clark's glorious battle yesterday. The belief in a glorious victory rose strongly again. If it's Clark, nothing is impossible. The determination to fight boiled in everyone's heart. Believing they could do it, that they would win, a harpooner suddenly burst into the meeting room, his face frantic, announcing urgently, it's an island. There's an island ahead. Boda couldn't hide his surprise. An island. He and Kana looked at each other, their eyes full of astonishment. And there, in the distance from the ship, a solitary, mysterious island gradually appeared in the middle of the vast ocean. The binoculars were quickly adjusted, focusing on the strange island. Could this be an artificial island? The association leader, holding the binoculars firmly, stood on a high platform observing meticulously, his face full of doubt. I've never heard of an island in the middle of the Pacific. News of the strange island spread quickly. Curious people flocked to the deck, looking into the distance, buzzing with discussion. What is that? Is it a nest? Aroma, with a radiant face, joyfully shouted, it might be a real island. Meanwhile, Boda and Kana were lost in a jumble of thoughts, their hearts full of doubt. Really? It can't be. Clark approached Boda, his voice calm. That we'll know if we go there. We need a place to stop anyway. Clark's eyes were bloodshot, gleaming with a terrifying fervor. Whether it's a real island or a lair of bloodthirsty sea monsters, whatever stands in our way, there's only one word: destroy. Boda looked at Clark, an overwhelming sense of shock rising within him. Clark Miller, this man, is truly a homicidal maniac, someone who finds joy in taking lives. He glanced at Kana, standing beside him, instinctively comparing them in his mind. Two people, two extremes, complete opposites, like light and shadow, unable to coexist. Kana's solemn face was a stark contrast to Clark's coldness. Clark's cruelty was like that of a demon, while she was like an angel, coexisting on the same fateful ship. Without a moment's hesitation, the fleet quickly changed course, heading straight for the mysterious island ahead. The loudspeaker echoed through the air, all hands, prepare yourselves. We are heading to the island ahead. Kana pressed her lips together tightly. Her beauty was even more captivating, exuding an indescribably cool aura. In contrast, Clark Miller gave off a suffocatingly dangerous feeling. His sharp gaze could make anyone tremble with fear. Step back. A strange contrast, an angel and a demon on the same ship. The loudspeaker blared once more, loud and clear. All hands, prepare yourselves. We are heading to the island ahead. The small boats quickly followed the warship, heading towards the hazy island in the distance. From a distance, the island appeared desolate and eerily barren. Old, rusty shipping containers were piled up, scattered everywhere. It was a bleak scene with no sign of life. Two small boats cautiously approached the edge of the island, a scene of ruin and devastation appearing before their eyes. A jumble of containers. Are those containers? Boda stood next to Sonia, both unable to hide their surprise. All of this, it's all man-made. It didn't take long for a soldier to nimbly climb onto a container, with Boda following closely behind. Suddenly, a violent tremor ran through it. Boda was momentarily startled, and the soldier ahead of him was also surprised, a bit flustered. Mao, his face pale and sweaty, stammered, "This isn't an island." It turned out that where they were standing was a pile of old, dilapidated containers, stacked on top of each other, floating in the middle of the ocean. More accurately, this was a giant junkyard, a mobile mountain of trash. No one could imagine how many containers have been discarded here, turning this place into a giant container graveyard in the middle of the sea. Suddenly, two soldiers seemed to spot something and shouted, "Look!" It turned out they had found a giant life buoy nestled among the scrap. One soldier recognized it. It's a buoy from New York that was lost in a storm. Mao, his heart full of doubt, couldn't believe his eyes that it seems all this junk was swept away by the current, gathered here, and accidentally formed an artificial island. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on the knots of rope on a nearby container. This knot looks quite new. It clearly couldn't have happened naturally. Knot curiously picked up the rope to examine it more closely. This was tied by a person. Someone did this so it wouldn't float away. A comrade with a head as round as a ball voiced his guess. There must be someone living around here. The three of them stood on top of a container, looking in three different directions. The other one cautiously observed the surroundings and said, "They might be watching us from somewhere." All of a sudden, Sonia pointed into the distance, shouting, "Over there!" Her shout startled Boda, who reflexively looked in that direction. And then, they both saw a small figure, standing on another container not far away. The silhouette became clearer. Unbelievably, it was a little girl, thin and frail, with short, messy hair, wearing tattered, ragged clothes. Boda couldn't contain his surprise, exclaiming, "A little girl?" The others were just as stunned, their hearts full of doubt that a child in a desolate, scary place like this. For a moment, Boda was speechless, as if frozen. The girl's appearance was too sudden, too unbelievable. How could a child survive, live in a floating junkyard, isolated in the middle of the ocean like this? Boda looked at the girl's small, weak figure and unconsciously mumbled to himself. She looked so much like Lyda. Mao, without a moment's hesitation, put his hands to his mouth and shouted, "Hey, little girl." The girl, perhaps startled by the sudden shout, scrambled to her feet and hastily ran away. Mao stood there dumbfounded for a moment, not expecting to have scared a child so much that she ran for her life. But Boda reacted faster. Without a moment's hesitation, he chased after the girl. He leaped as fast as a cat from the container they were on, causing his two comrades below to nearly tumble over from the force of his jump, which shook the container violently. Wait a minute. By now, Boda had caught up with the girl. Due to her short legs, she struggled to climb up. Mao had also just arrived out of breath and said loudly, "Little one, wait a minute." Hearing the call, the girl turned her head to look at the two of them. Before her was Mao's strange face, his eyes streaked with bloodshot veins. The corners of his mouth twisted into a cunning, vile smile. As if waking from a daze, the girl was terrified. She felt she had to escape immediately, that she couldn't stay here another second. No sooner said than done. The girl took to her heels without a second thought, leaving Mao standing below, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Boda quickly blocked Mao with his hand, his voice slightly reproachful. "You scared her." Hearing this, Mao still didn't understand the problem and asked blankly why. Boda didn't bother to explain, quickly jumping onto the container and shouting, "Little one, wait." He had climbed onto the top of the container and gave a friendly smile, trying to reassure the girl, "Don't be afraid." But as soon as Boda's face appeared, he nearly froze. On top of it were several men, their clothes ragged and torn, brandishing clubs and pointing them straight at him. It turned out they were old men. Perhaps they were the ones who had used that rope. All three of them appeared fearful and defensive upon seeing Boda. Mao and Kana had also just climbed up. Mao still didn't understand what was happening, while Boda quickly raised both hands, signaling that they meant no harm. The old man in the lead, named Sting, seeing that Boda's side also had people, asked in a trembling voice, "Go away. Why did you come here?" His thin, wrinkled hands gripped the crude club, trembling violently. "This is just a garbage island. There's nothing of value here." Kana stepped forward, gently pushing away the club that was pointed at them, her voice calm and steady. "Calm down. We don't intend to hurt anyone." Then she spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "We are harpooners from all over the world, gathering to destroy all the sea monsters." Sting turned to look at another old man, his voice full of surprise. "They're harpooners." That old man, his face still skeptical, asked back, "Harpooners?" Kana directed her gaze towards their warship anchored in the distance and explained, "We will leave as soon as our ship is repaired." Sting followed his gaze, and then he was stunned. Indeed, before them was a formidable fleet with majestic warships anchored offshore. He rubbed his eyes, not believing what he was seeing, that it's the Busan Association. Hearing the old man say that, Boda suddenly realized that this old man seemed to know something about them. The old man with glasses, his mouth agape, exclaimed so big, "The Busan Association." The other old man, his face full of astonishment, confirmed, "They really are harpooners." Sting, now completely letting go of his defensive posture, shouted, "Everyone come out." From the dark corners from behind and inside the old containers, elderly people emerged one by one. Boda and Kana couldn't help but gape in astonishment. It turned out that the people living here were mostly elderly. Their lives must have been incredibly hard and miserable. Everyone was haggard and grimy, their clothes tattered and torn. They stepped out cautiously one by one. It was unbelievable that people lived in such a desolate, ruined place. The number of people living here was not small either. They walked on the scrap metal, gathering in one place. Boda found it strange. Has so many people in a place like this? Mao frowned, his face thoughtful. They're all elderly. Below, the people who had just emerged looked at Boda's group with admiration and reverence, as if they were saviors, their only hope. Like drowning people clutching at a straw, they looked at Boda and his comrades with eyes full of hope. An old woman's trembling voice said, "They're harpooners. Are they here to destroy the sea monsters?" Then, an unexpected scene occurred. They all put their hands on the ground and knelt down, which left Boda's group stunned and amazed. Mao's face showed clear embarrassment, his eyes filled with pity. He asked, "What are they doing?" Sting's voice was sad. "The young people fought the sea monsters, and all perished. Now only the old are left." He leaned on his staff, his voice trembling, carrying a hint of hope and infinite gratitude that we will do everything to help you. Faced with the enthusiastic support of Sting and everyone here, Kana spoke on behalf of the group. "Thank you, everyone." At that moment, in a hidden corner, the little girl still sat there, silently observing, witnessing everything. No one knew what she was thinking. The sun set, dyeing a corner of the sky red. The faint light gradually gave way to the encroaching darkness. In a shabby, dilapidated house, a group of people were gathered. Clark Miller spoke, his voice full of authority, dragon. Sting, his face full of worry, recounted, "This entire part of the sea is its territory." His face wrinkled, sweat pouring down like rain. His voice full of fear, "We can only hide in this junkyard to survive." Clark lifted his glass, took a sip, his expression thoughtful. "Very well. This is the perfect opportunity to lure and hunt the dragon." Mao, still munching on a piece of octopus, asked blankly, "Do you have a plan, Clark?" He took another sip of his drink. Hearing Mao's question, the corner of his mouth twitched into a mysterious smile. Then his eyes suddenly darkened, deep and inscrutable. His gaze turned towards the elderly people who were respectfully and cheerfully bringing drinks to the table. "I think we have the perfect bait right here." Outside, an old woman, balancing a tray full of food and drinks on her head, smiled as she approached the soldiers, her voice gentle. "Everyone, please rest well before you set off." Seeing this, they also replied cheerfully, "Oh, thank you, ma'am." In another corner, two soldiers were chatting with an old man. After tasting the special local drink, one of them couldn't hide his surprise and exclaimed, "The seaweed wine here is delicious." The other old man, his face full of pride, introduced without ceremony, "That bottle is made from a unique type of seaweed that can only be grown in this sea." "Want another bottle?" The little girl was there too, imitating the adults, holding a small hammer and tapping on the boat's floor. The sound of the man's hammer suddenly grew louder, startling the little girl, who looked up. He just happened to turn around, catching the eye of Hao, who was standing next to him. The little girl was also holding a hammer, tapping it against the ship's hull. Afterwards, she sulked off to a corner, her face clearly showing boredom and unhappiness. Boda, who was busy carrying things and repairing the ship with everyone else, happened to walk past Hao. He looked at the little girl and smiled unconsciously. He thought to himself, that little girl is so cute. She really reminds me of Lyda when she was little. Suddenly, a voice cut through Boda's thoughts. Boda, can you catch this for me? Hearing that, he quickly replied, of course. For some reason, Hao suddenly became very excited, her chubby cheeks flushing pink, her mouth repeating over and over, Boda, Boda. She jumped to her feet, her big, sparkling eyes pointing at Boda, and asked in a surprised voice, "You're Boda?" How strange excitement left Boda bewildered. He stammered in reply, yes, that's right. Then, he also picked up a hammer and continued repairing the ship with everyone else, while Hao stood right beside him, staring at him without blinking. Sensing the little girl's gaze on him, Boda glanced over, full of questions, not understanding why Hao was looking at him like that. Meeting Boda's eyes, Hao was no longer timid or afraid. On the contrary, she smiled brightly. Boda felt a little awkward and decided to ask, "Looks like you want to say something to me?" Hao obediently replied, yes. The little girl's innocent, childish face suddenly lit up. She called out, "Boda, Boda, you're Boda." Boda replied, yes, that's right. Hao then asked, "You're a laborer, right? You fight sea monsters." The little girl's expression suddenly fell, her eyes showing a hint of worry. Sea monsters are very strong. They could kill you. Why do you fight them? Boda looked at Hao, his face serious, his voice resolute, "Because I have to protect everyone from the sea monsters." Hearing this, Hao's eyes lit up. The little girl pointed at Boda, her voice full of determination. "I want to protect you, Brother Boda." The little girl's innocence and sincerity surprised and touched Boda. Thank you. Boda's gaze suddenly darkened. "I'm scared too, but there's a reason I have to keep fighting." Hearing Boda's words, Hao's face showed sadness. Her mouth opened slightly as if to say something, but then she stopped. Boda, lost in a flashback, saw the image of a girl with chestnut-colored hair, bright, sparkling eyes, and a warm, affectionate smile appear in his mind. There is someone I must protect at all costs. Hao, seeming to realize who Boda was talking about, said, "Maybe I know who that person is." Then, the little girl's eyes widened, and a strange, almost frightening smile appeared on her innocent face. "It's Lyda, isn't it?" Boda was stunned, flustered, and asked in surprise what. He couldn't understand how Hao knew Lyda, a person he had never mentioned. "How do you know Lyda's name?" Hao, her expression still calm, replied, "Boda and Lyda are the ones I want to protect." Then, the little girl explained further, "The owner of this necklace told me so." The necklace on Hao's neck was old and worn with age. Looking at the necklace, Boda's face showed suspicion, as if he had recognized something. This necklace. He picked up the locket to examine it more closely. "I've seen this somewhere before." A small click was heard as he opened the locket. Boda was astonished, horrified, his eyes wide in disbelief at what he was seeing. He seriously asked Hao, "Where did you get this necklace?" Inside the locket he was holding was a picture of Nerissa and Tion, his parents. Facing that innocent, childish face, smiling so sweetly, Boda's mind reeled. Countless questions, doubts, and suspicions danced in his mind. Who is Lyda? At that moment, in a dilapidated, ruined storage hold, the old man walked over to the old women who were working. "Have you fed them yet?" An old woman quickly said that they had already been fed. Another person added, "They ate so much that our food reserves are almost gone." Hearing this, the old man comforted them. "We can get seaweed anytime, so don't be stingy with the food." A moment later, he went to a storage hold and opened the door. Below were a group of soldiers holding guns and a group of prisoners hanging up. The people inside, suddenly illuminated by the light from above, looked up towards him. A few of them quickly cocked their guns. The old man looked at them, his eyes bloodshot, and said slowly, "We will begin in 30 minutes." The sky quickly turned gloomy. A man was passed out on a table, apparently having had too much to drink. On the sea, countless boats were anchored. All the crew members were fast asleep, some leaning against the railings, still clutching their guns. Others leaning against doors, with half-empty bottles of liquor beside them. They had no idea that, at that moment, the old man was leading a group of people forward, a gun in his hand. Very quickly, an unlucky fellow woke up, clutching his dizzy head, unable to open his eyes. Before he could realize the situation, he took a full blast from the old man's gun and was quickly taken out. The old man shouted an order to kill those who had woken up and capture the rest for food. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the group quickly advanced. Then he looked at a ship in the distance. "I can't believe the Union Busan has buried itself here." Then he roared, "The biggest ship now belongs to us." The old man couldn't wait and ordered, "Let's go." Before long, they reached the ship, climbing aboard one by one on ropes. They quietly climbed over the railing and then moved deeper inside. A man on the ship, who had woken up at some point, staggered out, muttering, "What's wrong with my body?" Just as he opened his eyes, he saw a group of people pointing guns at him. "Who are you?" Before he could get his bearings, they opened fire on him, not forgetting to say, "Go back to sleep." Another group quickly moved forward. Suddenly, they stopped, their faces filled with astonishment. Looking at the figure in front of them, one of the men spoke up, "Someone's awake." The shadowy figure of a girl was indistinct, holding two long swords in her hands, ready to face them. While on their mission, two soldiers suddenly froze, bewildered. They pointed their guns cautiously at the figure standing before them. "That who's there?" The person's figure gradually became clearer. Two sharp, long swords in her hands, one eye covered by a black eye patch. A soldier recognized her and couldn't contain his shock, shouting, "It's Kana, the one who killed the Jernit." At the same time, she leaped into the air, spinning beautifully like a top gliding in the wind. Kana rushed forward, quick as lightning, diving into the middle of the encirclement, fighting the whole group by herself. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ship red. Elsewhere, outside the scrapyard, an old man was leading a squad, moving quickly towards a room, his voice urgent and hurried. "Hurry up, we need to strike before they wake up." Reaching the dining hall door, he stopped, his voice cruel. "I want to kill the 6-star labor first." His subordinates could only obey, nodding their heads repeatedly. "Yes, sir." As he cracked open the door, he muttered, "We're about to get rich." Suddenly, from inside, a massive punch flew straight into his face. The incredible force of the punch shattered the dining hall door to pieces. He and his cronies were thrown down. The whole group, their faces pale, were in a state of utter panic. He stammered, his voice full of fear. What the hell? He definitely drank that seaweed wine. A pair of steady legs slowly stepped out, a 6-star symbol glittering on the armor. Clark Miller, along with Tassa and Uku, walked out calmly, their faces nonchalant as if nothing had happened. He casually spat on the ground, his voice full of contempt. "I'm a bit of a picky eater. Did you people really think I'd eat food from strangers? Unlike someone who ate like they were starving and is now sleeping it off in there." Clark Miller sneered, his expression mocking. "Idiots." Uku, the giant standing beside him, said nothing and immediately charged forward, swinging his axe. At the same time, the old man ordered his subordinates, "Fire." Uku leaped high into the air and, with all his might, brought his axe down on the container. A powerful tremor occurred, throwing the entire group standing on it into the air. They couldn't keep their balance and fell into the sea. A few others, luckier, were still on the container, but the aftershock caused them to fall over in pain. Tassa, seeing this, was not to be outdone, rushing forward, wielding a leather whip with a few basic but powerful strikes. The whole group was beaten to a pulp, their armor shattered, some even had their clothes torn to shreds. Finally, they were all herded into one spot, lying piled on top of each other like a heap of rags. The container shook violently, causing the surrounding water to splash everywhere. One of them struggled to get up, cursing nonstop, then pulled the pin on a bomb. "You bastards." He let out a savage roar and threw the bomb at them. "Die." But before he could throw it, he was ensnared by Tassa's leather whip. His hand, along with the bomb, was tied up tightly. Tassa smirked, clicked her tongue, her face full of contempt. The group saw the man holding the bomb and screamed in terror, about to scatter and flee. But it was too late. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, turning them all to dust. The loud explosion also caught Boda's attention. He was surprised. What was that? At the same time, an emergency announcement was sent to everyone. "It's pirates. They're attacking us." The people from the scrapyard island are all pirates. Two people inside, utterly panicked, quickly announce, "What? Boda, get away from that child." Boda gritted his teeth, turned around, and looked straight into Hao's eyes, his voice full of anger. "Are you on their side?" The little girl's face remained calm as she replied, "I'm not on anyone's side. I'm just observing. I just want to know." Hao hesitated for a moment, then continued, "Why do humans fight each other?" The scene before them, a group of blood-soaked people lying scattered among the ruined containers. Why do they kill each other? The survivors moaned in despair. On the other side, Clark Miller raised a blood-soaked foot. Without a moment's hesitation, he stomped hard on the dying man's stomach. Clark pressed his foot into the man's chest, his voice cold and cruel. "Don't die just yet." He glared, the corner of his mouth twisting into a sinister, frightening smile. "Because you will have the honor of being bait to trap the demon dragon." Turning back to Boda, Hao's voice was still flat and emotionless that I think I understand a little now. "You people are all the same." Her face suddenly darkened. "That a kingdom cannot have two kings, right?" Boda froze, sweat pouring down him, and stammered, "What?" Suddenly, Hao spoke again. "Boda." Her voice was chillingly cold, frighteningly emotionless. I devoured her. Narisa's body was submerged, absorbed by a bizarre, horrifying biological entity. She slowly sank, falling onto a soft, smooth surface like a beautiful, alluring bed. That creature slowly, gradually wriggled, then enveloped Narisa's entire body. Its small, disgusting tendrils pierced through her delicate flesh, accompanied by a savage exclamation. "What a wonderful ingredient!" Its suction tendrils crept and wound through every layer of skin cells. Quick as lightning, they inserted strange gene segments deep into her blood vessels. It tried to rush forward, to penetrate to the very core of Narisa's body, to touch a faint, weak source of light. Now I can see the sun. But in the process of absorption, it discovered that the light was perhaps a soul. Narisa's weak, trembling voice spoke up, "No, I don't want to die." The sound emanating from that point of light was filled with a fierce will to live. I want to live. The strange creature, hearing this, was astonished, stunned. "This thing is still conscious?" Impossible. But it no longer mattered. It said coldly, "Too late. Accept it. You're about to rot. Just wait to die." Narisa's voice was still resolute. "I don't care what happens to my body. I just want to protect. I want to save." The creature, its eyes wide with surprise, "Save what?" Narisa's soul suddenly flashed brightly. Suddenly, the image of a young boy appeared. Boda, and then a lovely newborn baby, still in swaddling clothes. "Lita." Narisa's choked, loving voice said, "I want to protect Boda." The point of light, her soul, slowly, gradually fell. Lita, along with that weak, intermittent voice, her soul gradually faded. Her soul had merged with the creature, becoming a monster named Guntuka. After completely absorbing Narisa's body, countless thoughts appeared in Guntuka's mind. Is this its will? It's gone. It raised its bizarre head, as if searching for something. Humans are so unpredictable, so interesting, but also so troublesome. Guntuka thought again of Narisa's words. Boda and Lita? It wanted to protect them. Its eyes suddenly flashed. Were they? The scene shifts to the moment the sea monster Kinrasi was blown to pieces by Tion's magic. Then, as it slowly sank to the bottom of the deep sea, Guntuka sensed Kinrasi's death. It roared in anger. Kinrasi is dead? Did they fight outside my territory? Is that why I couldn't feel it? Guntuka, using its own body, rose to the surface to investigate who killed Kinrasi. It quickly turned its gaze towards the abandoned house on the sea, where faint, flickering lights could be seen. And then it saw a very cute, short-haired little girl. The little girl had also seen the monster. At this time, Boda was also looking for the little girl, his voice full of worry. "Lita, get away from there. Come here." He saw the little girl just standing there stunned, without any reaction, not even answering him. Boda rushed over, calling out loudly, "Lita." The little girl pointed towards the monster, muttering, "Boda, look." He turned his head, and then he saw a person standing on the surface of the sea. Guntuka had heard the siblings' conversation. It raised its head to the sky and exclaimed, "It's..." Then it stared intently at the two of them, Boda and Lita. Guntuka remembered Narisa's words. It said their names, Boda and Lita. Time rewinds to the day Lita was incubated in the egg of the monster Genet. In the endless darkness, the little girl slowly opened her eyes. She suddenly heard someone calling her name. It's what it wants to protect. The call grew louder, more urgent. Lita, Lita, the little girl thought dreamily. Who is Lita? Suddenly, a hand reached out, gently cupping her face. Lita was bewildered, wondering, who is it? A familiar figure appeared before her. Mother, Nerissa called softly, Lita. But, ironically, it was Guntuka. It looked at the little girl and asked coldly, "You're Lita?" It looked into the little girl's soulless, empty eyes that you'll die soon, but suddenly, it made Lita's eyes turn fiery red, filled with bloodshot veins. You and I will become one. You will be a part of us. But Guntuka thought of the human race, those who were also working day and night, researching ways to fight the monsters. Humans are the biggest obstacle. That demonic whisper continued to echo in Lita's head, even as she lay in a hospital bed. They don't listen to what I say. Dr. Porter, holding a syringe, said gravely, they are very unpredictable. Then, he injected that strange liquid into the solution being administered to Lita. When Lita, a hybrid with Janet's blood, absorbs Kenrasi as well, Lita will be beyond my control. On that fateful day, the day Nerissa passed away, the father and his 2 children said their final goodbyes, sending her off into the vast sea. Along with the necklace on her body, a faint light began to glow. That necklace was exquisitely and beautifully carved. Suddenly, from somewhere, a strange creature appeared and seemed to be devouring her, his mother. Hearing this, Boda's face turned deathly pale, drained of all blood. He stammered, his voice trembling, "How dare you?" In a dark place, deep at the bottom of the sea, Janet was screaming frantically, "I can't feel Lita. Impossible. Why? Its horrifying tentacles appeared and disappeared on the sea's surface, then rushed towards the ships. A fiery red light emanated from its body, illuminating a large area of water in the silent night. Beneath the cold water, there was another pair of mysterious eyes belonging to another creature. Its eyes were streaked with blood-red veins, its pupils constantly moving up and down, as if searching for something. At this moment, one of Lita's eyes also became strange, as if she could see things the naked eye could not. That eye glowed with a strange blue light. She pointed into the distance, her voice flat, without any emotion. Home, in a separate space. Guntuka sensed something from Lita. That thing is looking for me. It's probably hiding at the bottom of that dark sea. I can feel the entire ocean churning because of the birth of a new queen. Its shape is becoming clearer. That thing is a potential threat. It has seen my nest. Its body is almost transparent, like a giant mass of slime that can transform and mold into any shape right behind the kingdom. Its pupils darted back and forth. It became more frantic than ever. I have to kill it. Guntuka rushed towards the port ahead. It didn't know how, but it had to do it, had to find it. It destroyed an entire city it passed through. Everything was in ruins, devastated, with fierce flames erupting as if to burn everything to ash. From a distance, a large ship was cutting through the waves, approaching. Other large ships, completely unaware of the lurking danger, continued to sail leisurely on the open sea, while Guntuka relentlessly hunted to kill Lita. Its eyes were wide, bulging, glowing brightly in the darkness. Where? It used its tentacles to search every nook and cranny, looking for her. It moved across the ocean, constantly pushing itself, searching for her. Guntuka searched for Lita everywhere, its eyes darting back and forth, as if afraid of missing the smallest trace. Where? It almost roared madly where. Suddenly, in a place shrouded in darkness, where the plants were a strange, unnatural white, it saw a small figure. The little girl, startled, turned her head to look back. It was Lita. Behind the little girl, Guntuka slowly rose from the ground. Its body emitted strange electrical sparks that ran all over it, its glowing purple eyes staring intently at the little girl. Guntuka slowly opened its mouth, its voice slow and mesmerizing. Found you. Its sudden appearance made Lita's pupils contract. The little girl trembled with fear, sweat pouring down her. Its deep-set, dark purple eyes were fixed on Lita. At this moment, Hao's pupils also flashed with a strange purple hue, looking exactly like Guntuka's eyes. Facing her was Boda, his eyes wide with unconcealed astonishment. The hand holding the locket with his parents' picture suddenly began to tremble violently. Hao spoke to Boda in a flat voice. My original purpose was to find Lita, but I didn't expect humans to come here. Then, she made a decision that I will take you to the nest. Hearing this, Boda was surprised, his eyes flashing with vigilance. How continued, by the way. Her face suddenly became distorted, frighteningly deformed, her eyes glowing red like burning coals, her mouth grinning from ear to ear, a smile that would make one's hair stand on end. "Where is Lita?" Immediately, without a moment's hesitation, Boda swung his arm, aiming straight for Hao, his eyes now filled with raging, killing intent. A powerful blow was unleashed, creating a fierce whirlwind, the sharp sound of metal clashing ringing out as if to tear space itself apart. Boda's face was now full of anger. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Are you Hao?" Hao's face seemed to be melting, a sinister, cunning smile appearing on her distorted features. Her hands also transformed into sharp claws, blocking Boda's sword strike. Boda swung his sword relentlessly, continuously attacking Hao. He roared in fury, "Answer me!" Despite the barrage of attacks, Hao showed no pain or fear. Instead, she laughed maniacally, revealing a set of jagged, blood-stained teeth. One of her eyes rolled back as she sneered triumphantly, "Don't try so hard. What can that little bit of human strength do to me?" She succeeded in provoking Boda. His eyes became bloodshot as he shouted, "Shut up!" An earth-shattering explosion rang out. One side of the ship was hit by a massive force, causing it to tilt sharply to one side. A severed arm fell into the sea and slowly sank. Hao turned her head, looking at her bleeding shoulder, her expression full of astonishment. How? From the severed arm, something was sprouting, looking like bizarre demon flowers. With wriggling tentacles, this strange transformation made Hao unable to hold back a scream of pain. Boda, seizing the opportunity, swung a fatal blow at Hao without hesitation. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. This attack left Hao both horrified and in extreme pain. She continued to scream frantically, the sound so piercing it was headache-inducing and made one's ears ring. Hearing the loud noise, some people on the ship, their faces filled with confusion and fear, exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" Hao had been thoroughly beaten by Boda, her body covered in blood, but her eyes suddenly flashed with a strange purple light. The bizarre demon flowers spread, wrapping tightly around Boda's sword, making it impossible for him to pull it out. The tentacles, as if alive, stretched towards him, as if wanting to devour him. Suddenly, Boda felt his whole body shake violently. A feeling of powerlessness and helplessness overcame him, scaring him out of his wits. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to be transported to a completely unfamiliar place. On the ground, tangled vines twisted around each other. Overhead, giant sacks floated, looking like silkworm cocoons. Boda was utterly astonished. He looked around, his face tense, and shouted, "What?" From behind him, a chilling sensation, an invisible pressure, made him freeze on the spot. Boda slowly, gradually turned his head, and then he saw a monstrous thing slowly rising from the ground. A monster with a bizarre body. Its abdomen was abnormally swollen, and a fetus could be faintly seen inside. Boda's face showed horror. He gritted his teeth and uttered, "How?" Hao looked at Boda. It emitted a horrifying sound, calling his name, Boda. It spoke to him, its voice flat and cold. "Half of the sea monsters from all the world's oceans have been summoned by me to punish you." Boda was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. He stammered, seemingly speechless, Hao continued, her voice full of contempt, "You humans must pay the price for daring to invade my kingdom." It gave a sinister, frightening smile that we will devour every single one of you and destroy your ships, leaving none behind. Just imagine, if those sea monsters attack the ships on the sea, they will all be sunk and dragged down to the cold, deep seabed. It boasted arrogantly, "The human race will go extinct. Humans will be completely wiped out by us. White skulls will be the last remnants of humanity." Faced with Hao's crazed, cruel words, Boda roared in fury, veins popping on his forehead. "You dare!" Hao, seemingly ignoring Boda's fury, continued, "However, then, it mentioned Lita offering a condition as if negotiating a deal. If you hand over Lita, it offered a deal. I will let you people survive." Boda's face changed color. He raised his voice and asked, "What?" Hao repeated her condition. "Lita, that is all you need to give me. In return, I will not harm humans. The ships, the ports, the cities, the human settlements." It said with an arrogant tone, as if bestowing a favor, "I will forgive you and all of humanity." Boda was almost stunned into silence, speechless. His mind was now only on his little sister, Lita. The sister he had sworn to protect at all costs was now being put on the scales. On the other side was the life of every human in the world. He couldn't accept it. In exchange for the lives of all humanity, his face was now filled with anger. You want me to choose? Are you trying to bargain with me? He was a brother. He would never allow anyone to harm his sister. He said firmly, Lita is not an object you could take away. She is my sister. How? With a confused expression, spoke up, I don't understand you humans. It sneered, then reminded Boda to think carefully. Is the life of one little girl worth more than the lives of all humanity? Boda, without flinching, stated firmly, we will not beg you to save our lives. How? As if having heard the funniest joke, asked Boda back, aren't you afraid of death? Boda answered frankly, if I said no, that would be a lie. Half of the world's sea monsters. The fiery red pupils in his eyes contracted, then dilated, flashing with extreme suspicion and indignation as he directly confronted the hideous monster before him. But what makes you so afraid? What makes you summon half the sea monsters for us? Boda's face showed defiance, the corner of his mouth curling into a contemptuous smile with a hint of probing. He asked, or is it because the other half no longer follows your orders? He growled, emphasizing each word, just like humanity. Boda's decisiveness left Hao momentarily speechless. He exposed the harsh truth right in front of it. You're just a queen who's afraid of losing her kingdom. You're afraid of the sea monsters you can no longer control, aren't you? Thinking of his little sister, he continued, that's why you're going crazy over Lita. Boda, like an arrow, struck right at the heart of the matter. Now I understand. You're afraid of Lita. Then, he declared bluntly, you will never have my sister. As a brother, Boda gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment, and issued a warning, as well as a declaration of war. I dare you to touch her. Around Boda, his fury and anger transformed into a fiercely burning aura. He said coldly, cruelly, I won't let anything that hurts her survive. I will kill them all. Boda's words, like adding fuel to the fire, angered Hao. It laughed contemptuously, humans, fools. That mockery only strengthened Boda's resolve. His gaze seemed to want to pierce his opponent, radiating killing intent. You will die too. Boda's entire body seemed to be enveloped by a great power about to explode, as if he was preparing to surpass the limits of a normal human and become a demon in the eyes of his enemy. Hao, without a trace of fear or worry, just coldly uttered, then die. A piercing screech rang out, and Boda's body felt like it was being pulled back to the real world. He snapped awake, as if everything that had just happened was just a wild dream. Boda shouldered his sword, looked straight at the enemy, his eyes filled with killing intent. I will be the one to kill you. Hao kept muttering, die, die. However, those three simple words, repeated over and over, made Boda feel dizzy, his head spinning, as if space and time around him were freezing. But it only lasted for a moment. He quickly regained consciousness and opened his eyes wide in surprise as he looked down. Boda's sword was stuck to the ground by a strange, slimy liquid. On top of it was a demonic face, its eye sockets dark and deep, the features of its face distorted by its strange, liquid form. The thing slowly loosened, as if it were melting. It spoke in a flat, cold voice. The sun has set. Before its body completely dissolved, slipping off the sword, it managed to say one last broken phrase, kill them. What had just happened before his eyes left Boda stunned? He hadn't yet processed everything. Suddenly, countless bubbles rose to the surface of the sea, accompanied by a long, giant black shadow. Suddenly, a giant tentacle rose from the depths of the sea, causing the water's surface to churn violently, splashing waves everywhere. Then, other tentacles emerged one by one, thrashing about frantically, chaotically, making everything around them chaotic and terrifying. Boda gritted his teeth, looking up at the giant monster, his eyes showing caution and vigilance. Some people who witnessed the horrifying scene were so scared they were speechless, their mouths agape. The monster's body gradually appeared. It was a giant squid with a bizarre, strange head. The monster's large head was covered in veins, its skin a slimy green. Just a slight movement was enough to make the sea surge. Two townspeople behind Boda shouted in alarm, "It's the Kraken!" He immediately reacted to the information, quick as a flash, leaping over a nearby wall to find an advantageous position for the upcoming battle. Just as Boda moved, one of the monster's tentacles slammed down on the ship floating in the middle of the sea. The ship was thrown into the air, pieces of shattered steel raining down onto the sea's surface. The moment the ship landed, it shattered into 100 pieces. Boda, having quickly left the ship, was lucky to escape danger. He lost his balance, fell, and slid across the top of a container. Other soldiers were also drawn by the violent tremors caused by the sea monster. They looked over and saw a giant squid thrashing its massive tentacles, smashing everything around it. It was the Kraken. Clark Miller watched tensely and said in a grave voice, "It's appeared sooner than expected." The two prisoners began to whine and beg, "Please let us go. We're sorry. We'll fight too." The only response to their pathetic pleas was a cold command, silence. The soldiers fell into a state of panic, their voices trembling with fear. "This is bad. We're trapped here because of the pirates. How do we get out?" Suddenly, something happened up ahead that made Clark look up in surprise. Ahead, Boda was limping to his feet after his long fall. He crouched slightly, gripping his weapon tightly. His condition at the moment seemed rather unstable. Boda's eyes were now a blank white, and they were emitting a cold, terrifying, killing aura. The soldiers who witnessed this strange sight were extremely puzzled. "Boda, what's wrong with him? What is he doing just standing there?" Even Clark Miller was completely stunned. "Boda." He opened his eyes wide, his face full of confusion and worried. There's something very unusual about him. Boda's body radiated an incredibly powerful, overwhelming energy. He said in a deep, resolute voice, "I will kill Hao." Then, Boda looked at the sea monster, standing menacingly before him, his eyes filled with killing intent, accompanied by a fierce determination that few could match. "Anything that gets in my way must die." He stood up straight, directly facing the monster's ravenous, savage gaze. A cold, sharp threat rang out, "So don't get in my way." The Kraken roared piercingly, its grotesque, hideous mouth opening wide like a giant, multi-petaled flower, revealing sharp, terrifying teeth. It thrashed its giant tentacles, sending seawater splashing everywhere. Boda entered a state of high concentration, his eyes strained, observing the monster's every movement, every frantic action, his teeth still clenched. The container he was standing on was rocked violently by the waves. The monster raised another tentacle, preparing to wreak havoc. Boda's eyes darkened. He took a deep breath, preparing for the life-or-death battle ahead. The giant tentacle slammed into the container Boda was standing on, but he nimbly leaped from the dangerous spot just in time. Carrying his weapon, he dashed across the containers one by one, the sound of his boot soles hitting the metal surface ringing out rhythmically. Then, Boda stepped right onto one of the sea monster's tentacles, used it for momentum, and leaped into the air, his body spinning in a very skillful, beautiful arc. He tilted his body, landing lightly, his eyes never leaving the Kraken for a second. Boda used the curved shape and slippery surface of the tentacle to slide down, aiming to get closer to the target he needed to destroy. He stomped his feet hard on the tentacle's surface, while the Kraken continued to rampage, never allowing the surrounding waves to calm, not even for a moment. Boda just kept going, taking powerful, steady steps, getting closer to the monster's head. However, another tentacle suddenly attacked him. Boda didn't flinch, severing it easily with a single, simple slash. Then, he leaped into the air, raising his sword high above his head. He let out a powerful roar, his eyes fixed on the Kraken. A mighty, powerful slash came straight down on the monster's head. A thick, dark green blood gushed from the cut. Not stopping there, Boda's weapon executed an enhanced strike, creating momentum that made the slash even more powerful and terrifying. The force he and his weapon generated caused the Kraken's head to deform horribly. A giant tumor bulged from the back of its head, then exploded, causing the sea monster's blood to gush out uncontrollably. It shrieked in pain after the horrific explosion. Boda did another flip, preparing for another attack. He held his sword and shot upwards, his speed so fast that the sword in his hand seemed to tear through the air, making the wind whistle. Immediately after, another massive blow landed straight on the Kraken's head, causing a large section of it to cave in. The engine on Boda's sword activated once again, the sound of machinery roaring with power and force. Another earth-shattering explosion occurred, and one of the sea monster's eyes was blown away by the blast. Then, the giant eye fell into the sea with a splash, sending white foam everywhere. The blue sea surface churned once more. Clark and Tassa, watching from the side, couldn't help but stare in amazement at the epic, horrifying scene they were witnessing. Boda roared again. His fighting spirit had not diminished at all. In fact, it seemed even more frenzied than before. He continuously unleashed a storm of attacks, as if wanting to chop the Kraken into 100 pieces, his eyes flashing with a cold light that would make one's hair stand on end. Everyone who saw the scene was agape with astonishment, some even letting out words of admiration. It wasn't just those directly involved in the fight. Even two old men were standing at a distance, witnessing the earth-shaking battle between Boda and the Kraken. Both old men were also wide-eyed and open-mouthed. This battle had clearly exceeded their imagination. In contrast to everyone's surprise and admiration, Clark was very serious. He stated, "He's furious." And it was true. Boda was relentlessly attacking the Kraken without pause. The monster's blood splattered everywhere, staining his face, yet Boda continued to curse die. As he fought, the expression on his face grew more terrifying. His eyes flashed with a savage, brutal light, while his mouth continuously screamed die. Before he could understand what was happening, a few drops of water from somewhere splashed onto Boda's face, leaving him surprised and stunned. Just then, a giant tentacle appeared from nowhere and dealt Boda a massive blow. He was sent flying, soaring a considerable distance through the air, before falling and landing painfully. By the time he realized what was happening, his body was already covered in wounds, with fresh blood pouring out like rain. But the monster had no intention of sparing him. The tentacle relentlessly pursued Boda. A loud crash rang out as the Kraken's tentacle struck another blow. Thanks to that attack, Boda was knocked down to the bottom of the deep sea. As Boda was beginning to give up hope, letting his body sink in despair, once again, the giant octopus's tentacle moved unexpectedly from behind him, preparing to attack. As expected, Boda was knocked back upwards, to his own astonishment and shock. He was slammed into a container, followed by a free fall, landing flat on the ground. Despite being beaten to a pulp, knocked up and down like a bowling ball, Boda still had enough strength to push himself up, sit, and curse, "You bastard." His eyes stared at the giant octopus, sparking with hatred. Just as Boda got to his feet and assessed the situation, the giant octopus used its tentacles to grab several cargo containers and lift them up. Seeing this, a few people with Boda were agape with astonishment. Sensing the approaching danger, Clark Miller quickly shouted a warning to everyone. "Everyone, fall back." Just as he finished speaking, the octopus dropped the cargo containers right where everyone was standing. Boda was now on a container, being tossed about by the waves, unable to stand steady. The containers crashed into each other, creating a loud, chaotic noise, and at the same time, making the waves even more violent. Some people, terrified, quickly tried to flee to save themselves. But many unlucky people couldn't escape in time. The giant containers fell right on them, crushing them, with fresh blood splattering everywhere. Others were even unluckier. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, they were caught by the Kraken's tentacles. Terrified, they struggled frantically, screaming in despair, "Help me!" But those actions only hastened their demise, as the giant monster crushed them effortlessly. Seeing the horrifying scene, Boda gripped his weapon tightly and charged forward. But suddenly, a strange smell hit his nose, making him pause, bewildered. He wondered, gas? Just as Boda's guard was down, the monster seized the opportunity to attack him. Boda couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the blow. Just as he looked up at the monster with furious eyes, a horrific, bloody scene unfolded before him. A few of his comrades had been crushed by the monster. While Boda was still dazed, before he could regain his senses, Kana appeared out of nowhere like a savior descending from the heavens. She swung her sword powerfully, severing several of the monster's tentacles. As the octopus's tentacles were cut from its body, a few drops of thick green blood splashed onto Boda's face, snapping him out of his nightmare. After driving back the Kraken, Kana stood protectively in front of Boda like a mother protecting her child. She looked incredibly cool, spun her sword, and said, "Sorry I'm late." Boda still couldn't believe his eyes. He whispered her name, Kana. At the same time, Gong also reached out a hand as if to help Boda up and asked, "Are you okay, Boda?" Seeing his teammates, Boda smiled and replied, "I'm okay." Hearing that answer, Gong suddenly smiled in relief. Without needing many words, Boda quickly reached out and took Gong's hand. As he helped Boda up, Gong advised, "You don't have to push yourself so hard." Seeing this, Run also stepped forward and affirmed, "We'll fight together." Boda nodded and replied, "Okay." Boda's group of 6 shouted in unison, "Because we're a team." As soon as all the members were gathered, Boda was extremely confident, a triumphant smile on his face. He then picked up his weapon. As he refueled it, he said challengingly, "Let's go again." Run's face furrowed with worry. Even the man with the round head looked unusually serious. Both Gong and Sonya couldn't hide their worried expressions. Sensing everyone's determined spirit, Kana shouted, "Everyone!" Then she yelled, "Advance!" As soon as the command was given, the whole group charged forward, preparing for a life-or-death battle. On the front line were Kana, Boda, and Gong, with Sonya, Run, and the man with a round head providing support from the rear. The front group charged forward powerfully. As soon as they reached the octopus, Kana shouted a command, "Left flank." Hearing the order, Run quickly took his assigned position. "Leave it to me." Immediately after, he gripped his weapon tightly and let out a spirited shout. Meanwhile, one of the octopus's tentacles coiled as if to grab Run, but it failed and was instead injured by him. At the same time, on another side of the Kraken, Kana and Boda were running and trying to duck to avoid its attacks. In the distance, the man with the round head wasn't standing still either. He quickly opened fire with powerful shots. While the bullets were injuring the giant monster, Kana and Boda also rushed forward. Not giving the octopus a moment's rest, Kana raised her sword high. Without any hesitation or reluctance, Kana attacked fiercely. At the same time, Gong and Sonya also shouted out in unison. Each took on one of the monster's tentacles. But the giant octopus still had plenty of strength to attack. Gong shouted in alarm, "Damn it, they keep attacking." Hearing this, Run, not to be outdone, said, "Cut them all down." Seeing the chaotic scene, Boda thought to himself, "Just cutting off these tentacles won't do anything to it. I need to aim for its body." While the group was waiting anxiously, there was a sudden movement under the water. The octopus reappeared, its tentacles wrapped menacingly around several giant containers. As soon as he saw it, Boda shouted, "Here it comes." Suddenly, from out of nowhere, several harpoon lines shot out, piercing one of the monster's tentacles, causing it pain. Seeing this, Boda was very surprised. He turned his head to look and silently asked, "What?" A group from New York had appeared. They were using heavy weapons, attacking while shouting, "Pull." At the same time, one of them announced loudly, "New York is here to provide support." The Kraken's tentacles were pierced by the harpoon lines, its blood splattering everywhere. The New York group continued to use heavy weapons to attack the monster. No matter what they did, the monster was unharmed, which made Clark Miller shout in alarm, "Don't let it move." At the same time, a few people in the group quickly attached grappling hooks to the corners of the cargo containers, with the other end of the lines attached to ropes. After preparing the trap, one of them ordered, "Pull." The lines were immediately pulled taut. Instantly, the lines connected to the harpoons embedded in the Kraken's tentacles were also pulled up. After a while, the monster's tentacles were finally pulled out of the water. At that moment, the monster's entire body was also hoisted up. Seeing this, Clark Miller gave a meaningful smile and remarked, "We've cleared the way for you, Busan. Show me what you've got." Meanwhile, Kana was looking in a certain direction, a bewildered expression on her face, thinking, "Miller." From out of nowhere, several bullets suddenly flew in, hitting the octopus fiercely. Seeing this, both Boda and Run were surprised, their eyes wide with alarm. From the distance, a convoy of ships was powerfully approaching. From one of the ships, a few voices called out, "Aroma, over here." On that ship, several soldiers were using heavy weapons to continuously attack the Kraken. Everyone's face was extremely serious, highly focused on the battle, because just one moment of carelessness could mean leaving their lives behind here. The sound of gunfire continued to ring out without stopping, and the octopus became more and more heavily injured. Being attacked by so many people at once caused it so much pain that it thrashed about frantically in desperation. The monster's whole body trembled continuously from its agonizing wounds. As soon as they saw that sight, the soldiers couldn't help but wonder in astonishment. Huh? Suddenly, the monster's two tentacles, which looked like giant chicken thighs, created an incredibly powerful suction. Before anyone could understand what was happening, Aroma's two ships were violently attacked by the waves, shaking terrifyingly. The ship was trapped in the middle of a giant wave created by the Kraken, unable to escape. A moment later, the ship could no longer withstand the tremendous pressure and snapped in two. The people on the shore who saw the scene couldn't help but be horrified, exclaiming the ship was cut in half. Gong quickly figured out the cause of the incident and shouted a warning. It's that water jet, be careful. The octopus had no intention of stopping. It continued its assault. Whenever the water jet it controlled swept past something, that thing would be instantly sliced into two parts. A few soldiers were terrified. They desperately wanted to flee, but it was too late. Several cargo crates were sliced apart, and the ropes being used to restrain the monster were also completely destroyed by the water jet. As soon as they saw this, Uku and Tasa shouted in unison without planning it, "The ropes are broken." After escaping its restraints, the giant octopus let out an angry roar. It continued to attack with those water jets. A few unlucky victims were split in two, while still stunned and not understanding what was happening. Each time it swept the water jet across, Boda's group had to scramble to dodge in a panic. But there were some who, perhaps because they were not fast enough, could not leave this place safely. The water jet continued to move, showing no sign of stopping. Boda had a very difficult time dodging the attack. After successfully dodging, he suddenly called out to run. He immediately turned his head to look at Boda, his face full of bewilderment. Without responding to Run's confused gaze, Boda quickly ran over. Suddenly, Run shouted loudly, "Maximum energy." At the same time, he powerfully slammed his weapon onto the ground, sending sparks flying continuously. Then Boda also leaped high into the air, waiting for the opportunity to strike. As soon as he had done his part, Run shouted to announce, "Go, Boda." Receiving the signal from his teammate, Boda charged forward without a moment's hesitation. He unleashed his most powerful attack, pouring all his pain and hatred towards the giant kraken. Boda's weapon shot out a dart rope, powerfully piercing through the water jet created by the monster. A critical hit struck right in the middle of the giant monster's head. Before completely collapsing, the octopus still wanted to drag Boda down with it, so it unleashed an extremely powerful water jet. But unfortunately for it, Boda was protected by a hero's luck and narrowly escaped disaster. After escaping the perilous attack, he quickly attacked one of the monster's tentacles. Boda used all his might to strike the tentacle that looked like a giant chicken thigh. He roared in fury, "I'll cut you in two." As soon as the words left his mouth, the octopus's entire body was sliced into two halves. After being sliced in two, the kraken's blood splattered everywhere. The octopus was thrown and tumbled down into the deep sea. As soon as its head was severed, the monster's internal organs were revealed to everyone. It looked incredibly horrifying and disgusting. Sonia couldn't help but scream when she saw the sight over there. Hearing the scream, Gong also hurriedly looked. The person who had just attacked the giant octopus couldn't help but show a look of utter horror at the sight. Everyone screamed in unison, full of surprise. It's hard. Boda quickly rushed forward, raised his weapon, and attacked. He spun in the air, creating an incredibly fierce gust of wind. The spin was powerful and mighty. From below, an incredibly powerful beam of light suddenly erupted. It was so strong that it blinded everyone who looked at it, with tiny specks of seawater radiating around. It was the light emitted from Boda's weapon as he plunged his blade straight into the giant octopus's heart. The light gradually faded and then went out, which was also when the giant octopus's blood splattered everywhere. It let out a pained scream, its blood splashing directly onto Boda's face. But he had no intention of stopping. Boda's hand holding the weapon tightened even more. In too much pain, the octopus began to move violently, causing Boda to be caught off guard and thrown into the air. Even though it was near death, it could still wreak havoc one more time. Because its body was so large, when it moved, the surrounding water was also violently agitated. The people standing on the cargo crates, unable to dodge in time, they were knocked off their feet by the turbulence. A few cargo crates were smashed to pieces by it. Because the seawater splashed up so forcefully, the group of people standing on the cargo crates were battered and screamed in pain. Suddenly, a few unlucky people were crushed by those cargo crates and died instantly. Others fell into the sea. The people on Aroma's ship saw the scene and hurriedly used their guns to fire continuously. But then, for some unknown reason, they suddenly cried out in alarm. What? That was also the moment when cargo crates fell from the sky, landing straight on their ship and causing it to explode. Boda's teammates saw he was in danger and hurriedly called out, "Boda!" Clark Miller was also watching, his face full of worry. From a distance, the giant octopus was still struggling fiercely. But Boda's weapon did not stop. On the contrary, it only plunged deeper into the monster's body. The look in his eyes as he stared at it was incredibly determined, as if he had resolved that either it dies or he dies. The giant octopus continued to struggle in vain. Hearing its frantic screams, Boda became even more determined. He said loudly, his voice resolute, "Die." After a long test of who was more determined, a loud explosion finally rang out. And of course, the Kraken lost miserably to the hero's luck. The soldiers who had come to support Boda's group couldn't help but be amazed by his brave act. Everyone's jaw dropped in astonishment, unable to believe that the brutal monster had been defeated. Before truly closing its eyes for the last time, the octopus let out one final pitiful cry. Then its giant body slowly fell into the water. Because its body was so large, it created a huge disturbance on the sea surface. The people nearby were all splashed in the face by seawater, but no one dared to utter a word of complaint. As for Boda, after dealing with the monster, he stood proudly like a true warrior. Boda's hand still gripped his weapon tightly, not letting go. His eyes stared resolutely at the octopus as it slowly faded, but he still didn't say a word. Only after being certain that the monster was completely defeated did Boda gently wipe the streaks of water from his face. At the same time, Sonia happily called out, "Boda," and Gong, like a proud older brother, exclaimed about his younger sibling, that kid. At that moment, the others also hurriedly shouted to celebrate the victory. He's the one who killed the Kraken. As soon as one person started, the prisoners couldn't help but shout in amazement. He killed the Kraken. It's so unbelievable. The bald-headed man stammered, "Captain, how are we planning to rob someone like that?" The old man with the missing teeth was so stunned he couldn't say a word. The members of Aroma's team also got off their ship to celebrate the victory. He killed the Kraken. Boda, Boda. While everyone was rushing out to congratulate him, Boda stood there motionless. Before he could even understand what was happening, he was surrounded by a group of people. Hearing the cheers and praise, Boda gave a gentle smile. At the same time, Run also praised him. "That kid's pretty good." Boda's teammates just watched from a distance and didn't approach. Suddenly, Kana became strangely silent, which surprised him, and he turned his head to look. But what met Run's eyes was Kana's radiant smile. The sight of Kana smiling stunned the guy, his mind automatically racing. "Wait, is Kana smiling?" The bald guy added, "Captain, do you realize you're smiling?" Kana looked bewildered. "Am I?" The other guy laughed gleefully. She dropped everything to save him. How could she not be proud? Amazing. Just then, Brune couldn't help but burst out laughing, uttering a comical exclamation. "Kana is smiling. Oh my God, it's the end of the world. So unbelievable." Hearing the teasing, Kana's face darkened. "Oh really, you think it's that funny?" Her anger flared up, making Brune, who was already shivering from the cold, shiver even more from fear. While Brune was terrified, the guy with the volleyball-shaped head calmly made a cool remark. "Kana, you've changed a lot. I like it." Far in the distance, Tassa and Clark Miller were watching the crowd celebrate below. Tassa commented nonchalantly, "Not bad." "Huh?" Clark Miller replied immediately, "He's much better than I imagined." The guy seemed to have found a rival on his wavelength, so his eyes lit up. "How about we test him out?" Clark's eyes now looked incredibly wild. "Who do you think is stronger?" Hearing that, Tassa quickly reminded him, "I know you're itching to fight him, but cool it, Clark. We're allies on the same boat now." Below, the group was buzzing with excited chatter. The atmosphere has completely changed thanks to him. Suddenly, an excited voice shouted, "We can win. Our side has 3 people this strong." Then, they continued to celebrate wildly. "We're gonna win. Let's go, everyone." Thanks to Boda's victory, everyone was blooming with joy. We'll slaughter all the sea monsters. That's right, the crowd clamored again. I bet I can kill more than you. Dream on, honey, victory is ours. While the atmosphere was pretty chill, from a distance, a sudden light appeared, tearing through the night. Sensing something was wrong, the whole group turned their heads to look. Kana also watched in bewilderment as the mysterious light continued to flash. The first person to wonder was Uku. What is that? Both Sonia and Boda were clueless as to what was going on. Suddenly, the queen appeared, her voice eerie and chilling. That thing. Her expression was terrifying, and then she continued, "Then you can all be wiped out, you humans." After hearing the queen's chilling declaration, Boda's face turned pale, his heart sinking into his stomach. But the queen remained unfazed, cackling as if she'd won the lottery. The celebrating group suddenly froze for 5 seconds in shock, then shouted in unison, "It's the queen." At the same time, a mysterious figure was observing from afar with binoculars. This person muttered while watching, "The queen has just declared war on us." The group gathered again to discuss strategy. It's close, less than a day away. According to the location, the queen's nest is that point of light over there. Mao anxiously asked, "Is she letting us know on purpose?" Hearing the question, Clark Miller replied coolly, "This is the plan." His expression was frighteningly serious. "Your mission is to escort." Then he began to present the detailed plan. "First, we will depart at dawn, so we can fight the sea monsters in the afternoon, when they are at their weakest." Clark Miller pointed at the ship map and explained thoroughly. "Second, there will be 3 large ships full of bombs. They are the Busan, Manhattan, and Sao Paulo associations." He laid out the diagram and continued, "All the remaining ships will escort these 3 ships until we reach the Queen's nest." Clark Miller emphasized with a grim face, "The purpose is a suicide bombing, to destroy the nest and the Queen nesting inside it." The plan was laid out clearly. The ships will go full speed to the lair. The escort ships will absolutely not stop, not turn back, just push forward. Hearing these words, Min Hyu's face was grim. "Even if our comrades fall into the sea, we don't save them? You mean we won't even turn back to save them?" Clark Miller's face was cold as ice, without a trace of emotion. "Keep moving, no matter what happens." After hearing that, the other guy could only let out a long sigh. What a truly ruthless plan. As soon as he finished, Clark Miller retorted in a harsh voice, "Risk your lives, protect the Busan, Manhattan, and Sao Paulo ships at all costs. As long as we reach the nest, we will win. No more discussion." But it seemed he was afraid his comrades wouldn't give it their all. So he added another sentence, "All of humanity will be wiped out if you can't protect those 3 main ships. You'd better understand that." With the situation as tense as a drawn bowstring, some people felt something was wrong and spoke up. "The ships in the lead will surely have a hard time surviving." Hearing that concern, Clark Miller said in a low voice, "Even if all of us die, we must complete this mission. This is the only plan to prevent humanity from being annihilated. Understand?" Then he asked loudly, "Are there any volunteers to lead the charge?" But the only response was a chilling silence. Not a single person dared to make a peep. In the midst of that, someone suddenly stood up. Aroma, with a pensive expression, declared, "Aroma will take the front line." At the same time, Benin also shot to his feet. The Benin Association will also fight alongside at the front. Hearing this, everyone looked on in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening. Aroma confidently affirmed, "All Aroma warriors are ready to sacrifice their lives. We fear no one." He remembered his base that had been turned to dust. "We have nowhere left to return to." Aroma spoke, his voice full of tragic grandeur. What could be more frightening than that? "We have only one request for those who survive. That is to remember our sacrifice." At this point, his eyes suddenly welled up. "Please, let the wandering people of Aroma live a normal life like everyone else." After hearing this, Clark Miller, without hesitation, said, "New York will carve it into our hearts." Immediately after, Kana also spoke up. "Busan solemnly swears." Mao also stood up. "Oasis Port swears to complete this mission. We will not retreat." Hearing those heroic words, Aroma replied, "Thank you all. That's all we need. That's enough." Night fell, strangely peaceful, but everyone knew that tomorrow morning would be a bloody battle. The ships began to weigh anchor. On deck, the warriors were checking their gear. While working, Sonia lamented, "Anyway, this plan is incredibly cruel. I can't believe we have to follow this plan." Hearing that, another person chimed in, "I don't understand why you all trust Clark so much. Have you never grumbled or been annoyed with him? He treats us like disposable pawns on a chessboard." Tassa heard this, her eyes gazing into the distance. "We all know Clark is a terrifyingly ruthless man. She asked back nonchalantly. But do you think mercy will help us kill those hideous sea monsters? Without waiting for an answer, Tasa continued. If you lose a comrade just because of some stupid mistake by a soft-hearted captain who can't bring himself to act, then you'll understand why Clark deserves to be captain. New York still exists today, thanks to Clark's extraordinary decisiveness. Her eyes now shone with a strange determination. Clark's methods may be a bit cruel, but Clark is always right. Clark is a talented leader beyond reproach. Sonia, sitting next to her, also joined in with a nonchalant comment. Yeah, and also a clueless oaf who can't choose his words. Talking to him is like getting punched. While they were chatting, they were caught by Clark Miller. Your skills are crap. Sonia jumped, startled, and asked back, what did you say? Uka also nodded in agreement. He really is a clueless oaf sometimes. Hearing that, Tasa called out, Uka. But then Sonia became completely serious. Tasa, Uka, you must come back alive. She held out her hand, her voice resolute, and let's never see each other again. Understand? Tasa pouted, smacking her lips loudly, her annoyance clearly visible. But then she also reached out her hand to take it, her cold eyes glancing away deal. Immediately after, the port began to operate. A few submarines were lowered into the water, the sound of their engines roaring continuously. The bald-headed guy spoke up again. Are you ready, Doctor? For was engrossed in observation, replying, I have waited for this moment for a long time. I can't wait any longer. Hearing that, he asked back with curiosity, we're just here to watch, right? Not for a hands-on experience, you know. He looked up, pondered for a moment, then said, I've spent my whole life studying sea monsters. Not a single day has passed that I haven't thought about them. Dr. First's eyes were now filled with hope. I can't believe I'm getting to witness their nest with my own eyes like this. The doctor's expression was now priceless, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out, muttering, this is truly the best day of my life. No kidding. At the same time, in Maintenance Room B3, the workers were still diligently repairing machinery. Brune was being fitted with a high-end protective suit. Sting took off his glasses and said, all right, try moving around. Run gently clenched his fist. Then his face lit up with excitement. This is amazing. It's designed to be much lighter than I thought. Absolutely top-notch. Hearing those words, he reminded him, using maximum power could seriously injure your shoulder. Be a little careful. But he didn't seem to pay any attention to the warning. Run replied, nonchalantly, maximum, then immediately tested the new weapon without hesitation. His iron fist delivered a devastating punch. Its power was terrifying. Sting saw this and could only shake his head in exasperation. I told you to be careful. But Run didn't care, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. This is my last chance to slaughter the sea monsters. I should at least prepare properly. At the same time, in the kitchen, with the lively sounds of cooking, Mao suddenly spoke up. I think the people participating in the battle will stay on the island, right? The chef heard this and replied, Mao. Then he continued, his voice a little wistful. This might be the last time I see the old folks. So at least, I want to prepare a proper meal for them with my own hands. I know, if I hesitate any longer, I will surely regret it. Mao looked bewildered, muttering, regret? Then he suddenly froze. After remembering something, Mao hurriedly shouted, I'll regret it to death if I don't confess to Kana. Hearing this, the chef was startled. What did you say? Seeing the young man crying and about to rush off, he quickly held him back. No, you can't. You'll really regret it. Good heavens, things will get very bad. Why is it like this? At the same time, Kana was standing pensively on the ship's deck, gazing at the vast, expansive night sky. A white bird suddenly flew by, immediately catching Kana's attention. The bird carefully fed its helpless chicks in the nest. Watching the scene, Kana couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The baby birds, chirping loudly from hunger, suddenly stirred Kana's compassion. You all have been dragged into this war without even knowing it. Even so, she remained firm in her original decision. I've waited for this day for a very long time. I can't give up. The horrific, bloody scenes from her past still haunted her mind. At 14, the day I lost all my loved ones. This only strengthened Kana's resolve. My life was shattered. Yet those bastards are still alive and well, it's not fair. It had turned her into a completely different person. I became so hateful that I became numb. I no longer wanted to communicate with anyone, nor did I care about life or death. My only goal was to kill all the sea monsters. I even thought about death without any regrets. In her most desperate moment, a different thought suddenly flashed in Kana's mind, but I realized something seems to be changing. I'm no longer just filled with hatred. I don't know since when, but I've come to desire to live so much. She began to list each reason, from when Lita no longer cried all night after I held her in my arms, or from when those 2 kids stayed up all night to take care of me. I risked my life to save those 2 kids. Returning to the present, Kana looked into the distance, but in the end, I was the one who was saved. Boda approached from a distance, calling out, "Kana." She looked at him, her eyes filled with an indescribable sadness, silently grateful in her heart. "It's all thanks to you." A gentle voice replied immediately after Boda. The young man seized the opportunity to score points by draping his warm coat over her shoulders. "Are you cold?" Boda looked straight into her eyes, his gaze affectionate. "We still have some time until dawn. Why don't you go get some rest?" Kana replied in a low voice, "I don't want to relax and fall asleep." Hearing that, he also quickly decided, "In that case, I'll stay up with you." Boda smiled gently. "Let's stay up together until morning." At the same time, Clark Miller was training intensely, drenched in sweat. He swung his arm, instantly creating sharp gusts of wind that tore through the air. A few unlucky butterflies flying by were immediately sliced in half. This unbelievable result made Clark Miller feel quite smug. In the old, dilapidated hallway, steady footsteps echoed. A sudden knock on the door interrupted Brune's preparation for tomorrow's life-or-death battle. He looked at the person outside the door, surprised. "Who is it?" "Sonia, why are you here?" The young woman just smiled and replied succinctly, "I choose you." Sonia's suggestive words left Brune frozen, his face bewildered. But he caught on pretty quickly, understanding her meaning, and his cheeks suddenly flushed. She said nothing more, just quietly entered and slammed the door shut. The sound of the lock clicking echoed. Everyone knows what happened next. The hallway fell into a dead, eerie silence again. Over here, Boda and Kana had been leaning against the ship's rail until the sun began to rise. On the horizon, the brilliant dawn painted a vast expanse of the sky pink. The two of them still watched pensively. The dawn has finally come. Moved by the scene, Boda asked, "Will we get to see this breathtakingly beautiful sight again tomorrow?" She replied without hesitation, "Yes, Boda. Let's save Lita and come back together." Kana's gaze was fixed ahead as she softly uttered, "Home." Her strength moved Boda, Kana, under the warm morning light. He looked affectionately at the girl before him. "Thank you." Boda's tone then became more intense than ever. "Please survive, no matter what happens, Kana." Her eyes widened in astonishment. 100 thoughts tangled in Kana's mind. Is this a proposal? No, this is a battle vow. Only then did she truly understand the deeper meaning. A baby bird will one day leave the nest, to spread its own wings and fly. Fly far, far away without end. In the pinkish dawn sky, the white bird from before spread its wings wide and flew away without a single glance back. Kana suddenly felt an immense worry. "Boda, don't do anything dangerous." But he just remained silent, watching her scream in desperation. "Promise me you'll survive." Kana grew more and more desperate. "Promise me." Before Boda could answer, the blare of a horn shattered the quiet atmosphere. The captain's steely voice came over the radio. "All hands, we will begin the final battle, the battle for survival." Akroma was already in position, his expression frighteningly grim. Over here, Sonia and Goat also had their weapons tightly in hand, the loudspeakers still echoing the captain's voice. "Good luck to everyone. Victory will be ours." Miller's group was also ready, just waiting for the next command to go all out. Dr. Four and the pink-haired girl were settled in their homemade submersible. Brune listened to the instructions alone. "The target is that damn monster nest up ahead, clear?" Two other warriors stood on a high point, their machine guns aimed straight down at the deep blue sea. Mao held his weapon tightly, his expression extremely tense. 3 heavy warships along with dozens of smaller boats advanced in unison. Amidst resounding cheers, the great death match began. At the bottom of the deep, pitch-black ocean, the wrecks of warships lay scattered and desolate on the cold mud. Nearby, 2 more shipwrecks served as shelter for countless aquatic species. The submersible, with its engine roaring, glided majestically into the fierce battlefield. The dark space made everything blurry, surreal. But Doctor, for still recognized something familiar. That's the death ship over there, unmistakable. He pressed his face against the glass shield, trying to get a better look. This scene has appeared in my dreams. I'm not mistaken. Doctor for suddenly turned back, ordering, slow down. I can't see a thing. But the pink-haired girl cut him off irritably. We're not sightseeing, you hear me? Ahead of them, a bright red area of light stood out in the darkness. The submersible slowly approached. A heavy voice rang out, "We're here." As the distance closed, the red light became more gruesome, making one shudder. The group, without hesitation, swam through the outer membrane. Right at the center, the nest was being charged with energy, so it shone continuously. Its surface was carved with strange patterns, looking both mysterious and terrifying. The sight before him mesmerized Dr. Four. Magnificent, it's its like. The pink-haired girl quickly finished his sentence, like the asshole of a whale. He was stunned when he heard that. Turning to snap, "You bastard. How can you utter such vulgar words while admiring something so beautiful?" Not long after, they began to implement their plan, fire the locator device. The just-launched object shot off like a rocket, piercing through the resistant water. It quickly headed straight for the target nest in the center. The device's sharp needle point embedded itself firmly into the nest's hard shell. Immediately after, the light on its body turned on. The final signal was transmitted back to the command bay. A person hastily reported, "We have the exact coordinates of the nest, sir." The captain let out a soft sigh of relief. They did it. The captain immediately gave the order, "Destination is 12,000 meters away. All forces increase speed by another 5 knots. Hurry up." The fleet of warships suddenly cut through the waves, seawater splashing onto the decks. The bright sun shone down. The sky was crystal clear without a cloud. A warrior held a machine gun, his eyes fixed on the target ahead. He looked up at the sky, letting sweat drench him, and quietly prayed, "Please, a little more sun, oh God." Beneath the deep ocean, where the nest was being mysteriously nurtured, the pink-haired girl steered the probe sub, hovering above. "Do you think we'd win if I launched a torpedo at that thing right now?" Doctor for coldly threw a bucket of cold water on her crazy idea. A volcanic eruption probably wouldn't even faze that thing, let alone a torpedo. It's not that easy, my friend. He immediately turned the sub. "Let's go back to base." The pink-haired girl cried out in alarm. "What? Wait a minute." But Doctor, for paid her no mind, continuing his action, "I don't want to linger in this minefield for another second." Mal looked bewildered, muttering regret. Then he suddenly froze. Suddenly, a giant sea monster appeared, chasing closely behind them. It took a bite out of a part of the submersible. Both he and the pink-haired girl screamed their heads off, their faces pale, but their hands still gripped the controls, not letting go. They desperately sped towards the wreck of a sunken ship, dragging the ferocious sea monster with them. The powerful collision created sparks from the friction. The girl held the controls firmly, gritting her teeth as she steered the sub. Without hesitation, the pink-haired girl fired a critical shot at the sea monster. Its body was shattered and thrown far away, followed by their submersible. Dr. Four was breathless after the narrow escape, my God. Before he could even recover, he noticed something unusual. What the hell is that? Thousands of sea monsters were simultaneously emerging from the nest. They emitted ear-piercing sounds that were hair-raising. Dr. Four was so horrified his mouth hung open, his voice trembling. The sea monsters, just how many of them are there? Swarm after swarm, they swam in one direction. The pink-haired girl quickly realized their intention to the east. They're heading towards our main force. On the sea surface, the fleet continued to advance towards the bright red dot on the horizon, 10,000 meters to the destination. The monsters attacked in unison, and from the Army's side, gunfire also began to ring out. The announcements came rapidly, 9,000 meters left. At the communications officer station, the radar screen continuously updated the situation. Suddenly, countless green dots appeared, approaching them at lightning speed, gradually forming a tightening encirclement around the entire force. The communications officer immediately reported, his voice full of panic. "We have signals from many unidentified objects moving ahead. They're all sea monsters." The sea monsters crawled along the seabed, layer upon layer, swarm upon swarm, looking like a mighty army. They chose a strategic position and suddenly stopped. Then, one by one, they emerged from the water, bearing their sharp, ferocious fangs. Each one's set of teeth looked so menacing that one bite would send you to your grave. They crowded together, trying to lift their heads above the sea and continuously emitting ear-splitting screeches that felt like they could rupture eardrums. Suddenly, a giant pillar of light slammed down right in the middle of their formation. The one swimming nearby took the full force of the attack. The formation began to fall into disarray. A red object commanded advance. Immediately, the monsters opened their mouths wide, and from within their bodies, another strange creature emerged. This creature looked much larger and more ferocious, with a jaw full of sharp spikes. The queen glared, her voice full of murderous intent. "Kill every last human for me." The horde of sea monsters, like a disturbed beehive, charged forward like hungry tigers. They also pushed and shoved each other to get to the front. One stepped on another, trying to fight for a tasty morsel. The captain immediately became alert, holding the radio, and ordered the legion, "Prepare for battle." He repeated the command, "Prepare for battle, prepare for battle." The soldiers quickly got into position, guns at the ready, concentrating on the deck. It's starting. A fierce wave of sea monsters rushed in from the distance, easily surrounding the entire legion. The fresh-faced recruits, their hands holding their guns, trembled like leaves. Because this was their first time in battle, their hearts pounded and their legs shook. Looking at the endless line of sea monsters ahead, they understood all too well, we are completely outnumbered. This is going to be tough. Akroma stood calmly among his men, trying to calm them. "Brothers." He looked serious, his voice resolute. "I am honored to fight alongside you in this battle." The other soldiers also took the opportunity to have a quick heart-to-heart, even though they were all shaking so much they could wet their pants. "We are honored to be with you in this moment of life and death." Akroma smiled with satisfaction at them. The sea monsters had closed in. His eyes reddened, and he shouted loudly, his voice ringing out, "Akroma Legion, take their lives for me." All the soldiers were in a ready stance to fight for revenge for our losses. He finished with a sentence to boost his comrades' morale. "The time for revenge has come. Let's fight." The two Vanguard warships led the charge, immediately loading their weapons. Akroma continuously fired from the automatic rifle in his hand, shouting, "Fire." The soldiers also fired relentlessly on his command. The monsters were hit and fell like flies. Fresh blood gushed out, dyeing a whole area of the sea red. But the soldiers continued to fire fiercely. As soon as one group of monsters fell, another emerged to take its place, as numerous as ants. Although they had killed a considerable number, they still swarmed the sea surface, showing no sign of decreasing. Gradually, the sound of gunfire remained, but the sea monsters had turned the tide. There was no longer a scene of bloodshed, as they had become immune to the bullets. That was also when an even larger wave of monsters emerged, closing in on the two Vanguard ships. They easily glided across the sea, broke through the encirclement, charged straight into the rear of the formation, and swarmed onto the ships. The sea raged violently. The ship rocked as if it would capsize, while the soldiers continued to attack frantically. Everywhere in the formation, there was no place without the shadow of the monsters. The soldiers could only fire continuously, but it seemed all efforts were in vain. Although the encirclement was broken, a few unlucky monsters were still killed. None of the soldiers had died, yet everyone was giving their all, firing without rest. The number of sea monsters killed was increasing, but compared to the stormy attack of the entire monster horde, it was a drop in the ocean, because they had gotten very close to where they were standing. With a gentle bump, the first warship sank, and the fate of the soldiers on it was sealed. Then it was the second warship's turn to disappear in a similar fashion. The remaining ships fought back frantically, trying to signal each other, "It's on the ship." For the soldier fighting by the window, the million-dollar view allowed him to clearly see the bloody jaws and sharp fangs of the sea monsters. And one of the monsters' arms easily bent an iron bar like a dry twig. They tore apart one side of the ship's hull like paper, leaving the remaining soldiers in utter confusion, gaping at them in astonishment. The fattest monster in the pack charged forward first, taking down the nearest soldier in an instant. Then, the next soldier was also snatched up by it, dragged down its throat. The warships were smashed one by one like tofu, then gradually sank to the bottom of the deep sea. Over here, Akroma, with a sword in one hand and a gun in the other, fought frantically with the sea monsters, determined to fight to the death. The familiar soldiers of the Akroma Legion fell one by one into the claws or bellies of the ferocious monsters. Bodies piled up, turning the entire deck into a pool of stinking red blood. Yet another soldier ended up in the palm of some sea monster. Although Akroma tried his best, firing relentlessly, he still couldn't save him. Suddenly, the ship exploded violently, tearing it into two pieces. Akroma, with his great fortune and luck, survived the horrific explosion. He tumbled toward some barrels on the ship, but his ordeal wasn't over yet. The sea monsters saw a delicious meal and rushed forward, intending to devour him. Akroma struggled to get up, shouting for Akroma. Then, he continuously fired his remaining bullets into the nearby barrels. The barrels were immediately riddled with holes, sparking large flames. The sparks quickly ignited the liquid inside, erupting into a fierce fire. The unlucky monsters were burned to a crisp, then sucked into the fiery vortex. The explosion also completely disfigured Akroma and the entire ship. Not a single piece of armor was left intact. Its destructive power was so great that the relief force moving from a distance could see it clearly. The command radio crackled again, 5,000 meters left. The wreckage of the Vanguard warships drifted closer, blocked by the support ships. Boda stood on the deck, his heart burning, his stomach churning, seeing the tragic scene before him. He could guess what was happening. Everyone is using their own flesh and blood to clear a path for us. The fire of hatred burned in Boda's heart. He told himself, I absolutely cannot lose. I must succeed at all costs. I can't let their sacrifice be in vain. The commander's voice came again, reporting the battle situation. The front line has fallen. All support ships have closed in. The bloody battle had just ended not long ago, and the monsters, after wiping out the Vanguard, were now targeting them. Clark, his face as tense as a drawn bowstring, warned urgently they're coming. Under the sea, a swarm of bizarrely shaped sea monsters was rushing towards them at terrifying speed. They got closer and closer, their massive bodies churning the sea, creating fierce waves. The sea monsters surfaced, revealing sharp horns and long claws. Their claws dug into the ship's hull, creating flashing sparks. Then they scrambled to climb aboard. The sound of claws scraping against metal was chilling. Just then, a volley of bullets tore through the air, taking down a bunch of sea monsters, fresh blood splattering everywhere. After the first wave of attack, 3 soldiers tightened their grip on their guns, their eyes fixed on the target, just waiting for the command to fire. Clark, his eyes full of determination, shouted the order, "Take them down for me." The soldiers on the ship opened fire in unison on the sea monsters, fresh blood once again gushing out endlessly. Before the blood could even spread on the water's surface, the sea monsters from below continued to emerge, more numerous than ants. Tassa observed the situation and shouted, "This place is surrounded by sea monsters. There's no escape." Right after the shout, the sea monsters roared again, emerging from the water, pushing each other to continue climbing onto the ship. The soldiers continuously pulled the trigger, firing relentlessly at them. Suddenly, a Kasi from under the sea rammed hard into the ship's hull. The devastating impact shattered the ship, and it slammed down onto the water, creating giant columns of waves. The soldiers and the sea monsters all fell into the sea, their bodies flailing, losing all gravity. Below, a swarm of sea monsters was waiting. They opened their mouths wide, clamping down on a soldier's leg, splattering blood everywhere. Tassa raised her gun, firing straight at the monsters, her voice urgent. "There are too many. Kana, give us the signal to retreat." Kana continued to fight, her voice strangely steady. "Not yet. We need to hold them off a little longer." Boda and another teammate fired continuously, their faces tense, shouting, "They're coming in greater numbers. We can't hold them back anymore." The bullets, the sea monsters, and fresh blood mixed together amidst the splashing water, creating a scene of extreme chaos and brutality. At the Sao Paulo Association, the The sea monsters continued to cling to the edge of the ship and climb up, their numbers growing, looking like a giant swarm of ants. They swarmed onto the ship, rushing to bite and tear at everything in sight. A soldier screamed in terror. They're all over the ship. We're screwed. The man was in a state of extreme panic, shouting, "Inform our comrades." Sao Paulo is in grave danger. Kana quickly grabbed a gun. It's time. She pulled the trigger. The bullet shot up into the sky, creating a brilliant streak of light. It flew straight up, illuminating a large area of the sky. Then more shots were fired, burning brightly like fireworks. Someone suddenly shouted, "It's the signal." Boda immediately ordered his teammates, "Pour it quickly." Oil from the containers was quickly poured into the sea. The surrounding ships also acted without delay, pouring oil down, the thick layer of oil slowly spreading out. The sea waves crashed violently, rolling powerfully, mixing with the ever-increasing layer of oil on the water surface. The sea monsters let out mournful screams, their roars echoing through the space, sending chills down the spine. A bomb was activated, the whining sound from its engine revving up, ready to be fired. The bomb was fired, immediately creating a giant sea of fire, thick smoke and flames enveloping everything, creating a suffocatingly deadly atmosphere. The monsters writhed in agony, their bodies burning in the sea of fire. They tried to struggle to escape, but it was futile. The fire consumed the sea monsters, turning them into blackened piles of ash. They screamed in despair, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably, with no strength left to resist. Patches of white, charred bone began to show. The acrid smell of burnt flesh rose, as if to suffocate the air. The fire showed no sign of stopping, spreading wider, growing larger, as if wanting to burn everything, leaving no creature behind. The fire flared up, blindingly bright, licking at everything within its reach. The fire caught onto the ship's hulls, spreading quickly, thick black smoke billowing up. The large ship at the rear did not escape the disaster. The ferocious flames consumed everything in its path. Their ship luckily sped out of the sea of fire, water splashing under its scorching hot hull. The burning sea monsters continued to scream, as if trying to prevent them from escaping this nightmare. The sea surface rippled like millions of small eyes watching. A voice echoed from somewhere. The sea is boiling, truly boiling. Then, the sea monsters slowly sank to the bottom of the sea, passing through the still hot water. A few lucky survivors, terrified, dove deep into the sea to hide. 2 soldiers watched, their faces beaming, shouting, "It worked amazing." On the distant horizon, a pink streak appeared. Someone announced, 3,000 meters to the nest. Under the seawater, a giant monster suddenly glided by, creating small ripples. A scout was observing the situation, crying out in worry. That's Basra's scream. "We're in trouble, Commander." His voice tightened, a hint of fear. "Where? Report now." A voice came over the radio, urgent but clear, below the Sao Paulo. From the depths of the sea, the giant Basra slowly emerged, its skin black and glossy, rough like tempered steel. Boda and his teammates looked up in horror, stunned and frozen for a moment. The soldiers were already in position to fight at the ship's rail, their eyes glued to the giant creature that had just appeared. It's Basra. Unmistakable. Basra suddenly thrashed its giant tail, smashing a ship to pieces. The sea waves roared and churned. The soldiers lost their balance and tumbled into the burning sea of fire, along with the ship's wreckage, creating a chaotic, terrifying scene. Water splashed everywhere. The violent waves carried the ship's debris. The monster's tail still thrashed powerfully underwater, making the sea surface tremble continuously. The ship broke in two. A large mast was snapped, and oil splattered everywhere. The soldiers screamed in panic. The oil is leaking, damn it. The sea before them was covered in a blazing red fire, looking like a burning hell in the middle of the ocean. The ship couldn't withstand the pressure from the fire and oil and exploded violently in the middle of the sea. Despite being thrown far by the force of the explosion, many soldiers still tried to brace themselves to keep from falling. But in the end, they couldn't hold on. Desperate hands reached out, trying to find a foothold, but in vain. Finally, the ship could take no more and collapsed, as if swallowed by the vast sea itself. Smoke from the wrecked ship billowed up, blackening a large expanse of the sky. The scout was extremely worried, shouting, "Sao Paulo is not okay. The situation is critical." Beside him, The captain stared intently at the flames, gritting his teeth, his jaw clenched, looking like a beast about to go berserk. Clark grimaced, letting out a sky-shaking roar, "Basra!" Following that, a series of urgent warnings rang out. "It's coming, right behind the Manhattan. Get ready." Clark observed the situation, his face tense. He quickly ordered, "Drop the bombs." Immediately, right after the shout to throw, a series of bombs were dropped one by one into the violently churning water. They slowly sank, heading straight towards the area near Basra, where the water was still swirling around the giant, haunting shadow. The bombs sank silently into the vast sea. Around it, clusters of bubbles rose continuously, trailing faint white streaks like evening smoke in the water. A series of thuds echoed from the seabed. The bombs exploded around Basra, creating giant fireballs, burning and smoldering. They hit the monster hard. It couldn't contain its extreme pain and screamed horribly, fresh blood splattering everywhere, creating a bloody and brutal scene that was chilling to the bone. The water's surface was torn apart, erupting into giant columns of water, shooting up like fierce tsunamis. Everyone watched the terrifying scene in fear, their eyes both worried and anxiously hopeful. "They're gone. Please let them be gone." Suddenly, Basra emerged from the sea, creating powerful, churning waves, as if wanting to sink everything. Its tentacles were covered with hundreds of sharp spikes, as hard as barbed wire. Each spike had a brilliant, glowing spot, like malicious eyes staring hungrily, ready to pierce anything that dared to come near. From the blowholes on its tentacles, something suddenly shot out faster than the flash, like a sharp arrow tearing through the wind. They were swordfish with gleaming eyes. They shot towards their target at terrifying speed, looking like cold-blooded assassins. The two soldiers stared in horror at the scene before them, their eyes wide and mouths agape in utter surprise and terror. They charged straight for the boat, creating dazzling streaks of light. A violent explosion roared, shaking the sea's surface. The swarm of swordfish continued to charge, growing in number, enveloping the boat like a ferocious, unstoppable flood. They pierced through the ship's hull, spraying inside and leaving gaping, pathetic-looking holes. Clark suddenly rushed out like the wind. Without hesitation, he charged forward, ready for a bloody battle. He glared at the fish with eyes full of hatred, his hand gripping his staff tightly, preparing for a life-or-death struggle, determined not to retreat a single step. Clark grimaced, his teeth clenched so hard they squeaked. Anger was written all over his face, as if he was about to lose control. He charged straight towards Basra, ready to fight. Everything around seemed to fall silent, leaving only a fierce fighting spirit blazing like fire. The sea monster named Basra slammed into the ship, causing an earth-shattering sound that echoed through the space. The structures on the ship swayed, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Some people lost their balance and fell from above due to the momentum. The monsters were already wading in the water, seizing the opportunity to immediately attack their unfortunate prey. Suddenly, they all surfaced at once, menacingly approaching the ship like a pack of hungry beasts. The spearmen quickly recognized the danger. "They're getting in. Stop them now." They continuously fired at the monsters, but it seemed futile. The creatures didn't flinch. On the contrary, they became even more frenzied. Then they swarmed inside, by the tens, by the hundreds, too numerous to count. The scene became utterly chaotic, like a hot pot full of monsters. Some who tried to block their path were torn to shreds and died on the spot. Others who were outside continued to fight, blocking the way to prevent them from advancing deeper. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly. However, a sea monster arrived from the river, looking like a final boss. The power of firearms was completely useless against it. Its eyes were bloodshot, looking terrifying. Just then, Clock Miller appeared like a god. He spun his spear, delivering powerful and mighty slashes, then shouted loudly, protecting the ship by any means necessary. More and more monsters gathered to attack. The ship tilted, about to capsize. Suddenly, Boda and Kana discovered that Manhattan was sinking. "This is bad." Immediately after the order was given, "Everyone stop. Manhattan is sinking. It can't be saved. It's heading towards the Busan Association." Boda shouted a warning. "It's heading this way. Watch out," the captain ordered, his voice steely. "Everyone full-scale attack. Don't let it escape." Meanwhile, The monster continued to move forward, looking like a machine of destruction. Kana said, her voice full of worry, "Not yet. We still don't have enough firepower to confront it." It suddenly looked up at the sky, its mouth wide open, revealing thousands of sharp teeth, looking like a giant shark. Kana was stunned. Then the monster began to spew a strange blue beam of light. They aimed straight at the building where the heavy artillery was located. A world-shaking explosion occurred right after. A massive fire followed, gradually burning everything. Fortunately, Kana and Boda managed to escape in time. The others outside also began to open fire, determined to the end to protect the Busan Association. "We can't let it fall. If this ship sinks, all our chances will vanish into thin air." At that moment, Basra dived down again. Someone reported, "It's 150 meters from a ship." The sea monster shot through the water, a mystical blue light radiating from its body, looking like a terrifying ghost. Boda shouted, "It's about to ram us. Watch out!" In a flash, just as Basra emerged from the water, another one immediately charged, its sharp jaws biting into the middle of Basra's body. Fresh blood gushed out. The sea monster roared in extreme agony, its teeth clenched tight, its bones feeling as if they would shatter under the brutal strength of its foe. Then, the unfortunate monster was mercilessly finished off by its own kind. Boda and Kana gritted their teeth, their faces stunned, and uttered, "Goddick." The captain's face showed a flicker of astonishment. "What? Goddick?" The creature named Goddick suddenly lunged forward. With a fatal bite, it tore off the ferocious jaws of the monster Basra. Boda and Kana were rendered helpless, only able to watch as the two beasts tore each other apart. The sight was horrifying. The two creatures entangled and sank deep into the sea. Blood continued to pour from the bite wound on Basra's body, but it refused to give up, still trying to attack Goddick by opening its sharp-toothed jaws wide. It gathered all its remaining strength, roaring as if it were the last bite of its life, then shot forward and bit Goddick's neck. Blood spurted in a long stream from a bite. Goddick struggled, surfacing above the water. It slammed hard against the side of the boat, causing it to rock violently. The two beasts, one biting down hard, the other struggling, churned up a large area of water, sending white foam flying everywhere. The situation was extremely chaotic. The massive bodies of the two beasts continuously slammed into the side of the boat. The boat rocked violently, causing the crew members inside to tumble, unable to stand firm. Even Boda and Kana couldn't escape the situation. They clung tightly to the ship's railing to keep their balance. The two monsters dragged each other back down into the deep sea, only their long, wriggling tails visible on the water surface. Boda and Kana finally regained their footing. They watched the life-or-death battle of the two beasts intently, not daring to look away. In the deep water, Goddick was still struggling to escape from Basra. Goddick let out a roar, thrashing so violently that Basra had to let go. Blood continued to gush endlessly from the wound on Basra's severed snout. After it released Goddick, Goddick immediately rammed it hard. Suddenly, Basra's tail moved. They twisted together. Then it suddenly bent its body, powerfully plunging its sharp tail into Goddick's head. Goddick turned its head, then with all its might, bit down hard on Basra. Once again, Goddick gathered all its strength, pulled Basra out of the water, and then slowly used its force to tear Basra's body in two. And so, Basra was annihilated by Goddick's terrifying power. The crew members on the ship turned pale, stunned as they witnessed the entire clean execution. Sonia bluntly shouted, "What the hell is going on? Did Goddick just kill Basra?" Under the water, Goddick swam away coolly after its glorious victory, leaving the two pieces of Basra's corpse to slowly sink to the bottom of the sea. Above on the ship's side, intently watching the once-in-a-lifetime scene, Boda suddenly noticed something unusual. He strained his eyes to see more clearly. In the far distance, a person was standing on a rock, spreading out large tentacles that were wriggling strangely. Trying to look closer, he was stunned to realize it was Lita. The little girl was also smiling at Boda. Her left eye had turned blue, with a bizarre cross-shaped pupil. Boda was so stunned he was speechless, trying to shout as loud as he could, "Lita!" Kana, standing next to him, couldn't hide her astonishment either, exclaiming Lita. At the nest, the queen's excited voice suddenly rang out, "There she is." there's my Lita. Elsewhere, in the deep sea, Goddick was still battling countless other Basras. Goddick charged, sinking its teeth into a Basra. Bitten fatally in the body by Goddick, the Basra shrieked in agony. Unable to escape the clutches of the grim reaper named Goddick, the unfortunate Basra gasped for breath and slowly sank into the cold depths of the sea. But how could Goddick let it go so easily? It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, aiming straight at the weakening Basra. Then Goddick lunged, biting hard into Basra's body, finishing it off without mercy. At the queen's lair, having sensed Lita's presence, it laughed sinisterly. Here is my little sister. You carry my blood, but you are also my sworn enemy. I have waited for this day for a very long time. The queen bared its sharp teeth and shouted, "Kill her for me." It cackled barbarically while chanting, "Go on, kill that Lita." In another development, on Boda's ship, the monsters controlled by the queen seemed to have a telepathic connection. They heard the command like a call from hell echoing in their ears. They all roared wildly in unison, a sound that was chilling to the bone. They went berserk, ramming into the walls all at once, rendering the crew's efforts to stop them futile. They had breached the ship's hull and were now pouring out like a swarm from a broken hive. The monsters crashed into the water. The scene became extremely chaotic, like a tangled mess. The ship had a huge hole in it. The crew, not yet recovered from the shock, exclaimed, "What was that? Did they just leave?" Clock Miller and Tassa could only watch helplessly as the horde of monsters fled in disarray. Lita, standing from a distance, had also witnessed the entire event. The little girl pouted, a hint of sadness on her face. From afar, Boda still tried to shout loudly, although Lita probably couldn't hear him. "You fool! Why are you here? Get away from this place! Hurry!" Using all his strength, Boda shouted as loud as he could, "Run!" Although they were miles apart, by some extraordinary power, Boda heard Lita's voice echoing in his ear. He heard her say earnestly, "No, I won't run anymore, Boda. I've always had to hide in dark, cold cliffs. Always. I've had to endure it all, missing everyone, the fear, and the loneliness." As she finished speaking, Lita's gaze became more determined than ever. She made up her mind, affirming resolutely, "I won't run anymore." Hearing this, Boda could only grit his teeth helplessly, unable to change her mind. Lita continued, her voice firm, "I'm much braver than before." Boda tried his best to persuade her, "You're the queen's target. You'll be killed by it." Lita looked sadly into the distance, replying to Boda, "I know." She reassured Boda, "Go to the nest, Boda. Don't worry about me." As soon as she finished speaking, the monsters charged forward like a tempest, their roars shaking the heavens. Lita had to face them alone, but she just stood there silently watching. Despite the chaotic scene around her, she remained perfectly calm and continued, "I'm not fighting alone." The moment she finished, a mutated fish 1,000,000,000 times larger than Lita shot up from the sea straight into the sky. It was bigger than 7,749 monsters combined, with a speed faster than a missile. It used its chin to slam straight into the small fry under its command. The monsters were sent flying in all directions like New Year's fireworks. The sea monsters were knocked into the deep sea, scattered like sparrows. But refusing to let them go, Lita's mutated fish dived back into the sea, grabbing the school of seafood and chewing them voraciously. The others didn't back down, biting back furiously. Once again, Goddick bent its body to snap at them. The mutated fish, green with envy, fled for their lives to avoid being made into mincemeat by the mutated fish. From a distance, another group of aggressive sea monsters charged forward, demanding Lita's life, but they didn't know that they were the ones about to be served on a platter. Huge fish suddenly surfaced, opening their mouths as wide as possible, and lunged towards where Lita was standing. Lita froze, her heart feeling like it would jump out of her chest. But luckily, some of Lita's loyal allies rushed up to block their path and send them to their graves. Lita stood silently, watching the two sides brutally slaughter each other. Lita's eyes became sadder than ever. She stood quietly in the midst of a bloody battle, amidst the water covered in white foam. The sight of sea monsters tearing apart their own kind was horrific. Those sea creatures, they no longer recognized each other. There was no reason left, only the naked, primal instinct to kill, driven to the extreme of madness. The situation was utterly chaotic. The sea itself seemed to churn in terror. The water stirred up over a vast area. At the bottom of the sea, Big fish ate small fish. The strong killed the weak, a brutal law of survival. The sea monsters continued to tear each other apart relentlessly. Fish carcasses floated everywhere, the pungent smell of blood and the crimson seawater looking horrifying. The eyes of the mutated fish glowed as if they were contaminated with radiation from Japan. They charged at each other furiously, fresh blood spraying into columns of red against the deep blue sky. Their sharp teeth flashed like the sides of the Grim Reaper, opening to tear one after another apart without mercy. The crew members on the ship witnessed this scene with their jaws dropped, so astonished they couldn't utter a word. The crowd of crew members buzzed with discussion. Are they destroying each other? How can something so strange be happening? Quickly assessing the situation, the captain immediately shouted, "Lita has given us a golden opportunity. Full speed ahead. To the nest now." The captain's spirited shout echoed everywhere. Only 300 meters to go. Meanwhile, Boda still stood rooted to the spot, stunned, his heart in turmoil. "Lita." The captain continued to cheer, his voice full of energy. 200 meters. Come on. As soon as he finished, he ordered, "Open the bomb bay. Prepare to fire." In the Queen's nest, a stream of light was emitting. It was so angry it was grinding its teeth as it witnessed everything that had just happened. The Queen exploded with rage, grinding its teeth and letting out an earth-shattering roar. "You damned traitor." The tentacles surrounding the Queen's nest began to squirm, looking terrifying. Dr. Fur exclaimed in amazement, "It's moving. What is this?" The giant tentacles wriggled, clinging tightly to the cliff face. Dust flew everywhere, severely polluting the surrounding air. At the very top of the treacherous mountain, those tentacles continued to move, just like a giant octopus hugging a large log. Perched majestically on the mountaintop was the Queen, in a pinkish form, spreading all its tentacles wide, revealing a top-tier hourglass figure. It let out a threatening roar. "Lita." It hissed, its expression 3 parts helpless, 7 parts furious. "I have always taken care of you. What have I given you, huh? How dare you betray me? You must die, you damn brat." Ignoring the Queen's self-pitying drama, the ship still shot forward, not flinching in the slightest. The captain's shout echoed, tearing through the silent space. "Prepare to detonate the bomb." Because he shouted so loudly, the Queen heard it. It paused for half a beat to compose itself. Then it saw the door of the warship slowly opening. Inside, a formidable army was in position, ready to make mincemeat of it. Getting a little closer, it turned out that the person standing there was Brun, followed by crew members preparing their weapons, ready for battle. Brun reported authoritatively, "Ready." Hearing this, the captain, without a moment's hesitation, gave a decisive order. "Now, drop them all." As the command was given, the crew members acted instantly, without any hesitation. Suddenly, from under the water, something shot forward with terrifying speed. With a loud crash, the ship was enveloped and squeezed by giant tentacles. The tentacles attacked continuously, causing the ship to rock violently, its hull heavily damaged. From the sea, a supergiant creature lunged upward. It appeared right in front of Boda and Kana, tearing a huge hole in the ship. Kana's mouth fell open. Boda was no better, his face filled with astonishment, not believing his eyes. She looked at the thing that had just lunged up, completely shocked, and asked, "What in the world is that?" The long, vine-like tentacles began to creep into the ship's compartments, slithering into the bomb bay, which had not yet been fired. Someone shouted in panic, "The bomb bay is blocked. This is bad." Brun reacted immediately. "Stand back. Let me clear a path." But before he could do anything, he had to stop, startled by the sight of the Queen. The Queen was standing imposingly before the crew members, smiling mischievously, bearing a set of long unbrushed teeth that looked truly disgusting. The crew members froze for 5 seconds, speechless at the sight of the Queen. It was as big as 3 muscular men combined, with countless tentacles. They stuck out everywhere, as if it were cosplaying a genetically mutated succulent. It looked at the crewmen with a sinister, unpredictable expression. On the other end, the crewmen were also too shocked to speak. When they could, they only managed to stammer a few words. What the hell is that?" Suddenly, Boda shouted, informing everyone the Queen. Hearing this, the Queen bared its straight teeth and smiled mysteriously, full of hidden meaning. Boda was even sent flying into a wall by it. He was thrown against the wall, and just as he managed to stand up, blood appeared, splattering everywhere. Boda barely managed to dodge those things. When he opened his eyes, his face was filled with rage, as if he wanted to eat his enemy alive. At this moment, the queen was still very composed, looking at everyone with a contemptuous expression. Brun was already quite seriously injured. He was struggling to defend himself. In the distance, a few more people lay motionless. It was unknown if they were still breathing. Kana saw this and was momentarily startled, but very quickly, she charged forward bravely. Seeing this, Boda hurriedly called after her, Kana. But at this moment, anger had overwhelmed reason. Kana loudly declared, "I will never forgive you. Do you hear me?" Seeing her angry expression, the queen became even more excited. It was very amused. It used its tentacles to attack her fiercely, without mercy. Before she could do anything to it, Kana was captured by it, looking truly pitiful. Even Boda, standing far away, could not escape his fate and had to share her predicament. The entire massive ship was now completely taken over by the queen's tentacles. It showed no mercy, ruthlessly destroying everything. The huge ship was now smashed to pieces by it like a cheap toy. Those with a little strength left still tried to struggle, fighting to the end. But how could they be a match for it? And at this moment, Kana was still held tightly, in extreme pain. A few people, seeing the situation was too dangerous, turned and fled, looking for a way to escape. In the distance, the New York Association screamed, "The Busan Association is under attack. Send help." Hearing this, Clock Miller, Tassa, and Ukar rushed up in alarm to assess the situation. Before them was the sight of the Busan Association's ship, smashed to pieces, ready to be sold for scrap. Seeing this, Clock Miller whispered in horror, "It's the queen." Impossible. At this point, the Busan ship no longer resembled a ship, but had been completely occupied by the queen, looking terrifying. Inside, its traces were everywhere, horrifying tentacles. The Busan Association was completely trapped by the queen in its own ship, with no way out. The others, upon seeing this sight, lost all will to fight. The Busan Association, our last hope, is it gone too? Inside the control room, someone rushed in to report, "We've lost control of the ship. We can't steer it anymore." Hearing those words, the helmsman shouted in anger, "Damn it, what the hell is this?" The people from the New York Association also shouted in panic, "The Busan ship is sinking. Save the people." Everything on the Busan ship had been reduced to a pile of rubble, utterly desolate. The captain of Busan, Kana, had also fallen unconscious. Just then, Brun woke up like a hero making a comeback. As soon as he finished speaking, a mutated fish 1,000,000,000 times larger than Lita shot up from the sea straight into the sky. Goat, hiding to one side, thought to himself, "What the hell are these things? Tentacles?" He and Sonia exchanged a quick glance, thinking to themselves, it must have been created by that thing. In the hazy mist, the queen slowly emerged. It stood coldly, looking at the masterpiece it had created, looking so arrogant. Seeing the scene, it just chuckled nonchalantly, a laugh that was hair-raising. The queen looked at the scene and said to itself, "The Nerissa cells in me always remind me to have compassion for humanity, even though it brings me no benefit at all." Just when it seemed Kana was done for, she still had a bit of life left, whispering, "Nerissa." Hearing that surprise, the queen, with a rare bit of kindness, explained, "That's why I've been watching you all this time." An image of the queen in a child's body appeared. After its words, through another body of mine, it recounted its experiences in a human body. "You humans only prove yourselves to be ugly and selfish, deceiving and killing each other for your own personal gain." An image of a desolate, ruined city appeared. The queen continued, its voice full of contempt, "Humanity digs to the depths of the sea, threatening my nest, doing countless other terrible things, and then in the end, destroys everything with its own hands. You humans are just parasites, destroying this mother planet. My pity has run out." The queen, in extreme anguish, then continued, "Ever since that Lita dared to turn back and confront me." Hearing that name, Kana was extremely alarmed, whispering to herself, "Lita." Seeing her expression, the queen continued, its voice full of threat, "You people cannot escape annihilation. I will absorb that Lita as well." After that, I will establish a new world with no trace of you humans. My children will live in a clean, pure world." Hearing its overly confident words, Kana laughed contemptuously, retorting, "Stop daydreaming. You will never achieve those things." Her eyes were incredibly determined, and she continued, "For the fallen laborers, I will kill you, no matter the cost." Hearing that firm declaration, the queen became furious and attacked Kana without mercy. Despite being squeezed to the point of suffocation, she did not yield, determined to fight to the end. The queen, angered, asked, "You brat, what can you do with such a weak, fragile human body? Or are you just all talk?" Showing no fear, Kana replied with great confidence, "Not me alone, but all of us." Right after her words, Boda, from behind, launched a powerful surprise attack, catching the queen off guard. The queen couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the attack. Its blood splattered everywhere. The look in Boda's eyes as he stared at the queen was filled with the fire of vengeance, burning with spirit. Because of the surprise attack, the queen cried out in pain, its screams sounding truly pathetic. But fearing it would launch a surprise counterattack, he used all his remaining strength. In an instant, its neck said goodbye to its body. After finishing his attack, Boda landed gently on the ground, while the queen was still screaming and writhing in pain. Suddenly, a figure glided past. Sonia had quickly rescued Kana from the queen's grasp, escaping the dangerous encirclement. Just then, Goat also rushed out, delivering a fatal blow, settling his score with the queen, determined not to let it survive. He, using all his strength, delivered a devastating blow to the queen, leaving it no time to react. Attacked from multiple sides at once, the queen roared in pain like a wounded beast. Just when it seemed it would get a break, it still owed Brun a proper payback. So he quickly rushed forward, preparing to settle the score. Brun landed a powerful punch right in the middle of the queen's face, knocking its entire face sideways, looking truly pathetic. The punch continued to increase in power, and a few of its teeth fell to the ground because of it. The tentacles on the queen's body, both on its neck and head, were beaten to the point of being severed. It also collapsed from Brun's retaliatory punch. He, despite his face being covered in blood, still shouted with spirit, "Take this." However, in just a moment, the queen began to regenerate its body, leaving Brun astonished. "What the hell is this?" Both the queen's neck and head quickly reconnected, and its body slowly began to stand up, looking terrifying. The tentacles on its back also regenerated completely at that moment. Green slime continuously flowed from the queen's head. Amidst this gruesome scene, it just moved its lips, asking a challenging question, "Kill me." Boda, standing behind, also showed clear indignation, unable to believe what he was seeing. However, the queen paid him no mind. It just stood there, waiting for the wound to fully regenerate. Standing before Boda's group, the queen, with its overwhelming height and constantly wriggling tentacles, coldly told everyone, "I am an infinite entity. You cannot defeat me." Sonia stared at the queen, so disgusted that she sneered, "What is this monstrous thing?" Goat, standing in front, just clicked his tongue, his face full of contempt. The queen kept moving its lips, its mouth unable to hold back a ghostly smile as it spoke a terrifying truth. "You brought this upon yourselves. Soon, you and those tattered ships will sink to the bottom of the sea, never to see the light of day again." The more it spoke, the more frenzied it became. Its words were nothing less than a curse upon everyone. Feel the despair and death slowly approaching. It's painful, isn't it? Hearing this, Boda could no longer bear it. He roared in anger, "Shut your mouth." Gritting his teeth, he said firmly to the queen, "This ship will never sink. Do you hear me?" As Boda whispered tenderly to the images of Kiho, Noah, Lin, and even the old butler waiting far away, an indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. Everyone is placing their hopes in us. His words were filled with unwavering faith. They're all waiting for us. With every word Boda spoke, the images of his comrades on the ship became clearer. His eyes flashed with hatred. Though his heart was full of resentment, Boda still declared authoritatively, "We will not lose, nor will we give up. We will definitely return victorious and continue to live together." Lita's gentle smile and eyes full of hope seemed to give him strength, his determination becoming as hard as steel. "Lita will also return to us, to our home, to Busan." As he finished, the image of the great ship, sheltering so many lives, appeared majestically under the brilliant golden sun. The more he immersed himself in memories, the more resolute Boda's voice became. Therefore, we cannot lose. We will win. The queen stood stunned. After hearing him, it lost its patience and swung its tentacles to attack relentlessly Dai. The group was ambushed and hastily dodged the blow like lightning. Boda, as if infused with a warrior's spirit, shouted, "Let's fight." The words had barely left his mouth when the group had to endure another stormy attack from the queen. Everyone tried their best to dodge. Boda, on his side, was no slouch either. Quick as a flash, he severed the tentacles rushing towards him. From the cut, the green slime once again gushed out. And yet, in the blink of an eye, from the open wound, a new part of the tentacle grew back, as good as new. Kana on her side fought just as fiercely, launching a decisive attack. But no matter how agile she was, those tentacles just kept regenerating and striking out from all directions, truly as immortal as cockroaches. Sonia's face turned pale, drenched in sweat, and she quickly shouted, "It's regenerating faster than we can cut it." Brun, with his wealth of experience, quickly devised a plan: destroy its root. That's the only way to stop it from regenerating. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot off like an arrow, skillfully dodging the dangerous thrusts of the tentacles. Brun aimed straight for the queen's lower body, launching a powerful blast. But from above, the queen had controlled its tentacles to create a forest of sharp spikes. It stood as imposing as a statue, while its tentacles continuously shot out long thorns. Boda and Brun were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. The thorns rained down, stabbing straight into the crowd with dense frequency. There was truly no way to retreat. Boda's group, who were charging forward to attack, had to stop. Everyone quickly braced themselves for defense. Blood splattered everywhere, a horrifying sight. Boda's eyes widened, as if he had seen something terrifying. His hand was pierced by a thorn, making it difficult to move. He could only grit his teeth and click his tongue in frustration. Brun, standing next to him, couldn't hide his horror. What are these things? Kana on her side was no luckier. A thorn had pierced her thigh, and she let out a soft groan of pain. Sonia and Goat behind them were in an even more pathetic state. They looked to be in extreme pain after being hit in a vital spot. It was a sharp pain indeed. The queen seemed to be enjoying this torture, a grotesque smile on its face. However, Boda broke free from the thorns. He charged forward with a crazed expression. Boda drew his weapon, slashing the thorns that were coming at him. "These thorns can't stop us." Kana, standing beside him, also showed her anger, continuously swinging the weapon in her hand. On the other side, the queen remained calm, constantly controlling the sharp thorns to attack. Boda and Kana, with their battle experience, easily parried the dangerous blows. Behind them, Brun, after escaping danger, quickly rushed forward. With just one devastating punch, he shattered the thorns in front of him. Even so, the queen remained as stoic as a rock. Kana quickly reported the situation. "We need to cut down the main body so they can't regenerate." Hearing this, Brun immediately volunteered, "Let me clear the way." However, the queen still stood there, continuously controlling the thorns to attack, its tone full of mockery, still too slow. Ignoring the provocation, Brun still shot forward like an arrow amidst the dense rain of attacks. His iron fist swung, shattering everything. Just one punch. Brun had broken a series of thorns that were stabbing at him. But that wasn't enough. He didn't stop and continued to deliver more punches. But the queen wouldn't give up easily. It again controlled the sharp thorns to attack relentlessly. Seeing this, Brun went into a defensive stance. The thorns that stabbed into his mechanical arms had to yield and bend. The impact was extremely strong, sparks flying as the two objects collided. Although it looked easy, both of Brun's legs had been pierced by thorns. He could only clench his teeth, maintaining a determined expression despite the pain. Seizing the golden opportunity, Brun swung his fist. "Take this." His punch was as powerful as a hammer blow. With just one strike, he easily shattered the obstacles in front of him. A beam of light from his fist pierced through everything. The thorns far away were also broken in two because of it. This unexpected situation even surprised the queen. Although his head was stained red with blood, Brun's gaze was as determined as ever. After he cleared a bloody path, Kana and Boda rushed out from behind. Kana remained cool and calm, while Boda gritted his teeth, looking extremely angry. The queen seemed unable to believe its eyes, roaring in confusion. What? However, The two were determined to attack to the end. They both swung their swords powerfully. The queen's body was immediately severed, but even so, it was still a little short of being completely split in two. Seeing this, the two turned back. Kana quickly signaled again, but it was too late. A tentacle from the queen had already rushed over, easily knocking both of them far away. Boda also winced in pain from this attack. It seemed he was seriously injured. Both were thrown against the ship's hull, unable to resist. Sonya and Goat, seeing this from behind, became even more worried. They quickly turned their heads to look at the two. Boda, Kana. On this side, the queen showed contempt too close. Below, its body had already begun to regenerate as fast as lightning. But Brun wouldn't give up. In a flash, he had rushed over. Brun delivered a precise punch to where the queen was regenerating, causing it to scream in pain. Its body was once again obliterated because of it. Brun now seemed to be in a berserk mode, continuously delivering a flurry of punches. Shatter! The queen screamed, simultaneously swinging its tentacles down. The thorny tentacle slammed straight into his head. Brun swung his arm, and the thorns shattered into pieces. But who would have thought it played dirty, with thorns sprouting from the ground? His body was now riddled with sharp thorns, looking like a porcupine. Drops of blood trickled down, soaking both him and the thorns. Brun spat out a mouthful of blood, and with that he kicked the bucket. Boda and Sonya were both horrified, shouting in unison, "Brun!" Thousands of sharp thorns from the ground kept stabbing upwards, aiming at the group. A thorn pierced through someone's foot, causing them to suffocate from the pain. The queen shot out slimy orbs, which rained down on their heads. As soon as they hit the ground, the space cracked open, devastated. Rocks and dirt flew, dust swirling up like a firestorm. The scene was truly earth-shattering. The booming sound echoed, shaking both the earth and souls. It began to rain thorns down on Boda, causing him to fall and groan. A thick fog enveloped everything. The queen lifted Brun into the air, in front of the entire team. His hands hung limply, his eyes lifeless. The queen's hoarse voice rang out. Humans so weak, so easily killed by just a few holes in their bodies. It threw him more than 10 meters away. Boda saw this, gritting his teeth, his head steaming with anger. He hissed in fury, "I'll kill you." Sonya's eyes widened, a weak whisper escaping her lips. "Brun." Now, he lay motionless in a pool of blood. It was certain he didn't make it. Sonya's eyes welled up with tears. He sacrificed himself. The queen replied, "That's right. Fighting with all your might and overcoming all pain. In the end, you're just prey. Feel the patheticness of you humans to your very bones." The queen fell silent for a moment, then mocked, and then died in despair. Just as it finished speaking, a voice called out, "Hey." The queen turned around. A young man holding a spear was standing there. Clock Miller smirked. "So you're the queen, huh?" The queen seemed to grit its teeth, wondering who this guy was. Clock Miller stood tall and said, "So how many holes does it take to kill you?" Kana was surprised, Miller. Sonya, like Kana, was speechless. Go was astonished, blurting out, "Clock Miller." The queen sneered, "Still more flies." Then, thorns rose from the ground. The spiky thorns shot towards Miller. He skillfully dodged all of them. Quick as a flash, he used his sword to cut down all the thorns, not missing a single one. He charged forward. The queen unleashed its tentacles. Miller was surprised, but remained calm. The tentacles surrounded him, but he just kept slashing, one strike after another. The tentacles were severed. Miller, from above, spear in hand, descended like a god. He plunged the spear into a part of the queen's root-like leg. Then, using all his strength, he cut it off, causing the queen to let out a pathetic scream. But it was no use. Its thorn had already pierced Miller's left shoulder. His hand gripped the thorn tightly, blood oozing from the wound. Gritting his teeth, he roared in pain. He swung his arm one more time, and the thorns broke in two. A flash of light shone like lightning in a clear sky. It turned out to be the light from Miller's blade. With one clean slice, the queen's body was severed from the roots, deeply embedded in the ground. It felt like it was screaming pathetically, but no one could hear it. It fell to the ground, green blood gushing from the wound. Miller stood firm on the ground, turning his head to assess the situation. Sonya exclaimed with joy, "He cut it." The queen still stubbornly roared, "Little." A blade flew from a distance, embedding itself straight into the queen's head. Green blood sprayed out like a waterspout. It could no longer say another word. A figure jumped down from above. It was Miller. He landed on the queen's head, pushing the blade in deeper. Then he pulled it out, creating a large hole in the queen's head. The light reflected on Miller's handsome face, mixed with the queen's blood. It roared in pain throughout the space. It seemed its tentacles were growing sharp thorns. In an instant, countless sharp thorns from 2 tentacles pierced through Miller's body. He was surprised, gritting his teeth in pain. The queen's tentacle lifted him up, but he still held tightly to the blade embedded in its head. That blade was slowly pulled out. Miller escaped from the thorns, swinging his blade to cut the queen in two. At this moment, the queen's head split in two, green blood pouring out endlessly, a truly horrifying sight. It refused to give up, and sharp thorns grew again from its chest. Once again, the sharp thorn pierced through his body. He opened his mouth, roaring like the pained sound of a cornered wild beast. His eyes glowed with blue sparks. The queen warned, "I eliminate everything in my way and kill everything that offends my sight." Another sword flew by. It just spun once and broke all the sharp thorns. Miller threw his sword, splitting the queen's body into 2 pieces that I'm the one who hunts. Now he struggled to prop himself up with his blade, blood dripping from his body, drop by drop. Split in 2, the queen still couldn't believe it. Impossible. No. He looked at it smugly, asserting, "See, I'm the winner." His feet were as firm as a rock, but the blood still flowed endlessly. His comrades shouted his name in the halo of victory. "Miller." Sonia said, "We won." However, just then, a strange blue embryo appeared. He approached it, examining the situation. Inside was a baby, looking as if it were under a spell, with jet black eyes and a purple philtrum staring intently at Miller. From within the queen's embryo, several long thorny vines emerged, stabbing straight into Miller's back. He buckled at the knees, slowly falling. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth, a truly horrifying sight. Tassa shouted in worry. "Clark!" But Miller had already been pulled up by those thorny vines. Miller's face was pale, devoid of any life. The queen slowly pulled Miller into the embryo. His comrades screamed in terror. No. The queen trembled, struggling to utter each word. "I am infinite." The thorny vines turned into strange tendrils with large lumps. It frantically sucked the life out of Miller. He was in pain, jolted awake. His life force was still being drained into the embryo. His face was covered in purple veins. Miller trembled. He shouted, "The only thing that can kill me." He bravely turned around, plunging his magnificent sword into the embryo. The fetus inside was surprised, unable to react in time. Miller smirked, shouting, "Is me." The embryo was stabbed and immediately spewed a strange liquid, which seemed to be the amniotic fluid that helped the baby breathe. The green baby in the embryo screamed. A terrifying explosion occurred, blowing everyone far away. Tassa was slammed hard against a wall. Uku quickly covered his face with his hands, avoiding the dangerous debris. Then the two quickly got up and moved forward to check the situation. Both of them stared in astonishment. The embryo was empty. Miller had collapsed on the ground. His appearance made it hard for others to imagine what he had just been through. His face was lifeless, and his pupils were no longer black. Tassa rushed over, shouting, "Clark." Tassa touched Miller's right shoulder, and then, slowly, his body vanished into the air. Tassa stared in shock as his clothes disintegrated along with him. All that belonged to him was now just a small, rusty sword. Her face was drenched in tears, her grief immeasurable. Boda was just as surprised, his mouth uttering the name, Clark Miller. The green fluid in the embryo was squirming. It erupted violently before everyone's eyes. A skeletal hand, without flesh, slowly rose from the slime. Then gradually the face. Boda and Kana gritted their teeth. A foot touched the ground. A strange body gradually formed, with Miller's sword still firmly embedded in its chest. Tassa's eyes widened, partly in fear, partly in amazement. Boda and Kana were the same. The reddish body was gradually covered by a layer of pale skin. The eyes also gradually formed, the face becoming clearer. Along with it came a meaningful smile, looking truly creepy. Boda was horrified when he saw the original form of the queen, Leviathan. Not just him, but Kana, Uku, and Tassa were all stunned by the horrific scene. As for the queen, it casually warmed up its body by moving its neck, turning to the left. Then it twisted to the right. Its pupils contained a terrifying power, staring intently at them. It spoke, its voice as cold as ice. "This material feels different, so cold." Just one sentence sent them all into a panic. Did the queen just absorb Clark Miller? What? Tassa couldn't believe it. "How dare you do that to Miller?" The queen calmly replied, "Miller, is that the name of this material? Although I have had many identities, I could never erase the will of Nerissa trapped in my mind. It was that will that shook my own. Nerissa's mind was a restraint. But thanks to this material, Nerissa's will is no longer in me. This freedom, I am the sower of fear." Sonia's eyes widened. Goat gritted his teeth in disbelief. Tassa was the same. It even boasted, "I will eat every one of you to the last crumb. This entire ocean will be submerged in a sea of blood." At the same time, a loud explosion rang out near it. Water shot up violently from below. The sound of gushing water increased, and strange vines spread rapidly across the city gate. Uka was utterly surprised. The three of them, Sonia included, were also terrified. "What is happening?" The queen replied frantically, "It has begun. The seed is about to explode." Kana thought to herself in panic, "We don't have much time left." Just like that, the seed grew at a dizzying speed, and it moved through the cracks in its path. She was determined, "I need to get rid of the bomb. We have to do everything we can to break that gate." Leviathan immediately drew the divine sword. "Just try." That sword seemed to be Miller's. It put the sword behind its back, and no one will pass through here, except the dead. Behind it, Brun lay motionless in a pool of blood, his fate unknown. Sonia's eyes were heavy with sorrow. She gritted her teeth. "I'm not afraid of death," Sonia said. Uku and Tassa nodded in agreement. Boda continued, "I will crush you and throw that bomb into your nest." The queen calmly said, "I don't understand why you humans keep struggling like rats, even though you know that only death awaits you. I will kill you as you wish." Two swords, one belonging to Boda, the other to the queen, clashed in a life-or-death battle. The queen smirked cunningly. Boda gritted his teeth, ready to charge into a decisive fight. The two rushed at each other, fighting fiercely. The sound of their weapons clashing was sharp and relentless. Kana suddenly leaped high from behind, spinning once above Boda's head. The queen frowned, looking up with a wary gaze. She held two swords and brought them down hard. The two types of weapons collided, creating dazzling sparks. The queen was knocked back, but immediately it regained its footing and shot back. It slashed at Kana, but the blow was blocked by her shield. The two metals scraped against each other, making a screeching sound. Kana gritted her teeth, using all her strength to defend. Sonia and Goat on the other side, seeing such a fierce battle, shouted worriedly, "Kana!" Kana used all her strength, truly having to use all her strength in this battle. She roared, her eyes wide with a crazed look. Go. She and Boda fought together, holding off the queen to give the others time to destroy the gate. Kana shouted loudly, "Destroy the gate." The queen knew their plan. It immediately turned its back, wanting to rush towards the other group. Boda shouted, "You stop." The queen then turned and delivered a devastating kick to his stomach, sending him flying backward, crashing into a pile of rubble. After taking down Boda, the queen leaped into the air, raising its weapon, preparing to strike down. It landed right in front of the soldiers. The queen spun its weapon in its hand, a confident smirk on its face. Then, the queen swung its weapon to both sides, light appearing like two blazing vortexes. Continuous slashes were directed at everyone. Sonia raised her weapon to defend. Uku also had to grit his teeth, trying to parry every frantic slash the queen unleashed. Goat was no exception. The sound of metal clashing once again echoed in the chaotic, extremely tense atmosphere. Far offshore, the queen's nest still floated peacefully in the sea. Deep below the sea, Lita was anxiously calling out silently, "Boda!" A giant fish with razor-sharp teeth suddenly appeared behind the little girl. It let out a roar to get her attention. Lita dodged to the side as fast as lightning, causing the huge fish's swipe to miss. After that, countless other fish rushed in, wanting to devour the little girl. There were still too many. The little girl hurriedly swam away, thinking to herself, "I need to lure them further away. I can't let them get near the bustin' ship." The little girl turned around, calling silently, "Come here." She directly faced the monstrous fish spreading her arms. "Look at me." Then a few tentacles from behind the little girl emitted a dazzling light. That light threw the fish into chaos, making them stagger. The rays of light that the little queen emitted caused the fish to slowly retreat, their mouths agape as if they were screaming in pain. Everyone stood around Leviathan, observing and wary of its every move. Leviathan stood majestically on the mutated tree roots, its posture as arrogant as if it owned the world. Goat propped his weapon on the ground for support, his body covered in jagged wounds, staring at it. Tassa was not much better off. She groaned softly, trying to suppress the pain. Boda was just as battered, sweat mixed with blood flowing freely. Leviathan looked at the tragic scene before it, contemptuously remarking, "How boring." Boda angrily stomped on the ground. "Shut up." Then he rushed towards Leviathan, but it blocked him. Suddenly, sharp thorny vines shot out from nowhere, wrapping tightly around its scepter. It was Tassa's. She used all her strength to pull the vine back and succeeded in breaking the scepter. Boda took that opportunity to knock Leviathan down. It was thrown far away, but immediately after, it got up and counterattacked. Tassa was caught off guard. She was hit, and her weapon was sent flying. Tassa slammed hard against a tree trunk. Uku took that moment to strike it with his thorny axe. It didn't seem surprised at all. It turned around, kicking Uku. The kick knocked out several of his teeth. Leviathan cracked its knuckles. It continuously threw punches at Uku's face, leaving him no time to block. Then, it flung him hundreds of meters away. Kana swung her sword down from the air, taking advantage of its unguarded moment. However, it managed to dodge her blow. Unexpectedly, Kana had managed to wound it. The mark of her sword was deeply etched on its arm. She was overjoyed, finally a result. Kana swung her sword even more furiously, slashing at its body, and its green blood gushed out. She even cut off its arm and torso. But Leviathan counterattacked, punching her with full force in the stomach. The force was so strong that Kana crashed into a tree trunk, causing the tree to shatter. Boda, taking this chance, also rushed in from the air. He managed to land a deep cut on its body, almost severing its shoulder. Leviathan gently lifted the sword embedded in its body, transforming its remaining arm into a tentacle. It tightened its grip on Boda's neck. It lifted him up when he no longer had the strength to resist. It swung its fist to punch him. Goat watched in horror as his comrade was tortured. Both of them tumbled to the ground. A wooden stake pierced through Leviathan's left shoulder. It turned its head to see who was the author of this stab. "I am Sonia." She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. And yet, it calmly whipped its tentacle at her, and she fell face down on the ground. Despite the pain, Sonia was still full of fighting spirit. Her eyes were determined. She swung her sword, running towards Leviathan. Underwater, countless explosions rang out. The queen's nest shook violently. It seemed it could not take it anymore. As the vessel said, "This thing will explode soon." Dr. Foy looked at the situation, worried. Why did they bomb this thing? Did they fail? He called out to everyone, "What happened?" "Answer me, Kana, Boda." "That place has been blown to bits, water splashing everywhere." A voice came from inside the vessel. "Braun." The urging voices of everyone still echoed in his ears. "Braun," accompanied by screams from outside. "Hurry up, detonate it." Braun was exhausted, silently thinking, "Who is being so noisy? I'm so tired." Outside, everyone was still fighting Leviathan. Both Kana and Boda were using all their strength, slashing again and again. Brun heard the harsh clash of metal. He told himself, "These tremors, everyone is fighting. I need to help them. But this body no longer listens to me." He tried to get up to help everyone, but his spirit was willing, but his flesh was weak. Suddenly the memory of that day rushed back. I will become a sea monster-slaying spearman. When he and Sonia were having a happy time together, she agreed with his words. "I think this nickname suits you. 3 seconds, you'll probably become a fast spearman." Hearing his girlfriend's praise, Brun boasted, "I haven't even shown you all my skills yet. If I used all my strength, we wouldn't be able to fight tomorrow." Suddenly, Brun became serious. "Sonia, if we survive tomorrow." Before he could finish his sentence, she gently placed her lips on his. Looking at her lover with incredibly gentle eyes, "Are you planning to lie in bed all day?" She reminded him, "It's time to get up." Brun listened to Sonia, opening his eyes. His eyes darted around, searching for the girl he loved. Expecting to see her safe, he instead saw her leaning against a tree trunk, with a sword fatally stabbed through her chest. Brun's eyes widened in utter horror. Sonia was exhausted, her eyes lifeless, tears streaming down like a spring. As if reaching his breaking point, Brun cried out tragically. He placed one hand on the ground. Pushing himself up, he walked towards everyone. Kana was stunned. Boda's jaw dropped. Brun pushed himself to his feet, standing proudly like a hero, saving humanity. His eyes flashed, filled with the determination for revenge. Boda, as if gaining more strength, shouted, "Do it, Brun." He was full of fighting spirit, getting into position. Brun unleashed his move, maximum energy. He raised his steel hand, full of sharp spikes. A glorious light shone under the astonished eyes of Leviathan. Brun threw a punch, shattering everything. Objects shattered, flying everywhere. In the end, only debris and the approaching bombs remained. Leviathan screamed in despair. No, those bombs fell into the water. Brun stared blankly at the scene before him, blood dripping, drop by drop, to the ground. He was tired and collapsed. Brun suddenly remembered the promise he made to his love. "Sonia, if we survive tomorrow, let's go to my hometown." He was exhausted, his eyes lifeless, his breath weak. In the void, a hand gently stroked his head. Sonia gently sat beside him, comforting him. "It's okay. You were amazing," she said gently. "You must be very tired. Please rest." Brun gave a contented smile. Sonia's words to Brun, "My spearman." The peace was a complete contrast to the fierce situation at hand, their survival uncertain. Bomb after bomb was dropped into the deep sea. The number was terrifyingly large. More and more bombs were dropped relentlessly. The destination of these bombs was a nest with its mouth wide open, catching the falling rain of bombs. The bombs quickly sank into every nook and cranny of the nest. Then a bomb was being detonated. That bomb cracked and exploded. The first bomb exploded with earth-shattering power. Its destructive force spread to the other bombs. Like a domino effect, the other bombs detonated simultaneously, their power incredibly immense. One by one, they exploded continuously, causing damage so powerful that it completely destroyed the nest from within. A loud noise like the sky falling echoed everywhere. The entire nest was torn to shreds. The explosion continued. The nest was torn into the tentacles that grew around it. Each tentacle was destroyed and then fell apart. At this time, Dr. Foy and his colleague were inside the submersible, observing the situation. The colleague reported, "They detonated the bombs. It's working, Dr. Foy." Unexpectedly, a volcano was erupting where the nest was. The bright red lava was continuously flowing from the volcano's crater. Seeing this, Dr. Foy shouted, "Lava?" He observed from the submarine and continued, "Lava is pouring out of the nest." The volcano deep on the seabed erupted lava violently. Dr. Foy reported, "The volcano is burning the nest." Immediately, he ordered the team on the surface, "Do you copy? Get away from there now. The volcano is about to erupt." On the surface, warships were docked close together. At this moment, the commanders gave the order, "Busan Association, run." The captain quickly ordered, "Everyone, retreat." The people on the ship urgently prepared to withdraw. The announcement speaker blared the commander's order, "Right now." Everyone on the main ship quickly hoisted up the smaller boats. The sailors from the small boats were also pulled onto the main ship. On the main ship, Mao frantically looked around. "Kana, where are you?" He yelled the two names, Kana, Boda, but his comrade beside him urged him, "We need to go now, Mao." Elsewhere, Kana, Boda, and Leviathan stood still, feeling the tremors from the bomb explosion and the volcanic eruption. Leviathan's face darkened. "My nest," it roared angrily at Boda's group. "I will never forgive you all. Don't even think about running from here." Boda held his weapon, saying resolutely, "We're not going anywhere." His face was covered in blood, but it couldn't dim the determination in his eyes. "This is the moment we've been waiting for, you monster." Kana stood beside him, saying in agreement, "Let's end this together." Leviathan, enraged, lunged to attack Kana. It screamed, "You bastards." Immediately, Boda rushed forward, using his sword to block its attack. Kana took the opportunity, swiped past, and slashed across its body. Leviathan clicked its tongue, looking annoyed, then turned, intending to deal with her. Of course, Boda wouldn't let it play any tricks. He landed another slash on its body. It looked up to the sky, groaning in pain. It tried to slash Boda, but missed. Seizing the opportunity, Kana spun around, preparing to strike it. The two of them, a perfect sword-wielding duo, attacked the enemy. Kana slashed its body, while Boda lightly pierced its arm, giving it absolutely no second to react. Leviathan quickly grew back its severed arm. Immediately, it stabbed straight into Kana's chest, causing her to cough up blood. Kana used all her strength, gripping Leviathan's hand tightly, trying to pull it out. The queen muttered in discontent, "You insects." Suddenly, Boda appeared behind it. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. He swung his sword, slashing across the queen's body. Taking a full blow from Boda, the strike was so powerful it made it stumble sideways, slamming hard onto the ground. Leviathan couldn't believe it. Its eyes widened, looking down at the gash on its body. Although the wound had caused some damage, it wasn't significant. It even mumbled, "I am invincible." Before it could finish, Boda gave it another powerful drill strike. It was beaten to the point of internal injury. Its body slammed hard onto the ground. A stream of thick green blood spurted from its mouth. Boda looked at it, his eyes filled with rage. Invincible? He remembered his lost friends, his fallen comrades. His eyes became bloodshot. He said, "So what? Brun is dead." He held his weapon, slowly walking towards it. "If you are invincible, then do us a favor. Don't die, survive." He swung his sword with great force. Pieces of rock and earth flew everywhere. Dust and smoke filled the air. He opened his mouth to continue, "So that I can kill you 100, no, 1,000 times." Leviathan was hit. It let out a pathetic scream, spitting out everything in its mouth. He unleashed all his resentment on it. It was because of these mutated things that his friends, his comrades, had fallen. He said, "Live." Leviathan was sent flying. It groaned in pain. This time was different from before. The wounds on its body couldn't heal themselves. "Why can't I recover?" "Impossible. I can't lose." It seemed it was truly angry now, this trash. Kana frowned deeply, questioning, "Are you so noble? So noble that you have the right to take the lives of all other creatures? Why do you hate humanity so much?" It replied impatiently, "Humans should disappear from this planet. All of them." Her face gradually became serious. "Don't you see? Why do you act like you're the only one?" Its face went blank for a few moments. It remembered past memories from when it was a child. In its hand, it held a pendant, staring at it intently. The image on the pendant was of a man with glasses and red hair, and a gentle woman with brown hair. Kana couldn't help but add, "You said you observe humanity, right? You were disgusted with yourself as a human and observed from a close distance." Her face showed a hint of coldness. "You really did watch them." An image appeared, an old man playing an instrument and the queen, when she was still human, watching from a distance, looking at the old man and his instrument. At that time, its eyes seemed to be glowing, but now it denied all those memories. It screamed, no. It roared, "Shut up." Leviathan gritted its teeth brutally. Exploding with emotion, it lunged to attack, unable to accept its deepest thoughts being spoken aloud by her. It cut her off. "Shut up." The blow flew swiftly towards Kana. A sky-shattering explosion occurred. Fortunately, thanks to her quick reflexes and the lesson from before, Kana dodged the last move. It roared in anger again. "Humans are nothing." Suddenly realizing its arm was stuck in something, it turned to look. At some point, 2 pieces of a rusty sword had been deeply embedded in its arm. Seeing this, Kana wanted to seize the opportunity to destroy it, and called his name Boda. Boda spun as fast as a top, circling several times in the air. A cold aura emanated from his body, his intention to finish off the opponent. The queen saw this and froze for a moment. He raised his sword, then quickly brought it down, cutting the queen Leviathan in half. Boda used his sword to pin the queen to the ground. It screamed in pain from the wound. Leviathan raised its head, threatening, "How dare you?" He was annoyed by its disrespectful attitude. Boda brought his face close to it, repeating his warning, "I told you I would kill you if you dare to touch Lyda." The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He pressed the sword in his hand harder. Leviathan screamed as if in its death throes. Without further delay, Boda slashed across the sword embedded in its body. The queen was torn apart after his sword strike. The sea monster's limbs flew in all directions. It was finished. Boda stood watching its head fall to the ground with a thud, green blood splattering. The sea monster, unwilling to accept defeat, its eyes already black, still tried to curse. "Don't think this is the end." It moved its lips. "Lyda will also." Before it could finish the sentence, its body dissolved into puddles of water. The enemy was defeated. Kana, standing next to Boda, also relaxed. She clutched her wound in pain, sinking to her knees. He worriedly ran over, wanting to help her up, Kana. Before he could recover, he detected unusual tremors. Kana, seeing the unstable situation, grew tense, biting her lip. Boda quickly embraced Kana, protecting her in his arms. Wave after wave surged, hitting the side of the ship hard, causing it to rock violently. The two of them were thrown from the ship as a result. The cold seawater enveloped them both. Boda was still conscious, but Kana had passed out from excessive blood loss. Her body was slowly sinking. He frantically called her name in his head, Kana. Boda swam over, embraced Kana, and pulled her towards the surface. He held Kana and shot up to the surface of the sea, their diving suits activated. By inertia, they fell again, but this time, a ray of light appeared. It shot towards them. Boda was blinded by its brilliant light. Thousands of threads of light radiated towards them. When his eyes adjusted to the intense brightness, Boda saw Lyda standing in front of him. The little girl called to him worriedly, Boda. He shouted in amazement, Lyda. The little girl didn't answer, but thousands of threads extending from Lyda's body radiated out. They wrapped around the entire giant structure of the ship. In a chaotic situation, Boda held Kana tightly to avoid losing her. The entire massive ship was pulled out of the sea by Lyda. Its appearance created a powerful surge of waves. The ship was now just a pile of ruins. In another development, the electrified cloud released a huge amount of electricity. The sailors on the fleeing ships shouted, "It's exploding." However, with its terrifying power, the explosion quickly swept towards them. The shockwave made them cover their heads and kneel down to save their lives. Even more urgent, the explosion had created a tsunami chasing right behind them. The waves surged, swallowing the unfortunate ships that were lagging behind. It also quickly caught up with the leaders. The tiny people were screaming in panic. The waves surged, and the ships were overturned from the sea surface. The crew was thrown out. They tried to struggle in the fierce water. The ships were now just scrap metal floating on the sea. The waves rushed in torrents. After a struggle, those who managed to hold on surfaced. The ships that were still safe were busy with rescue work. They asked each other, "Is everyone okay? There are people struggling in the distance. Over here, help." These people suddenly froze when they saw something in the distance. One person hurriedly pointed in that direction, shouting to everyone, "Look, an island hidden in the mist." It faintly appeared before their eyes. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes could not hide their surprise. And it was also immense joy. They had to confirm with each other that this was not a dream. "What is that?" A bee buzzed and landed on hand. Boda moved, causing it to fly away. His vision became blurry from being unconscious. Boda was lying opposite Kana on a patch of grass. He suddenly sat up, waking her, "Kana." She also slowly woke up, calling out in confusion, "Boda." He observed the wound on her body. Boda realized, "Your wound has healed." Kana sat up, holding her head, and asked him what happened. "Where are we?" Boda recounted briefly, "Lyda saved us." Then both of them were simultaneously overwhelmed. Boda couldn't believe his eyes. The two of them stood before an ancient tree, with ripe red berries on the tree. Everyone was extremely amazed. The tree's roots extended down to the ground below the ship they were standing on, and the ship was resting on the land of a crescent-shaped island. The tree roots were planted deep in the ground jutting out from the sea. The shipwrecked sailors' jaws dropped. They burst into tears. Their dream, so simple, yet so distant, was an island. They cheered to each other about this miracle, an island. 3 years later, the new residents are developing this island. Busan Association, Akroma, Benin Bang, Apple Tree Island. The life of the people on the island was bustling and hurried. Dr. Ford spoke up while walking with Kana. "A lot has changed since I was in prison." Kana said proudly, "Now it looks like a town, doesn't it?" The two of them walked to the seashore. Ford felt grateful to Lyda. Most of the volcano was extinguished by the waves, but Lyda is protecting the island from the fierce waves and wind. A boat was preparing to dock. The people on the boat saw them and greeted them warmly, Dr. Ford. Kana, she also responded enthusiastically, "Hello, merchants." He carried a crate, handing it to Dr. Ford. "Here is the microscope you requested." He was overjoyed, reaching out to take it. "Thank you. These things are really hard to find." Beside them, a woman with a child ran towards the man. "Honey, Dad," they hugged each other, sobbing. The blonde-haired boy approached, starting a conversation with Kana. Family reunions are always so moving, aren't they? He changed the subject. "Hasn't Boda returned yet?" Kana's smile faded. She replied coldly, "Not yet." He looked towards the sea, his words filled with sympathy. "That guy, is he still looking for Lyda?" Kana seemed to understand Boda well. She replied, "She is his family." Boda will never give up. The ocean is still vast. The island is under construction. A person in a strange cloak walked alone in a crowded place, approaching a girl who was adjusting an oxygen tank. The person spoke up, "Tassa." He took off his hood, greeting her long time no see. She was surprised, Boda. Amidst the hot steam of a cup of tea, the two chatted. It's been 3 years since that day, hasn't it? Tassa was curious. What brought you to this remote northern region? Boda didn't hide anything and said directly, "I'm looking for Lyda." She looked at him calmly. "I understand. Lyda disappeared after that incident, right?" Boda was silent, saying nothing, but his eyes were filled with sorrow. He confided in Tassa, "I don't understand why Lyda hasn't returned yet, or what she wants to do." She comforted Boda, "But are you really going to travel this vast ocean to find her? I'm sure Lyda will come back after she's done with her business." He focused his eyes, not understanding what business. Tassa didn't rush to explain, but asked him back, "Boda, have you seen any sea monsters attacking people recently?" As if realizing something, Boda froze. Tassa recalled her recent dive. "They won't attack humans if we leave them alone. The divers of this city discovered them, and that strange thing happened." He understood what she meant. Could it be because of Lyda? Tassa confessed, "Lyda is the only reason I can think of." She advised him, "Go home, Boda. Whether it's in the territory of sea monsters or not, humans still have conflicts." Her eyes became steely, which means you will have to fight against humans themselves. Those who covet the island, the only one in this world, will soon reveal themselves. He paused at her words. "Go home, Boda. Protect the island." His heart couldn't help but feel bitter. We finally achieved peace, yet humans are killing each other? Tassa saw him off at the port. Boda put his hood back on. Leviathan gritted its teeth brutally. He frowned. Perhaps the sea will never be without monsters. Pure white snowflakes gently fell, surprising Boda. He looked up at the sky to watch. The snow whitened the gloomy colors of the island. Boda held out his hand to catch it. It's snowing. Suddenly someone approached him from behind, with a sarcastic voice. "Never seen snow before, huh?" That group of people held weapons. Surrounding Boda, he was speechless. They quickly revealed their true purpose. "You've got a pretty nice boat over there. We're taking the boat. If you want to keep your pathetic life, you'd better scram." Faced with that blatant threat, Boda sighed. "That's going to be difficult." As he spoke, he reached for the thing on his back, "Because I'm not the owner of that boat." The guy who was just talking tough now hastily swung his club. "Stay still. You want to die?" Boda spun around, his sword easily breaking the encirclement. One blow scattered them. The men were sent flying. He knocked away the robbers around him. The robbers were all defeated at once. A blue star appeared on his body. One of them was startled to see that star and said, "That's a Happelbrusa person." One of them trembled and said, "Are you the one who killed the queen?" His eyes widened in surprise, and he continued to ask, "Are you Kana of the Busan Union?" On this side, he couldn't keep his cool, veins popping as he shouted loudly, seriously. Another person continued, "You idiot, he's Boda of the Busan Union, not Kana." Regardless of Boda's fury, they were now terrified and fleeing in all directions. On this side, Boda's comrade also asked him, "Are you going to let them go?" Remembering the conversation with the other person, she said, "Go home, Boda." Boda's eyes held many thoughts. He remembered those words, "Those who want the only island in the world will appear." Then the smiles and faces of his loved ones gradually appeared in his mind. His eyes were now sad and full of thoughts. Boda suddenly said, "Let's go back, Gong Ti," which startled Gong Ti, who asked back, "Go back where?" Boda turned back with a gentle smile, as if a burden had been lifted. He replied, "Home." The scene changes to a clear blue sea where boys are playing. They dive into the sea, happily playing and chasing each other. A truly peaceful scene. Suddenly a loud voice says, "Hey, it's dangerous to swim there." Seeing the person in front of her, the little girl says, "Hello, Mr. Section Chief Nobody Knows." Hearing that, his face turned blue with anger. "What did you just call me?" Then he started to cry with a helpless face. "It feels like I just got this position yesterday. My life will get better." He lowered his head and walked away with a sigh, hoping to get a promotion this year. Becoming the leader of Apple Tree Island was still a distant dream. On this side, inside a place with many old books, two people are looking for something. One person said, "Lynn, you should go out and play with the other children." The little girl immediately asked why. "I like it here." The doctor came over from somewhere and said, "Wonderful, Lynn, books are the greatest heritage of mankind." He continued, "You must study hard to become a great scientist like me, you know?" The little girl replied, speechless, yeah, okay. The other person walked over holding a red book and asked, what is this? The doctor on this side was startled and stammered. That is, a book about how to learn about human relationships. At a critical moment, a noise made him turn around startled. Dr. Ford, what are you doing here? Her voice rang out. She grabbed the doctor's collar and said, I thought you were released from prison on the condition that you would research a cure for the fish disease. She was so angry her whole body trembled as she asked, how dare you lie to everyone around you like that? The doctor sweated and said, I was just taking a walk. She immediately took out handcuffs, cuffing herself and him. She dragged him away and continued to threaten, if you dare to run away again, you'll go back to prison, not the laboratory. In this situation, he still tried to shout loudly, study hard, Lin, you must become my successor. The woman then said, that's the price if you learn about the world through a book, understand? The little girl said, I understand. The two of them were also speechless seeing this scene. Scene change, the sound of metal clashing. The boy said happily, it's all fixed. The ship's operator shouted, it's working. Everyone around was happy and excited. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. Everyone looked out the window with excited faces. They discovered it was a ship. It turned out to be Boda. He had returned. The radio announced it to everyone. Everyone on this side stopped all their activities in surprise. A person who was gardening also said happily, young Master Boda. Everyone was happy because he had returned. On the coastal strip of land, people burst with joy, welcoming the returning ship. Kana also hurried through the crowd to see the person she had been waiting for. After weaving through dozens of people, her eyes finally met Boda's. Amidst the sea of people, they looked at each other, their eyes full of emotion. After a moment of silent gazing, Boda was the first to speak. I'm back, Kana. She smiled softly, gently replying, welcome back, Boda. At the same time, on the other side, Loa and Lin also shouted with joy. Goat. They both ran towards him. Goat smiled broadly, hugging them and saying, Loa, Lin, you've grown up so much. As evening fell, the sunset gradually descended, bringing with it unspoken feelings. Goat and a friend quietly went to the cliff where a stone monument was erected, commemorating the victims of the battle. On the old stone tablet, a line was carved, the survivors must protect each other. Goat quietly looked at the stone tablet, his heart heavy with many thoughts. He whispered, Sonia, I will continue what Jocko used to do. As soon as he finished speaking, he gently took a keychain from his pocket and hung it on a small stick that was already attached to the stone tablet. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly. His gaze was fixed on the distance, as if calling a distant memory. I will die for those who are suffering from a hydro sickness. As he spoke, he thought of Sonia's image with her words from that day, not like the other things I have to do. Her words suddenly echoed in his mind, causing Goat to repeat them quietly, not like the other things I have to do. The more he spoke, the clearer the image of that day became. Goat remembered every word she said then. I will finish what Jocko started. Even though that person was no longer here, Goat still held Sonia's gaze and wish in his heart. He whispered softly, like a promise sent with the wind, I will do my best to complete them. May the wind be with me, Sonia. The night fell silently. The seaside village glowed with a warm light from every roof. At the same time, in a small house, people gathered together, eagerly listening to interesting stories. Boda told everyone about what he had witnessed and experienced. He told them about the snowfalls by the northern sea and how he had walked on the frozen ocean. He also told them about a sea monster bigger than any he had ever seen, the thing he remembered most clearly. As soon as Boda finished, the pink-haired girl asked in confusion. The sea froze. Something must have changed. Dr. Ford, sitting beside her, explained it's the ice floes. Ice floes have appeared in the polar regions. The night sky is quiet. In that quiet space, like a whisper of nature, the earth is healing itself little by little. In the middle of the night, Kana and Boda sat down together, sharing unspoken thoughts. Kana voiced her questions to him. What will you do next? Boda, are you going to look for Lyta again? Boda thought for a moment, then shook his head slightly. I'll just wait here. I must have been too hasty. After saying that, he suddenly fell silent. The image of that day was crystal clear in his mind, according to the queen. He could only say one sentence, slowly and thoughtfully. If the queen's invincibility is true, then Lyta's time is long, so I won't be in a hurry anymore. She felt heartbroken for Boda, Unable to hold back, she softly called out, Boda. Before she could finish her sentence, Boda quickly interrupted, I'm going to build a house here. Kana's eyes widened in surprise. She blurted out, a house? Boda looked at her, a gentle smile on his lips. That's right. Let's build a home together, Kana. After saying that, he gave a gentle and unusually peaceful smile. What he had just said made Kana's heart skip a beat, both surprised and finding it hard to understand. No sooner said than done. Boda really started building a small house right by the sea so that Lyda could see it. Completely different from his sorrowful appearance yesterday, he now looked radiant with what he was doing. Turning to look at Kana, he smiled. Let's build our nest together. Her heart also smiled softly. Because she was busy looking at and thinking about Boda, she didn't realize she had injured her hand. Seeing her injured, Boda rushed over in a panic. Are you okay? I'll get the ointment for you right away. Seeing him so worried about her, she gently reassured him. It's just a small scratch. Even though she said that, Boda was still not at ease. You're bleeding. Unexpectedly, the image of the two of them being intimate caught the eyes of Goat and Wild Boar. Seeing their actions as somewhat unsightly, Wild Boar frowned and said, What's wrong with them? Aren't they invincible warriors? Goat also widened his eyes, saying in a bored tone, It's just a scratch the size of a finger. Finally, after all this time, Mao returned from Oasis Port with news. Everyone gathered in a small room to listen to the news from Mao. He couldn't hide his excitement. He recounted clearly what he had just gathered, the hidden city under the Himalayas, which we couldn't access before because of the sea monsters, has been found. Divers from all over the world are flocking there. Goat also quickly joined in. A place no one has ever set foot in. There must be tons of treasure there. The hidden city under the Himalayas is the largest ruin of mankind built before the flood. We will be able to get medical equipment that can help in treating the hydro sickness. Let's go, Mao. No sooner said than done. Immediately after the discussion ended, they began preparing the boat to set off. Kana and Boda stood by the seashore, quietly seeing their friends off. Watching the ship gradually disappear, Boda thought to himself, Lyda, Mao and Goat have left for the hidden city under the Himalayas. With intense desire and a noble purpose, they're building their own reputations. Both Boda and Kana looked towards the distant ship, their eyes as if sending wishes of peace to their friends on the great sea. But he is still here. From the old basket, beautiful flowers suddenly bloomed, as if life wanted to gently whisper that from old things, a new beginning can still blossom. On the new path, the old scratches do not disappear. They just become the soil for new life to sprout. The sweet scent of nectar spread, making it impossible for the swarm of insects to resist flying over to enjoy it. An old wooden box lay quietly on the ground, embraced by winding branches that grew around it, as if nature was preserving an ancient secret. The mystery of the box even made the swarm of insects curious and fly around it. Finally, they were at peace. The scene as peaceful as everyone had dreamed. Boda, having gone through many wars and battlefields, found peace before his eyes, with a small house and a peaceful garden. He recounted that the flowers you love, carrying points of hope, are blooming everywhere. The giant apple tree produces so many fruits each year that the people here can't eat them all. And Kana is still learning to cook every day. She said she will make you your favorite grilled fish. However, Kana's cooking skills are still something quite distant. He also recounted Mr. F is selling wine with an old pirate lady and is making a profit. Even New York knows about the shop, and he plans to open another one there. Every day, every night, Boda wrote. The daily things were all expressed through his diary pages. I have so many things to tell you. I, Kana, and the entire Busan Association are waiting for news from you. Day after day, Boda put each letter into a plastic bottle, sealed it tightly, and released it into the river to the distant sea. Just like that, it carried away so much longing for that girl. He never forgot to do it every day by day, hope for a not-so-distant future in the young man's eyes. I will always be here. Are you well? If it's cold, dark, and scary in the deep ocean, if you find yourself lonely, come find me, Lyda. You can come back whenever you want. A body moved from the open sea to the shore. Boda froze, speechless, seeing the slender figure he had always longed for. He sat up and quickly moved to that position. He quickly got there, because this is your home. Boda's face showed joy and surprise. Lyda seemed shy. Emotions flared between the two burning people. They hugged, the hug of many years apart, our home. From above, the residents witnessed Lyda's appearance. Everyone from house to house informed each other, from radio announcements to word of mouth. Kana heard the news, stunned for a moment. Then the pink-haired girl and Dr. Ford, Goat and John Miller, Kia and Lynn, and then everyone on that island. They all ran to the sea, where Lyda was. Many hugs were exchanged, because they knew they were one big family, without discrimination, all equal. Boda then let go of all his worries to the sea. And if you have to return to the sea again, I will still be up here, and you'll be down there. We will live together like that.